Avatar: The Last Airbender, Cold Paths. Synopsis. Some are born great, some achieve greatness, and others have greatness thrust upon them. William Shakespeare. This story is about the latter. A man with no recollection of his name, finds himself in the world of Avatar. Forcing to accept the idea that the show he once watched as a kid is not, in fact, fictional has taken a massive toll on him, torn as he is between the awesomeness of his newfound powers as well as its absurdity of how everything came to be. He will do what humans do best, he will overcome and adapt and greatness will follow. 1. Chapter 1. As my body slowly woke up, I immediately noticed something wrong. It was too dark, and I knew for a fact that I always left the computer on. And for some reason my bed was cold and somewhat wet. This was odd, to say the least. I rolled around and moved my arm to brush the really uncomfortable wetness on my back as my eyes started to acclimatize to the environment. I grimaced in shock as the situation started to finally sink in. Maybe this was a dream, and with that in mind I closed my eyes once again in denial, but as soon as I opened my eyes again with the hopes of finding a different sight, all I could see and confirm were my original thoughts. I wasn't in my house anymore. How in the fuck I ended up in the Arctic? I frantically whipped my head around, trying to find out where I was and more importantly how the fuck I got here, but all I could see was miles and miles of white snow in every freaking direction, and that did not help to alleviate my panic. I carefully sat down, deciding to analyze my situation. Was I kidnapped? If so, why would anyone want me in this ice tundra? Did they take any organs perhaps? Was this the way they dealt with people after harvesting them? No, this was too expensive and defeated their purpose. As I pondered what and how, I noticed something. My body was different, very different. I was white, but my skin was a light brown tone. Odd, too. I felt smaller. I was normally 6 foot tall, but right now I kind of felt a foot shorter. While the idea was preposterous and idiotic, something in the back of my head told me, this wasn't the body I was used to, so this is either a really realistic dream, or somehow, some way I ended up in a different body. I kind of feel bad for the old guys in my neighborhood that said they were abducted by aliens. 'Cause I kinda understand them now. I thought as I stared intently at my hands. If this was a dream, I was bound to wake up sooner or later, but the lingering thought of this being real was so settled in my head that I feared my mind was right. Well, if this is real I will die out here, so let's see, where do I go? Before I could even decide in which direction I would walk and then die, a sound caught my attention. Something was coming towards me. Before I could even find where the sound was coming from, something knocked me off my feet head first into the snow. Great! Turning to see what had tackled me to the ground, I found something disturbing in front of me. It was cute, I suppose, but unfortunately every feeling I had was overshadowed by my current situation. A probably biologically impossible creature was above me. It kinda looked like an otter, and a penguin had too much to drink, and well this came out. Now that I think about it I have only seen this in well, I suppose that explains the snow. If this was real at least, I knew where I was, in the world of Avatar. Awesome, not the world I would have picked, but certainly, not a bad one I suppose, glass half full kind of situation. I pushed the overly friendly otter penguin off me, as I breathed out in agitation, but something caught my attention. The otter penguin started to slide away, too fast. Afraid, if I had to guess, taking a deep breath I glanced around trying to see if I was being too crazy. Something was moving, but I couldn't really tell with everything being white around. I swore I saw something there. I narrowed my eyes at the spot, and I saw it. Suddenly yellow dots that I had failed to notice started to move towards me. What is that? I pondered, taking a few steps back, and apparently, it was the wrong call, because whatever it was decided to attack. Letting out a loud growl, the creature leapt from the snow, and I was finally able to see what it really was, a fucking polar bear dog, and I still don't regret not taking that class about surviving in the wild. I shouted as I tried to outrun a creature that could absolutely outrun me, not exactly my smartest move. The beast snarled at me, running behind me, ready to eat me. I don't taste good. I live off trash food, I yelled in fear. However, my screams of terror only made me look tastier, because the polar bear dog lunged at me. For a second everything froze in my mind. What did I have around me that I could use? Snow. Can I kill anything with that? Fuck. In panic and knowing I could not escape I decided to go down fighting. I knew many martial arts, and while they were useless against animals, I might deliver some damage. With that in mind I threw my strongest punch at his eye. The fucker would go down one eye after today. I closed my eyes doing this, and all I could focus on were the giant teeth headed my way. The needle sharp, saliva dripping maw coming to consume, and coming. And coming. And that sure was a painless death, or, I have nothing. Brain? As I tried to get an answer, I noticed something was not right. I could hear a dog whimpering in pain. Opening my eyes with hesitation as I looked around, seeing the polar bear dog whimpering, his white fur covered in blood as many ice spikes were piercing his body. I'm okay with this development. As the adrenaline left my body, my head sagged. Whatever happened, it was me. If this was really the world of the Avatar, I might have some bending skills, and by my ethnic looks, water bending was possibly my thing now. The pain started to spread around my body. It seemed the bear managed to scratch me, and under the adrenaline rush, I felt nothing until now. Great, that was the last thing I thought before I passed out. Waking up for the second time was better than the first. The first thing I noticed was that this time I was on a bed. The weather was still cold but somehow more bearable. Then the smell of tea invaded my nose. It took him a few seconds to realize I was inside a tent of sorts from the outside. I could hear voices and people moving. With that I bolted up in surprise. Where am I? I muttered, looking around. As my stomach growled all of a sudden. I was starving, but for the looks of my treated wound, I was not a prisoner. God! I'm hungry. Oh, finally, a tall man with a short beard entered the tent with a wide smile. I was starting to think you would not wake up. My name is Yu. How are you feeling, buddy? I feel alive, thanks, I smiled. Nasty cut you got there, Yu chuckled, pointing with his hands to the blood-covered rags he had used to clean me, which brought one single thought to my head. How the fuck was I still alive? That much blood. Dear Lord. Wow, I gulped in shock. But, we found thanks to the blood, Yu smiled, as he served me a cup of tea. We have some soup if you want. I nodded with enthusiasm. I would love that. I was hungry, and free food is known to taste better. All right, I'll be back, Yu smiled, but I stopped him before he left, for I had one question. Where am I? I asked once again. I wanted to know exactly where I was before making plans. I'd said 30 miles away from the Northern Water Tribe, Yu answered as he left to serve me the soup he offered. Well, I suppose my first order of business is learning how to control my only weapon in this not-so-peaceful world. Water bending can be quite the terrifying power with enough creativity, not a dream. Well, shit, I chuckle seeing my reflection on a mirror I found in the tent. I understood now why I was smaller. It was for a good reason. By my looks I would say I was 12 or 13, instead of 25, well. Another realization hit me. I didn't remember my name. Fuck. 2, Chapter 2. I had fallen asleep once again, and the first thing I noticed as I woke up was that the pain where my injury should have been was mostly gone, then the hard and slightly cold bed floor under me followed by the smell of food being cooked. It took me a few seconds to realize I was on a bed with bandages over my injuries, something I had not been expecting at all after my encounter with that wild amalgamation. Apparently, I had found myself in a house of sorts, with ice for walls. It was different than anything I had seen before, meaning this was real. I was actually in this fantasy world. Taking a deep breath, I noticed the room had a door that was only about 10 feet across the bed I was laying in. The door was open, letting the cold breeze of winter go through. Outside the sounds of people filled the air, talking probably, but considering I didn't hear that many people it was safe to assume I wasn't in a city, but in a small tribe. I could not help but stare in delight mixed with a tinge of fear at how lovely and tremendously overwhelming everything looked. This was real. I had found myself in the not-so-peaceful world of Avatar. A show that meant a lot to me during my childhood, but not a place I would choose to be, as I pondered over my situation. A shadow appeared at the door. It was an old man of about 60-year-old, his long blue hair tied into a high ponytail. He was wearing a robe with the color scheme of the Water Tribe. Ah, so you are finally awake. The old man sat down beside me on a chair. The polar bear dog almost got you. Luckily my son, you happened to pass by just in time. My name is called Mikado. What is your name? Name, yeah, something I had for some reason beyond me forgotten. Akira. I don't know why that came out, but it seems I will just go with it. I'm glad you are good, Akira. Is not every day you get to fight one of those beasts. The old man said with a serious look as he beckoned towards the door, and an old woman walked in. This is my wife, Maru. She was that one that healed you. A pleasure to meet you. I tried to bow my head, just to feel a sharp pain on my chest. You have been injured, so don't exert yourself, explained Maru with a worried look. She then pulled out a pot of water out of her dress, and started to manipulate the liquid with very fluent motions over my body, making me feel a lot better. My healing techniques are quite rusty, but this will help you feel better. Now stretch your arms. Seeing she was my doctor for the moment, I did as I was told. Yes ma'am. It will take a while for you to be at full health, but this should do for now, Maru informed me. Water healing will only help a bit. You need to rest so you can slowly recover over time. Of course it is much faster with tonics and stuff. For now take this every 4 hours. The old lady smiled as she filled a small bottle with the liquid she used to heal me and handed it to me. If you feel any pain, that should help, Maru smiled. I studied the item in my hands. The ceramic bottle had a cork lid and was warm to the touch. Thanks. Makoto sighed. This area is no longer safe. Since the war started, all the animals have been migrating out of their zones. Next time you are outside, be careful. Before I could even acknowledge the old man with a response, screams erupted in the village, and deep down I felt something was very wrong, and it was because something about the size of a bear shot in from outside, landing in front of us. The old man got in position between us and the polar bear dog and attacked with a water blade, but the amalgamation tanked the attack and lunged at him. Makoto yelled as it bit him on the side, blood splattering everywhere. I was a firm believer that if I had to die it would be fighting. I mean, that was if I didn't have any other choice, and this seemed to be the case right now. With that in mind, I leapt to my feet out of the bed and, without thinking, I grabbed the closest thing to me and hit the beast on the head. The amalgamation fell back a bit, dropping Makoto on the floor. Angry at my attack, the beast snarled and jumped at me, baring its sharp spiky teeth. Once again I was at death's doors. I knew that much. I was going to die. My attack didn't damage the monster at all, it had only severely pissed him off. It was all or nothing. I was hurt and had no idea how to use any bending skills, so as the beast leaped at me, midair, hoping for the best, I threw a fist at the monster and a torrent of ice hit the beast, killing it, as its body dropped to the floor, lifeless. Impressive, Makoto muttered, holding his wounded stomach tight as he sighed, to think they would attack the village. My heart was pounding. This time I actually felt something when I created that ice pillar. It was after I was swimming in a pool, the same feeling I would normally get after getting out of a pool. It was exhilarating. Yet, this was something I had very little control over, but still I could feel the water in the air, the tide of the sea on my foot when I had summoned that ice pillar to attack the amalgamation, and the impact that had vibrated from the ice pillar to my very core. It was as if the water was an extension of my own body, a part of me now. Before I could fully recover from the unexpected incident with yet again another beast of the same species, Maru cried out behind me. Watch out! There's another one! I turned in time to see as a similar creature leapt at me, but this time before I even tried to replicate what I had just done, a massive water whip pulled the beast out of the tent, slamming the beast to the ground. I apologize, father, I had to deal with the ones attacking the village first. I didn't see these two coming here, you said as he entered the tent, panting. They were a pack, coming for you. The warrior pointed at me. You killed their cub and the pack came. The first monster I killed was a cub. Sorry, in the end it was my fault, if they came to avenge their cub. It's all right, it's the reason we brought you here, though I didn't expect the pack to be this large. You sighed. Are you okay, Dad? I'm fine, a bit chewed, but fine, Makoto chuckled as Maru healed him with water bending. He saved our lives. Your dad is not combat ready anymore, and young Akira stepped up to the challenge. Maru smiled. I didn't expect someone so young to be such a powerful bender. I have no idea how I did it though, I sighed. We can fix that, Makoto smiled, and just like that I had obtained my first master. 3. Chapter 3. After a week of recovering, that included a lot of rest and water healing, the day of my training to learn how to use the only tool that would help me survive on this world finally came. Makoto himself had offered to teach me. I walked up to Makoto W. The old smiled as he stood up. Follow me outside. I did as I was told, walking close behind the old man to outside his house. Besides snow and some tents, there wasn't much to see. The old couple's tent/house was in the middle of the modest village I was currently stuck in. As I walked behind him, I decided to take a quick glimpse around the village, trying to get a feeling of what my new world was, and it was both beautiful and terrifying. This is Hoppo village, we are mostly hunters, said Makoto with a smile, before guiding me to what he called the training ground of the house, which was only a very patch of open land. Is beautiful, I didn't lie, this place was beautiful. I always loved rural areas, they had a charm cities would never have. It is. Unfortunately we are in times of war, and to survive such dangerous times like this, you need to learn how to control the gift that has been given to you, said Makoto with a sorrowful expression. The old man placed one foot forward, bending his knees, holding his left hand out in front of him, palm forward, while his right stood behind his back loose but ready to move, his stance remarkably similar to many Tai Chi stances I had seen before. Take my stance. Drawing from the little experience I had with Tai Chi, I copied the old man the best I could. Now focus your energy and thoughts into the tides, feel the water carrying you, feel the water guiding you, and once you feel that, redirect that feeling into yourself and push it forward. Like this, said Makoto, doing a swift motion where his left hand shot forward, and the water on the pond front of him seemed to react to his action, creating a tide. Now it's your turn, don't feel sad if you can't draw it, right now your bending is tied to your emotions, so without a trigger you might find yourself in troubles. He was right, both times I felt said connection I had been on a fight or flight situation, and even now I was a bit skeptical of all of this. A part of me wanted to believe this was a dream, as there was no way such a thing could happen in the real world. Getting transported into another world was ludicrous. But another part of me knew, this was too real to be fake, to be a simple fantasy. All right, I nodded, concentrating on repeating the motions Makoto had shown me. Taking a deep breath, I repeated every motion I had seen, and for a brief moment I felt the energy, my connection with the water as Makoto had said. I could feel as the energy, the water itself flowing through me, from deep within my stomach. It traveled up and down every part of my body, it was intoxicating. At the same time, during the last motion I felt a large portion of this intoxicating connection draining from my body into the water, creating a big tide on the pond that scared the crap out of some kids close to the pond. Impressive. Makoto muttered, to think you would do it at your first try. I had a good teacher, I was, beyond happy. I can probably speak for any man in the world when I said we all wanted a superpower at some point, and now I had it. I was like an idiot looking at my hands in disbelief. Did I really do that? Of course I did, and I couldn't help but feel a sense of giddy delight building up inside of me. Fuck anyone who blames me. Makoto patiently waited, with a smile quietly for me to collect my dignity. I was after all having a fanboy moment. When I finally turned to look at him, the old man smiled at my enthusiasm. This is nothing but the basics, we don't really have any masters here. For you to get a real master you would need to go to the Northern Water Tribe, but I suppose I could teach you all I know so you can the very least know the basics. What about you? I inquired. He seemed like a competent water bender. My son is no master, all he knows only works with beasts, all the skills he exhibits are for hunting, Makoto explained. I see, I nodded in acknowledgement. Now, practice that motion until lunch is ready, Makoto chuckled, going back to his humble home, and being honest I didn't need to be told twice, I wanted to practice this. I practiced for hours on the same movement, noticing that nothing came absolutely free. I didn't control water just because, no. I had to give something in return, energy. It took a few hours to tire the heck out of me, and I knew Tai Chi motions would not tire me, it was the bending part that added that problem to the equation. I have never been so tired in my life, I panted. Maybe it was also the fact that I was probably a preteen or teen right now, my body was bound to be weaker to some extent. Lunch is ready, Maru called out, and it was music to my ears. I was starving. Coming. I answered her with a starving smile. As I trotted to the kitchen, things weren't so bad for me, I had food and shelter, at least for now. We made some polar dog bear soup, Maru announced. Not exactly what I would eat, but, like my father used to say, if you don't have options you take what is given to you. Survival above anything else. How was the training? Makoto inquired, already sitting on the table. Exhausting, I replied with a smile. Chapter 4. And the days passed, with me practicing and learning everything Makoto decided to teach me. Apparently I had a knack for it, which was weird considering my original world had no magic or mystical shit, unless you count politicians doing nothing but still being elected, but that's not magic. I mean. But the point was that I had learned how to move water and shape it in forms really fast, though I still lacked the concentration to use it in a fight, I was still able to mold it. Alright, enough training for today, I sighed as I looked at the sun far away in the sky, which was now halfway on its journey toward the horizon, which meant I had to go and find Yu's hunting group. I wanted to venture further into the ice tundra, more than I would normally do. And today was my chance to do so. After all, I had been invited to accompany the village hunting party with the intention of seeing them up close, who knows. Perhaps I might even have the chance to use my skills or learn something new, either way this would be very interesting. So what are we hunting? I inquired my small hunting group that consisted of a girl 1 year older than me, and a guy that looked older than everyone, but was actually my age, my biological age that was, but before I could even get an answer, a powerful growl that thundered deep within my head interrupted everyone swallowing any other sound. The sound was so loud that made me clutch in pain. All of this was accompanied by the sight of one of the hunters the village had previously sent a few days running towards us as fast as his legs allowed him to, with absolute terror showing on his face. Run! Cried the unknown hunter. Run! How long have I been here? 2 months? Maybe more? And once again I'm probably on a fight or flight situation. Terrific, fuck, I muttered as I saw the man trip on his feet, falling face first into the snow, as the unknown beast was charging at him at full speed. Fuck +1. I was an idiot. Normally I would let bygones be bygones. People get themselves in awful situations, and it's really not my problem to help them, they can help themselves, but this village had been more than nice to me, a total stranger, so here I was running towards my own death, trying to save him. Was this a bad choice? Maybe. But there was no time to regret it now. Time to put to use what I have learned about water bending, I thought as I pushed the man out of what seemed to look like a tiger mixed with a turtle and a bear together. The beast turned its attention to me, charging at full speed. Now if we all gang on it we will. Oh, I had failed to notice my hunting group had abandoned me, even the guy I had saved. Great, well, is like they say no good deed goes unpunished, and here I was facing the largest animal I had ever seen on person, being almost as tall and big as an elephant, but way faster and lethal probably. Take this fucker, I said, creating an ice prison around him, with many ice pillars. I was quite happy my bending was working under pressure, but my technique apparently meant nothing to the beast, who broke through the ice cage with its claws and fangs, tossing his paws left and right in fury. What kind of god decided to make this diabolical amalgamations? The beast growled, blasting at me like a bullet, but I dodged its charge first by pushing myself into the air with a burst of snow. Once I was in a better position, I started to try and sink the beast deep within the snow, freezing the bastard to death, but all it took the beast was one growl to break free of my restraints. Great, I muttered, deciding to go for a more lethal approach. Taking a stance, I waited as the beast rushed towards me, dodging the assault at the last human possible second, using this very moment to land a water-based pressure blade on its neck. And while the attack did manage to cut a bit of flesh, the beast didn't even flinch. Once again I had only severely pissed my enemy off. Well, I cursed as I pushed myself out of the way with the snow beneath my feet as the beast swung its massive claw at me. In hindsight, I'm doing way better than in my training right now. Apparently the imminent fear of death is an awesome teacher. It was clear the beast would not go down easily, but, at least now I had a weak point to target, the wound I had delivered on its neck. With that in mind, every time I dodged its attacks, I would deliver a water pressure blade on the same spot I had done before, taking my distance after each attack, repeating the same over and over again, but I had failed to account for the beast's durability. The wound the beast had looked serious, bleeding a lot, but apparently not enough to kill it, and while I knew I was close to killing the beast, I was almost all out of energy. You are one tough monster, I panted, wondering why haven't the village sent someone to help me. It had been an hour already, more than enough time to send someone. I had energy for 2 attacks, after all, I would be out of the fight, not being able to bend with enough strength to actually do something. The beast turned its monstrous face at me, growling, his bleeding neck turning the snow beneath him from a clear white to a red carmesy. In my defense, you attacked me first, I shrugged, bracing myself as the massive deadly creature rushed at me flew running at full speed. This was my last chance to decapitate the monster. Once the beast was close enough its tail slapped me out of the way, but I was ready to receive some damage. It was part of the all or nothing plan. As the tail hit me, the water blade finally managed to decapitate the monster. It wasn't something fast though. The blade went slowly through the monster neck as the giant amalgamation let out a long monstrous scream that lasted for a minute before it fell to the ground in a thunderous thud. Oh, God, life insurance policies rates must be through the roofs here, I panted, finally taking a break. I knew you could do it, confused as to who said that I turned around finding you and the Hunter clan behind him. You passed the adulthood test of the clan, congrats. Next time, I won't help. To think he would take on a juggernaut alone, not even you can you. 5. Chapter 5. The test I had endured was beyond stupid for someone that had never used water bending on a real fight, and still these idiots thought, let's have the kid fight an amalgamation that is the equivalent of a modern world tank. I'm leaving today, I informed the elder of the village, and while I was thankful for the help they provided me, in my time of need, I was ready to move forward. If you want you could stay here, we don't have much, but we are all a family, Makoto offered. I appreciate the gesture, but I need to see the world, and I didn't want to be subject to their weird tribal tests. I see, Makoto sighed, then have always in mind, you'll be part of the tribe, that's something you can't change, he smiled. I smiled, I won't. It took me roughly 2 hours to say my goodbyes to everyone in the village. Some were sad, others were happy that I got to travel, making the experience a roller coaster of weird emotions. Take this map, you said, as he handed a map to me, use it to navigate the area, you might need to get a new one though, this one barely covers the north. I opened the map with care, seeing the village on it, and further north, the Northern Water Tribe, and, well, I had no idea how to read a map, but oh well, no time like the present to learn, thanks, I smiled. Next time I see you. I want to see a master, so be ready to kick my ass next time, or I'll kick yours. You laughed. I looked at him, and all I could see was the flashbacks of my deadly tribal test where I had to fight that enormous beast, and they didn't even have the decency of telling me. Oh don't worry, your ass will be kicked. I answered with a cold tone. Is that a red flag? You asked one of his friends. Crimson, the unimportant friend answered. Well, it was a pleasure. Thanks for saving me, and teaching me how to better use my powers. Until next time, I said the last part with a dark overtone that startled you. The north, was a beautiful, no, maybe the first few hours this shit was beautiful, but after walking for hours non-stop, seeing nothing but snow and ice, and the sporadic creature trying to eat me, I was bored. This place was incredibly dull. But I suppose not everything was bad. The cold didn't bother me anymore, not since I had learned the basics of water bending, with one of the techniques being temperature regulation, quite handy if you live in this icy hell. Let's see. I said as I opened the map. Yep. I'm lost, I sighed. I knew I was on my way to the Northern Water Tribe, but how far was I? Or where exactly? Yeah, no idea. I turned around trying to see if I could see something remarkable around, that I could locate in the map, and to my surprise, there was a little house in the distance. Who in the fuck builds a house in the middle of nowhere? I muttered, a bit surprised of this development, but happy nonetheless. I was tired after walking for so long, and I wanted to rest, and this house seemed like the best option right now. It takes me a few minutes to get there, but I managed to get to the house. The house looks old and abandoned, and without me even noticing I find myself climbing the exterior rickety ladder leading to the attic of the old house. Why was I going to the attic? No idea. With a heave and a cloud of dust, I opened the door to the attic, taking a peek into the room. An alarmed caw and a flutter of wings informed me of the presence of a bird's nest somewhere in the darkness above. Caw, and soon enough a raven cawed somewhat angrily at me, landing in front of me, like saying, "You woke me up," or something. "I'm sorry." I chuckled, and to my surprise the raven took a good look at me, inspecting me for a second, and surprisingly enough, nodded, accepting my apology. Getting over my initial shock, that the animal was smart enough to understand me. "Well, thanks buddy," I chuckled as I decided to take a good look around, surveying an odd collection of trash, yeah, small stuff like forks and spoons and broken pieces of weapons that clutter the dusty attic. "Did you get all that stuff?" I inquired. The raven nodded, with a hint of pride, caw. Caw, asterisk. "All right," I chuckled, as I took a deep breath, taking in the odd smell of the room, as I noticed something that is, spamming my mind with red flags. Something was moving within the shadows of the attic, and by the looks of it, it was big. "Do you have any roommates?" I inquired, the oddly intelligent raven. Caw, the raven shook his little head off, confirming my suspicions. A low hiss, and the touch of something I didn't exited sent an involuntary shiver running down my spine. And apparently I was not the only one to get this reaction, for my feathery friend was already inside my jacket. Peering around nervously through the neck part of my jacket. Heart thumping, I carefully start looking around, seeing the shadow moving around the attic. Hell to the fucking no. I will not be a part of Saw. There is a few things I can't deal with it, bad food, bad movies, and this. I do not deal well with IT-type situations, and because of that, I blasted the house with a massive ice spike, drawing from the tons of ice outside. My attack made the lurking predator appear, a snake, with legs and arms, and fangs. Maybe I'm not in the Avatar world, but Australia? Now, this is more like it. I smiled at the beast, for now the fear I had a few seconds ago had vanished. If there was one thing I feared was the unknown. Not knowing who or what is attacking you, takes a toll on my mind. Unfortunately for the snake, I knew now. With a loud hiss of anger, the amalgamation rushed at me, its fangs ready to dig deep within my flesh. Too bad for the beast I had faced worst. Maybe the test really helped. Chop. I said as I dodged and cut the monster head with a single ice blade. "Well, that sure was something. Sorry for your house, buddy," I said, petting the raven inside my jacket. The raven looked at me, looked at his house, and then looked at the monster, and in the split of a second his expression went from fear, to anger, to admiration. "Caw. Thanks. I guess." I chuckled. Chapter 6. It was around noon in the Northern Water Tribe when I finally managed to get to the city, with my new companion, who I have been calling Crowley. The streets around the city were incredibly busy, making it hard to see around, but I had finally arrived, so I was happy. Now it was time to find some place to sleep. Not that it was hard, I could probably sleep in the snow if I have to, but I rather check for options first. The city was a labyrinth of streets and lanes, with everything, or at least the big majority of it, being made out of ice. I suppose it's a smart idea to use ice in this area. Around the streets I could see a lot of shops and stalls selling everything imaginable, from fans to carved wooden toys to food and weapons. It was remarkable. Then there were the ice buildings that appeared to be residences, and close to the center, the manors and temples, probably where the rich people of this place lived. As I surveyed the area, I saw what I was looking for, an inn, Moonlight Inn. It seemed to be small, and probably within my economic range. I didn't have much money, and the little I had was given to me by the villagers in the tribe. "Moonlight Inn, do you want to try there, buddy?" I asked my feathery companion, inside my jacket. "Caw," Crowley nodded. "All right, I had all the green lights I needed. Time to see if I can afford this," I sighed as I stepped through the door into the icy interior of the Moonlight Inn. Surprisingly enough, not everything was made out of ice, just the structures. As I was admiring the inn, seeing the small details carved into the ice wall, a nameless inn maid approached me. "Young man, would you like a table?" she offered politely. I looked at the young maid, and said, "I would actually like to inquire about a room." "I can help you with that," the maid smiled, as she guided me to a table. "A night is 5 cooper, but if you stay a week, the nights go down to 3 coopers each." Hey, and I had 5 silver. Why in the hell did the villagers in the tribe gave me so much money? Not that I was complaining, but heck. Why? "I would like to stay a month. Is there a discount for that?" The maid hummed deep in thought. "How about this, a silver a month, and we give out a meal a day, and a weekly laundry service?" Does that sound fair? See, negotiation works when you know the price and value of things. You can't negotiate if you don't know jack shit of the product, but ignorance was not going to stop me. 2 meals a day, for me and my companion, and we have a deal. You drive a hard bargain, but sure. The nameless maid smiled. Well, now that the housing situation was fixed, it was time to rest. Well, I'm super tired, can I get my room? Sure, give me a minute, the maid nodded. As the maid left, I started to pet Crowley as I reminded myself I was here to learn water bending properly. After that, well, I had no idea what I wanted to do, but at the very least I would have the power to defend myself. Here you go, the maid said, giving a key that had a little tag that said R. Room R. I inquired, trying to make sure I understood. Yes, the maid nodded. Now for the payment. She added, extending her hand. Oh yes, I chuckled, giving her the silver coin. Here you go. Terrific. The maid giggled. Enjoy your stay. People here sure are lively. How can anyone keep that charade when in times of war? It really shocks me, but I suppose it's better to be happy than angry and sad all the time, though that would be more realistic for me. I smiled. My room was fairly simple. I had a bed, a wooden floor and a mirror, that was it, but it served its purpose, a place for me to sleep. Are you comfortable, buddy? I inquired, as I saw Crowley jumping in the bed. Caw, the excited raven ignored me, as he kept on jumping on the bed. And I couldn't help but smile at the sight. I was an animal lover. I mean, I think I was on the normal version of Earth. Some of the amalgamations I have found here are unlovable, but in general I always liked animals, and because of that I always wanted to understand them, like in a deeper meaning, and with Crowley, I kind of felt the little guy was able to understand anything I said, and that alone was refreshing. Alright, you keep on jumping. I chuckled. Sakura the nameless made POV. A tribal kid, we don't get those often around here. His clothes and lack of knowledge about the prices was adorable. 1 silver a month. I almost hugged the brat for how adorably stupid he was. 1 silver didn't even cover a night here. But, well, I have a weak heart for kids like him. Good thing, I'm the owner. Room R is paying 1 silver, give him 3 meals a day, for him and his raven. Another stray. The chef, Roku inquired. Yes-o. I narrowed my eyes. It's getting out of my pocket. You still get your pay. I know, but it's not a wise business model. Roku shrugged. Let Miss Sakura be, the head maid smiled. Didn't he close the deal for 2 meals though? I know, but, well, you know me, I smiled. The guard laughed. Before falling into the world of slumber, I traced a line in the air with my fingers. I had some goals I wanted to accomplish. I wanted to be the best water bender, I wanted to be the strongest blood bender, and most importantly, I wanted to find Iroh and have some tea with him. Yeah, those are some good goals. I can live with that. Chapter 7. I surveyed the streets of the Northern Water Tribe, asking where I could find Paku, and I had yet to find someone that knew or wanted to tell me. As I walked, the snow beneath me squeaked as someone put his hand on my shoulder. I turned and looked, wondering who it was, finding a large man with long hair and a rugged bearded face. He had the typical attire I had soldiers wear, with a blue headband tied on his right arm. The man's menacing expression immediately put me on edge. So, are you the kid asking for Master Paku? Inquired the man. His voice was rough and had a threatening tone to it as his hand clenched in a tight fist. Yes, I answered, not backing down, though deep down I knew, the man standing in front of me, was vastly superior in water bending, and that I had no chance of defeating him, at least for now. Why? Inquired the man, gripping my shoulder with enough strength to make me flinch a bit, and it was clear to me now, this man was a bully. I knew how to tell when someone was simply looking for trouble, and this man was only looking to fight, maybe overcompensating for something. Why else would he want to beat a kid? That's my business, I said. It mine now, said the man. As he glared at me. Well, good luck finding out. I didn't mind answering questions. Heck, if this idiot had done his job better, he would have known I was looking for Paku to learn waterbending. But I simply don't allow bullies to push me around, even if they can beat the crap out of me. Follow me, said the man. After giving a long scrutinizing look, knowing I really had no chance of winning, I decided to do as he said, as I found a way to escape, and so I followed him as he led me up some stairs in a building nearby. As soon as my foot touched the first step, I felt ice forming beneath my feet and instinctively jumped backwards to avoid the spike of ice that had formed. Hey, so you couldn't wait to kill me on a private spot? I'm flattered, I said, taking my stance. If I was going to die, I would go down fighting. Not bad, said the man, with a smile. God, please tell me he is not the Hisoka of this universe. I need an adult. I muttered. I am an adult, said the man, with a confused look. Do you want to meet Master Paku, yes or no? He offered. Pointing at the ice spike, I chuckled, I was already on edge with you before, now, well, turn that to 11. Wise, never trust anyone blindly, said the man, as he pointed to the roof above us, where a man with a bored expression was sitting. He was the one that attacked you, to see if you had any talent. And if I didn't? I asked. Oh, calm down, kid, I only solidified the spear after you dodged it, said the man in the roof, with a low chuckle, lying bastard. I felt the ice forming, he wanted to hurt me. Well, Akira, you have two options here, you either confront the crazy duo, and die, or you try to play along it is. Oh, I see, I sighed, pretending to be relieved. So you want to meet Master Paku? Inquired the man once again. Yes, I nodded. Going back to following the man, he led me to a corridor inside the building, that in the end had one single door. The man nodded at me to go in. And taking a deep breath, I slid open the door wide, a cleanly shaven old man sitting on a blue sky cushion on the ice-cold floor, and it didn't take another look to confirm I was standing in front of Paku. Though he was missing his trademark goatee and mustache. Come in, Akira, Paku said pleasantly, gesturing to another cushion, please have a seat. While Paku spoke in a calm and pleasant manner, I knew he wasn't asking me, he was ordering me. I heard you were looking for me? Asked Paku. Yes, I nodded, cautiously. Why? Inquired Paku. Well, I want to learn. I want to be the best waterbender to have ever lived, I answered, trying to sell my case. Paku looked me with a very slight smile. Where are you from, Akira? Damn it, my one weakness. A background check. From the Partas clan, 50 miles away from here, let's hope they don't send someone there, then again, the tribe people said I was part of them. So who knows? Very well, Paku smiled, standing up his cushion, I shall teach you how to waterbend, but for me to do so, you would have to be part of the military, is that something you are interested in? Do I get paid? I asked. Yes, answered Paku with slight amusement on his face. Can I leave any time I want to? I asked. Yes, though you have to let your superiors know 1 year in advance you are retiring, clarified Paku. All right, I'm in. Well, today was a roller coaster of emotions, but in the end, I had managed to do what I had come to do, finding a real master that would help me achieve the highs I was aiming for. Very well, said Paku as his amused smile vanished from sight, turning into a stern expression, I want to see you tomorrow at 4 AM, in the training grounds, is that clear? Yes sir, I nodded, soon realizing I had no idea where that was. Sir. I have no idea where that is. I added. Then good luck, and just to be clear. I will punish you if you arrive late, Paku added with a frightening look. Roger that, I smiled, as I mentally added a new thing to do in my head, find the damn training ground, or face the unknown consequences. It took me 8 hours to find the damn training yard. I hate this city, but at least know I would know where to go, but like every world, once an enemy its defeat a new one arises, and mine was, waking up early, without an alarm clock. How was your day? Inquired Sakura, as she served me a big plate of food for dinner, you seem tense. Well, I did find Paku. And I got into his class. I guess? But I have to wake up at 4 AM, and well, I suck at waking up early. I answered with a sigh. Well, I could wake you up, if that helps. Offered Sakura with a smile, I close my shift every day around 3, so is right around my schedule. I hugged Sakura, as I said, you are an angel, and to think I once thought the name Sakura was cursed. PFFF hardly, but thanks, Sakura chuckled. 8. Chapter 8. 4 months later. My training with Paku proved to be difficult. He didn't accept anything but perfection, in every aspect, from hand-to-hand combat to basic water-bending moves. He also had a disdain with my fighting style, saying that I relied a little too much on my ice bending and that at times water alone could produce if not the same result something vastly more devastating. He was right, water pressure was if controlled able to cut through almost anything, but for me, ice was easier to form and mold to my liking, from blades to spears, even spikes, ice was a simpler concept for me to accept and utilize. Nonetheless, Paku was my master and I had to obey him, he knew much more than me in this ancient art. Other than that, I have come to notice water bending is not that hard, at least perhaps for me. I don't need Paku to explain the moves more than once, it just comes naturally. It was almost as if I had born with this power. I was so confident in my talent that I had a feeling, I would best most soldiers within the northern water in months. Blood bending, on the other hand, I was having problems with it. Every full moon I would try to feel it, but I just couldn't find the connection. Perhaps I needed to be more in sync with the element before moving into more advanced techniques. You never cease to amaze me, Paku commented. Thanks, I bowed respectfully. Talent like yours is not a common thing, Paku smiled before his face turned into a deep frown. Don't let talent blind you, talent can only take you so far. I won't, I nodded. Good, now, tomorrow, come early, Paku ordered as he calmly walked towards the next bender to correct their form or movement. Oh, yeah, jealousy was a thing for me now, people hated me here, apparently. Paku does not give compliments often, in fact, some of the guards say he just simply hates to give any, but, with me, every now and then, he would praise me for my hard work. Well, time to go home and take a bath, I muttered, as I walked out of the class, having no reason to stay, my literal shift had ended 2 hours ago. As I walked home, I found myself lost in the city, somehow I had taken a wrong turn, which is weird, I haven't done that, ever. Push. Pull. Voices, soft voices echoed in my head, like tears falling into a well, making a pleasant sound, that guided further into the city. I was deeply confused as to what was pulling me towards the city, it was an intoxicating feeling of euphoria, almost, primal, my body craved to know. I wanted to know. This is crazy, I muttered as I continued to follow the voices, that were probably only in my head. Push. Pull. The more I walked, the clearer the voices became, the closer I got to the source of the sound, the more I felt like the waves of the sea were pushing me. The royal palace. Why? Push. Pull. Once again the voices echoed, and I knew they were coming from the palace. 2 words, 2 basics and normally mundane words, and yet, right now, they were so vexing, that it hurt. I will definitely end up in jail. I sighed, as I climbed the wall to the palace making sure not to make any noises. The last thing I wanted was the fucking chief of this city labeling my ass as a public enemy. Looking over the wall, I noticed that, the guard keeping an eye was asleep. No wonder, this city was so easy to raid in the TV show, I muttered as I jumped to the other side, landing as silently as a cat, and my friends thought my gymnastics classes were a waste, ha. Joke's on them. Push. Pull. God damn it, I'm coming, stop, wait, is this a new way of teasing? I kind of feel violated now, anyhow, I still had to keep my guard up, in case one of the patrols around the castle appeared. And right, I was to be careful, the place was infested with guards, though the majority was sleeping. Seriously, where is their supervisor? No. Akira, just take the luck the universe is giving you. Push. Pull. I know. I muttered, stopping mid-sentence. Now I knew where I was, in the spirit oasis. I risked my life, and freedom, for 2 over-glorified rolls of sushi. I whispered. They are our guides. The voice of a little girl said, with timid expression. She was wearing a very expensive dress, and her hair was white. Her complexion showed she was around 9 to 10 years old, maybe 11. Hi, please don't call your dad, I muttered with a weak smile. I won't. You smiled, I know you came here because you heard them. I always hear them, they are always dancing, pulling and pushing the waves of the sea, entangled in a dance of balance, isn't that beautiful? I get why you can hear them, but me? I inquired, mostly to myself. I don't know, maybe Paco would know. You offered. I very much appreciate my life, so no thank you, I chuckled, making you chuckled as well. Maybe I can arrange my father to bring you here, we are almost the same age, he will think I want a play date, you offered, and she was right, it could work. I was almost 14, and she was probably 11. I was still of an age, where playing was not seen as stupid. That would be awesome. I smiled, nodding. Great, so what is your name, and where do you live? You asked, trying to hide her excitement. I live in a hotel near the leather distribution district, and my name is Akira, I smiled, still not completely in love with my name. Perhaps that would change in the future, or perhaps I would change my name. Aizen and Poseidon seemed like awesome options. I just wish I remembered my real name. Without it, all of this feels like playing pretend. See you soon, Akira. If you want to stay longer, get in tree, the guards never approach the spirits too much, you said, as she ran back to her room. Happy? Poor girl must have 0 friends. Push. Pull. Yes, I know, you push she pulls. I muttered as I climbed the tree, and while I sounded tired of their repetitive routine, I was actually hypnotized by their dance. It was unique. 9. Chapter 9. Since that fateful day, when the voices of the spirits reached me and pulled me into their zone, I have gone to the spirit oasis every day. It was relaxing, and educational. Seeing them taught me more about the nature of water bending. I had to know when to push and when to pull. Basically it meant that I had to go with the flow of the battle, using my enemy's own strength against them. It also meant that I didn't have to force the water to obey me, I had to merely guide the water to help, like the wind guides the tides. I just had to be more in tune with the element. Now this was easier said than done. Humans are by default beings that like to dominate, beings that like to control, some more than others, and to just let go of something so Primal, it's hard. Meaning I was having a hard time with it. But the results were worth it, for the few times I was one with the water my bending was exponentially better, it was outstanding. You have improved a lot this past few days, Paco acknowledged, very impressive. I have a good master. The last thing I wanted Paco to know was that I had been sneaking into the royal castle the last few weeks, fuck no. Flattery. Have you done anything? Paco inquired. No, I answered. Very well, keep your secrets. Paco sighed, oh, I forgot, the chief asked for you. Something about a play date with the princess, he added. Really? Time to play dumb. Yes, Paco nodded, your play date starts in 2 hours, so finish your training. I didn't say yes. Not that I was going to say no, but still, it was nice to know I had an option. Unfortunately for you, you are part of the military of this tribe, meaning the chief can order you around, meaning this is not an invitation, is an order to play with his daughter, Paco said with something reminiscent of a smile on his face, the joys of being part of the army. Oh yeah, I forgot. I signed a contract with them, for the duration of my training I am part of their army. Oh, well, haha, then I suppose I better get there in time. A piece of advice, make sure to make the little princess happy, the chief is overprotective of the little princess, and well, you can see where this is going. Paco warned as he walked away. Don't worry, I will do my best, I nodded, wondering if befriending you was a good idea. Northern Water Tribe Palace. For the first time in weeks. I was on the Northern Water Tribe Palace, legally, I dare say it looked better when I wasn't avoiding the guards, and stuff. Welcome to my home Akira, Chief Arnook greeted me with a plain expression, my daughter specifically requested your presence here, now my question is why? He added with a frown. Well. Let's see, what lie do I use? Ha. I know. I saw her one day, and said hi, and she said hi back, I smiled, she asked my name and here we are. Chief Arnook hummed seemingly deep in thought, I see, well, have a good time. He then looked at me, make sure to treat her with the utmost respect. She is your princess, remember that, hey, odd, that instead of being threatening was funny, perhaps I'm stronger than him already meaning he can't intimidate me. Akira. You greeted me with a hug and a vibrant smile, as if we knew each other, more than one day. This man will start questioning shit ain't he? So, one day. Chief Arnook inquired. There it is, yes, I nodded. Let's go to the spirit oasis. You offered, pulling me by the shirt like a rag doll, she was surprisingly strong for an 11-year-old girl. Remember to not disturb the spirits. Arnook smiled, as his daughter dragged me across the castle. Spirit oasis. That was close. You muttered. What? I asked as I cleaned my pants from the dirt they had accumulated during my brief time as a broom. Daddy, he was about to ask too many questions. I forgot today was supposed to be the second day we met. You sighed. Oh yeah that, I chuckled, well, it all ended well. Yeah, you smiled. Push. Pull. They don't get tired of repeating the same thing, is truly impressive, every day, they would do and say the same. Well, only when you are near, you shook her head, they are usually quiet, or say other stuff. I think it's because they want you to learn something. So they wanted me to learn something, I suppose that makes more sense, I nodded. So, have you learned something? You asked with excitement, water bending seems so cool, too bad I can't do it. If we found one massive tiger or lion turtle not exactly sure it would be possible, then again, she was half spirit, perhaps she already could but never had the chance, have you tried? No. You looked at me as if I was crazy. Just saying, you are partly spirit, so who knows? I added. How did you? You questioned. I have been quite a while in this oasis. I gathered a thing or two about them and you, and how you got the connection, I answered, lying like a beast. I was getting better at it. Oh. I see, so you think I can water bend because of it? You asked with a hint of excitement. I'm not sure. But in theory it should be possible, you have a part of one of the spirits that control the water around the world. I answered, it should in theory be possible. You are right, it should be possible. You said with determination. That's the spirit, I chuckled as her reaction in my clever pun. And you will be my teacher. You smiled, say what now? Hold on your horses. I am still learning. Paco would prove to be better at teaching than me, why in the hell would she pick me, when she had thousands of other options? Well. I want you, you are learning from Paco and the spirits, so if someone can teach me is you said with determination, besides, this way I can keep it a secret from Daddy. Well. I don't have much of an option, not only I ignited her desire to learn, but she was my only legal access to the spirit oasis, very well, but it will be once a week, so that I can train 2 times a week, and I'll tell daddy I had the most fun ever. Oh ho 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 ho, this little girl was blackmailing me. I like this version of her, too bad they didn't show her more manipulative side on the show, it would have been fun seeing Sokka dealing with it. Very well, but I picked the days, I chuckled. Deal. You hugged me. It seems that I now have a student of my own, what an interesting situation, now I wonder if she will truly learn how to waterbend, in theory she should be able. She is part spirit, and that part is one of the 2 spirits that control the moon. So by all means she should be able to do so. Poor Zhao if she learns how to bend, aha, things are getting interesting. 10, Chapter 10. 1 year later. After 1 year, my training was complete, Paco himself gave me the title of Master, the youngest master of this generation. Nice title to be honest. I had skipped many years of traditional training especially since the spirits were somewhat helping me, of course I still had yet to make all the advances I wanted in the arts of water bending. Blood bending kept proving to be difficult for me, and even after a year and a half of training, I had yet to make any advances on the forbidden art. Though I had made other advances that while not as powerful were very much useful, among them. Water sense. This skill enables me to detect the vibrations in the particles of water around me, helping me to perceive objects, people and other aspects of their environment, essentially acting as sonar, but through all the water in the atmosphere. Basically this skill was inspired in Toph, and boy it had proven to be helpful, because unlike Earth water was everywhere, meaning I was able to see without seeing so much more. My ice bending powers had also increased in power exponentially, as I was now able to freeze to the death by touching them, freezing all the water inside their bodies and dropping their temperature to absolute zero. This of course was only possible thanks to my water sense, that helped me locate all the water particles inside a human body, though this brought up the question of how in the hell wasn't I able to blood bend when I was able to feel all the water inside a person. Maybe it was a mental block I had on the art itself. As for my healing abilities, they had stagnated a lot, with Paco not allowing me to, as he said, waste time with such things, meaning I was far behind on my healing abilities compared to the rest of my arsenal. You are now officially a master, I am proud of you, Paco said with his signature emotionless face, the youngest of this generation. Am I the youngest overall? I inquired. No, but those that graduated younger than you, had instruction since they were toddlers, you could say you are the first one to complete their training in a year and a half, Paco answered. I see, I nodded. The chief wants to hire you, as part of the royal guard, Paco informed me with a somewhat proud tone, he is impressed by your talent and your relationship with the young princess. You, my one friend here besides dear old Sakura, I understand, I might accept, but I don't like the idea of being a guard, I shrugged. It's a great honor, you are basically skipping hundreds of ranks, Paco scolded. So those guards in the castle are royal guards? I inquired, for me they didn't seem impressive at all. No, they are just guards, the royal guard is special, only beneath the generals and the chief, Paco clarified, I once was one, but I am now a general. Hey, and what does being a royal guard entitles? I asked with curiosity. Well, you are for now part of the elite force that is tasked with the important mission of keeping the royal family alive, Paco answered, you would also be the first line of defense in case anything happens. How many royal guards are they right now? It all seemed cool and all, but something was off, for example, where was the royal guard when Zhao attacked, perhaps they disbanded? 1, Paco answered with a sigh, the chief disbanded the last members a decade ago, but, you seem to have changed his decision. So? I would be the only one? I asked with a chuckle. For now, yes, I suppose that would give you the title of the Royal Guard Captain. Paco chuckled, much to my surprise, 2 promotions in 1 day, I dare say you are breaking records by the second. Very funny, but that seems to be a lot of work for a single human being, I sighed. Your salary would multiply, by a lot, Paco said, take it as an opportunity, I know you want to travel the world, this way, you get to save money to do so. Well, alright, I nodded, having extra money was not bad, and I would get to have a title to flex around, it was a win-win situation for everyone. Northern Water Palace. I am overjoyed that you have accepted my proposal, Chief Arnook said with a smile. I arched an eyebrow at that, wondering what had him so happy. Well, Master Paco can be very persuasive when he wants to be. I can, Paco smiled, Jesus, seeing him showing emotions was terrifying. Well, to be honest I was reluctant to create the Royal Guard again, but after what you did with you, well, I knew what I had to do, Chief Arnook smiled, after what I did with you. Oh no. Sorry. You mumbled an apology at me. You told them. I half shouted. To think you had a student all this time, in secret, and that it was the princess. I can't say I approve, Paco smirked, God stop. Don't smile. While, it was our protocol you helped us realize my sweet little moon had talent for water bending, something that you helped bring forth, Chief Arnook smiled, Do you accept being part of the royal guard as its captain, for however long you wish to stay in it? Well, let's list the cons and pros. For pros, I will get an immensely bigger salary, I get to be with the spirits almost 24/7 and I get to train you without sneaking around. For the cons, well, they will probably expect things from me. Fuck it, I'm in. Yes, I accept. Very good. Chief Arnook smiled with joy. I will get the paperwork done. Welcome aboard. If I might add something, Paku interrupted, I think it is best if the training of the young lady is continued by Master Yugoda. She's a master in the healing arts, while Akira is better suited for teaching combat. You misogynistic pig, I think I'm doing a great job, I said through gritted teeth. Fighting is not for a lady, Paku replied with a stern look. I want to keep training with Akira. The 12-year-old girl said with an angry face. I'll discuss this later with my wife, as Paku says fighting is not for a lady, Chief Arnook sighed, as he looked at his daughter, and that is final. Yes daddy, you said, clenching her little fists. Very well, I nodded, though I knew very well, I had broken many laws up until today, teaching her was just going to be a new one, and besides, with her learning how to heal, I would be able to learn by her how to do so better, it was actually better for me. Now, go and rest, we will have your things here by tomorrow morning, Chief Arnook informed me. As you wish, I nodded, it seemed today was my last day with Sakura. I wonder how Crowley is gonna react, he loves Sakura. Or her food. I can't tell. 11, Chapter 11. The life as part of the Royal Guard was, as expected, absolutely boring. My duties were to command the guards, and keep an eye for the royal family, mostly you. I challenge you to a duel. A guy around my age shouted, he. I had no idea who he was. You are. I sighed, knowing all too well, what was this all about, my new title, some people were trying to show they were superior to me and more qualified, and well, I had graciously kicked their asses to prove I am probably the strongest member of the tribe, and while Paku was stronger than me in conventional bending, I was league about him, in well, the unconventional areas of my bending. I am the Great Han. Oh, that guy. Alright, let's fight. I sighed in a bleed tone. Here I go. Water slap, with a yawn, and a soft movement of my hand, a big water hand protruded from the ground, slapping Han to the ground like a mosquito. I won, what a surprise. Is he dead? Someone in the audience asked. No, idiots are hard to kill, I chuckled. Was that necessary? You inquired as she approached me. With him? Absolutely, besides, only a crushing defeat stops them, I answered with a shrug. I suppose, you sighed. So, how was the healing class? I asked, as I started to escort the young princess back to the castle, leaving the comatose Han 10 meters on the ground. Good, I think it suits me, you answered with uncertainty. Is that your opinion? Or that of the tribe? I asked. A bit of both. While I love what you teach me, I don't think I have the heart to hurt anybody, so healing is better, you sighed, and she was right, she was too good of a person to harm someone. You still need to learn how to defend yourself, otherwise, bad things can happen. I wasn't going to be around the tribe forever, one day she would have to defend herself. Isn't that why I have you? You smiled. I won't be around forever, I answered, not wanting her to make illusions of me staying. One day I will go out and explore the world, and that day, you'll be without me. Maybe I can come with you. You muttered, hiding her face under her white hair. Hey, well, that was unexpected, I don't see why not. I could use a good healer. You don't mind that in the tribe chasing you? You asked in shock. I'll be honest with you, besides Paku, there isn't anyone here strong enough to even make me try. I chuckled, and besides, the only crime here would be their ignorance, or their refusal to let you go. I think I was too rash to ask you that, you sighed. Then stay. I'm fine with either option, I smiled, and for some reason this made her mad. So you don't care if I go or not, good to know. You hissed, walking fast with the intention of leaving me behind. I don't understand that girl sometimes, why are you even mad though? I just said I would respect your decision, and besides we were talking hypothetical cases. One of the best parts of not having almost anything to do, is that you can sneak into the healer's classroom at night, to steal some of their scrolls. Paku. F2K with you. I will learn how to heal, maybe I can improve the healing. I muttered as I checked for every scroll, making sure I had the copies for all of them. Many in the future will wonder, how I got to be strong enough to stomp the avatar in power. Well, this will be listed among the list of why. I was going to break down what it meant to be a water bender, making new things, new styles. I was going to be a legend among water benders. Is someone there? I was an amazing water bender, but apparently I was a terrible thief, which was odd considering I had been sneaking for months to the castle. Anywho. Time to escape. Before the voice could even repeat the question, I jumped out of the window, and flew to the ceiling of the house. One of the many tricks I had learned, you see, to fly with water is very easy. All you need is to put some water in all the equilibrium points of the body, I mean the most important ones, feet, hands, hips, and neck, and of course, water bend that water, to fly around. The trick is to bend the water with the mind alone. That took some time. I could have sworn I heard someone. Oh shit, that was close, I better get out. I sighed, as I flew away. FYI, water healing is way more complicated than traditional bending, I mean, holy shit. The precision needed to use it. I mean properly is, stupid. How can Paku think, this shit is easy? Does he only think that because the healers are all women? So, you stole all the scrolls? You asked with an annoyed expression. Asterisk caw. Asterisk Crowley cawed, trying to be part of the conversation. Knowledge. I stole knowledge, and all the scrolls I took are copies, so, at least. I cost the school, like 500 silver, I shrugged, besides I will donate them the money. I suppose if you donate the money it will cost to get those back, is not really a crime, right? You sighed. Don't worry. I will give them more than enough money to replace these scrolls, and buy something new, I reassured her. To think our royal guard captain would be a criminal, you chuckled. Only a criminal mastermind like me can't stop other criminals, I joined in the joke. I suppose, you laughed, so, can I read the scrolls? I want others to think I'm a genius at this. I looked at her, and with a smile, I said, welcome to the dark side, doing my best to imitate Palpatine's voice. Okay. You said getting a scroll. Paku POV. Today, a very odd and specific crime had been committed during the night. Someone had stolen a copy for each scroll in the arts of healing. I don't know why someone would steal those. Yugoda muttered. I didn't know why, but I had a feeling I knew who did it. Whoever it was, it wanted to learn water healing really bad. A soldier added. It was Akira, wasn't it? Let me know how much it will cost to replace them. I knew he wanted to learn, but this was borderline stupid, but one thing was for sure. I was going to discipline that boy, the hard way. 12, Chapter 12. There will be a time skip soon, but after that things will move at a normal pace. Who is his love interest? You are never going to guess it. I'm evil. Will he travel alone? Yes, our dear MC will be a loner for a while, so don't expect him to join on. How old is he? He is not really sure, he has no papers and he will base his age on looks. Those were the questions I got, so there are the answers. Now, I know you guys asked more, but, well, I can't answer without spoiling too much. Anyway. Enjoy. Being a guard was boring, incredibly dull. I did nothing to fight nothing in general, but at least I was learning a lot, and making a lot of money. Let's put a quote on learning healing was very hard. You have to be very precise with your movements and water control, but the most important part, one that you always have to take into account, is the energy you put on the water you were going to use to heal. It was like math all over again. Akira, Paku greeted, with an angry face, can I have a word with you? I eyed the old man. Before taking a deep breath, he figured out my little crime and was about to try and take me to prison. Sure, I nodded reluctantly. Some scrolls have been going missing. Do you have anything to do with that? Paku asked, but his tone hinted he was blaming me. And why would I steal some scrolls? I shot back, with a glare. Is this how you pay me? Paku spat in anger, I taught you. And this is how you say thanks. It seems you already have your answer, I chuckled bitterly, but I couldn't care less. You didn't do me a favor, after all, you expected something in return, I spat. So you admit it? Paku asked, narrowing his eyes at me. Do you really care for my answer? I laughed bitterly. No, Paku answered, sending a wave of water at me to hinder me, that I blocked with a dome of water of my own around me. A criminal can't be part of the royal guard. You forbid me from learning. I think the real criminal here is you, I counter, as I proceeded to shot razor-sharp discs at the old man, that simply decided to redirect them, and your reaction is to fight. Poetic, isn't it? I chuckled bitterly. You went against my orders, to learn something you don't need. Paku stated as he melted the ice beneath my feet in an intent to freeze me. You stole. I did, I nodded, freezing the ground beneath me, simply because I had no other choice. I asked you 1,000 times, I sighed. It doesn't matter, anyway, does it? No, Paku answered. You can't beat me, I stated, much to his shock. If this battle were to continue in the traditional way, yes, you would win, but that is not going to happen. I was confident my skills were enough to take on the orthodox old man. I was a proud outbox thinker. Overconfidence is unbecoming of a warrior, Paku calmly stated. It is, I nodded, as I started to melt the ice around us, but I'm not the one suffering from that dilemma. By this point the ice I had started to melt was now a deep and thick mist that covered the area. You are. It will take more than blinding me, to win, Paku scoffed. Perhaps, I hummed, as I slowly started to cover my legs, arms and neck with water, who knows. Hey! Paku muttered, startled noticing that the mist just continued to get thicker and thicker. How can you fight if you can't see? He who can only strike what he sees is a second-rate warrior. I chuckled. Don't underestimate me, I commented as I used my water sense to locate him, while I created a water whip to attack him. Paku dodged the first attack by a few inches but the second attack connected, sending him flying a few meters back. He retaliated pushing the mist off the area, but that allowed me to trap his feet, freezing him on the ground. Paku grumbled. How about this? I smiled as I started to gather all the water around us, creating hundreds of icicles. Can you dodge? Or do you submit? If you think I am defeated. You are wrong, child, Paku growled, with eyes devoid of emotion. Stop. The voice of Chief Arnook boomed around us, stopping Paku and me right in our tracks. Chief Arnook, Paku bowed. Chief, I greeted him absently. Can someone explain to me? Why were you two fighting to the death? The chief growled, demanding an answer. The current head of the Royal Guard is a criminal, Paku answered. He stole the scrolls from the Healing Academy, and he must be prosecuted for his crimes. Is that true? Chief Arnook inquired as he looked at me. Yes, I nodded. He forbade me from learning the arts of healing, and I took upon myself to fix that. A warrior that can't save a life is nothing but a weapon, and I am not a weapon. You could have asked the head of the healing department for the scrolls, the chief stated. Once he knew of my interests he forced everyone not to give me the knowledge I desired. I chuckled bitterly. Pathetic. My last bit made Paku glare at me. I understand. The chief sighed, but a crime is a crime, regardless of the reason. Though you had a good reason. I started to laugh. Oh, well. I quit. I smiled at them. Take the royal position and shove it up Paku's ass. I'm done with everyone here. I got what I wanted. I'll take my leave. I haven't decided if you will receive punishment or not, the chief argued. Like I said. I'm done, regardless of your decision. I have outgrown this place, I stated once again, with a bored expression. I didn't want to be in the military anyway. Too many rules for my liking. I chuckled. Now, is up to you if I leave as a criminal or a friend. The chief looked at me, and Paku, fear building up his eyes. I will allow you to learn anything you desire and will modify your rank to suit your needs, but don't leave. He was desperate. Now that is something I didn't expect to see, and apparently Paku himself was confused. Why? I asked. Many reasons. The chief sighed. You are the first real friend you has, you are a prodigy in the arts of water bending, and most importantly, you were called by the spirits. The last part shocked me. How in the hell did he know? You. Or did you really think our guards are that bad? I just told them to let you pass, the chief chuckled. If the spirits wanted you here, it must be for a reason, so please, don't leave. I looked at the man, that had until now been nothing but a good person to me and sighed. Very well, but I want to out of Paku's control, meaning he can't boss me around, and I want to be able to reject orders, meaning if I see something is stupid, I am not forced to obey. Deal, the chief nodded. If that's what you want. I won't complain, Paku said with a sigh, all signs of anger gone. I look forward to seeing what the spirits see in you. 13, Chapter 13. Needless to say, my relationship with Paku went from friendly to downright enemies after our fight. He respected the chief orders but hated the idea of me breaking the rules and that I was out of his control. With the chief being technically the only one capable of ordering me, and even that capability was questionable, for as of now I was like a freelancer, making money but with no obligation to them whatsoever. You was angry at me for me while, which didn't bother me at all, as I was focusing the majority of my time on my training, blood bending and healing bending. With healing bending slowly but surely getting better. The trick was meditating more, being more in touch with my spiritual side, quite cliché but hey, it worked. As for blood bending, well, I'm happy to see it finally happened. I was officially a blood bender, but I was so far only able to use it during the full moon, and I was nowhere near of a level of skill where I could use it in a fight, but hey. I managed to force an ice rat to submission, and while my progress during these last months has been anything but amazing, I was happy. Oh great, my water sense is tingling. Fuck me sideways, the old bastard is coming. Akira, Paku greeted, as he entered the spirit oasis. Damn it. Leave, I said with my eyes closed. This old bastard was not going to stop my training. I am free to roam the palace, Paku said with an amused tone. Is there a purpose for this unpleasant visit? I asked with a tired groan. I came here to demand a duel, Paku stated, while glaring at me. 3 months ago, the chief saved you, and I can't move on. until I have personally punished you. Well, this was perfect, let's go. I jumped out of my spot, I will enjoy kicking your ass. I smirked. Overconfident, such a shame, you had some much talent, Paku sighed. Too much talk from someone that belongs in a museum, I chuckled bitterly. Our duel was an event for the tribe, the oldest prodigy against the youngest prodigy, a battle between generations. It was such an event, that some of the benders around had built us an arena once they knew we were fighting, and people was selling food and shit. We even had someone as the referee, aka the chief, who had reluctantly accepted, after all he didn't want us to fight. The chief's voice boomed out into the audience, giving us the green lights. Let the battle begin. The chief had barely finished his sentence when Paku instantly shot a barrage of water bullet at me. With a quick sigh at the old man, I created a thick wall of ice, which allowed me to block the attacks, as I parried the old master water whip that circled my walls with one of my own. I continued to block the old master's next 2 blows as well by redirecting the water he was launching at me, before attempting to counter with what I call an ice uppercut that makes an ice spike protrude from the ground at my target's location. This move ultimately failed when the bald decrepit bastard leaped backwards avoiding my attack, by a few inches. Deciding it was time to start using my own style instead of the conventional style of bending, I exhaled as I stared at the old man with a wide smile. Paku glared at me as he quickly continued his assault, failing to even land one of his shots close, showing why water sensing is my favorite ability, helping me to predict his moves before he even used them. Do you need a nap? I can stop if you want, I asked as I casually continued to dodge. This comment threw Paku off balance, with slight rage filling his core. I will teach you to respect your elders. Respect is earned, I smiled bitterly at him, as I started to attack him with an assault of ice spikes, Paku while graciously countering. It was clear he was having a hard time, so he opted to shake the entire arena with a rather unique attack. That would have been a real nice move to end me, if I had fought him by his rules. Seeing the attack was undodgeable in such a finite space, I opted to fly out of the way. Paku of course was taken aback by the skill which I had used to dodge his finishing move. Oh, yeah. I can fly, I winked at everyone at the arena, just to spite Paku. The best part was, none of them knew how I was doing it. You see, during these last few months I had improved my technique. Instead of using a lot of water, I would now freeze the soles of my shoes, my belt, my gloves and collar to flight, bending the ice, and making this technique for the naked eye, a mystery. With a smirk I snapped my fingers gathering all the water in the air, creating hundreds of projectiles, and without wasting any more time I was back on the offensive with a barrage of powerful ice bullets, each one being even bigger than the last, raining on him by the hundreds. The old man was quickly becoming overwhelmed by the raw force on my attacks, and had begun to solely focus on his defense. Sadly for him, this was never going to end, for my bullets were nearly limitless, making his decision under the onslaught of incoming bullets a bad one. You know, I said with a smirk. I owe some of this power to you. A decision I am coming to regret, Paku managed to reply, gasping for air, as he struggled to move with a bleeding leg. Too late for it though, I smiled. As I continued with my deadly rain, Paku was at this point out of breath and could hardly attack at all. I knew what the old man was trying to do now. He wanted to fight an opening, and I was going to exploit that, and with that in mind, I intentionally left my backside wide open. And the old dog, in his desperation, took the bait, and instead of managing to deliver an attack, he was sent flying to the walls of the arena as I planted a huge water fist to the twice as big as his body to his left side. In the shattered ice that once was a wall, the old master laid defeated, gasping for air. His eyes meeting mine in anger and another emotion I couldn't quite pick just before falling unconscious, declaring me the winner. I hope this is the end of all this, I sighed, flying down to the arena. The audience was mute with how things had gone. I had defeated what they thought to be the best water-bending master of all ice. And I had done it with style. That kid is a monster. Yes, yes I am. 14, Chapter 14. 3 years later. It has been 3 years since my little duel with my old master, where I had proved I reigned supreme above him. After that fateful day I had gained a title that, well, I had mixed feelings about it. The Demon of the North, this very unique and cool title made everyone but a few individuals in the tribe fear me. They couldn't comprehend how I was able to beat Paku, a master with decades of experience. What they failed to see was that Paku was decades out of his prime, and I was a bit more creative when it came to fighting. I'm not gonna lie, the fear they had was both useful and hilarious for me, giving me a lot of benefits. For one, no one had the balls to bother me during training, besides Sakura, you, Crowley, and the chief, of course. But, they were the only ones that knew, I wasn't really a monster purse, I was more of a tamed animal if you would, that if poked too much will snap. But if left alone, will leave you be. But besides them, everyone avoided me like the plague, and boy, how I loved that. Though my mind would usually wonder, why was I still here? It had been years since I mastered the arts of healing, and by this point my blood bending was combat ready, so, why was I staying here? What was holding me back? You know the chief will ask you to marry you, right? Sakura asked as she entered my room. I don't think so. I rolled my eyes. If I remembered correctly, she was supposed to be engaged to. God, what was his name? Alright, I'm just gonna call him Asshole. She was supposed to be engaged to Mr. Asshole. Akira, you are the strongest warrior in the tribe, by a long shot. People want you to stay, and a marriage could potentially ensure that, Sakura sighed. You mean the people that run away from me like I'm the plague? I laughed. What's next? Paku wants to marry me. I joked, but my own joke ended up hurting my very soul, with images of Paku in a wedding dress. Scratch that. I need bleach now. They fear you, yes, Sakura nodded, ignoring my joke, putting her hand softly on my back, but they also know you would die for them. When in the hell did I ever, and I mean ever, give that impression? I would die for no one woman. Well, then this entire tribe needs some help reading people. Play it tough, but I know you are a softie under all that macho attitude, Sakura smirked. Maybe, I chuckled while rolling my eyes at her, but I still believe the chief will choose someone else. Wanna bet? Sakura grinned. I chuckled. Very well, let's do this. I never say no to a easy bet. I want you to marry my daughter, the chief stated with a wide smile. Damn it. Ha. The booming laugh of Sakura among the people present broke the sound barrier, invading my ears. Damn it. I owe that woman a lot of money now, chief. I'm sure you have better options to offer your daughter, like one of the clan kids. You gave me an offended look, as if my comment had hurt her somehow. You are the best this tribe has to offer, the chief laughed. I am an orphan with a made-up name, and no lands or money to give. I rolled my eyes at him. So, yet. You are rich, and a respected member of the water tribe, the chief refuted. Alright, the idiot really wants me to marry you, so time to use my secret weapon. If you accepts, by all means. You was my escape to this marriage thing. Why? Well, she hated the idea of marrying someone without knowing them. I don't really want to marry, father, you answered. I would like to marry by love, and while I love Akira, he is like a big brother to me. I hear you, sis, I winked at her. But... The chief started to panic. Why was he panicking though? This man was weird. Then, wait no longer, for I the Great, the annoying asshole with the enormous ego had appeared once again, and unfortunately for him, I had developed an instinct where if I was near one, I would unconsciously attack said asshole. Poor idiot, he didn't even see the water punch, and now he is falling hundreds of meters into the air. I never get tired of that, you giggled. Chief, is this about me staying? I asked. Well, partly, I mean I thought you guys loved each other, the chief sighed. I won't be leaving anytime soon. I sighed. If you promise to stop bothering you with the betrothal thing, she will meet the man of her dreams one day, Sokka, I suppose. Fine, the chief nodded in a deflated state. You still owe me some money. Sakura shouted at me. I know. After today's ordeal, I decided to continue practicing the one thing I still wasn't a master at, bloodbending. Yeah, embarrassing, but I have no material to learn from. I'm practically building the art from scratch. Besides, I'm not that bad. I'm able to use completely fine during the full moon. I just need to keep honing my skills with it to the point where I can use it every day. Time to meditate, but before I could even begin my meditation, something shook like a tsunami. My spirit was now trembling, leaving me wondering, what in the world was that? The spirits in the oasis felt it too, this wave of energy, this feeling, there was no doubt. So you finally woke up. Ong. I had no doubts, this wave I had felt was the Avatar waking up. There was no other human being capable of releasing such a wave of spiritual energy. It had to be him, and I couldn't lie. I was excited, because for some bizarre reason, I wanted to best the Avatar in the Avatar state, one-on-one, 4 elements versus 1. Was I going to lose? Probably, I wasn't sure. Ong in the Avatar state was downright terrifying, not like the sad excuse for Avatar state Korra has been, but Ong was a monster on that state, and that only made this quest more fun. Alright. I laughed, deep down wondering since when I had become a battle-driven individual. Ages. Akira, 18-19. You, 16. Zuko, 16. Sokka, 15. Katara, 14. Angela, 14. Ong, 12-112. 15, Chapter 15. There was no doubt about it, that energy push I felt in the spirit realm was no other than Ong, and I couldn't hide it. I was excited at the prospect of kicking his ass. God, it seems I have turned into a battle-crazy bastard, but I don't care. You seem awfully happy, you commented. Is there any reason why? Maybe a girl? She inquired, wiggling her eyebrows at me. PFFF, I chuckled. Nope, I just think things will get interesting. Alright, keep your secret girlfriend secret. Yu said with a teasing tone. As if I had the time to have a girlfriend, right now, all I wanted to do was master bloodbending, and perhaps later I would have time for such things. I'll be leaving now, I said, walking out of the room, wondering if maybe it was best for me to go and look for Ong. I'm not exactly one to wait. Don't get mad, I was only teasing, Yu panicked, at my sudden reaction. I'm not, I said, I just need to get back to my training, nothing bad, I added with a wink. Oh, okay, Yu flushed with embarrassment. Now, go and bother someone else, I chuckled, I have things to do. Is that how you treat your best friend/sister? Yu asked, with a wide smile. Yes, I nodded. I don't even know why I bother with you, Yu sighed. Just don't, I said, leaving the room once and for all. Training was nowadays my life, it wasn't anything fancy, but I enjoyed it, I had come to enjoy my life as it was now and how could I not? I mean, I was still overjoyed with the fact I had a power, a freaking power. And I wanted to be a fucking beast with it. Every day it was a new experience for me, every day I would learn something new about my powers, showing me how stupid the people of this world was. See, water bending was more than a person throwing water at others, and yes, while that was the basics of it, it wasn't all. For example, metal bending is not really metal bending, to be precise it would be earth bending but on a larger scale. Now many would think, but how? Well, the answer is simple, the earth bender is not bending the metal, but the particles of earth within said metal. Reason why they can't bend 100% pure metal. It's impossible. That same rule applies to water bending, meaning as long as something had water on it, it was technically speaking bendable. Like for example, poison or acid, making me the first person to use those two among others as weapons. And that was just the tip of the iceberg, and I, like the curious fucker I was, had gone deeper and deeper. My skills were so vast now that I doubted many could take me on, probably Iroh, but I'm not entirely sure, I never saw the old wise man fight. Things were good for me, and if I had to rate my skills, well, I suppose they would go like this. Waterbending master. Ice bending master. Healing bending expert. Blood bending. Oh, this one was hard to judge. See, the side of blood bending that focused on hurting others was difficult for me, but the part used to boost my own physical skills, well, I was quite good at it. Bloodbending was much more than the show ever showed. With the right mind a bloodbender could be almost immortal. For example, if someone were to cut my wrists I would be able to stop the bleeding like it was nothing, eventually my wounds would heal by themselves, or I could help them with water healing, or I could make my blood hard, like steel, making my body hard to pierce. The possibilities with this beautiful art were endless, and the stupid of Katara had the art banned in the legend of Korra. I never understood why, well, I did. In the wrong hands, this art was capable of killing anyone. But it didn't matter, as long as I got to learn the art I was happy. Heart stabbed? It's okay, I can keep my blood pumping while I heal my heart, my neck. It doesn't matter. Of course I was not at that level yet, but I was close, I knew that much. Because for me, it was easier to bend my own blood, it was the blood of others where I struggled, at least until a full moon. But I couldn't help but imagine the possibilities once I finally climbed that wall I had found myself in. After all I had mastered with this unique power was the defensive part of it. Now the offensive part, was much more enticing, like stopping the flow of blood to the brain or heart, bursting organs, boiling or freezing someone's blood. The possibilities were delightfully endless. I couldn't help but wonder, what were the limits of this beautiful art? It is I the Guru Han? Pan, I don't remember his name, anyway, initiating water slap, not again. I swear he comes every 6 months, that guy has a death wish, I sighed. He thinks if he defeats you, the chief will make him a general, and let him marry his daughter, a guard chuckled, but that won't happen, ever. You are? I asked with a chuckle. I'm Toko. Well, a pleasure to meet you, I smiled. We were on the same class, before you skipped like 8 grades, Toko chuckled, I never got to talk to you, he added with a sigh, and now everyone fears you will kill them if they talk to you. Wise, I smiled. Hey, I expected some kind of denial, but oh well, if I die by your hand, I will go down as a hero, Toko laughed, and here I decided I liked the guy. I mean you have to have balls to joke about shit like that with someone strong enough to crush you. You are crazy, I chuckled. No one survives Pak Hussein, Toko shrugged, making me laugh. 16, Chapter 16. Alright, time to answer some questions. Why is he becoming so cold? That is already answered in Chap 22 that is on Patreon already, so wait or join UWU. Why does he want to fight Ong? He wants to test his mights against strongest person in the world, but he will wait. Ong is not ripe enough. Will he be a hero or a villain? Neither, his moral compass will be chaotic neutral. Pairings? Mew ha 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 ham ha 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 ha. You will never know. Until you see him on the altar. Anywho. Guys. As I was about to take my leave from the training ground, an angry yell bursted out from the entrance, getting my undivided attention. There you are, Han barked, pointing with the spear in his hand. This time he wasn't alone, his friends were with him, all of them with their weapons ready. Didn't I bitch slap you like, yesterday? I inquired, with clear amusement, or perhaps, you really want to die? I chuckled, I would be happy to oblige. The crowd he had brought in with him to back him up, has now gone silent as they observed the sudden development with fear. You are a coward, Han grinned, hiding behind your bending, without it, you are nothing. Oh, so he was trying to get me to duel him without bending, cute, fight me like a man, no bending. And there it was. Haha, I love being right. No bending. I said as I pretended to think about his offer. How about, no? So it's true, Han laughed, without your bending, you are just a weakling bitch. Well, that was new. I have to be honest, I wasn't angry at Han, no, it's like getting angry with a cockroach, for being a cockroach, but in this very moment I did wonder, did he really have a death wish, because if he does, I'm not gonna say no, but I shouldn't say yes. So, you really want to, fight me without bending? I chuckled. If you think you can handle the beast, oh god, he refers to himself as the beast, the battle hasn't begun and he has already damaged me. Alright, if this will get you out of my back, fine, I sighed, I was confident I could deal with him, after all, I had trained in hand-to-hand combat, I wasn't an expert, but I was certainly better than him. Then take this. Han shouted, running in a straight line, awesome strategy. Taking a deep breath I took a step to the side dodging his sad attempt to attack, while I broke the spear in half, and with a quick jab knocked him out. Our duel lasted literally 5 seconds, maybe 6. Though being fair with him, he lasted 5 seconds more than he usually does. So, you guys want a turn? I smiled at them, lowering the temperature around. Oh, and tell your friend that if he ever bothers me again, I will personally put him in a wheelchair. I was not, well, maybe. They all nodded, and as soon as I kicked their friend towards them, well, they ran, wise. Wow, that was sad, Sakura laughed as she entered the training ground. Am I right to assume you kicked Hanzo's ass? Yep, I nodded, not bothering to correct the name she had used. Boy, that never gets old, Sakura sighed. It does, I sighed, it does. While this sad repetitive event of my life had been fun the first 40 times, it got like everything at one point, old. It was more of a chore than a practical joke now. And that made me sad. What's the point of crushing his ego if I can't truly enjoy it? Well, it doesn't matter, Sakura said rolling her eyes at me. I wanted to invite you and you to eat at my inn. The chef has a new dish and I want you two to be the testers. I chuckled, is it safe to have the princess trying something that might or might not kill her? I mean, the chef is awesome, but sometimes new things can kill, I teased. If push comes to shove, I'll just run away, Sakura shrugged. In the end, the new dish was actually pretty good, it was like soup but different. I'm just bad at describing food but it was awesome. You seemed to enjoy it, and so did Crowley, and well, I loved it. I couldn't help but sigh in anticipation at days like this. I knew Ong was coming, he would be here in a couple months, 2 to 3 months. For now though, I will just enjoy this, before I set out to explore the world, with my new mission at hand, messing with the Fire Nation as much as possible. Did I want to kill Oze? Maybe, but that was Ong's job. All I wanted for now was to learn from other bending styles like Iroh did, and become the #1 enemy of the First Nation for fun. It would be fun to see little Azula trying to kill me. Or Zuko trying to kill me. Make the both of them at the same time. You know what, scratch that, I do want to fight Oze, but not to stop him, just to prove water is the best element. Sir! We have intruders! A guard shouted and for a brief moment I wondered why was he addressing me, and then I remembered I was the royal guard. It's not my fault I don't actually have to do anything. I get paid to exist. I'll be back, I said as I left the inn, not before asking, why are you two so calm? Don't you guys care, I teased. Maybe for the guys fighting you, you offered with a smirk. Yes, I'm with little Y on that one, Sakura winked at me. Jesus, I can feel the love, I said leaving the inn, their laughs chasing me out. UPOV. I was sad, angry, and frustrated. My best friend, the brother the spirits had given me, was going to leave anytime soon, I knew that. I could see it in his eyes, that he was waiting for something, before leaving. And I didn't want him to leave. You know that even if he leaves he will come back, Sakura said, she was the one person I could trust with this matters. I know, but is it so bad for me to want him here? On the tribe forever? I sighed. No, but you know he isn't exactly happy here, Sakura said. Your father sees him as a weapon, Paku hates him. I think, and everyone else fears him or well, wants something from him. She took a pause. He beats people on a daily basis because they think his demise will bring them glory. It's hard, besides us three, he has no one, no reason to stay. I knew she was right, I know. Caw. Yes Crowley, I love you as well, I petted the needy raven, that Akira had, spoiled a lot. 17, Chapter 17. Inner peace while bending was a crucial part of the bending art, emotions were fuel to the power you could put out. But that only could take you so far. That was something Paku himself had taught me, a lesson I still held very close to me. Akira, that voice, it was unmistakable who it was, Paku, but what was he doing here? And why now? We need to talk. Do we? I said bitterly. I know you don't like me, and to be honest, I don't like you either, Paku sighed, taking a seat beside me, but that doesn't mean you don't deserve an apology, he added, much to my surprise. Summarize, Paku. Summarize, I sighed in annoyance, though deep down I wanted him to continue. I was wrong to force my ways into you, Paku said, it was your choice, and I took it, and that led me to an embarrassing defeat, he added with a low chuckle. You were very out of touch with your inner spirit that fight, I chuckled, finding myself easing into the conversation. I have no doubts that if today we were to fight I would defeat you easily, but that day. I won because you were unstable, very unstable, something I had learned a year after our fight. We were pretty much evenly matched that day, but I was in control. Paku nodded, anger is a path to self-destruction. Well, I have to go, I said leaving the old master behind, not before asking, what brought this on? I know you are too proud for your own good. A good friend and a cup of tea, Paku answered. Well, wasn't that cryptic, wait a cup of tea. Iroh was here. Iroh POV. Life was a wonder, a true adventure waiting for everyone to take their first step, creating a beautiful and unique path for everyone that dares to live it. Such a thing was not to be wasted with anger, hate, self-loathing. No, it was to be enjoyed with love, family, and a good cup of tea. Still meditating? Zhao asked in annoyance. Peace comes from within, Zhao. Do not seek it without. Poor Zhao, always so lost. Always so angry. Power corrupts those weak enough to allow such. No, that was wrong, because it is a man's own mind, not his enemy, money, or power, that lures him to the wrong path. Did you know where is Zuko? Zhao asked while glaring at me. You know he's a traitor, so give him up if you have him. Oh yes, my treacherous nephew, I said shedding a fake tear. Unfortunately for me, no, I did know, but why would I ever answer such a question? This man needs more tea to let his brain breathe. Otherwise he will go brain dead. Very well, Zhao sighed leaving my room. I wonder if my dear friend got my letter. It was one of life's true pleasures, helping others. And I was hopeful my advice helped clear the mind of any turmoil Paku was suffering. Ong POV. I was scared, but I couldn't let them know that. They all believe in me. They all believe in the Avatar. A title I never wanted, but one that only I can to bear. But all lies, become dust one way or another, like Gyatso would always say, there are three things that cannot be long hidden, the sun, the moon, and the truth. Ong, are you okay? Katara asked. Her voice ever so sweet, so gentle. It was like the winds of spring caressing my spirit. Katara, stop asking him the same question, is driving me nuts. Sokka said in annoyance. Well, I for one care how he feels, Katara huffed, if only she knew how much her simply yet heartwarming words meant for me. I do too. But for the love of. Ask him something else. Sokka grumbled, making me laugh a bit. Fine, so, how far are we from the Northern Water Nation? Katara inquired with a sigh. 3 weeks or so, I answered with a wide smile. Hey, I always thought flying would be faster, Sokka commented. Sokka, don't forget it's better to travel well than to arrive, I chuckled, we are safe and that's all it matters. I can agree with that, Katara nodded. Zuko POV. Thanks to my uncle I had infiltrated Zhao's ship that was on its way to capture the Avatar, something I was planning to sabotage myself. No one was going to capture the Avatar except for me. I needed him to restore my honor, to regain my father's love, to come back home. I couldn't fail, this was my destiny. I was born to capture this fiend bringing glory to the Fire Nation. Oh strange guard, that voice, what was my uncle doing? He knows we need to avoid contact, I need your help, you see, I have 2 cups of tea and well, I need someone to drink the cup I won't be using. I am on duty, I hissed. Oh, well, I suppose I can always tell Zhao, he needs to know his ship has very unsubordinated soldiers, he was blackmailing me to drink tea with him. Tea. Fine, I'll go. I almost shouted. Oh, what a sudden change of heart, it must be the smell of my jasmine tea, Uncle Iroh stated proudly. I have been told a sip of it takes you on an adventure of flavor and self-discovery. Sometimes. I just hate my uncle. Right this way, Uncle Iroh smiled, pushing the door open to a room, where a steaming smell of tea invaded my nose. Take a seat. Once he closed the door, I turned to him and hissed, you know I need to keep a low profile, this is my chance to get the avatar, only with the avatar I will be saved. Zuko, you need to see beyond the lines, no one can save us, no one but ourselves. No one can and no one may. We ourselves must walk the path to redemption. Uncle Iroh sighed sadly, do you truly think the capturing the avatar will bring you all that you want? It has to, I muttered. Well, enough of that, Uncle Iroh said, looking disappointed for a second, but why? Time for some nice and relaxing tea, to help you clear your mind. Zhao will notice. I'm the only guard you have invited, I still thought this was an awful idea. Nonsense, I already drank some tea with each member of the ship, including Zhao himself. Uncle Iroh laughed, sharing tea is one of life's true delights. Smart, they can't track him with that, very smart. 18, Chapter 18. Today I was at a new bar. I had just found the bar was small but cozy, and here I was having a nice relaxing day off. Behind the counter, Pico, a small well-dressed man with a tiny mustache, was flipping drinks like a beast. Alcohol bending. Here you go. Pico grinned, putting a drink in front of me. I looked at the man and then to the drink I hadn't ordered in puzzlement. What is this? This is my thanks for bringing me clients, Pico winked, having the demon of the north in my bar brings hundreds just to see you. Okay, I said, a bit uncertain, but a free drink is a free drink. Is one of my best drinks, is called Northern Paradise, Pico stated proudly. Enjoy, he added, going back to serve other customers. After enjoying my drink, I decided to leave, and as I was about to, a man barged up to the bar almost running into me. Thank goodness for my water sense. The man in question was a tall young man with a long thin ponytail, dressed in the normal attire for the Northern Water Tribe guard attire with sword and a short bow strapped on his back. Pico! He yelled, running straight to the counter. The man seemed greatly upset as he banged his fists on the countertop, making me wonder if I would have to intervene. But something was off, the man looked familiar, but I could not quite remember where I had seen him before. Odd, I wonder where I had seen him. Pico looked up from the drink he was making. Ah, Ron! How can I assist you? Did you come to pay me what you owe me? There was a certain bitterness in his tone. I told you to not tell anyone. Cried Ron in anger, I will make sure you all right, time to do my job. You will make sure of what? I inquired with slight amusement. Shut the fuck. The poor man couldn't finish his sentence, when he realized who was I. By all means, continue, I smirked, his reaction was delightfully delicious. Sir, it was not my intention to. I shushed him, as I walked towards him, the bar had by this point gone completely silent. Now, pay your bill, and never come back, I whispered, close to his ear, or I will freeze your balls, Capic. Yes, the man nodded in fear. Good, I smiled, patting his cheek, as I turned to Pico, thanks for the drink. A pleasure, Mr. Demon, Pico waved at me as I left his bar. After leaving the bar I decided to buy some groceries, and with that in mind, I was now walking down to the trade street. It was noon, so it was now full of people and patrolled by pairs of elite uniformed city guards. This place was very well guarded, one of the most guarded places actually, mostly to avoid thievery, and similar stuff. As I turned around a corner around one of the many shrines, I found myself on a tranquil street where people were surrounding something. White fur was around the general area, and I was sure I could smell the faint yet invasive smell of wet fur. It took me a second to manage to get around the people, to see something that made my day even better. Appa, besides the big sky bison, no other than the young avatar, Ong, and his friends. Ong was currently explaining to the people around his pet how much Appa loved food. Welcome to the Northern Water Tribe, I smiled, people around started to slowly scatter. So, you are the demon of the north? Sokka inquired in disbelief, and I have to say, I was impressed at the speed they learned about me. You don't seem that tough, he added. You can always try, and see how tough I really am, I smiled at Sokka, which in turn made him take a step back. We are looking for Paku, Ong said, breaking the silence. Do you know where to look? He asked with a hint of hope on his voice. I do, I nodded. Go to the palace, and ask the chief for him. Why do they call you the demon of the north? Katara inquired. They just said to avoid you, but you seem nice. Appearances are deceiving, I winked at her, getting a blush from her and a glare for the ever-pacifist avatar, and, well, the title was given to me after I defeated Paku. You defeated the Grand Master. Sokka smiled, maybe you can teach Ong instead. No, I shook my head with a laugh, I have other things to do. No I didn't, see you later. One glance at him showed me something, he was still too weak to entertain me, for now. I was going to wait for him to grow. In the meantime, I have one thing to stop, and killing Zhao was the key to do it. Iro POV. Zhao was going to fail this invasion, his mind was not at peace with itself. His mind was stuck in the past, while dreaming of a glorious future where he would be the one to win this war. And he was forgetting the delightful present. Do not dwell in the past, do not dream of the future, concentrate the mind on the present moment. Wise words, words that most ignored. We are 2 months away from the Avatar, Zhao stated, I will destroy the Avatar, and the Northern Water Tribe, all in one. I will win this for the Fire Nation. Such confidence only brings misfortune, I smiled at him, be always wary of your enemy. He's a child, Zhao scoffed. You would be surprised of what a child can do when pushed against a corner, I stated, don't forget Zhao, even a child can become a monster to be feared if pushed enough. He's nothing to be afraid of, but I am, overconfidence. It will be his own outdoing. After all, overconfidence will only drown him in a sea of reality. Ong POV. The demon of the north, I didn't expect him to be so, not demon-like. But there was something on his eyes, something when he was looking at me. Something hungry. That guy thinks he's too good for us. Sokka was still rambling above how he didn't want to teach me. He has a life, Sokka, we can't expect him to drop his duties for us, Katara stated, besides, if Paku trained him, maybe he can duplicate that result with us. The idea of training with Katara, it made my heart pump blood a bit faster, I would love to. Well, I for one will volunteer with the warriors of the tribe, Sokka said with a wide smile, I'll make us some money, and show how good the Southern Water Tribe really is. Thanks Sokka, I smiled, I was lucky to have such good friends. 19, Chapter 19. Time is a funny thing when excited, it seemed just yesterday Ong had arrived, and that was 2 months ago, and surprisingly enough things had gone in the canon path, Ong was accepted by Paku right away, and on the other hand, Katara got rejected, also right away. But after a little fight between the two, Katara also got to learn with Paku. Though there was one part that was, out of the canon line, you didn't like Sokka, she said and I quote, the guy is cute but too immature. And I suppose she's right, I couldn't really tell. Things were going rather well, for everybody, for now, if my memory served me right the Fire Nation would attack any time soon. Though this invasion would go, rather different, I wasn't going to allow him to kill the spirit in you, he was going to die by my hands, a very painful death, though I couldn't help but wonder, was I truly capable of taking a human life? I knew I had made my peace with that fact, the fact I would inevitably would have to kill at one point. But would that matter in the end? I suppose I will find out soon enough. To think the Avatar was alive, you said, snapping me out of my thoughts. It is, I nodded, deciding it was time to tell her I was leaving soon, you. I wanted to tell you that. You are leaving soon, you said, stopping me mid-sentence, I know. I have known for a while, I don't care, as long as you promise you will come back one day. She added with hope in her eyes. I winked at her playfully, I will, one day. So when? You asked. Soon, just waiting for something to happen, God, since when I'm this cryptic? I see. I put my hand on her mouth, I had felt something moving towards us, my water sense felt something. At a prodigious speed, a man leapt from the roof of a house in the market we were waking, his arms and legs spread wide as if skydiving. I kept my eyes on the man, seeing how he easily landed on one of the guards in the market in a frog crouch. His armor, his body temperature and how he burned a house in the market as soon as he landed. There was no doubt, Zhao was here. As he stood up, blood dripping from his razor-shard blade he stared at me, no it was at you. Get back to the castle, I ordered you with a tone that left her no option but to comply, I will deal with this. I turned to see 2 guards behind me, stay with her at all times. Almost immediately after you left with the guards, panicked cries broke out and the guards in the market got into action, as more and more Fire Nation soldiers jumped down from nearby roofs. The assailants all wore identical armors. As the battle started in the marketplace, the first soldier I had laid my eyes on started the combat with a powerful stream of fire, that was about as useful as an ass-flavored lollipop, for all it took me to counter his attack was to rise a wall of ice thick enough to block his attack. Well, with a sigh my hand moved in a blur and immediately after the fast movement several ice spikes pierced the man in front of me killing him. It seems I'm not that troubled at the whole killing thing, oh well, too bad for the invasors. One by one I continued to mutilate the Fire Nation soldiers as I made my way to the gates, where the real fight had just begun. The city was on fire, it was truly terrifying how fast things could go from peachy to fucking hell-like. I continued moving forward, and as I was to kill another Fire Nation soldier, I decided to try a new approach. Where is Zhao? I asked the man as I freeze his legs and arms in an icy prison. I will never. The man didn't got to finish his sentence, and how could he? The poor thing had his head rolling in the icy floor, leaving a sticky trail of blood behind its bloody path. Well, let's keep going, I sighed, as I continued to do what I was paid for, killing these bastards. Though I had to be honest, so far this had been quite disappointing. They were very, very weak. Was everyone that weak overall? Then again, I was fighting your run-of-the-mill soldier, nothing special. Just disposable pawns in this war. If I were Zhao, where would I? And then it hit me, if I were Zhao, I would still be on my ship, planning, well, let's say hi. Zhao POV. We had 4 hours before the night started to approach, 4 hours to deal as much damage as possible. We should wait for the morning to come, the darker it gets the more powerful the water tribe will be, Iroh stated, and the old decrepit fart was right. I will, but for now, we will weaken them. My plan was perfect. The only way to stop the water tribe was by killing the spirits that gave them the power in the first place. But that would have to wait for now. I didn't want the sentimental of Iroh trying to stop me. Sir, we are having a problem. A soldier said, pointing to my fleet, and from afar I could see a massive wave was coming our way. So far the wave had knocked 2 of my ships, which shouldn't be possible. The Fire Nation's ships were designed to break waves with ease. How many benders do they have doing this? I wanted an answer, I demanded an answer. It seems it's just one, Iroh commented as he saw through a spyglass. This will be hard. I haven't seen a water bender with such skill since the Battle of the Mists. Who the fuck was that bender behind all this? It didn't matter when I got my hands on the bastard, he would be dead. Retreat and regroup for now. That tricky bastard will keep throwing waves at us until there is nothing left but bodies in the frozen sea. Anger will not win this siege, Iroh commented with a smile. 20, Chapter 20. It took me a while to figure out which ship his entire fleet was Zhao it, but eventually I did, and here I stood face to face with Zhao a few meters away from each other. The admiral stood upright, arms crossed, with a cocky expression on his face. I was calm, sporting a hungry smile for battle. Iroh was in the corner looking at me with expectation. The 2 Fire Nation men took a few seconds to observe me closely before doing anything. This was going to be fun. That much I could tell from Zhao's expression said that much. His face said that I was a waste of his time, and I was about to prove him wrong. Is nothing personal, is just business, I lied. This was personal. Now let's do this, shall we? The admiral sighed in annoyance, uncrossing his arms and stretching his right hand, forming it into a fist towards me. A torrent of fire sped out of his fist towards me. He was stronger than all the soldiers I had killed, but no by much. With a sigh I moved sideways, dodging his attack by a few inches. Darting forward with a water whip I had created, I proceeded to grab his ankle, dragging him towards me. As I slowly restrained him with water, "You are a disappointment," I said a few inches from his face. Zhao was shocked and surprised to see my face only an inch away from his, but that surprise soon turned into anger, and in response burned through my water restraints and jumped backwards. Zhao wasted no time. At this distance, fire of all sizes was supposed to be lethal, and he knew that, and with the fact I was so close, his mind shouted he could hit me. So with all his strength, he threw the biggest torrent of fire he could muster with his hand, but his right hook and torrent of fire merely brushed the now heated air. Dodging someone with a battle mindset so straightforward, not thinking at all, his approach was extremely easy, and feeling his entire body move, and everything else with water sense made things even easier. So, I leaned back, avoiding the upcoming blow without any problem. This enraged Zhao, who kept throwing his attacks one after the other. It was sad. Zhao seemed shocked none of his attacks were connecting, and little by little his style was slipping. He was letting anger and frustration take control, making his attacks even easier to dodge. "Stay still!" Zhao shouted in anger, swinging his hands together and stretching them forward. 20 fireballs exploded out of his palms, some of them colliding violently with the walls of the ship. One of them even connected with Iroh, who simply put the ball off with ease. At this point Zhao wasn't even trying to aim at me, he had lost whatever little sense he had. Rolling my eyes at him, I erected a wall of very cold water moving at a very high pressure. The water was so cold that it created a mist around, that only expanded more thanks to Zhao, but even then, Zhao just continued his attack, as he cried out, "I've killed more people than you can imagine. Thousands of your kin. I will not lose to you. I am Zhao, the greatest admiral in the world." Well, then, the standards must be very low. I had calmly walked behind him, with all the steam around and his lack of sense, he didn't notice he was attacking an empty wall of water. Zhao was shocked, and his eyes were now showing a bit of fear, but mostly anger. I smiled at him, with a calm demeanor, still completely uninjured. After all, I had managed to dodge all the admiral's attacks effortlessly. Winking at his shock, I gathered water at one point on my index finger as I put a lot of pressure on it with my mind. Zhao jumped back, as I shot the water bullet at him that, while looked harmless, was enough to break his arm, shattering to a now useless appendage. He took a second to register what had just happened, before he started to scream in pain. Did you know water with enough pressure can even pierce metal? Or in this case, shatter bones? I lost an arm. So what? Zhao cried in anger, quickly springing using his remaining arm to fight. I just sighed as I avoided every one of his attacks. They were so out of touch it was now painfully easy to do so. You won't touch me. Our strengths are miles apart, I stated, with a bored tone. Zhao was raging internally and externally, not giving up at all, continuing his pointless attacks. For him the idea of me being stronger was impossible. It was too humiliating to his overgrown ego. This was getting sadder and sadder by the second. Well, I already broke you spirit, time to break your body. I added the last part as I shattered his legs with another high-pressure water explosion. Taking his life won't fix anything, Iroh said, finally interrupting the battle. Is up to you to show you are better. I looked at Iroh, and then at the bleeding and utterly defeated Admiral Zhao. But Iroh, I'm worse. I smiled at him, as a massive high-pressure water bomb floated from the sea into the room. This world already has a savior, so I'll take the demon opening. With the snap of my fingers, Zhao was reduced to nothing but a bloody stain in the room as the water bomb exploded, coating everything but me with his blood. Now, command the idiots of the Fire Nation out of here, before I quite literally steal God's thunder by turning the sea into a sea of blood. Iroh looked at me, and nodded. If you ever need to sort the demons you have allowed within your spirit, come to me. I'm always willing to help, and I always have good tea. Iroh POV. I looked at the young man, and nodded. I suppose I was expecting too much by asking him to forgive Zhao. If you ever need to sort the demons you have allowed within your spirit, come to me. I'm always willing to help, and I always have good tea. I smiled, wondering if he would let me help him. If I ever need to, sure, Akira smiled, maybe we could have a nice cup of tea now. He sounded excited for some reason. Was my jasmine tea that famous? I don't see why not. I did. He had just painted an entire room with someone's blood, but I didn't blame him for the action but for how he did it. In war death is unavoidable, but this was brutal in many ways. You think I'm a monster? Akira smirked at me. I am, don't overthink it, but I'm one with pseudo-good intentions, not like your brother. I chuckled bitterly at that. We all have a monster within young warrior, the difference is in degree, not in kind. Akira looked at me shocked. Even you? He inquired. Yes, even me. 21, Chapter 21. Iroh's tea was as delicious, no, more delicious than I had expected, a truly magnificent work of art, making any other tea I had ever tasted, garbage. It was impressive how good a cup of tea could be. Do you like it? Iroh inquired with a soft smile, and I couldn't help but wonder, why was he trusting me? I do, I nodded, holding the cup up to him, asking for a refill. If safe to assume your nephew is trying to capture the avatar right now as we speak, right? I chuckled, so much anger, he needs more help than I do. I pointed to the fact he was here trying to help me instead of helping of nephew. Yes, Iroh chuckled with a tone of sadness, he is on a path of self-discovery. After all, anger is a sign something needs to change, but only him can change that something. All I can do is guide him through his trials. And what about me? I inquired, as I took a sip of my delicious tea. Everyone has a monster deep within. There is a poem that explains that in detail, and it goes like this. Iroh smiled. The monsters were never under my bed. That was a nothing but myth. Because the monster was inside my head. I fear no monsters, for no monsters I see. Because all this time the monster has always been me. That was deep, that is deep, but it has so many meanings. It means, we make our own monsters, then fear them for what they show us about ourselves, Iroh explained, as he filled my cup of tea. We can't escape our minds, but we can control what we are. Some are not worth forgiving, I sighed. No, but sometimes we must forgive the unforgivable, Iroh smiled. Like you did, with the people of Ba Sing Se, I said. Knowing all too well, how his son Lu-10 had died. I did, Iroh smiled, his face full of pain. I'm sorry, I said softly. The most painful goodbyes are the ones that are left unsaid and never explained, Iroh said as a tear fell down his cheek. At the beginning I wanted nothing more than to destroy the city, but I decided it was best to let go of my hate. Thanks for the tea, I nodded as I stood up. I will take your words to heart, but don't expect much of me. It was a pleasure to have some nice tea with you, Iroh smiled, back to his cheerful self. It was, I nodded. Ong POV. The Northern Water Tribe was under siege, and their numbers were overwhelming. I knew deep down they were no way the tribe would survive. Or at least that's what I thought until Akira appeared in the battlefield. I finally understood why they called him a demon. His disregard for life was painful. He was killing every enemy on his way, and he was showing no remorse. It's not right, I stated. All life is precious, he has no right to take it. Ong, this is war. Sokka sighed. I know you don't want to, but a war can't be won without bloodshed. It's a sad reality, but it's the one we live in. He has the power to stop them without violence, I countered. He simply chose to kill them. I did, that voice, Akira. Why? I inquired, as I turned to face him. Ong, you are but a child that unfortunately has a big role in this wicked game, Akira chuckled bitterly, but I understand, he smiled, slowly floating towards me. How? Was he an airbender? Normally it is forbidden to kill, therefore all murderers are and should be punished unless, of course, I kill in large numbers into the sound of trumpets. War is not an excuse to. In the split of an eye Akira had punched me in the guts, taking all the air out of my lungs. You don't like the way the world works? Akira smiled, kneeling to my level. Then change it, you have the power to do so, but as long as you are this weak, your voice will be drowned in the million cries of pain of the people that you failed to save. He winked at me. Next time, show me how strong your resolve is, Ong. Can anyone unfreeze me? Sokka shouted. Next time. UPOV. The siege started, and it ended in less than a day, and I knew it was all thanks to Akira. Hey. I turned around to see Akira, smiling at me. Is everything over? I asked. It is, Akira nodded, jumping into my bed like a kid. It's time. Time to go, isn't it? Do you have to? I need to see the world, I need to find my path, Akira answered, stretching his hands as if trying to catch something. I will miss you, I cried, hugging him tightly. Promise to visit. I will, if you promise to kick Han's ass, Akira chuckled. Do you need anything? Before leaving? I asked, ready to help him. No, Akira shook his head, kissing my forehead. Take care while I'm gone. I will. Akira POV. I had said my goodbyes to everyone I cared, Sakura, you, and here I was standing with Crowley on my shoulder, in front of the spirit oasis inside the royal castle. A few years ago, you two called me. I said, as I stared at the duo, forever dancing on the water. You two helped me, molded my very core to what I am today, and for that I will be forever thankful. Crowley added. I will find a way to enter the world you two abandoned, and I will learn from the spirits, and one day I will come back, and see you two dance once again. I bowed. Thank you, masters, for all the knowledge you shared with me. Yes, let's go. Crowley, I chuckled at my impatient partner. 22, Chapter 22. After leaving the northern water on a trading boat, I became aware that I felt better the more I separated from the tribe. It was weird, to be honest. My normally aggressive state of mind was gone, and I couldn't help but shook my head in amusement at myself. But I couldn't hide the fact I felt better, enormously so. But why? I suppose I will find that out later. The ride in the boat was bumpy and the hay on my seat was itchy against my skin, but the night wind was pleasantly cool. The sea was calm and the sights of icebergs soothed my mind. Since the sun had set, the sea was completely dark most of the time, with the reflection of the moon shining on the water like a mirror. It was relaxing. Every now and then, I would catch strange movements in the sea. Wild beast roaming wild in it. But nothing to worry about. Trader Hirsch was talking about the Earth Kingdom capital, Ba Sing Se, with a sense of pride, boasting about his prosperous cabbage market and stalls. It's a dangerous world out there, I just hope to go back home already, said Hirsch, after having finished telling me about his cabbage business. Why are you coming to Ba Sing Se? I want to see the world, I answered with a smile. Well, you choose correctly. Hirsch said with a wide smile. What do you think I should do first? I asked. Well, first you need to exchange the money you have to local currency, and then, well, I would recommend the springs of Ba Sing Se, Hirsch answered. Thanks, I smiled, as I decided to take a walk around the cargo ship. Always happy to help. Hirsch smiled, waving me goodbye. What a great man. After walking for a while in the ship, I found a perfect place to meditate. That was the only way to enter the spirit realm. And that wasn't a guarantee. Ong was the only one with a free ticket to that place. For me it was more a matter of it I was in tune just enough to pass. Closing my eyes, I let my breathing dictate my speed, and little by little I felt something pulling me. In reaction to that I opened my eyes. And well, I was no longer on the ship. I was in a green plain, with a bunch of colored bunnies jumping around me. This wasn't supposed to be this easy. I tried for years to come. I meditated with the spirits of the moon. Why now? I asked myself, trying to understand what was happening. Is the why or the how really important? A Cheshire Cat said, appearing in front of me. That's it. I went mad. Maybe it was all the killings, I muttered. We're all mad here. I'm mad. You're mad, the unknown spirit smiled, and boy did it look weird seeing his smile almost make a full circle. Do you know why am I here? I mean, why now? I asked the spirit. Well, does it really matter? The cat said in a low voice. You are here, because you wanted to be here, or did you not want to come? I did, I nodded. Then why ask questions? The cat purred his laugh with amusement, teleporting behind me. Life doesn't always have the answer, sometimes, You just have to go with the flow. Great, the cat was a hippie, I suppose. Want a tour? The cat inquired, as he stretched, against a tree. Yes, I nodded. Perfect, he purred, cutting his own head off with a swift motion, and throwing it at me like a basketball, as his decapitated body kept on walking like nothing. His head spoke, follow my body. Jesus fuck, you're crazy, I didn't know if I wanted to laugh or run, maybe both, for now, let's see how things go. The cat's head hummed before saying anything, I am not crazy, my reality is just different from yours. A very, very, good point, you are absolutely right. I tend to be, until I'm not, the cat's head purred in answer, before it teleported to my shoulder, floating slightly above it, while he looked at me, with a long scrutinizing look. No wonder you are so in tune with the spirits, why didn't you say so before? Say what? I inquired, having absolutely no idea what the cat was on about. That you're an empathy, I'm a what now? I'll be honest with you. I have no idea what you're talking about, I knew I wasn't an empathy, I was very bad at reading people, at least in the emotion department. Not many do. The cat smiled, reattaching his head, you are very similar to us spirits. Negative emotions will scar you deeper than you think, you will change around people that hate you, until you learn how to control this, unlikely gift. Again. I don't feel or haven't feel anything, I shook my head, not like that. Oh really? The cat's smile disappeared, as his body grew in size emanating a dark mist around him. Anger, hate, agony. I instinctively jumped backwards. I was an easy prey here, I had no bending abilities in this realm. But if that fucker thought I would go down easy he would find that he was wrong. See? The cat smiled, immediately returning to his original creepy but small state, you felt it didn't you? The anger, the hate, the agony, all singing in your mind. He then popped behind me, and now, what do you feel? I blinked, he was right. I had been ready to kill him, or die trying a few seconds later, but now. All of that was gone, though I was still ready to at least defend myself. I mean, isn't that a normal human reaction? I mean, he did try to kill me. The cat purred in laughter, turning into smoke, as he appeared on a nearby tree. To some extent yes, but you react to any emotion strongly. If you have many people around you that hate you, you will get more aggressive than usual. He paused to lick his hind leg clean, though for you to replicate the same result we just saw, you would need a lot of people close to you hating you, or fearing you. Don't take the spirit world as an example, all feelings are massively boosted here, it's an awful place to have a breakup I tell you. Any way to stop it? I asked. Well, as he was about to answer. I felt a pull, it seems you are waking up, until next time, this has been very entertaining, he purred as the darkness started to embrace me. Sir, are you okay? Sir. I'm up. I blinked in shock. Finally, you were meditating for 2 weeks, Hirsch sighed, I thought you were dead, and no matter how many cabbages I threw at you, you still didn't flinch, and that usually works, mother used to do it with me all the time. 2 weeks? How is that shit even possible? I was there for like 10 minutes. Thanks. No wonder I'm starving, though not as much as I expected for 2 weeks. 23, Chapter 23. It took the ship 2 extra weeks to arrive at the coast, where I took a cart with Hirsch the cabbage trader. The ride in the car was super bumpy and the seats were super uncomfortable. Who the fucks makes a seat out of stone, but at least the wind was pleasantly blowing by, and the cabbage guy was good company. The road cut across several farmlands and fields full of wheat and other crops. Weird animals whose names I didn't know were scattered in the fields, eating away the grass. Hirsch was still talking about the capital city of Ba Sing Se, and where to go, and I couldn't help but listen. After all, he was my sponsor to get in the city. You are going to love it. I will, I chuckled at him, though I wasn't paying too much attention, my mind was otherwise occupied with my time in the spirit world. I was apparently an empathy, but on a supernatural level, meaning other people's emotions were able to influence my own emotions. Worst part was, I wasn't sure exactly what that entitled. But one thing was for sure, I was going to find a way to avoid such a thing. Look. Hirsch pointed out of the cart with excitement, Ba Sing Se. The walls were massive, no wonder they had survived so many sieges, this place was nearly impenetrable. Amazing, I muttered. By the time we arrived at the city it was a bit past noon in Ba Sing Se, thanks to Hirsch I was able to get in without so much trouble. I couldn't help but smile, I remembered when I thought the Northern Water Tribe was a busy place. The streets in Ba Sing Se were 10 times worse, it was unbelievable. The architecture was also different with Ba Sing Se having a more normal my old world way of building. With the buildings and houses being all entirely made out of wood and rocks. With a sense of wonderment I started to explore the city, getting a few stares from the people around, thanks to my Water Tribe attire, which added one thing to my to-do list, getting some new clothes. I kept on waking. exploring every little corner, but no matter what I saw or did, the events on the spirit realm were still haunting me. And not in a bad way, it was more like a mystery I wanted to solve, a puzzle I wanted to crack open. Maybe, it was time to meditate again? Only there I would get my answers. Though the prospect of dying because time fluctuates differently in the spirit realm was not exactly enticing. Fuck it, life is too short to swim in a sea of what-ifs. I will meditate. With a newfound resolve, I went to the nearest currency trading house, exchanging more than enough money to stay at any hotel for any given time. But I wasn't picky. I basically picked the closest hotel to the coin house. And locked myself into the bathroom. Alright, time to meditate again. Getting into position I sat, controlling my emotions, my energy, and as the hours passed, I noticed nothing was happening. Why wasn't my meditation working? What had I done now wrong that I didn't do the last time? The only difference between meditations was, that in one I was on a ship, and now I was in a hotel. Was the ship more spiritually woken or something? No, that was stupid, beyond stupid, it had to be something else. The people. The ship barely had anyone inside, no more than 20 people, and an 80% of them were the crew making that shit work. And if that crazy cat was right, and emotions affect me, well, being in BA Sing SE, was going to make my meditations invisible. Alright, new plan, get out of the city, find a secluded spot, and get the cat to tell you more about this empathy situation. Alright, I sighed, as I rushed out of the hotel, getting a car to ride me to the gates of BA Sing SE. Getting out of BA Sing SE, was somehow harder than getting in, which made no sense, at all. Apparently it was suspicious that I entered and left during the same day. I had to explain the guards I wanted to meditate out of the city. And that I would come back after my meditation was complete. They reluctantly accepted, letting me go, and marking my ID as pre-approved. After that, I decided to get as far away from the city as possible, trying to find the most secluded place in the vicinity. Which much to my liking was a small lake, protected by a very small forest. Alright, let's try this again, I sat in front of the lake, as I could see the sun starting to go down, with its reflection shining in the lake. I focused once again in my breathing, and little by little I drifted into a world of slumber as welcoming warmth invaded my body. Spirit realm. I woke up to quiet, warmth and purring. Groaning, I blinked away the lingering haze of sleep as I groggily sat up, stretching, as I surveyed the area, the trees, the weird animals, there was no doubt, I was in the spirit realm. Well, aren't you a sight for sore eyes? A very familiar voice purred from my lap. So you figured out how to get in here? Impressive. I have some questions, I said. And I have some answers, though I can't say they are the answers to the questions you have. But they are answers nonetheless. The cat smiled as he exploded in a puff of smoke, reappearing in a nearby tree. Why am I capable of entering the spirit realm so easily? I mean, not easy purse, but the avatar was supposed to be the only one, or at least the one with the most access. Spiritually inclined perhaps. The cat said with a yawn, some humans have that skill, like that old guy that makes tea. Iroh, he knew of Iroh, it had to be Iroh. That's the guy, he makes a very, very good catnip tea, it's to die for. The cat purred in delight, as his head detached from his neck, falling to the ground for dramatic purposes. I see, I nodded, at least now I had an answer to something. The avatar is a bit different, he uses Rava to enter this realm, for while merged with a human a spirit is forever bound to this realm, and so is the human, the cat purred, teleporting to my shoulder. Rava. And Vado, I had forgotten all about them. How can I enter this realm, physically I mean? Well, isn't that a hard question? The cat hummed, while hopping around me in the air, well. I suppose for now you have but two options if you wish to do that, 1, getting the avatar to open a portal for you, or 2, having a spirit to open a portal for you. I guess both are the same. I looked at the cat, cat you do it. I asked with hope. The cat laughed, no, sorry, only spirits living in the physical world can, all I can do is send you back to the physical world, is a one-way ticket you see, if you enter, you have to find someone to send you back, quite simple. Very well. I nodded in understanding, I had now acquired a new mission, finding a spirit to help me. Why do you want to come anyway? The cat purred his question in curiosity, it's not often humans want to dangle in the spirit world. I didn't have a straight answer for that, was it the adventure? Or was it the chance of meeting Vado? Or maybe one of those big-ass elemental lion turtles, I don't know, but I'll know once I do it. 24, Chapter 24. I spent weeks in BA Sing SE, fighting in the arenas every now and then, as I tried to figure out where to find a spirit that wasn't the spirit of the moon, to teleport me into the spirit world. If my powers of empathy, God that sounds lame, were as bad as the spirit cat had said, being in an environment where everyone feared me, hated me, or similar was going to be a problem for my meditation. I had need of a spirit that didn't have a fucking civilization around him. That or Ong, and well. I knocked him out the last time we saw each other, so it's pretty obvious I have to rule out that path. But where? My canon knowledge was much to my dismay rusty. I remembered bits, the important bits, like Ong winning and important plot-related stuff. Think Akira, think. I muttered, walking in circles in my room while Crowley ate a big pile of corn like the greedy cute bastard he was. I had to make a recount of what spirits Ong meets, in the real world. Let's see. There was this panda spirit, that Ong calmed down, its name was Heibai. The panda lived close to a village, so that helps with the empathy situation, not many people around the Senlin village if I recalled correctly. That was option 1. As for option number 2. It was a long-distant memory from the comics. Forgetful Valley. Situated outside the Fire Nation village of Hirae, the Forgetful Valley had 4 mystical, crystal-clear pools of water. It is said that on occasion, usually once a season, a wolf spirit will drink from one of the 4 pools. The valley is home to the Mother of Faces, whose presence is said can be discerned upon observing the various fauna and flora. They exhibit face-like markings when the spirit is nearby. Those were 2 options now, the cons and pros of each one. For 1, Heibai was a very peaceful spirit, unless you tried to fuck with the forest, and if I remember correctly the panda was able to carry people in and out of the spirit realm. Now, in the Forgetful Valley we have, the Mother of Faces. The Mother of Faces it's said to be one of the most powerful and ancient spirits. Being older than Vado and Rava, for she has been around since the dawn of time, being responsible for giving faces to every living organism, bestowing plants, animals, and humans with them. No baby is born without her forming the face. The Mother of Faces is funny enough, also the Mother of KOH, the face stealer. Quite ironic. Both options were delightfully enticing, but the Forgetful Valley was more interesting. Why? Well, she was ancient and could talk, and well, Ursa the mother of Zuko was there, and well, that was bound to make things very, very interesting. Well, it's settled. Let's meet Ursa, and one of the most powerful spirits in existence. Hey, maybe in retrospect I should go to the almost non-threatening panda. Iroh POV. Zuko, my dear nephew, was livid. He had once again failed to capture the avatar. It was heartbreaking to see my nephew so lost, so out of touch with himself. He's going to the Earth Kingdom, Zuko growled, but the sources are not sure. Don't rust things, I smiled, patting his back. Life has its own reasons behind stuff. I have to. Zuko muttered, tears rolling down his eyes. He wanted so much to be loved by his father, to regain the honor he never lost. I don't know what to do, how to end this. I sighed, life can be painful and messed up. I'm not going to lie. It gets complicated at the worst of times, and sometimes you have no idea where to go or what to do. I paused, taking a deep breath, remembering my actions when Lu-10 died, my sins. Lots of times you just let yourself get lost, dropping into a wide open, huge abyss of misdirection, darkest and eventually regret. But that's why we have to keep trying. We have to push through all that hurts us, work past all the memories that are haunting us. After all, is the things that hurt us, the ones that make us grow. He burned me. Zuko cried, I have to do this if I ever want father to forgive me. You must find yourself, before capturing the avatar, before regaining what you never lost. I hugged Zuko. Find myself. I already know who I am. Zuko chuckled in pain, and besides, how does one even do that? Somehow. Someday, you'll find it. The balance between whom you wish to be and whom you need to be. But for now, you simply have to be satisfied with who you are, don't change who you are to please others, be the best version of yourself. If only you could understand that already, that the one that needs to change is the foolish of my little brother. Thanks uncle, Zuko sighed, wiping his tears away. Now, what do you say we head to the Earth Kingdom? I smiled. I knew he still didn't understand what I had told him, or what I had tried to, but it didn't matter. I would be with him, by his side until he did. I was not going to fail him like I like with my dear Lu-10, that sounds like a trip worth having with tea, I chuckled. Then it's settled, the avatar will fall, next time, Zuko stated, all signs of emotional turmoil gone. He was back to his angry self. Very well. I'll go pack my tea, I nodded, and for some unexpected reason, the image of young Akira sitting in front of the lake appeared in my head. It had been over a month since I had a cup of tea with him. Was this a message from the spirits? Perhaps it meant I would soon cross paths with my tea buddy. How delightful. 25, Chapter 25. It took me a few days to start a well-thought plan to get to Forgetful Valley without getting lost. From Ba Sing Se, I started my journey, jumping from village to village, with the help of various merchants, but merchants could only take me so far. With the Fire Nation controlling a big piece of the land, it was nearly impossible to travel directly to where I wanted to go. Reason why, I had decided to stay in the Serpent Pass in clothes for the night. Before embarking into the Fire Nation territory, I also had to buy some Fire Nation clothes, to avoid unnecessary fights. The inn I found was a very old one, with the edge of my door worn from use, though most of the wood was smooth as if especially polished. Taking my key, I opened the door and found myself alone in a simple yet big room about 20 feet by 16. As I looked around I noticed the unpolished wood floor was bare but clean, showing the owners were quite clean. On the left side, there was a long tiny window at the top of the wall which let through some light. In the middle of the room, was the bed with the common hay mattress. Not bad, I muttered, as Crowley flew to the bed. The only thing in the room besides my bed, was a stove with a set of matches to cook, and a little bucket, that were located on the floor against the far wall. Maybe the bucket was to do my human needs, who knows. Alright, let's see, I said, as I opened the map to see where I had to go next. One wrong choice and I would be months behind what I wanted to do. Hira was a village that it wasn't on the maps thanks to Oze and his hate for Ursa, but I knew it was around the outskirts of the Fire Nation's original territory. Perhaps, it was best to tackle the spirit realm by first going to Heibai. I was after all, a few days away from the panda, but I had no real idea where the Mother of Faces truly was. What do you think, Crowley? Should I insist on the Mother of Faces or try with the panda? I asked, mostly to myself. There was also the point I had no guarantee the Mother of Faces or Heibai would actually carry me to the spirit world. Fuck it, I will try and find the village. Someone in the Fire Nation is bound to know, I decided, closing my map, choosing to stick to the plan. From Serpent Pass, I would take a cart to the Great Divide, and from there I would walk to a Fire Nation colony close to it, staying there for the night. And from that point it should be pretty easy to get to the Fire Nation territory, the original one I mean. Alright, time to literally hit the hay, I chuckled as I jumped to the bed, waking a now very angry Raven. Sorry pal, I didn't see you there, I lied. Every now and then, I like to bother my little friend. Next morning. The next morning, I had the inn owner find me a ride to the Great Divide, and surprisingly enough he did so in under a minute. His name was Deku, and was the only cart in 100 miles, I could only hope he like many other Dekus didn't have the hobby of breaking every bone on his body. Ah, Akira. Deku my Uber. I mean cart rider said loudly. Don't forget my payment. The man smiled, extending his open hand, waiting for the money. Here you go, I chuckled, giving him what I had discussed with the inn owner. Immediately after I scrambled onto the cart, and discovered that it was full of dirt and hay, that served as the seats. The first few hours of the ride were, well, bumpy is a fucking understatement. To put simple I would need to water heal my balls after this, if I ever wanted to procreate in the future, and not only that but the rocks were basically beating me up, with the hay scratching the crap out of my skin, but I guess the day was pleasantly nice, so it wasn't all bad. The road was dull, with nothing but rocks and dirt in every direction, not that I expected much. The map hinted this part of the trip was going to be lame, maybe I needed to find a flying bison. In Legend of Korra they didn't seem to be extinct, and unless Appa was somehow able to clone himself, there were others around the world. So, how long is this trip? I asked, trying to entertain myself. About 10 hours more, Deku smiled proudly. I know the fast route. God, I miss cars. I see. Well, I suppose the only thing I can do right now, is relax and suffer through this hellish ride. Agila POV. Zuzu was after the Avatar, but like everything he did, he would fail, and I would once again, prove to be victorious, to be superior, to be better, to be worthy of the admiration of my nation, my father and my mother. To show her, she misplaced her love and support on Zuko, a little good for nothing. But first, I had to eliminate a prepubescent Avatar and a little rumor that had been going on, for quite a while. Akira, that was the name of the pathetic attempt from the Water Tribe to scare the mighty Fire Nation. Killing Zhao was not an accomplishment, that wasn't even a challenge, but the rumors of him being the Justice incarnated to, laughably might I add, make us pay? Utterly pathetic. Killing the Avatar was of course, first, but destroying this little hope the Water Tribe had, was also on my list. I hope you are as good as they sell you, Akira, I smiled, otherwise, destroying their hope won't be any fun. 26, Chapter 26. After a very painful trip, I was dropped in the Great Divide aka the Great Canyon of the Avatar world. From here things were easier for me to an extent, of course. Walking all the way to the Fire Nation colony was hard, it was a long way, and the harsh environment of this pseudo-deserted land made things harder than they should. But where is life, there is water, and while it wasn't in great amounts, I was slowly gathering water from the environment, to help me on my way. Let's see, I hummed as I opened the map to check my location. If I was correct I was around 200 miles away from the colony I wanted to reach, and that would take me weeks, so it was time to change my approach to a more creative one. I had two options. 1. using my flying technique to literally bend my own ass towards the colony as fast as I could, or walk. Alright, time to fly it is. Normally, I would freeze small parts of my body, to maximize water usage, technique and flexibility. But right now, all I wanted was speed, so I had to be a projectile. And fast one at that. With that in mind, I created a layer of ice in my shoes, collar, hands, and knees, and started to bend my way up to the sky, the higher the better. Once I was close to the clouds, I started to gather all the water around, creating a sphere big enough to fit 3 people my size around me. With the water sphere ready, I moved on to phase 2, freezing the first layer of water to make the sphere hard on the outside, and also make the water harder to evaporate. Once that was ready, I started to spin the sphere with me inside as fast as I could. My idea was simple. I wanted to use the momentum of the centrifugal force to short the distance between the colony and me by shooting me like a fucking bullet into their direction. Ready, Crowley? Caw. I don't understand cause, but that sounded like a yet. 2 hours later. In hindsight, I should have known this was an awful idea. At first it worked perfectly, but holding such a big body of water so high in the air was taxing by body and mind. It was painful. I could feel every fiber of my body screaming in pain as I slowly but surely lost altitude. Fuck. I said as I struggled to keep the construct of water in place, sweat dropping like I was doing the hardest workout ever. I hate myself so much right now. Having enough of the torturous bending exercise I had put myself into, I let gravity do his thing. As I slowly started to fall into the abyss, taking a deep breath, I pushed myself out of the ball, making sure to unfreeze the thing. Holy! I was gasping for air, as I slowly hovered to the ground. If I had known that shit was going to be so taxing, I would have picked another option. Or thought of another way. I am never doing that again, not in a long time anyway. Note to self, make sure to train stamina while holding large bodies of water for a prolonged period of time. Caw. I turned to see Crowley. He was scared and angry at me. Can't blame the little guy. As I was about to try and pet him mid-air, I saw a carriage move a few miles away, and ever further away, I was able to see the colony. I was one step closer, to get where I wanted. Iro POV. My dear nephew was anxious. The fact the young avatar had a flying mount didn't help his mental state of always being one step behind. Train me, Zuko asked. I need something to pass the time, he added. You already have the basis of a good firebender, I smiled. All he needed to do was change the fuel of his fire, from anger to love. All you need is to find within you the enlightenment we all so desperately seek. I don't have time to try and enter a world of fantasies inside my head. Zuko shouted, I need to be stronger. How can meditating help me? With that, I won't ever get peace until I capture the avatar. Oh dear nephew, I smiled at him. It isn't by getting out of the world that we become enlightened, but by getting into the world, by getting so tuned in that we can ride the waves of our existence and never get tossed because we become the waves that we transcend the limitations our mind puts upon of. Enlightenment wasn't about having all the answers, it was about accepting you didn't have them all. By accepting the world and its beauty, only then, you will become what you are destined to be. The Fire Lord your father and I can't be. If I meditate, will you train me? After, Zuko sighed. If you really meditate, I don't see why not. I smiled, hoping one day he would understand my teachings. I will make you a cup of tea, to help you relax. You really love your tea, Zuko chuckled, showing for a brief moment the real him, the man I knew he could be. Well, I winked at him. No matter where you are in the world, you are at home when tea is served, I said as I started to walk towards the kitchen to make the tea I had offered. Perhaps today I would try that new blend I read in my tea book. It would be an adventure to experience with my dear nephew, a new tea together. Home. Zuko smiled, I like the sound of that. Ong POV. You don't like the way the world works. Akira's voice echoed in my head, then change it, you have the power to do so, but as long as you are this weak, your voice will be drowned in the million cries of pain of the people that you failed to save. He was right. I had escaped my destiny once, next time, show me how strong your resolve is, Ong, he was right. I couldn't complain about how the things in the world were going if I myself couldn't do anything about it. Ong, are you okay? Katara asked, putting her hand on my shoulder. Yeah, just thinking. I smiled. Is this about? Katara paused. Akira. She added the name with a bit of anger. He was right. I was happy she was mad at him to some extent, but Akira was right. If I wasn't happy with the world I was in, it was my duty to make it better. I was the Avatar, and even if I wasn't, it was my duty. That still didn't give him the right to punch you, Katara fumed. Or freeze me, but whatever, nobody cares about little old Sokka, Sokka added. 27, Chapter 27. After taking a few hours to cool down my hurting body, I walked the remainder of the way, that was around 10 miles, arriving at the outskirts of the village before the night started, hiding on a bush. Once I was comfortably situated in the bush, I decided to survey the area. Before entering, this was after all enemy territory. The village in question was surrounded on all sides by hills and a very expansive forest on the back, but there was something more, something familiar, so using my water sense, I managed to feel a small river that ran through the forest on the back. There was water, lots of it, no wonder it felt familiar. Bordering the forest, there was a massive wooden, rectangular wall that separated the forest from the town. Meaning if push came to shove, that was my best possible escape route. As for ententes, the settlement had only one, a single gate at the front. My clothes said I was part of the Earth Kingdom. And my powers would say I was part of the Water Tribe, and neither of those were welcomed in Fire Nation settlements, so I had only one option, sneaking inside the village. Alright, I nodded, knowing that was the best possible way to get in, without starting a fight, and considering right now bending hurts, thanks to my stupid idea, it was best if I played it safe, at least, for the moment. Using my water sense, I located all the guards around, and using that information, I moved around their lines of sight, avoiding them easy. But now I had to climb the walls of the village. Working through the pain, I created ice claws on my hands and feet, and started to climb the wall, the exact moment the guards weren't looking. Taking the 30-second blind spot they had every 5 minutes. God damn! I'm all sore, I muttered, landing on the other side of the wall, behind a house. Now it was time for phase 2. Stealing clothes. If I wanted to continue this adventure, I had to look like I was part of the Fire Nation. Deciding it was perhaps divine providence, I climbed to the second-floor window of the house I had landed near after climbing the wall, and using the humidity of the environment I forced the window open, as I silently entered the house, praying whoever lived here was my size, or at least close. Let's see, I hummed, checking all the drawers of the room I had just entered, and thank God the clothes were somewhat my size. They were a bit bigger, but nothing I couldn't wear. After that, I decided to take a backpack that was in a corner inside a walk-in closet, changing it with my Water Nation one, putting all my stuff inside, including my dear pet, after I of course opened a big hole for him to breathe and stick his head out. Alright, I think I look native enough, I chuckled, feeling a bit like Link, entering houses and stealing shit. Maybe I should start shouting HYAH while I take stuff. Caw. Well, enough is enough, it was time to get out of this house. I wanted to sleep and I still had yet to find an inn, so taking a deep breath, with my new outfit ready, I got out of the house from where I came from, and as if I was part of their community, I started to walk among them, chanting in my head, "Don't be suspicious." The village was beautiful, filled with grandiose and brilliantly extravagant architecture. The Fire Nation was really ahead of their time in architecture. Where can I find a coin trade house? I asked a random villager. Just keep walking, you'll see the sign. The random villager answered, telling me I was going the right way. And just like he said, I found the trade houses and all it took was a few minutes. Fire coin trade. Inside, I noticed they only had one trade option, Earth Kingdom currency to Fire Nation currency, and that they were scamming the heck out of me or anyone trying to exchange money, but for now I would get what I could. Even after losing 30% of my cash, I still had more than enough for the trip. Any ideas where I can find a good inn? I asked with a smile to the lady behind the counter. Go to the center, the Pagoda Inn is one of the best, the scammer, lady said. Thanks. I nodded, as I left the coin house not before taking a map of the village that was conveniently located in the door. Following the map, I found my way to the settlement's center, finding a very unique structure, the famous 3 pagodas located in the center of the village. The central pagoda was the largest, while the other 2 identical ones to its sides were smaller. Each of the pagodas was 3 stories tall and had a yellow exterior with slanted black rooftops. Taking a quick glance around, I could see other smaller but similarly designed structures surrounding the pagodas. I need to invent a camera. No. Akira, you won't. Knowing how to use a camera doesn't give you the knowledge to build one, but one can dream. These amazing buildings were all centered around a wide and spacious square, at which many of the town's paved stone streets culminated, including the one that had driven me there. Around the buildings, many shops, restaurants, and inns were based around the square, allowing the square to thrive as a bustling commercial and social center, reason why it was full of people. Close to one of the smallest pagodas, there was the inn I had been recommended, quite the creative name, it wasn't? Pagoda Inn. Walking across the square, I noticed various firebender doing street shows, like, breathing fire, juggling things on fire. Yeah, those things kinda lost their charm in this world. As I entered the inn, a massively tall man smiled at me. Welcome to Pagoda Inn, are you looking for a room? The man, maybe 8-foot-tall man, inquired. Yes, I nodded. 28, Chapter 28. Iro POV. I had made a terrible mistake. After we had arrived in the Earth Kingdom, I had confused the very white jade bush with the legendary white dragon bush. Thanks to my rookie mistake, I had poisoned myself. I think these berries can cure me, I pointed as Zuko walked in circles around me, or blind me. I'm not sure if they are bakui berries, or the deadly macaole berries. I really needed to refresh my memory with all this beautifully deadly fauna in this world. No. Zuko shouted as I tried to grab the berries. Drinking tea from the mysterious plant is the reason you are ill. It's a very stupid idea to try a cure that with another unknown. Well, he had a point, but it's not like we had many options. We had no medicine of any kind in the ship we had stolen from Zhao's fleet, which we couldn't use anymore, because my not-so-dear niece was hunting us. If we head to the Earth Kingdom, and we are discovered, we will be executed, I stated, and if the Fire Nation soldiers around manage to capture us, we will be turned over to Azula. Earth Kingdom it is, Zuko answered without hesitation, and I couldn't blame him. Azula was cruel, beyond human comprehension. She was a monster my little brother nurtured, destroying and damaging any humanity she had in her, while praising her monstrous side. Creating what she is today. I could have stopped him, many times I thought about killing him, with that I could have saved Zuko from this pain, and Azula from this destiny. But I didn't. In the end, monsters like Azula and Oze were nothing. The true terrors in this world were people like me, the ones with power who saw suffering, who heard the screams of 100 generations echoing for miles around them and still did nothing, but I had finally resolved to do what had to be done. The easy path is not the one that leads to victory, sometimes it only leads to damnation. Killing Oze, my little brother, would solve nothing, if I was the one doing it. With Zuko, the cycle of hate would end, the endless fire of destruction would finally be put down. Are you okay, uncle? Zuko asked worriedly. Yes, dear nephew, let's go, I nodded, as I slowly stood up. Now let's start this journey. Zuko POV. Sometimes my uncle would feel like the smartest person in the whole world, full of wisdom and knowledge, and sometimes, he was just a big baby. How could he be so naive? Making tea with an unknown plant. He could have killed himself. He was careless sometimes. It will take us 2 days to arrive at the nearest settlement, I inwardly cursed. Don't worry, dear nephew, I have more than enough time. He didn't know that. Why can't he take his own life seriously? Doesn't he know I can't low? We have to find people soon. We don't know how fast that poison you drank works, I sighed. For now, capturing the Avatar could wait. For now, the map we have shows there is a farming settlement nearby. If we walk non-stop through some roads, we should be there by the night. If we followed the normal route, there was a big chance. No, I won't think about it, because it won't happen. Very well, he smiled. I'm sure everything will turn out just fine. Just follow your gut, and guide me. I chuckled. My gut thinks we have to go this way. I pointed at the map. Akira POV. It was the evening of my 5th day in the Fire Nation village. Today the winds howled outside. As I drank, a nice cup of Burning Desire, a Fire Nation drink, famous around these parts. Thanks to the winds, the tavern's walls creaked worryingly, but nobody seemed to mind. As I continued to drink my alcoholic beverage, a few men and women entered and exited the tavern, spreading out across candle-lit tables and cradling steamy drinks and hot food. Why was I still here? Well, my body and spirit were in need of rest thanks to my earlier stunt, and I decided to get that rest here, but my stay was coming to an end, tonight. This week I had gathered all the supplies I needed to make this journey, at least until the next city. You all right there, friend? A deep voice asked, snapping me out of my train of thought. With a smile I look up to see Moro, the owner of the Phoenix's Heart Tavern, standing across the bar from me, polishing a mug against his worn-out apron. You look like you need to talk. Hey, every bartender is incredibly friendly here. Neat. The old man smiled as he pulled a bottle off the shelf behind him, proceeding to pour a new drink into my empty glass. If there's something troubling you, feel free to share. That's what we bartenders are for, he chuckled. Nothing much, I chuckled, just planning my journey, nothing deep or emotional. Well, if you need someone to hear you out, you know where to find me, Moro smiled, as he walked to attend another customer. But I stopped him, as I started to talk. Actually, do you know a good cart around here? I wanted to actually sleep on the ride, not suffer. Moro hummed before asking, where do you want to go? To the port, I answered. Moro smiled, yes, I have a guy. Hey kiddo, a random man sat beside me, I hear you needed a ride. Jesus Christ, when and how these two communicated or exchanged the information I was just giving, yes I do. Old Khan here is the best around, Moro stated, if you want a fast and comfortable ride, I vouch for him. Very well, I want to leave tonight or tomorrow morning, I informed the rider. Tomorrow morning, Khan winked, I have to let the wife now, I'll be off for a few days. Works for me, I chuckled. Well, if you need me, I'll be polishing the mugs in the back, Moro said, going to the back of his establishment. 29, Chapter 29. After 1 month of painfully slow sea travel, I had finally arrived at the Fire Nation. It took a lot of money and illegal activities to do so, like for example, sneaking in the ship because I had no papers and there was no fucking way I was going to back down after being so close. But none of that mattered, I was finally here, in the jaws of the lion. The prospect was both scary and exhilarating. I still had a lot to travel, but it would not hurt to take it easy for the time being and enjoy the scenery. Until I know for sure where the Mother of Faces really is. For now I was going to enjoy my stay in Chujing. The place was beautiful, it almost seemed designed to be pleasant and welcoming, like a trap, but it was most likely a place for old warriors to retire. After all, it was incredibly peaceful. And I could feel it, maybe the empathy thing was actually a thing with me now. Great. Caw. What up buddy, you found anything? I chuckled. Crowley for one was excited to meet new places, and angry I didn't cook like Sakura did, ungrateful little. As I walked around the plains with Crowley, a canal of water got my attention. It was mesmerizing, the crystal clear water with the occasional fish or turtle swimming beneath the water lilies that grew near the canal banks. I followed mindlessly the road along the water into a particularly unique building, making me realize why I had a sense of déjà vu here. Perched high on a cliff, there was a beautiful castle overlooking the faraway town of Shujing, and that castle was no other than the famous Piandeo's castle. With a smile I used my water sense to feel the entire building. It took me a few seconds being that the building was massive and getting information from so far away was hard, but now I had a better idea what to expect. The castle had around 14 bedrooms, with 2 gardens, one on the front and one of the back. Inside there were 5 people, all of them separated in different rooms. Maybe I could get some sword training with the guy. God knows I'm not the best hand-to-hand combat. It could be an interesting way to utilize my time off my plan, at least until I find where in the heck is Forgetful Valley. And there is always the chance he knows where my destination is, otherwise I would be very disappointed in the intellectual prowess of the White Lotus. Ajala POV. Rumors were spreading far and wide that Little Hope of the Water Tribe was traveling around the world. Many think he's just looking for something, but I wasn't stupid, he was heading towards the Fire Nation. How I found out was simple, the rumors had casually spread on a straight line towards the Fire Nation. One day he was riding towards the Great Divide and the next, no one knew where he was. Well, I did. There was a Fire Nation colony a few hundred miles from the Great Divide, and it was much too convenient he disappeared that close to it. Meaning he had infiltrated the sheeps. But for now, I would allow this. After all, it would be much more fun when father asked me personally to kill the vermin under our noses. For now, I would let him play his game while I played mine. They were here, Tai Li stated in her ever-cheerful and annoying demeanor. A few days back, 3 at much, Mai added. It's all right, they will eventually meet their end at our hands, I smiled. After all, Zuzu, Iroh, the Avatar and his peons would all inevitably fall under my might. Any news about the water guy? Tai Li inquired. For now, he isn't our concern. Akira POV. After knocking at the castle a few times and getting no answer, I decided to meditate. It had been quite a while since I talked with that crazy cat after all. Taking a deep breath, I let the world around me disappear, like the wind of spring taking the cold away, but this time, something felt different, something felt foreign, darker and much more inhuman. Entreating, a voice thundered inside my very core, shaking my stance like an earthquake. The voice seemed to come from everywhere around me, the feeling was darker than anything I had ever felt. Inwardly cursing in shock, I opened my eyes to confirm my suspicions. I wasn't in the forest I would normally get after meditating. I was inside a tree, with a dark entity. Fuck, I cursed, in front of no other than fucking Vado, wondering how in the fuck was this happening. It was supposed to be impossible to enter his prison. How can a human so in tune with the spirit world be so ignorant? Vado chuckled in amusement, and well, this wasn't what I had been expecting at all. Fear not. I don't want to kill you, yet. The evil spirit bent down ponderously, probably trying to figure out how to deal with me. You are Vado, right? I asked, trying to make conversation, as I struggled to force my spirit back to my body to no avail. Maybe it was all the negative energy pouring out of him. If before I wasn't sure about the empathy thing, I was sure as hell now. With Vado, I felt his anger, his hatred, and even surprisingly his fear. I am. Vado answered in a low tone, as he leaned close to my face, stopping a few inches away from me as if a barrier stopped him. But you already knew that, otherwise, why would you reek of fear? Reek of fear? How? I wasn't afraid, not totally, but I knew I was screwed either way. Here I had no bending, and the bastard was several dozen meters taller than me. Why am I here? I managed to articulate. And empathy? Well, that explains a lot, Vado said in annoyance as if I had spoiled his fun. As to why are you here? I have no idea. But a question popped in my head. Why didn't I feel fear? The guy was beyond striking league. Was it because he couldn't hurt me, and his feelings were shouting that at me? Taking a deep breath, I decided to bet on that. I was screwed either way if my hunch failed. You can't hurt me, can't you? I asked. Vado chuckled in amusement, as he tapped the invisible seal around him with his tail, before saying, "No, for now." "Well, not that I don't enjoy talking with you," I said, letting out a breath I didn't know I was holding. In relief I had drifted outside his seal, "but I have to go." "Wait." Vado called out, "I have a deal you might like." 30, Chapter 30. Before Vado was even able to offer his deal, I felt the pull back to the real world, and I was glad I did. Whatever diabolical idea he had, I wanted no part in it. "Young man, are you lost?" The question startled me back to reality. It was the Master Piandeo, who had walked out of his castle waking me up from the spirit world. He was dressed in an expensive red and black kimono with gold lines on the edges, with a sheathed sword thrust through his obi, his eyes deep and kind. Note to self, don't meditate, ever again. "I was actually looking for you," I answered. "Interested in the way of the sword, then?" Piandeo said, with an amused tone. I nodded in answer. The old master stood silent for a second, giving me a long scrutinizing look, before he motioned for me to follow him. "Come here, young man." As I followed him, a man approached the master, eyeing me with curiosity and surprise. "Master Piandeo, are you finally getting a new student?" Master Piandeo barely showed any emotion as he looked at me. "Well, that depends on him." "Hey kid," the man extended his hand giving a handshake, "the name is Fat, and just a heads up, Master Piandeo turns down almost every aspirant, so don't expect much." After that little interaction, the old master took me to a room, and asked, "Why are you looking to train?" This was a test, one that Sokka had passed thanks to his humility. Was I humble? Not really. I knew I was strong, but if I said that he would outright reject me. So I had to be humble. "I need to get stronger," I answered, realizing if I had to be humble, I would have to be truthful about my weaknesses. I have no idea how to properly use a sword. That wasn't a lie. I was good at bending, but not at the normal aspect of fighting. If you have me, I would like to learn how to be a proper swordsman under your teachings. Piandeo looked at me, showing not emotion for a long minute as if trying to see any sense of falsehood behind my words. "Very well, I will teach you how to be a proper warrior in the ways of the sword." "I will be honored to learn with you," I smiled. "You will do more than learning how to use a sword. A real swordsman needs more than a blade to be one with his blade," Piandeo stated. "You will learn to take care of the garden, you will practice calligraphy, and you will use a dull blade until you are ready to wield a real blade." He paused. "Do you still want to learn?" Well, that was sure a lot of work, but for now, it was better than doing nothing. "Yes, I will do what I must." "Very well," Piandeo nodded. "Go with Fat, he will instruct you what to do in the garden." Iro POV. Zuko was angry with our situation. From royalty to beggars, it really affected him, a lot. "Some coin for this old man?" I asked with a wide smile, as people passed by dropping coins in my hat. "This is humiliating. We are royalty, people should be giving us what we want." Zuko hissed in anger, showing his ignorance to the outside world. "They will, if we ask nicely," I smiled. I knew Zuko would soon learn the harsh realities of this war, and it would forever change him for the better. After all, he was now a victim of his father's regime, like everyone else. "We don't need any kindness," Zuko said, practically growling. "We won't once we have the avatar." "Sir, can I have a coin?" a little girl asked, approaching us. "Sure," I smiled, giving her part of what I had collected. "Thanks." The girl smiled, beaming with newfound happiness, that already made this beggar thing worth it. "We don't have anything, why are you wasting what little we have?" Zuko asked after the girl left, skipping with a happy smile, shocked I had given part of the money we had collected. "Love and kindness are never wasted, dear nephew. They always make a difference. They bless the one who receives them, and they bless you, the giver." I smiled at him. "Besides, no one has ever become poor by giving, that only makes you richer where it really matters." Zuko sighed. Well, she did look hungry. I hope no one takes that money from her. And there it was, the kind young man I believed in. "I'm sure she will be fine," I smiled. "Does that actually make a difference?" Zuko suddenly asked. "Tomorrow she will be hungry once again. Are you actually helping?" I looked at him for a second, before replying, "Dear nephew, there's no such thing as a small act of kindness. Every kind act we do creates a ripple of goodness with no logical end. We don't have to be kind because it will change something, we have to be kind because it who we are." "I suppose," Zuko sighed. "And sometimes, you can accomplish by kindness what you cannot by force." I winked at him. "I'm sure the Avatar will go with me to the Fire Nation if I ask nicely," Zuko replied with a low chuckle. "Maybe not now," I laughed. Little by little I was leaving a mark on my dear nephew, and soon he would learn that the purpose of life is not to be happy, not completely. The real purpose of life was to be useful, to be honorable, to be compassionate, to be kind, to be fair, to have it make some difference that you have lived and lived well. We are all here to serve, one way or another. Uncle, do you think we will capture the avatar anytime soon? Zuko asked, his head low. Only time will tell, no. I knew for a fact you would never capture the avatar, for your destiny was another, but unfortunately you aren't ready to hear it. Yet. 31, Chapter 31. 2 weeks later. So far, my training with Piandao has been fun, even the gardening part that I was pretty sure he put me to that just because he doesn't hire any landscapers. Calligraphy was a breeze, the one I was having troubles with was, with the way of the sword. You are not used to weapons, are you? Master Piandao asked with an amused tone, stopping our daily spar. I am not, I chuckled. You are treating our spar as if it was a bending fight, Master Piandao said with a frown. And I couldn't do anything but stared at him in mild shock. Your stances are all bare-handed water-bending stances, the old man smirked at me, as he went on about my flaws in hand-to-hand/weapon combat. A bit risky against armed opponents, when you are not using bending. You would do well learning a few sword stances. Since when? I asked after a second. Since the day I met you, Piandao replied, showing little to no emotion. I don't care where you come from, that doesn't matter to the way of the sword. If I had had any doubts about him or his motives, I was now completely sold. This man was awesome on my list. So I have to forget about my stances. I muttered. No, Piandao shook his head, you need to insert them, like a good condiment, alone is nothing, but with a good base, can be glorious, a food metaphor, neat. So I have to complement my base with what I know, not the other way around, meaning I would have to form a really good base with my sword, and then I would improve them with my water style. Exactly, Piandao nodded, sounding pleased. My style has been honed by taking bits from every culture I had encountered, the aggressive side of the Fire Nation, the solid defense of the Earth Kingdom, the motions of the Water Tribe, and the flexibility of the Air Nomads. I see, I nodded. I will give you the base, is up to you to build something beautiful with it, or let it die like a rose in winter, Master Piandao added, as he left the training yard. 2 weeks later. The days passed with me training and losing swords with Piandao over and over and over again. It was humiliating, but at the same time, I was happy to be learning. After our talk that day, things seemed to click better for me. It had become easier to learn. You have improved, tremendously, Piandao said, pleased with my development. You are ready. Ready? For what? For what? You have learned the basis of the sword, it's time for you to make that something of your own. That was it, a month of training? I mean, yes I did learn, but a month. Isn't this a bit fast? I inquired with uncertainty. Learning how to swing a blade correctly takes no time, Piandao smiled, becoming a great swordsman, now that takes decades. I know it seems fast, but if I keep teaching you, you will only copy me. The sword, the user, and the style have to be unique if you have to truly be a warrior. I suppose that's right, I chuckled. If you want you can stay, but I know you have other things to do, Piandao said, giving me a map. What you seek is in there. I took the map with a childlike sense of excitement, and smiled. Inside there was the location I had been looking for in his library. Every time I asked you said you didn't know, and so did Fat. I eyed him with a chuckle. I wanted to finish your training first. An incomplete base is worse than no base at all, Piandao stated. Thanks, for everything. Ong POV. Finding an earthbender master, was harder than I had originally anticipated. With Bumi out of the picture, things had complicated. I had to find a master that listened before striking. A master on the ways of the neutral Jing. Bumi stated that the neutral Jing is the key to earthbending. The art of the neutral Jing apparently involves listening, though seemingly doing nothing, and waiting for the right moment to strike. And it did make sense, for when in combat, earthbenders are usually more stationary than other benders, waiting for their opponent to come to them, while standing their ground and meeting their opponent's attacks head-on, before delivering a deadly counterattack of their own. I'm sure your master will be huge. Sokka smiled, big muscles, big power. Muscles mean nothing in bending, Sokka, Katara sighed. Katara is right, bending is more about the spirit, and less about the body, I added. Well, I still think your master will be huge, Sokka shrugged. Toph POV. I was the best of the best, unmatched, undefeated, and I ran out of UNS, but it doesn't matter, I'm awesome. These idiots in the arena keep trying to take my throne, but none of them will ever even manage to make me sweat. In the arena I was a goddess. But at home I felt worthless. The shame that tormented me was all the more corrosive for coming from the people that were supposed to see value in me, and yet saw nothing but the surface of what I was. I didn't know why I felt so tainted, and worthless, and wrong with them, only that I did, and that whenever I was in the arena I felt partly whole. In the arena I wasn't the poor blind girl everyone felt pity for, no, I was the blind bandit, a powerful and independent earthbender, a force to be reckoned with. Lady Bafong, it's time for your bath, one of the servants said. I think I can take this one myself. I was blind, not stupid, why can't they see that? I'm afraid I can't let you do that, there are many dangers during bath time. Once again, I had been refuted immediately. I hate this. 32, Chapter 32. The same day, Master Piandeo said I was ready to master the way of the sword on my own. I left, I had now a map guiding me to where I had to be. Today, like any other day in the surprisingly cozy Fire Nation, the sun shone bright in a cloudless sky, every now and then a bird would fly by, but besides that nothing much. The Fire Nation was calm and beautiful, so much at times it would make me forget about the war altogether. So far, I really couldn't complain. Besides my meeting with Vado, things were going awesome for me. I even had the luck to find a merchant group after I left the island that offered to take me there, if I escorted them all the way there, and while I was mostly inclined to outright reject the offer, I decided to do otherwise and accept it. That way, I would be seen as considerably less suspicious to the eyes of others, soldiers especially. I wanted to avoid fights, for the time being. As the caravan advanced through one nearby towns, a group of soldiers stopped us, nothing serious, just routine checks. I knew that much. With a long scrutinizing look, I studied the orderly row of the soldiers in front of my ride, with their helmets gleaming in the sunlight. There were about 24 men, on foot, in the rear guard, all in identical red and black armors, some carrying long spears and swords. One of them had a slightly different armor, and if I had to take a guess he was their squad captain, or something similar. Not only that, but he was the one doing all the talking, showing he had in a way authority. I was ready to literally rain hell on them, but I had to wait, if they didn't stop us. It would save me a lot of trouble, if possible, a low profile was best for me. Everything seems good, the captain stated, eyeing the paperwork the merchant had given him, be on your way. I inwardly cheered the fact that I didn't have to kill them all, which while easy, it would have made the trip a living hell. Jose for one, would want my ass on a silver platter. Without any more interruptions, the caravan continued with the trip, eventually taking us in the depths of a forest, plagued with thieves, that were really human-like monkeys methodically following us. All I knew thanks to my water sense was that we were being followed. I had two options in how to deal with this situation: 1, using my bending to take them all, saving the caravan, and revealing my identity. 2, using only what Piandeo had taught me, keeping my low profile. I suppose I'm about to see how much improvement with the sword I had obtained after that crash course Master Piandeo gave me. And here we go, 3, 2, 1. As if on cue, a man with a very Assassin's Creed look, leaped from one of the trees, his arms and legs spreading wide to keep the balance in the air. The man in question landed with ease on one of the mounted men beside one of the many carriages in a deadly crouch. His weight, combined with the gravitational force of the landing, immediately brought both man and horse to the ground in a painful mixture of a neigh, a cry, and a loud crash, blood splattering everywhere. The poor man the thief had landed on was now dead in a pool of blood on the ground, while his horse was running away in fear. The man stood up unsheathing his blade and pointing at us with it and said, "Surrender all your belongings, and we will let you live." Crowley eyed me, and the man, and simply skipped away to an empty haybed, like saying, "You get in way too much trouble, I'm going to sleep." I rolled my eyes at Crowley, as I kept on observing the situation, wondering what the merchant would pick, his merchandise or his life. "We won't give you anything, freeloaders." "Oh, his merchandise it is." "Very well," the man snapped his fingers, and more Assassin's Creed lookalikes forms jumped down from nearby trees. The assailants all looked identical, with slight differences like height and weight. But besides that, it was like a fucking Assassin's Creed convention out here. "Kill them all," the man ordered. I sighed as I rushed in to help the caravan. If push came to shove I would use water bending to kill them all, so this wasn't much of a tough situation for me. Taking a step forward, the man tried to cut me with his blade. I surprisingly found myself easily countering his attack, and cutting his throat. Getting my clothes dirty with the blood the now dead man had spilled on my clothes. "Killing with a weapon sure is way messy," I muttered, as I continued to field test my new skills. Agila POV. Akira was starting to make this game fun, like a mouse, getting into a lion's den. He was making this game so interesting that for a moment, a brief moment at that, I wanted to stop chasing Zuzu, and the Avatar. Just to kill him. I had no idea what his motives were at this point, nor I actually cared, but he was playing a game. I was known to always win, I always catch my prey. But the question now was, where was him? I had unfortunately lost track of him after the fire colony in the Earth Kingdom, who I had to personally punish for being so stupid. After that, I knew he was heading towards the Fire Nation, and considering he is probably trying to keep a low profile, 3 places came to mind: Shujing, the Fire Nation Bazaar, or the pitiful town Zhanghui. And 2 of those options were practically out of the window. The Fire Nation Bazaar had too much security, one mistake and he would have the entire nation on him, and the disgusting town of Zhanghui had nothing to offer him, in the military point of view. Which only left Xu Jing. From there, his options were nearly limitless. The island was vast and with little to no security, meaning he would have time to plan his next move, uninterrupted. From Xu Jing, it pained me to admit I had no idea where he would go from that point, but like everything else I would eventually figure out. After all, I have to keep tabs of all my prey, the Avatar, Zuzu, my uncle, and of course, him. 33, Chapter 33. The massacre continued, with us losing in a humiliating manner. But I was not going to let that trouble me. So turning to my next target, I ran towards my prey with my sword ready. The assassin barely had time to react as my sword hit him in the chest, leaving a nasty cut on it, followed by a horizontal cut cutting his throat. Killing him. At the same time, one of the assailants had tried to land a strike on my seemingly wide-open back. But thanks to my water sense, I felt the bastard approach, and leapt high backward in retreat, dodging the attack in a flowing motion, like a wave on the sea. The assassin who had just tried to attack me was now engaged fighting another bodyguard, ripping him apart. A battle cry echoed in the vicinity as the heavily injured near-death firebender bodyguard tried to burn his attacker off him, with a straight punch, followed by a small torrent of fire. As the assassin dodged, and the firebender died from his injuries, I dashed forward to intercept him. This was the perfect opening, the guy had ignored me and this was my chance to kill him for it. Fast like a cat, I sneaked behind, piercing his throat with my blade. Out of the 80 people that the caravan I was guarding had, only 2 remained, me and another guard who was bleeding out, so technically just me, and only 15 of the Assassin's Creed lookalikes had died, and they were easily over 100 around. It all hinted that I would have to use water bending soon. Too bad, for the people that hired me though, but oh well. It's it worth it to die for, this? One of the assassins pointed to the caravan. That is a very, very, nice question, I chuckled bitterly, as used water bending to lower the temperature around, little by little. Tell me, is it worth it? You think you will win? One of the assassins chuckled. I am pretty confident in my skill to kill you all, then again, you are welcome to try and prove wrong, I chuckled in amusement, as I focused on the water around their feet. Kill them, the leader of the assassins ordered. But, none of them moved an inch, though they tried, they found themselves in a sticky situation, for their feet were trapped in ice. Thanks for the conversation, it gave me more than enough time to freeze all of you. I winked at them, appreciating their looks of terror and their futile struggles to escape their imminent death, as above each and every single one of them, shape and deadly ice spears started to form. It was a very educational way to learn how to use my sword in a real-life situation. It was good, but I rather stick to bending for the time being, and with the snap of my fingers, the forest was drowned in screams and blood. I wonder, was it really worth it, to die for a bunch of silk? I wondered out loud. Caw. Yeah, you are right, it wasn't, I chuckled. Taking one of the lizard horses the caravan had, I decided to continue with my journey, not before melting and evaporating all the water I had used, to avoid being discovered. 2 days later. Early morning, the sun hung high in the sky, and I felt a little bit guilty. I had allowed once again my empathy shit to take control. I had effectively enjoyed killing the assassins. But nothing would bring me down, not today. Today I was particularly happy, for I was very close to my destination. All it took to know that was a quick glimpse around. Trees and other vegetation around had faces carved into them. It was both beautiful and creepy. Further away, I could see expansive fields of corn in almost all directions, with a few thatched cottages scattered here and there. Every now and then, farmers would cross my path, and walking towards the village I was looking for, the village of Hirae, I would ask every single one of them, they would confirm that. Fuck yeah. Excuse me sir, I stopped a farmer once again, that was passing by, is the village of Hirae in that direction? I inquired. Yes it is, the farmer smiled, not many know about us, but we are always happy to have tourists. He added. Perfect, I smiled. Ong POV. Master Gyatso always said a journey is not a journey without its downs, and I never expected that to happen while flying over a swamp. I had been separated from my friends by a wild tornado. I had to find them, if it wasn't for me, they wouldn't even be here. Katara. I called, Appa. Momo. Nothing, the only thing I would hear in return were the echoes of my cry, Sokka. I continued to run through the forest, calling their names, over and over and over. They had to be somewhere around here, and if they were okay, they would probably also be looking for me and the others. So all I could do was keep trying. Next time, I would follow my instincts. I was a fool to not do so. I felt the swamp was calling me. I told them to land, but their reluctance convinced me otherwise, and now we are here, but separated. Ha 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 ha. A girl laughing? I turned around to see a small girl laughing at me. She was wearing a white and green kimono. As for her face, the girl turned around before I could see it, and ran chasing a flying boar that had appeared out of nowhere. Wait. I called out, chasing after her. Katara POV. I felt strange in this swamp, lost and yet found, alone yet in company. It was a confusing situation for me. Katara. That voice, Mom. Gran used to say, grief was like the ocean, it came in waves ebbing and flowing. Sometimes the water was calm, and sometimes it was overwhelming. All we could with it, was learn how to swim. I never did. Every day, the painful memory of the day they took my mother from me, drowned in a sea of anger and pain. Katara. Mom. I cried out, following her voice. I knew this didn't make any sense, I knew she was dead, but, it didn't matter, just the sound of her voice, would be enough for me, just to remind me a little bit of her. 34, Chapter 34. And you are? I asked with clear skepticism about everything that was transpiring. See, after I arrived at the village a random wolf appeared in the room I rented. Normally this would be no problem for me, but the wolf was not alive, he had no water at all on his body. Even though he drank some of my toilet, the point is I knew this wolf was a spirit, ergo why I was asking said wolf who he was. Studying the creature closely, I noticed that it reminded me of Vado in a way. The wolf had markings on his body that glowed every now and then, giving the wolf a sense of mysticism that was vexing. I am one of the spirits who resides in this forest. But I'm not important. My master's signature in every plant, animal, and human. From the smallest possible babe to the mightiest of beasts. Many have different names for her, but only one is true, for she's the mother of all faces. I have to be honest, as the wolf spoke, I was kinda surprised he did. I was speaking a woof or some shit. So, your master is the mother of faces, right? I inquired, getting a nod for an answer from the spirit wolf. Can I meet her? Yes, you are a vexing for her, for you are the one creature whose face she didn't mold, the wolf stated. Wait, my face wasn't molded by her. Red flag, no, crimson flag, cool, cool, cool. Unrelated question, is she mad about that? I'm not entirely sure, but I do not think she is mad, mostly interested. The wolf answered, and yes. I'm not meeting the almighty face giver now, who knows what would happen. Alright, I'm you. Before I could even manage to finish my sentence the wolf howled, and in the blink of an eye I was standing in front of a lake. TTT, fuck, I cursed. I have brought the human, my lady. I will kill that wolf if she tries to kill me. I'm not going down alone. Entreating, a soothing yet commanding voice muttered, taking a deep breath. I studied the massive big spirit in front of me. Her appearance was, not that impressive really, like a big tree with many faces, but her presence was overwhelming. I knew just by looking at her, that she could crush me even with my bending on an instant. A face I did not give, a soul I have not touched, nor any other primordial spirit. Life hasn't touched you. Death hasn't touched you. It's vexing, and yet so unnatural. I would like to clarify. I don't have anything to do with any of this. I mean what you just said, I clarified. I did not want to die because I was an anomaly. I know, that much I know, the mother of faces replied, but this is something we have to rectify. Your mere existence breaks the balance of things. I what? Look, I'm not breaking anything. This bitch is going to kill me. Well, you are going down with me, Scooby-Doo. Your fear is unnecessary, and misplaced. I won't kill you, for it's not your time, nor is it within my realm to do so. I will merely give you what you never had the chance to get, a face just for you. Wait, she wants to Michael Jackson my ass? It will in a way give you what you want, for you must also meet the primordial spirits to get the things that were negated to you, by whoever created you. I don't want a new face though. I stated. I mean, fuck it, it's not even my original face anyway, but I suppose I don't have much of an option. That is correct. I can't allow a face that hasn't been molded by me. Roam free, is an insult to my purpose. The mother of faces nodded. What exactly have I been negated? I asked with curiosity. A face to call your own, a life to call your own, an ending to call your own. Even your bending is but a pale imitation of what it could be, for the blessing within you is incomplete. Tui and Law tried to fix you, but they failed, for it's not their realm to do so. In short, you are a pale copy, a weak imitation of what a human being should be, a cruel joke of an unknown being. Wait, I was the great value version of a human in this world. What in the actual fuck? I was stronger than anyone I had met, except maybe for Iroh. How could I be, just but an imitation? You will be complete, once you get the gifts every living creature is entitled to, starting with a face. Very well, as long as I keep my memories, and I keep being handsome. God knows I will cry if my face ends up being something ugly. You will. Ong POV. It took me a while, but I found my friends, but even then, the illusion of that girl laughing still haunted me. Who was she, and why was she so important? I felt like I had to know. Like she was the key to something, an important part of my mission. I was so lost, and I was supposed to be the avatar. I was supposed to know these things. Maybe I would know later, maybe I wasn't supposed to know until the time came. I really hate my job, it's so confusing at times, anyone else would have been better for it. Appa is near, my boomerang can feel him. Sokka stated with a wide grin. For the last time. That's not how boomerangs work. Katara growled in annoyance. Let me have a dream. Sokka cried out, pouting. We will find Appa and Momo, no matter what, I added, breaking their sibling bickering. We will, Katara nodded. Of course we will. We are unstoppable. Sokka smiled. 35, Chapter 35. Arise, Akira, I felt a tingling sensation on my face. My new face. It felt like, on the lake my reflection was clear, I looked like Sinbad from Magi, but with blue hair instead of purple. Weird, but at least I was still handsome. So, this is my face? I asked, touching my face, marveling at the little details, like how my skin was a tone lighter than before, or how my hair was longer to the point of almost touching the floor, which would need to be fixed soon. It was shocking, and while my face did remind me of Sinbad, I could actually see aspects of my original face on my new one. My nose, my ears, and even my lips were almost identical to the ones I had before coming to this world, giving me a sense of familiarity I didn't have with the face I had been originally given when I got here. Yes, a face has been given, and now a name must be retrieved, the mother of faces replied. I took a moment to absorb that information. A name must be retrieved? Did that mean I had to get a new name? Do I have to get a new name? How you call yourself is irrelevant, but every soul has a name, unique. You must meet he who has named everything and everyone, the mother of faces said as the lake shone bright. A nameless soul is a broken soul. A name gives the soul power, purpose, for a soul without a name is nothing but a battery that keeps your body running, an insult to the principles of life and death. I had a nameless soul, just who the fuck sent me here, and why did they do such a sloppy work, for the love of? Very well, lead the way, I sighed. I'm afraid I will not guide you, for this journey is your alone, the mother of faces said, as she snapped her fingers creating a portal in her lake. I will however give you a piece of advice, not all the primordials will help you so willingly. Some will take offense of your existence, especially kindred, they won't like this situation at all, she added in a low tone, as she pointed to the portal. Now go, and claim what is rightfully yours. Kindred, who the fudge is kindred? Okay. I'll have that in mind, I nodded as I walked towards the portal, wondering deep down what terrors and wonders awaited for me in the spirit world. I wish you the best, Anomaly. And that was the last thing I heard, before the portal swallowed me whole. Anomaly. Well, that's not the worst title possible, I think. Spirit Realm. The next thing I knew, I was standing in the spirit realm. The trees and animals were both similar and vastly different to the ones in the physical world. It felt different being here in body and spirit, than just being in spirit. So, you found a way to come, perfect, that voice. Cheshire Cat. Is this your forest? I asked, as I studied the area. It seemed different. No. I felt you come here, and well, came to welcome you. The cat purred a laugh out. That seems like something you would do. I chuckled. By the way, digging the new face. The cat smiled, exploding in a mix of smoke and confetti, reforming on my shoulders. She never gives second faces, unless she feels bad for the person, so you either have a terrible past or she never gave you a face. Interroguing, he purred the last word out. Something like that, I chuckled. Iro POV. Zuko was near to the point of leaving me behind. I knew that. I knew that at one point he would embark on his own journey of self-discovery, and the truth was, that unless he let go of his pain, unless he forgave himself, unless he forgave the situation he was in, unless he realized that the situation was over and out of his control, he would not move forward. I had to let Zuko go, if I wanted him to grow, no matter how much it pained me, to do so. I had to let my dear nephew, my dear soldier boy, depart on his journey alone, for only then he would see a facet of himself he had yet to discover. I don't know when it would happen, but I knew it would happen soon. Toph POV. Another day, another victory for the blind bandit. I am undoubtedly awesome. There isn't a gladiator alive capable of matching my muscles. It was truly shocking the contrast of how things went for me on the arena, and on my house. My lady, dinner is served, one of the servants in the house said, allow me to escort you to the table. I know my way there. I hated how everyone treated me. I was blind, not brainless. I can't let you walk by yourself there, my lady, the servant stated. God, how I want to smash these idiots to the wall like flies. Very well, you may lead the way, I bit the words out, extending my hand, like, your lady was supposed to do it. As the idiot walked me to the dining table, I felt my mother and father talking about me. I didn't quite get about what. But I felt thanks to the vibrations I had caught with my seismic sense on the earth it was about me. Toph sweetie, how was your day? Mother greeted me with a smile, she was happy. Today has been, delightful mother. God, I hate the role I have to play to keep them happy. Great to hear, father smiled as he signaled one of the servants to help me sit. For the love of God, I'm blind not, forget it. Is not like they can hear my inner rambles. 36, Chapter 36. After my brief chat with the cat, everything went downhill, immediately. 1 second I was chatting with the crazy bastard and the next, I was, in a void. Seemingly floating aimlessly. I blinked a few times, trying to recover from the strange sense of vertigo I had gotten in this foreign realm, but immediately saw stera as a result, thousands of them. While beautiful, it brought one of the most excruciating pain I'd ever experienced. Who the fuck had I offended to get such pain? All I did was get a new fucking face, free plastic surgery. Was that a sin here? A name, must be retrieved, a voice spoke in many echoes. For it to happen, a soul has to remember how to be, escape the depths, and I will retrieve your name. What in the actual fuck? Fire, tons of it, covering what seemed to be a wasteland of destruction and agony. It almost seemed I was inside a volcano, half active, half not. Wow, never seen you here before. Who are you? A feminine voice asked with excitement as I only now noticed someone was near me. She was, well, she looked human, except for her eyes and legs. Besides that, I found interesting her clothing choices. She was wearing a black thong and a bikini which barely covered her nipples. Sorry, my name is A, just call me dude or something. Great, I can't say my name, or the one I had for me. It's like something or someone is muting me every time I try. Okay. The unknown girl shrugged. So why were you sent here? Or are you a local? What? I asked. This is hell, or Tartarus. Where the most evil human spirits are sent, the big ole trash can of the world, hell. Maybe it was best when I had my fake name, and face. I'm starting to think being the great value of myself is best. Who knows? I answered, realizing if this was hell, everyone here was, a possible asshole. Mysterious, I like it, the unknown girl smiled seductively. I was condemned after I killed my entire family, for fun. I swear to God. I will learn spirit bending. Just to kill the bastard that names things. Well, not that this hasn't been interesting, but I have to go. Far away from your crazy ass. But I wanted to have fun. The girl smiled, trying to catch me off my guard, as she tried to stab me, and thank God, even in here I have my bending, for I like a man of honor, froze the bitch, creating the first of its kind of bitch icicle. Wait, how is waterbending working, if everything around me is, well, fire and lava? The water here should be minimal or non-existent. Deciding to ignore logic for a moment, I looked around, seeing the place seemed to be inside a volcano, with stairs leading to the exit. Taking a deep breath, I started to walk towards the top, freezing and maiming every sinner I encountered on my path. And I'll be honest. I had no idea what mission or anything I had to do here. It was annoying but easy, so why send me here? To a place I don't even belong to. Ha ha ha. How wrong I was to say it was easy. I mean, yes it was. But boy, things can be hard in more than one way. Hours turned into days, and days into months, and I kept on climbing the stairs that seemed to extend infinitely. The worst part was that I knew I hadn't been here for months. But it felt like it, kind of felt attacky, was my personal jailer. Alright, the stairs are not an option, so what else can I do? I hummed, taking a seat on the ground. A poor idiot had once again tried to kill me, and like all the others was now frozen. It kind of felt this place was full of Hanks. Hans, the idiot who was supposed to be engaged with you, oh God. This is not any hell, this is my personal hell. But in all seriousness, I was tired. No matter what I tried or how hard I tried, the goal seemed to be, always at the same distance. I give up. I sighed, throwing my hands to the air, in defeat. I can't escape this alone, this is a prison, a challenge I can't beat. I chuckled as I closed my eyes, trying to take a moment, to think, to organize my ideas. After a few minutes of not moving, with my eyes closed, I decided to continue on my impossible journey, just to find. I wasn't in the place anymore. What? I muttered. You have passed, a voice echoed in my head. Who are you? I asked. I am the truth. I am who names every soul and knows their truth, their sins, and blessings, the voice said as he appeared in front of me, shocking me. The truth, as he called himself, was nothing but a featureless version of me, like someone had just drawn the edges of my body, without coloring or doing anything else. He had no face, nothing. I don't have a face because I am older than the mother of faces. I named her after all, as if reading my mind. The spirit answered, I don't have a form, right now all you see is a reflection of your broken soul. Why did you send me to hell? I asked, trying to avoid sounding angry. My test was the test almost every human fails, humility. you had to accept you are incapable of doing everything, and that as a human, you are mortal, and things will not always go your way. The truth stated, hell was a prison, a test you created for yourself. All I did was push you into it, for hell doesn't exist here physically, but in your mind. Are you saying, my own mind, fudge me over? I wanted to say fucked me over, oh I wanted to curse like a sailor, but would have to wait until the Almighty Spirit was done with me. Humans tend to be their own worst enemy. The mind is not always our friend, the truth said. Months trapped in my mind. I almost growled in disbelief. Like a dream that feels like a lifetime, you did not spend the time you experienced, you were out for maybe an hour or so, the truth added, amused with my reaction. Now, it's time to fix your soul, by giving you, your name. I had Tsukuyomi'd my ass. I hate myself so much right now. 37, Chapter 37. Your name is. At end $, the truth said, and one thought clouded my mind, what the fuck does that means? I don't understand that, I smiled awkwardly at the mighty spirit. You don't have to understand it, a soul's name is sometimes only known to me, the truth stated. Now, it's time for you to go. Gaia, the mother of life, is growing impatient. Well, they are growing impatient. Good luck with their test, for life is not always easy. Fuck. I muttered as I once again lost consciousness. Go to the other side of the forest if you want to pass, that's all it takes. As my body slowly woke up, I immediately noticed something wrong, very wrong, super wrong. Though I still didn't know what exactly was out of place. Taking a deep breath, I rolled around trying to move my arm. Finding what was wrong. My arm didn't listen to me, it felt weird. Come on, just move, I encouraged my arm. It still wouldn't move. I groaned as I opened my eyes to see what was keeping my arm from moving. What I saw surprised me greatly. Taking another deep breath, I whipped my head around left and right, trying to find out where I was and what was wrong. It was when my head continued past the point it was supposed for the fourth time that I noticed. Hey, since when I have owl powers? Deciding to test that again, I carefully turned my head as far as it would go in both directions. And yes, I had an owl neck apparently, going all the way back to my OMG. Breath, Akira. Breath. Let's check the facts. 1. I have a weird neck, and my back. My back was made out of water. Well, to be precise, feathers made out of water. Great. Haha. What's next? A beak. God please no. Crossing my eyes to check that taunt to the Murphy Law I had just invoked. I discovered I did in fact have a peak. A pitch black hawk beak. On my face. What type of fucking test was this shit? Who the fucks makes someone a bird, to learn about life? God, these spirits make no sense. My water wings ruffled in annoyance. As I skipped through the forest, maybe this was a quest to appreciate my human body. As I walked, I felt something spying me through the bushes. I narrowed my eyes at the spot. Suddenly 2 dots appeared in front of me. Just floating there, menacingly. The fuck is that? Is a predator, isn't it? As if answering my question, teeth filled my vision as the creature leapt from the bushes. Shit! I shouted in surprise, avoiding the attack with ease. In front of me stood what could only be described as a shadow wolf wearing a mask, literally that a fucking wolf made out of shadows. I kind of feel like a Pokemon now. The wolf lunged once more and I dodged once again. The wolf seemed to take pleasure in the fact I was fighting back. Trying to end this charade, I tried to attack him with water bending, and surprise. I had no water bending. No bending, no human body to fight, and a massive size difference. Awesome, gotta love Gaia. Well, if I can't fight it, I can certainly avoid death, perhaps. Now that I knew I was vulnerable, all I could focus was on the needle-sharp, saliva-dripping maw that wanted to consume me. I continued to avoid the big shadow wolf for a while, but in the end, the shadow wolf proved to be the superior predator, and sank his sharp teeth into my body, killing me. It's weird to feel how life fades away. It's impossible to describe the pain and relief that one feels during this. But instead of actually dying, I woke up once again, where I had woken up as a big water hawk. Didn't I just die? Yes I did. How can I be? Focus, this is another mind trick, there has to be a way out. With that in mind, I decided to try another approach, maybe flying would do the trick. I was a bird now, and for the duration of this test, I had to think like one. Birds don't walk through infested predator forests, no, they fly. Easier said than done, while getting off the ground was easy, controlling my wings was harder. 2 hours later, and 100 cranial contusions, I was ready to fly, and I couldn't help but smirk when I passed the spot the wolf was supposed to be. Inwardly praising myself for the genius idea. Pain struck me like a lightning, and all of the sudden, I was falling down like a dead goose, a glowing arrow protruding from my watery chest. Someone had shot me, fuck me sideways. Once again, I woke up in the same fucking spot. So flying and walking doesn't work, maybe swimming? If I recall correctly, there isn't anything big enough in a forest river to eat a hawk. And just my luck, as I was flying before the arrow struck me down, I had noticed a river nearby. Walking to the river was easy, and swimming was also easy, perks of having my wings and body being out of water. Now, all I have to do, is get to the other side, and end this Lovecraftian nightmare. Run and die, a deep voice accompanied by a growl, shouted. The wolf. Fuck. The endless cycle of me trying to avoid the mysterious marksman and the wolf repeated itself hundreds of times. Everything I tried, would be countered by those two one way or another. In the end, the result was the same, me dying, over and over again. I am done. I chuckled bitterly, fuck the test. I don't want the gift. It's like trying to eat healthy in McDonald's, impossible. Do you choose the teeth? A soothing voice asked, stalking me like a prey from behind a tree. I didn't even notice the weird entity getting there. Or the arrow, a voice deep and hungry whispered in my ear. It was the wolf, standing behind me. Does that even matter? I laughed. Isn't the result going to be the same? Me dying. You are right, in the end, it doesn't matter, the end result is the same. For death is unavoidable, the calm and soothing voice said, from behind the tree. You have learned the truth of death, you have passed, the wolf growled, annoyed. Fret not, dear wolf, we will hunt him, when his time comes, the other entity stated. A wolf, arrows, death? You are kindred. I stated. Yes, we are, the wolf growled his answer, never one. Without the other, the still physically unknown entity completed the sentence. That's right, dear lamb, that's right, the wolf laughed. So, can I go now? I asked them. You passed the test of life and death. Gaia decided to leave us to test you, for we are two sides of the same coin. Now, you must meet he who created the spiritual power, and your body will be complete, both wolf and lamb said at the same time. As I nodded, just wanting to escape the hell I had been forced to live, to learn a lesson I didn't even need. Okay, maybe I did, but not like this. Not like this. We give you the blessings of life and death, until next time. At end $. 38, Chapter 38. After my test with the spirit of death, kindred, I was once again kicked out whatever realm they had. Slowly opening my eyes, the first thing I noticed was that I was in a house of sorts, then the hard and slightly cold floor underneath me, then the smell of tea. It took me a few seconds to realize I was lying on the floor in a stereotypical Japanese household, odd but not the oddest, thought it was something I had not been expecting at all. Realizing this was probably my last test, I bolted up in surprise. After the painfully terrifying test of the spirit of death, I wasn't exactly thrilled to be here. Slowly walking out of the house, I was immediately greeted by the sound of birds happily tweeting in the air, animals of all kinds played and jumped in the green fields around me. And I could not help but stare in delight at how lovely it all looked and thought I could spend hours just marveling at these seemingly stupid things. If the test was to admire how lovely things were, well, the last spirit was lucky. After the last two, truth and kindred. Well, anything looks like a day in the beach, and this looks like fucking heaven. Mentally, it had been so long since I had actually relaxed that I had forgotten how it felt. Beautiful, isn't it? A bunny asked as he hopped towards me. I thought you deserved this, after kindred and truth. Gaia knows I have no idea how you keep yourself together. I eyed the bunny, the small and cute bunny, and asked, you are a bunny? Oh, no, ha ha ha, the bunny laughed. This is just a glamour, an illusion of sorts, so that I can talk with you, see? I am the biggest spirit in the world, the lion turtles were my pets at one point, so, yeah. Wait, those massive things were his pets? Shit, holy crap, I chuckled. Well, thanks for the break. I have been tortured mentally and physically to get something that was supposed to be mine without any of this. What was the fucking point? Yes, they can be a pain sometimes. I apologize for their behavior, the bunny sighed sadly. Well, you are free to go. What about my gift? I asked the bunny. I gave it to you before you even came here, right before kindred kicked you out of their realm, the bunny shrugged. I eyed the Bugs Bunny look-alike. No test. Nope. I'm free to go. I asked. Yep. No hidden tests. I asked once again. Nope. You have officially become my favorite spirit. I laughed. Ha ha ha, thanks, now go. The bunny pushed me, with ease might I add, to a portal that opened in the middle of the field. You have a very worried cat out there, trying to enter the primordial spirit realm. Ah. Cheshire cares. Thanks. No problem, pal, the bunny smiled, kicking out of his realm. Through the portal I landed on Cheshire, in cartoony way, erg. Finally. The cat turned to smoke materializing in front of me, with a worried look. for a moment there thought they wanted to kill you. I tried to get in and save you. But I couldn't enter their realms. Yet, I was told. I chuckled. Did something bad happen in there? The cat asked, with low hiss, not exactly directed at me. Well. I was mentally tortured, into a prison with no escape. After that I was teleported to a forest, where for some reason I was a fucking bird. I paused, seeing my crazy cat friend confused and ready to ask a question. A bird? The cat asked after a second. Yes, a water hawk. I nodded. Why? The cat asked after another second. I have no freaking clue. I sighed. In the forest, I then proceeded to die in every imaginable way to a pair of assholes, over and over again, just to show me, death is unavoidable. Would have loved to get that explanation on a PowerPoint presentation or a pamphlet. Heck, even an infomercial would have been nice, though the last one was very chill. He let me pass without a test, but thanks to the clear PTSD I have now, thanks to the beautiful tests, I feel this is a test or a dream, for I no longer can discern between reality and the shit they put me through. Wow. The cat said in a deflated tone, our most powerful spirits are assholes. Yes. I nodded. If you want I can send you back to the human realm. The cat offered. No. I shook my head, I wanted to go somewhere else. If you can take me to Vado. Are you crazy? Vado is. Met, after all that you can probably deal with Vado, the Cheshire Cat said, as he opened a portal. If you need me, just shout this call. I am mad as a hatter and I'll be there. Got it, I said, stepping through the portal. Vado POV. A few months ago, or years, time in the spirit would be confusing. The point is, a few months ago I had the chance to escape, the perfect minion to help me out of this tormenting prison, but just when I was about to offer him my power, someone woke him up. And once again, I was alone. The only thing that kept me sane was the thought of destroying Rava. Maybe that human would be back soon. Yo. That voice, the human, how naive. He was different, his body was different. What in the actual? You have changed. I stated. Oh, you chaotic bastard, you have no idea. The human laughed, though I could feel his laugh was hiding pain, anger, and other emotions, hate so powerful, that it could be mistaken as my own. What changed? I inquired, as it's not every day that I find something I can't truly understand. Well, allow me to tell you a tale, and the human started. Little by little his intense hatred made absolute sense, being tortured to such a degree, and still have a sane mind. Maybe I had underestimated the human. Dying at the hands and paws of kindred, hundreds of times, just to teach him a menial lesson, spending what can only be described as decades of torture to get something that was supposed to be free for every mortal. A truly mesmerizing way to try and break someone. I would personally go for physical pain and outright annihilation, but I suppose they prefer breaking their preys apart, mentally first. So that's about it, the human chuckled, once again radiating with such delightful hate that made me shiver. Truly, a terrible journey. I nodded with a hidden smile. Perhaps now, you would want to hear my offer. I think I have an idea of what you want. The human smiled. It seems I have found a partner of my own, one with the potential to be as chaotic me. Oh dear Rava, soon, I will crush you. 39, Chapter 39. After talking a bit with Vado, he offered a deal, his freedom in exchange for power. Isn't he adorable? Thinking I wasn't going to see behind his scheme to control my now pseudo-vulnerable mind. But I could always manipulate him. Aren't you a cutie patootie? I chuckled, trying to get a fit out of him. Cutie pa. What do you mean? Vado growled in annoyance. You think that after all the shit I went through, I will let a spirit lease my body just because? I chuckled, and the personification of chaos at that. I can offer you power beyond your wildest dreams. Vado growled once again, annoyed. No doubt, as long as I kill Rava, and turn the world into a mess. I laughed. Rava has to die. Vado spat in a somewhat angry and deflated tone. Look, let's make a deal, I sighed, making Vado perk up. I will consider the deal if... If? Vado inquired. If we make this avatar merging thingy my way, I added with a wink. I don't trust your chaotic ass, and for a good reason. I'm pretty sure you want to manipulate me, and frankly that won't happen, but if we do this my way, I will consider it. What exactly entitles your way? Vado asked me after a long moment of silence. Well, for starters, let's have one of those massive lion turtles merge us, or at the very least, let me consult with one of them, I answered. Only the turtle would know for sure how bad of an idea this was, and if things went wrong would be able to separate us. The ancient ones, I see. Vado started to move around his prison thinking about my offer. Will we still kill Rava? I will kick the avatar's ass, that was already on my plans, but I am not sure about killing him, I hummed in deep thought, but we could humiliate her and her host, if that tickles your spiritual pickle, I chuckled. Tickle my WH, never mind, that seems acceptable, showing Rava we are superior, in every way, in every life. Vado laughed like the typical evil overload, and while compliant I knew he wasn't going to let this down, he was going to try to manipulate me into killing Rava, if we merged. Alright, then, any ideas how to find one of those giant lion turtles? I asked. I haven't been out in almost 10,000 years, I have no idea. Vado stated. Well, I'll find out, in the meantime, well, I was going to say stay here, but, it's not like you have much of an option, I chuckled, getting a feral growl for response. Very well, I expect you to come back, Vado growled, annoyed at my joke. Don't get your spiritual panties on twist, I'll be back, I winked, as I called for my ride, Cheshire, to open a portal. See you later, I waved at Vado as I stepped through the portal. As soon as I walked out the portal, Cheshire eyed me, and asked, and here I thought I was mad, going over to Vado. He isn't that bad. I chuckled. He is the spirit of chaos, he is literally the incarnation of bad, Cheshire pointed out. Chaos and evil are two different things, chaos is not necessarily evil, but it can be, I pointed out. Chaos was in essence neutral, though of course Vado was, more evilly inclined in the chaotic scale, but I didn't think he was pure evil, after Kindred and the others, well. He wasn't that threatening anymore. Well, if you say so, the cat shrugged. Anyway, any idea where I can find a lion turtle around here? I asked, looking around the spirit forest. An ancient one. Cheshire purred, and I nodded in answer, well, there is one in the Fire Peninsula. Can you open a portal there? I inquired. No, that's too far away from here, the cat laughed, exploding in a mix of fire and confetti, immediately reforming on my shoulder with a low purr. Vado I could because he was close, so, we'll have to walk, or in my case float. I chuckled. You got that right, I will not let you go alone. Gaia knows you are a magnet for trouble here, the cat purred teasingly, now follow me. Alright, I nodded, it would be good to have a guide. The spirit world was truly unique and beautiful, fueled with unique wildlife and experiences that almost make up for the assholes that rule it. Trees would change colors and shapes without any reason, besides just because, and animals coexisting, it was truly mesmerizing. I couldn't blame Iro for wanting to stay here. So, what did you talk about with Vado anyway? My guide purred in wonder. He wants to escape his prison, and use my body to kill Rava, bringing an era of chaos to the world, I answered, without skipping a beat. Cheshire stopped cold on his tracks, and you said no, right? I said maybe, I chuckled. Are you CRA? Forget that, stupid question, the cat sighed in frustration. Look, I'm all about being crazy. I'm mad as a hatter, but, this is crossing a line. Vado will manipulate you. I know, I nodded, knowing that while Vado had technically accepted, he would still try to manipulate me from within, to drown the world in chaos, but just perhaps I would be able to outpower his resolve, which was one of the reasons I wanted to talk with the lion turtles, but I have a feeling things will turn out just fine. Very well, Cheshire sighed in defeat, just be careful. I will, I nodded. Vado POV. The human had changed a lot, though I can hardly be surprised by this development, dealing with Kindred alone is a pain. I still remembered when they showed me death was unavoidable. Like the human I too had to die countless times, for nothing. Why teach an immortal being what death truly means if he can't never truly die? Even if I get destroyed, I will eventually reform inside Rava, meaning I can't die, not for good at least. This change on him was to be expected, but it affected my plans a bit, though it was barely an inconvenience, for if he had chaos in his heart, I would win, whispering his soul to do my bidding. I will see you soon. Rava, I laughed, for the first time in 950 years, I had a real chance to escape this rotten prison. 40, Chapter 40. It took Cheshire 2 weeks to take me to the borders of the Fire Peninsula of the Spirit Realm, before he abruptly disappeared without saying anything, leaving me in an unfamiliar place with a lot of questions. As far as the eye could see, an endless plain of red fire-colored cracked earth covered the area, interspersed with black vegetation and fire like roses. The sky in this part of the spirit realm looked like I would expect in hell, vivid red, almost magma-colored, with the occasional black or red lightning flashing across the hellish sky. Well, I guess I have to finish this journey on my own, I muttered. I noticed that in the far distance there was a moving mountain. Wait, moving? The turtle. Seeing this was my only clue as to where I had to go, I started making my way for the moving mountain. Measuring the distance by the eye, I knew it would take me several hours to reach the foothills of the lion turtle, maybe even a day. Hopefully, I will be able to find some place to make a shelter as I make my way there. As I walk, I started to contemplate my situation. Did I really want to merge with Vado? It had its cons and pros. For one, I would become the avatar, with some extra perks, but was it really worth it? For one, I would be forever one with him, meaning I would have to deal with his whispers of chaos for however long I will live. Well, I suppose I will get my answer about it when I get a hang of the turtle. Perhaps things will go smoothly with me and Crazy Votto. Right now, I'm honestly more concerned about Cheshire. He just disappeared as he was guiding. Maybe I got him into trouble or something. I could hope he was okay. Maybe he had other things to do, I hummed, as a deafening crash behind me shattered my train of thought. Twirling around to find a big crater behind me, taking my distance, I looked at the crater in anticipation, water ready to strike if needed. Moments after the crash, the very earth started to shake violently, fire spreading through the area as a roar erupted from the crater. The ground shuddered and collapsed in on itself, as a huge fire bear jumped out of the crater. Found you! Ha, ha! The bear shouted triumphantly, with the fire around him growing in volume. Okay. I didn't know how to answer such a display of. Well, I didn't know, should I attack him? Should I be friendly? I didn't know, but thanks the heavens the bear made my decision easier by trying to attack me, which resulted in him being immediately frozen. Well, that was something. Finally. A worthy opponent. The bear shouted with glee as he melted my ice in the blink of an eye. Our battle will be legendary. And I died laughing. The universe played me a dirty one with that one. Oh God. Do you need a few seconds before we embark in the battle of the century? The bear shouted with a somewhat worried look, and then it hit me, why I wasn't feeling any real hostility from the bear. He wasn't a bad guy, he was just a battle junkie, that thought I was a good choice for a dance partner. Not that I don't like the idea of a good battle, but I have a mission to complete first, I told the bear, after calming down from my fit of laughter. Then I shall help you in this mission, so that we can battle. The bear offered, no, more like included himself in my journey, and by this tone, I knew I had no way out, besides fighting him and seeing how easy he melted my ice, that battle would take a few. Very well, I sighed, digging the enthusiasm. I do everything with a 200% of myself, or I don't do it, the bear smiled. So, what exactly did you mean earlier by I found you? Were you looking for me? I was actually quite curious. I mean, how did he hear about me, to decide looking for me? I did not know you, I just greet everyone the same way, but none has ever managed to last more than a sec against the wildfire of my soul. The bear answered. Yeah, a battle junkie all right, very well, my mission is simple. I need to talk with the lion turtle of this peninsula, help me out and I'll fight with you, deal. Deal. And he was gone. The moment he said deal he just ran. Full speed towards the mountain. I wonder when will he notice I am not behind him. I give him 2 hours before he does, 3 if he's a total idiot. 5 hours later. It took my newly forcibly acquired companion 5 hours to notice I wasn't with him. Yeah, sad in many levels, but hey, besides his constant shouting and obvious lack of normal cognitive abilities, he was a pretty chill bear. Guiding me through the Fire Peninsula like a professional guide, I guess thanks to the fact he was a local, if his fiery body was anything to go by that is. I think we should set a camp, I yawned, starting to feel the weight of the day slowing me down. Very well. The bear laughed, let us compete in a camp-setting fight. Is everything with you a challenge? I asked the bear, taking a deep breath. Very well, we will save this competition for another day, the bear chuckled awkwardly, noticing my shining annoyance at his guy-like attitude. For now, let us get to the lion turtle, I yawned as I stretched my arms focusing on creating a dome of ice to sleep in. I will sleep inside the dome, I pointed to my newly created dome, U4. Well, obvious reasons need to find another place to sleep. Very well. The bear nodded, as he literally burned the ground a few yards away to a black crisp, and like a dog, circled the burned ground 3 times, before falling asleep, immediately. God, is like someone mixed, guy, a dog, and Tai Lung, and this bear came out, I chuckled, before going to sleep. 41, Chapter 41. The very next morning, we embarked back to the mission at hand, and rushed to the Turtle Lion, with the most youthful bear as a guide. We arrived there before the night started to set. The Fire Bear, with consideration to my mission of talking alone with the Lion Turtle, left me to go and talk alone with it, as to not disturb our conversation in any way. I'll wait for you. The bear shouted happily. Taking a deep breath I approached the ancient spirit halfway through. The spirit turns at me, fixing a sharp pair of eyes at me, giving me a scrutinizing look, as if sizing me down. The ancient spirit blinked slowly, as he hummed thoughtfully at my presence, puffing a big cloud of smoke out of his mouth. So you're the one the primordials have been talking about, the ancient spirit, rasped curtly. Not exactly what I expected. Trying not tell him, fuck you, I politely asked what he meant, not sure what the assholes above him had told him about me, maybe good things, maybe bad ones, either way fuck them. They said you are unique, an anomaly, but all I see is another human, the spirit added with disdain. Racist much, I came here to ask you something, if that's okay. Very well, ask away child, the spirit said in a tired tone. What would happen if I merged with Vado, would he control me? Or would I be in control, would we fight for control? I asked, deciding it was best to go straight to the point. Apparently the turtle didn't like me, so I wanted to get things over with. Vado, the spirit of chaos, that's an intriguing question, the turtle chuckled, though there was no emotion behind it. The answer would be, you would be in control, Vado would be merging with you, not the other way around, but if your spirit is weak, he could corrupt you, and eventually take control of your actions. I suppose you want to merge with that child. I was thinking about it, I nodded. Then, come closer, the turtle said with annoyed sigh, I will give you a piece of knowledge, that will help you with this plan you have. I eyed the spirit in shock. I was sure he didn't like me, and yet he was offering to help me. It was weird, but I won't say no to free help. I thought you didn't like me. I don't like you, and I never will. Humans destroyed and killed my brothers and sisters for sport, and only a few of us remain, but I don't hate you enough to let Vado control you. The ancient spirit replied, I will give you the tools to even the playing field, that way, it will be your absolute fault if you lose control. Well, I suppose that's a very valid reason to hate humans, I know would too. With nothing more to do, I did as I was told and approached the spirit, who slowly moved one of his paws, to touch me, with one claw on my head, and one on my chest. Immediately after knowledge poured in like breaking a dam, it was overwhelming. The principles of energy bending, in the era before the avatar, we bent not the elements, but the energy within ourselves. To bend another's energy, your own spirit must be unbendable, or you will be corrupted and destroyed. Remember this, for if your spirit fails, or you have doubts, Vado will reign supreme over you. Holy! I gasped, as the turtle went back to its original position. Now, begone, I want to sleep, and your presence here is no longer welcomed. The ancient spirit roared with enough strength to send me flying a few hundreds miles away from him, creating a portal just where I was going to land, avoiding a violent crash with the ground. Landing like a sack of potatoes, I groaned as I slowly stood up, finding myself back to where I had started my journey, at Vado's. I take it didn't end well, Vado commented with something reminiscent of a smirk on his expressionless face. It went, well, I actually don't know how it went, I chuckled. I mean, I got what I wanted, but I think I have been banned from the Fire Peninsula, not sure though, I shrugged. Have you come to a decision then? Vado asked, ever so impatient. Yes, let's do this. I nodded as I remembered what the spirit had told me, that to bend another's energy, my own spirit had to be unbendable, or I would be corrupted and destroyed. Very well, Vado said, trying to hide his excitement, and failing miserably, enter my prison, so we can become one. All right, I nodded, as I slowly walked towards the tree, keeping Vado in place, wondering with each step if this was a good choice. Was I perhaps being an idiot? Or was this actually a wise decision? Our merge will be unlike any other. I will do what the coward of Rava didn't do. I will show her once again who is the best. God, the inferiority complex on this guy is massive, but it will do me well, if that means more power for me. We will definitely kick their merged ass, I chuckled. That's a way to put it, Vado growled in agreement, before he continued on his speech about how powerful we would be. I was in the meantime walking, with each step weighing me down like a rock in a river. I wasn't scared, but even then, this decision felt like a big step in my life, that would change everything. All right Vado, I said as I stepped through the barrier, keeping him in place, without doing anything to the barrier in question. The barrier didn't even flinch, it just let me walk right through it. Well, not that I cared why it doesn't work keeping people out. Let's become the edgy version of the avatar. Yes we will. The what? Vado asked, shaking his head immediately after. I don't care. Let's do it. The incarnation of chaos glowed, and rushed at me without hesitation, disappearing out of sight as his body went inside of me. Seconds later, I felt pain, and then, memories, or rather flashes of things that didn't make sense, as my body glowed in a dark-colored energy, feeling by the second how Vado became one with me, as he fought for control of my body, but his torture was a breeze compared to what I had previously experienced. It almost made me want to thank the primordials. But no. After the tug of war for control, that I had for now won, came a wave of power, lots of it. I felt nearly unstoppable. So we are one now? I asked myself, hearing a voice inside my head whisper, yes. Perfect, I chuckled, as I slowly opened my eyes, that now sported a glowing red color as raw power coursed through me. 42, Chapter 42. I felt different, beyond the power I had obviously gained, I felt like a totally different person. Being one with Vado, certainly was a unique experience. I could feel his emotions inside me, his unyielding hate for Rava, his undeniable desire for chaos, and more. Well, I think I can get used to this, I muttered to myself, as I stretched my arms. You know so much of this world, of the future, how is this even possible? Vado inquired from deep within. Oh yeah, I had forgotten all about my meta-knowledge, which now seems to be at the hands of Vado. I wasn't always Akira, not that it matters anymore. So I lost. Again, well. It seems that the human I chose to merge with Unalag, was weak. Vado commented with a sour tone, probably angry at what he saw in my memories. I inwardly chuckled at that. Well, this time, things will be different. Yes, they will most definitely will. Vado laughed in agreement. I did something Rava was too afraid to do. I have made you technically ageless, that way, we will walk the earth for almost all eternity, showing each reincarnation of Rava, who is the superior being. Technically ageless. Isn't that a scary and enticing concept? So I'll be 18 forever. No, I'm not an idiot. Your body will fully mature, and only then you will stop the pitiful cycle of human nature. I think, this was experimental, so who knows, and by the way human, from when do you get you are 18? This body is 16 years old. Now wait a freaking damn minute, I am most definitely sure I looked older than that before the new face, body, soul, and shit. Are you sure? I inquired. Now that we are one. I know everything about your body and spirit. Your age seemed higher before, probably because the imperfect vessel you had was aging at a rapid rate. If I had to take an educated guess, I would said, you would have died around your human 40s with that defective body you had. Wow, I really had the great value version of a human body. Well, it's not like I was sure of my age anyways, I sighed with a quick shrug, as I stepped out of the tree where Vado had been sealed all this time. As soon as I stepped out of the now broken seal, I immediately noticed things were changing around me. The former wasteland was slowly transforming into a booming forest, with the dead tree where Vado had lived for thousands of years, coming back to life. It seemed without Vado, this part of the spirit world was coming back to life, showing his mere presence was life-consuming. Any idea how to get out of here? I inwardly asked, wondering if Vado knew a way back to the human world. Find a spirit and order the weakling to obey us, by opening a portal. Vado growled his answer. Calm down Nelly, I rolled my eyes at his attitude, taking a deep breath I called out, I am mad as a hatter. Seconds later, a portal appeared in front of me, with Cheshire coming out of it. Finally. I am so the cat stopped cold on his tracks, you merged with Vado. Force that pitiful excuse for a cat to open a portal. Vado inwardly growled. I sighed ignoring Vado, I did. Well, this is a new level of crazy, the cat sighed, before looking back at me with curiosity, are you still you? I chuckled, I mean, I don't have any urges to kill, or put in the world in a everlasting chaos, so, yeah, I'm still me. Good, I don't like my chaotic form, the cat laughed. Now, not that this conversation isn't riveting conversation, but I need a favor, I eyed the cat, I need you to send me back to the human world. Sure, the cat purred, teleporting behind my back in a puff of smoke. Oh, and what happened before, you left me stranded? I asked, just now remembering he had mysteriously disappeared midway to the lion turtle. Oh, that, something, or someone pulled me out of the Fire Peninsula, and then I just couldn't find you. The cat said with an abnormally serious tone for him. Well, what is done, I sighed, while silently wondering just who had done that. Well, the cat sighed, opening a portal, the portal should drop you back to where you entered the spirit realm. Thanks, I smiled, waving my goodbyes at the cat, as I slowly walked towards the portal, when all of a sudden, I felt something, someone was approaching, and I knew who, the bear, alright bye, I speed up my walk entering through the portal, I did not walk to fight him, right now. In the blink of an eye, I was back at where everything started, Forgetful Valley, but this time the Mother of Faces was nowhere to be seen. Which in all honesty was good. Here we are Vado, I muttered to myself, getting no answer. I had to change my plans a bit. Well a lot, I was the avatar, well, the dark one, meaning I had 3 elements to master, and I meant master like I wanted with water, with all the subclasses on bending. Though this made me wonder, what element would prove to be my opposite? Every avatar has an element they struggle to learn. Well, I suppose if I take an educated guess, I would immediately answer, air. But who knows? Well, at least one thing was sure, fire bending, was the first thing I would learn, it was both the one that attracted me the most, and considering I was in the Fire Nation, it was quite convenient. Well, let's start our journey Vado, I chuckled. Don't forget our deal. Rava has to taste defeat so he can't still speak, interesting. Don't worry, that will happen soon, after I master the elements of course, I inwardly chuckled, things were sure getting interesting. 43, Chapter 43. 2 days later after my merge with the chaotic spirit of darkness Vado, I found myself walking towards the Fire Nation barracks accompanied by a guy that had recruited me to be part of Fire Nation army, after a quick demonstration of my poor fire bending, which was sorely lacking a lot of form. I mean, my fire was pitiful right now, but they needed soldiers. Reason why the guy had decided to recruit me in the first place, and I had accepted with the clear intention of learning fire bending from their teachers. With my new face, things were bound to be easier. I would learn what they had to offer, and then I would leave, and if things went downhill, I was prepared for it. The walk to the barracks was long and silent. With the recruiter of the nation, not daring to speak a word for some reason. Though I suppose there is nothing left to say, I walked up to him, he recruited me, and here I am. It takes us a while to get to the barracks, where I am immediately searched by the soldiers, for any contraband or illegal items. Once cleared out at the door, the man led me to one of the buildings where the training soon-to-be soldiers lived, and grunted. That will be your home until you learn proper bending. The man pointed to an empty campsite to his right. I will be back with your armor, wait in there. Taking a look at my room, I notice it is fairly dull, with only a tent and a bedroll, and a small fire pit. But I suppose for now it shall do, it's not like I have the intention of living here. 1 hour later. After 1 hour of waiting without hearing from the guy that had recruited me, I tentatively stepped away from my room, scanning the area with curiosity. Taking a deep breath, I decided to explore the barracks, to see what was around. Nothing too impressive, at much, they were a bit more advanced than the Water Nation with their training equipment, but nothing awe-striking. Didn't they tell you to wait? A man growled a question in anger behind me. A quick look at his uniform, posture, and tone of voice told me everything I needed to know about the man. He was the captain of this underwhelming place. I apologize, I was curious to see this place, I replied without skipping a beat, getting a slap across the face as soon as I spoke, which immediately in turn made Vadi scream inside of me, to kill them all, and boy was I with him on that one. No, control yourself Akira, you need to learn fire bending. You will speak only when I tell you to, the captain hissed, grabbing me by the neck. I understand. Once again I was slapped, and boy, was I close to strangling the man. You will learn respect, you will learn to obey. The man said, with each word slapping me with the back of his metal glove, over and over and over again, and, you know what? Fuck this camp. Fuck this nation. And most of all, fuck this guy. I am tired of this shit. I will learn fire bending alone. Before the next slap managed to connect with my face, I grabbed the captain by the wrist and pulled him towards me, delivering a knee to his stomach. They doubled him over, with enough strength to break a few bones. Immediately after attacking the captain, the soldier around circled me, pointing their weapons and fists at me. At that I smiled, remembering what little knowledge I had for fire bending, about the art being fueled by emotions. I inhaled, and let all the anger, hate and despair both Vado and I had sink in on my very core, gathering the emotions in my fist fuel my fire, before taking a step forward and in a quick straight punch, letting all of those emotions free, creating a large, abnormally massive torrent of fire, that radiated so much heat that melted the wall and path it way, showing how powerful emotion in this world could really be, from rock to molten lava, killing a few soldiers stupid enough to try and redirect the attack. The result was so astoundingly powerful and scary that the soldiers that managed to survive and see everything that had go down, glanced at each other, silently agreeing to let me go, for it was clear death awaited them if so they chose to try and capture me. I knew I had no skill, nor technique with my fire bending, but apparently what I had was quite useful, raw power. With Vado inside me, my fire was fueled by thousands of years of hatred and agony, meaning, right now there weren't many firebenders in the world able to redirect my flames. Iroh, Oze and probably Azula. Oh yeah, I forgot. I sighed, going back to the unconscious captain. I can let you live, nobody bitch slaps me. So many times, and lives to tell the tale. I smiled at the man, before breaking his neck, greeting an inward cheer of approval from Vado. Was I being manipulated by Vado right now? Abso-fucking-lutely, but I had to be honest, I had killed for way less, and this guy was just poking a monster. He got what he was looking for. Fuck you all, I shouted, as I ran out of the barracks with a new quest at hands, finding a master that is not associated with the Fire Nation right now, perhaps the fire hippie that trained Zhao. He seemed to be a very capable man, with the ability to fire bend with his mind. I could also go to the Dragon City, in the anime, Ong and Zuko, learned how to bend after seeing the dragons move, or I could go to Iroh. After all, a new face brought countless benefits, meaning Iroh would probably not recognize me, and if I am correct he is alone right now, at least I thought so. After all, this was around the time Zuko went all hobo on his uncle. The point was, I didn't need the Fire Nation to learn, I had many viable options, with some of the best masters in the world. 44, Chapter 44. After my little display on the barracks, I took my time to decide where to go next. While I let things cool down a notch, I had to be certain who I wanted to teach me the bases of fire bending. Those bases would cement my style, marking me forever. Zhang Zhang, Iroh or the Dragons. Zhang Zhang, also known as the Deserter, is a very strong, enlightened, and somewhat embittered firebending master who had the ability to bend fire with his mind. On the other hand, Iroh, also known as the Dragon of the West, was also a very strong, enlightened individual, but unlike Zhang Zhang, Iroh knew how to create and redirect lighting, and many other things. Both had a lot to offer, and both had a lot of reasons to deny me any training, at least from their parts. Zhang Zhang thanks to his bitterness against his element and nation. And Iroh, thanks to his full-time job as his nephew's spiritual guide. Now as for the dragons, well, they taught Iroh, and Zuko in the future, they were known as original firebenders, but, they also had only taught people who already had trained beforehand to begin with. In short, my best shot was Zhang Zhang to get the base style. He, unlike Iroh, would be a bit easier to manipulate out of his shell. Iroh on the other hand, didn't have any doubts of his mission. And after getting my fire base, I could learn from the dragons. With that task at hand, I had but one thing to do, go back to the Earth Kingdom, and find my master. We have other options, Vado growled. I stopped cold on my tracks, as I focused on Vado. Like what? You learned and made your own style by observing Tui and Law, do the same again. With me your talent is unmeasurable. You will master the elements faster that the pipsqueak rabbit choose to merge with. Vado growled once again, kinda ordering me around. I sighed, not that I don't like the idea, but, you do realize there is a giant turtle that dislikes humans in the Fire Peninsula, right? I never said I wanted us to go there. You learned water bending from the moon and the ocean, it's time to learn from the sun spirit, Vado stated. Alright. I'll take the hook, where do I have to go? I had to admit, I was quite interested in this so-called sun spirit. He like the moon and the ocean is in this pitiful place humans call home, as for where exactly Ra is right now, well I can't tell for sure, but I can feel him. I can feel his presence in the north, Vado answered. Ra, like the god of the sun, well, color me impressed, so, do you think this Ra will accept to teach me? I inquired as I walked north, what can I say? Vado is a master salesman. You have something that makes most spirits calm and friendly, besides. Ra like Law and L we have no sides, chaos or harmony, they help, Vado answered. So. We, Law and Ra, I chuckled, creative names there, I laughed. I suppose, the spirit of the skies and the air, Shu, will make you laugh as well, Vado chuckled, nice to know he has a sense of humor. Wait. Law, we, Ra, Shu. The names were starting to make sense, so much that I had to take a guess, is the spirit of the earth. Seb. Yes, have you met her? Vado inquired with curiosity. No, just took an educated guess. I answered. Oh yes, with your strange knowledge, your mind is a maze of misdirection. I found most fun, some much information, though most of it is incomplete, or broken, Vado sighed. Well, if you like to read, we can visit the spirit library later, I chuckled, you won't find anything too advanced up there, mostly bad puns and bending ideas. I will take you on that offer, Vado replied. Ong POV. I had an awful feeling, that was eating me away. I had a feeling that something more powerful that Oze was lurking in the shadows. 2 days ago I felt a tug, my soul felt the pull of 1,000 lives. All of them shaking in fear, but of what? Who was responsible for this feeling? That was eating me away. Without any explanation I felt my body, and spirit getting ready for something they knew but I didn't. Ong, are you okay? Katara asked as she and Sokka walked in my tent, with concern written all over their faces. I feel like something bigger than Oze will come up. I muttered. Katara immediately hugged me. I think the stress of this avatar business is getting to you, maybe it's your mind playing with you, don't worry for now. Perhaps Katara was right, perhaps all of this was my mind playing games with me. I had been stressed with taking down Oze after all. Maybe you are right. I smiled at her. Besides, who can possibly pose a bigger threat than Oze, Sokka added with a chuckle. And for some reason, the image of Akira with a blur on his face came to my mind, invading my thoughts for a full second. Yet, Katara was right, my mind was playing with me. I think I just need a good night of sleep, I yawned. Add me to that package, Sokka smiled, falling asleep a second after that. I really admire his ability to fall asleep at command. Sleep well, I have some stuff clean before being all done, Katara smiled. Thanks Katara, sometimes you are the only one that gets me, I smiled at her. The feeling is the same Ong, now go to sleep, Katara said as she walked out of the tent. Days like this, I thank the universe for giving me friends like them, 2 strangers that became my family. All in the span of a few months. For that I would be forever grateful. 45, Chapter 45. Finding Ra was harder than Vado had disclaimed a few days ago, and while I enjoyed going through the Fire Nation, like a tourist, I was growing impatient and all I had to go by was Vado's feeling that Ra was in the north somewhere. Just keep going north. I will tell you if you need to change directions, Vado said in annoyance, but before he went back to sleep, I felt a pull, one that he fell to. Ra is here, he just moved, he felt us. I immediately spun around, looking in every direction, and nothing. You sure? I asked him. He is waiting right ahead out of this pitiful town, in the forest, Vado answered, sounding nervous. Well, that was new. Nodding, I walked out of the city on a straight line to the forest wondering what type of animal Ra was going to be, a half-bird man like the Egyptians had thought him to be? Or something else? A half-human chicken. Ha 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 ha. That is priceless, your world is a chaotic delicacy, Vado laughed, getting the mental image of what I had thought of Ra. Ra is known as the first dragon, he like the others is older than me, older than the ancient lion turtles perhaps. A dragon, well that was both cool and intimidating, it also made it easier to look for him. It's not like I can confuse a 10-ton big-ass lizard with a rock or something. Human. And Vado, why are you seeking me? A voice echoed in the forest, seemingly coming from every direction. As I looked around I immediately noticed that somehow the forest had been set on fire without me or Vado noticing. Ra, Vado muttered. I wish to learn fire bending from you, I answered in a straightforward way, knowing honesty was the best policy with someone thousands of years older than you. Why would I give you a human anything? Your kind destroyed my sons and daughters, for sport, Ra roared, shaking the earth like an earthquake, even though he was nowhere to be seen. I understand your anger, but believe me when I say. I have nothing, not even by correlation, to do with what they did to your family. I really understood his rage, but like I had just said, I had done nothing, nor my blood had anything to do with it. I was from another world before coming here. Intriguing, you speak the truth, you were artificially created. I didn't notice because someone fixed you. Who fixed your core? Ra inquired in a more calm tone. The primordial ones, I answered. I see, well, in that case. I will train you. I will teach you how to be one with the fire, how to be a dragon, Ra said, as everything around me crumbled like an illusion, with the fire around me disappearing into nothingness, showing the healthy forest unburned, and a massive dragon standing in front of me. I do not care if you use the knowledge I will give you to destroy humanity, or to save it. Well, wasn't that ominous? Thanks for giving me this opportunity, I sighed. Law and Tui, gave you a chance, I don't see why not, Ra stated, as he gestured me to get on his back. My domain is far away from here, let's go before an idiot tries to claim the banal glory of trying to slay me, without giving a flying fuck about what would happen to the Sunday. Flying fuck? Haha, this dragon will become my BFF. Good luck with that. Ra while neutral hates everyone, Vado stated. 15 days later. When Vado said, learn the elements from the sources, aka the spirits that fuel said elements. I thought it would be something like push and pull, like Law and Tui. Ra was more the kind of teacher to beat me up, over and over and over again, teaching me through pain. Fire is both flexible and immobile, you have to be firm but ready to change, Ra said, once again giving me a tail whip against the wall of his massively large cave. Fire fueled with hate and anger is limited, you have to fuel your fire with something that can't be changed. And until you find that something, you will fail. I will go to sleep, until tomorrow. Did anyone get the number of that bitch? I said as I walked out of the hole my body had made after the tail whip, quoting Vegeta. I would appreciate it if you didn't enrage him. If you die I die. I don't want to reincarnate. Vado warned with a hiss. I know, but still, what does him beating me up every day has to do with me learning fire bending? I kind of feel he's using me as a human-sized punching bag. I sighed, as I started my before bed / after dragon daily routine of healing my body with water bending. If he wanted to kill us he could do so without much effort, right now we can't face him, so he must be trying to teach you something, something which is also eluding me. Rage seems to work just fine. I doubt any human beside you can produce such power, Vado added. Maybe Ong. I chuckled, knowing this would put Vado in a mood. That little human is nothing compared to us. Unlike Rava I chose the best possible human or available to you, but I'll take the compliment, I thought as Vado continued his monologue, one that already dwarfed her original pick and current incarnation in power, and there it was his usual response when Rava or Ong were in the conversation topic. It was a real mystery how someone so old was so predictable. I know. I'm awesome, I inwardly chuckled as I added, I will figure it out eventually. For now, let's see how I'm doing with my blood bending now, I sighed, as I stood up and walked out of Ra's cave with a fully healed body, to start training once again. After all, training was my thing. When in doubt, train. 46, Chapter 46. Also by the 1st on January I'll be posting another novel, that I have on Patreon. So stay tuned. My training continued with Ra beating me on a daily basis, until one day he said I was ready to leave. This should be normally be happy event. But I didn't learn anything. I was better at my fire bending but besides that I didn't have any knowledge that would make me a master of any kind. Besides, having learned how to make fire at will, I had learned nothing. Well, I did learn how emotions changed the power behind the fire. Hate and anger were apparently easy escapes to fuel the fire. Positive emotions apparently had a much bigger impact than any amount of hate. But alas, it was hard for me to fuel my fire with flowers and rainbows with Vado inside and his unyielding hate towards his sister. You are ready, Ra announced. Fire bending is not about the forms you make to create said fire, is about emotion. I can't teach you not to hate, I can't teach you how to control and erase the emotions Vado is feeding you, that's something you will have to learn by yourself, he added, sensing I was about to disagree with the I'm ready thing. Well, I did learn the fire dance of the dragons, that is something, I sighed. Fire bending is not about how you push the fire within out, is about how you fuel that fire, Ra stated once again. I suppose you would know, being the first fire bender and stuff, I chuckled. Before you leave, a piece of advice, Ra said, turning somehow even more serious than his usually extremely serious self, don't let Vado change what you are, his emotions can be overwhelming, and one day if you are not strong enough, they will consume you, so be strong. Thanks, I bowed. Now leave. I have a 1,000-year nap to catch, Ra yawned. I smiled at the 10-ton dragon before walking out of his cave. I wonder how Vado will react once he knows my training with Ra was over. After all, he has been sleeping for a week now. As I walked out of the mountain, I couldn't help but wonder, in some reminiscing of fear, was Vado going to change who I was, or would I prove to be stronger emotionally speaking than an immortal spirit? Caw. I turned back at that call like a cat. Crowley was back, but how? I had left him at the premium pet daycare at the village nearby Forgetful Valley. Crowley flew directly towards me and started to caw angrily at me. Buddy, I told you I had to train. Maybe I should have left him on the Northern Water Tribe. Caw. After a few seconds of angry caws and aggressive wing flutters, he flew to my shoulder, and dozed off to sleep. This raven is crazy, I chuckled, while wondering how the fuck he recognized me with this new face. It took me roughly 3 weeks to get out of the mountain where Ra now laid dormant. From there, I took off to the nearest village and paid a cart rider to take me to the closest port. If the other elemental spirits were like Ra, then it was safe to assume they were in their respective territories. La and Tui in the Water Tribe territory. Ra in the Fire Nation territory. Shu in the Air Nomads territory. And Seb somewhere in the Earth Kingdom. With that in mind, I decided I would go and learn from Seb next. Not only the Earth Kingdom was the closest one, but it was also the most convenient for now. And along the way, I would practice my fire bending. If what Ra said is true, then I had to focus on changing the fuel of my fire. And only after that, find a form. Though having multiple forms can be a problem. Maybe that's what Ra meant, about forms being inconsequential with my fire. Perhaps I had to create a form that worked with all the elements I now had to master. A form to call my own, like I did with water bending. Unlike most water benders, I didn't use Tai Chi as my base, I formed my own style imitating the waves of the water. But that was not going to work now that I had 4 elements to master. I had to create a style that worked for all of them. A style, free like the air, firm like the earth, passionate like the fire, and flexible like the water. I chuckled, it seems I have quite the homework cut out for me. It was quite the task, but I was excited with it. Wondering how the end result would look like, it was a delightful thought to have. Ong POV. I had found my master, the earthbender Bumi had said I would find, someone who waited before striking. But she didn't want to train me. I can't believe she defeated the boulder. Sokka said in disbelief. It was an impressive feat. Katara admitted. She's the one I saw on the swamp. I can't feel it, but she doesn't want to be my master. I sighed. We just have to try harder, Katara smiled, I'm sure she is just angry you won. Perhaps that was true. I probably hurt her pride with that. Before me she had been undefeated for more than a year. At least according to her presentation. I can't believe she defeated the boulder. Sokka repeated once again. I chuckled at Sokka. You are right, Katara, if she's in my destiny, things will turn out fine, so let's try harder. That's the spirit. Katara smiled, giving me a high five. I can't believe she defeated the boulder. Sokka sighed, but I guess she's okay too. Her earth-bending skills are awesome, it's like she's one with the earth, I nodded. Blind Bandit, whether you know it or not, you will become my master and friend. 47, Chapter 47. Over the course of my trip to the Earth Kingdom, I had come to a definite conclusion. I would not try and find the remaining elementals, for a long and painful list of very detailed of reasons. 1. Besides La and Tui, so far almost every spirit I have encountered has been an asshole on some sort of level. Cheshire being the exception. On Vado's case, I know wants to use me, which is pretty obvious and something he hasn't tried to hide, so with his upfront honesty about using me, I can tolerate his behavior because I want to use him too. our relationship is somewhat symbiotic, to say something. That same principle applied with Law and Tui, they taught me how to bend, and I helped them in their time of need, by killing Zhao. But besides them, every other spirit had been a nightmare, from the mother of all plastic surgery to kindred, every single one of them was an asshole. And R.A., well, he filled my quota of shit I can take. R.A., while wise and very powerful, taught me close to nothing. Yes, I did learn about the spiritual principles of fire bending, but I'm pretty sure there are less painful ways to do so. I mean, did he have to beat me up every day? I swear if he wasn't the spirit of the sun. Anywho, after that last wake-up call, with the spirits, I wanted nothing to do with the elementals, or any other spirit, unless it was absolutely necessary. So, in short, I had to learn how to bend the elements my own way, and I know I have the option of finding a teacher, but fuck that, because if there was one thing I learned from RA, was that I had to create my own form to bend all elements. The draconic asshole was right, switching between styles would deliberately put me in a bad spot, giving the enemy time to attack in the interval it takes me to move from one element to the other. Maybe I could create some kind of mixed martial form for them all. Vado will be livid, I chuckled, while wondering why had Vado gone into hibernation without even telling me about it. Perhaps merged spirits had to do this every now and then, the show never specified, so I guess everything is possible. I am after all, in a very grey area when it comes to being the, or I should rather say a avatar. Sir, the next stop in 8 hours, in the seedy merchant pier, the guy I had paid to keep me updated said, as he entered my private cabin I had paid with some money I had stolen from some thieves, which by the rules of the gods makes it legal. Thanks, I nodded, and as the guy left my room, an epiphany came to me. While it was true I had no need for the elementals to teach me bending, I did need a spirit for something else, which kinda contradicted my entire previous resolution, but sometimes, it's best to sacrifice in order to win. This spirit was one I knew for a fact had the knowledge I desired to get the power I needed. Wan Shintong, and his library. All human and spiritual knowledge in a single place for me to exploit. It was just what I needed. Within the spirit library I would have access to the knowledge I required to master all the elements. And if Zhao was permitted to enter, heck, I had a guaranteed pass to the damn library. Well, it seems I have to deal with one more spirit, I chuckled. Maybe it wasn't what I had originally intended to do, but it would work just fine. The next I woke up to the one of the crew members of the ship, meaning I had arrived. Like usual, I ordered one of the locals to find me a cart, and pays a hefty sum, I embarked to the desert, where I would meet my last spiritual stop. According to Guy I had hired to take me to the desert, it would take us a month and a half to get there. In the meantime, I would use this time to train my fire and water bending in a small scale using only my mind to bend the energy around me. It would help me learn control, something I lacked with fire control, and focus, something I needed for both, and it would give me something to do along the way. Agila POV. Someone had killed more than a dozen soldiers in one of the no-important barracks in the northeast side of the outskirts of the Fire Islands. The reports said his bending, his raw power had no equal, that a single punch of his fire brought the battalion to their knees. Interesting, not impressive, but interesting. Anyone with decent skill could beat a battalion of useless people, so perhaps this criminal worthy of being captured, tortured, and then trained to be a loyal dog. Loyal to me. The stranger's name on his registration was Sinbad, a name for my target. Girls, get ready, we have a dog to capture, and my sources are pointing he is going to the Earth Kingdom. I ordered Mai and Tai Li. Oh, is this man Akira? Tai Li giggled, doing a cartwheel, landing right beside me. No, this man is a firebender. Akira is off the grid for now, I sighed. So, we are hunting someone else besides your brother and uncle, Joy. Mai said in her usual emotionless tone. Reports say he has quite the explosive talent, so I figured we could train him to obey. I smiled at them, like I did with you too. Mai looked away in fear, good, while Tai Li, well, kept being Tai Li. Oh, that means we are adding a boy to the group. Tai Li giggled in excitement, ye. I knew she feared me, yet she never showed that outright. Was she brave or stupid? Perhaps both. That question eluded me sometimes, maybe I had to try a bit harder. 48, Chapter 48. It took me 2 weeks to arrive at the desert where I would find the spirit library. With no clear idea of where to go or what to expect besides the sandbenders in the area, I decided to go to the middle of the desert, and start my journey from there. The desert was like I had expected, harsh, and unforgiving, with the cruel but fair winds of the desert slowing me down by the minute. But I had no doubts I would succeed. I was prepared for the challenges ahead of this desert. Most of my life in the Northern Water Tribe had been spent honing my body and mind for the harsh environments of the world. Not only that, but I am the Dark Avatar, meaning all my natural skills were drastically boosted thanks to Vado, meaning I was built for this. Besides, my stay in this hellish place was going to be short, of that I was sure. Thanks to my water sense, it was a matter of hours before I found the library, the one place bound to have more water than this dry, Unforgiven nightmare. Let's see, I said as I closed my eyes, letting all the water around me guide me to my destination. The north side of the desert was mostly dry, and so was the south save for a few exceptions. On the center, I felt something, but I wasn't entirely sure it was the library. For all I knew it could be an oasis of sorts or a settlement for the bandits of the area. But if that I had felt wasn't an oasis or a bandit camp, then this was most definitely what I was looking for, but even then by my calculations, it would take me roughly 10 hours to get there, 10 hours that in the case of me being wrong, would go down the drain. Well, I guess I have no other choice but walk, I sighed, knowing full well I had little options when it came to bending right now. The water in the area was almost non-existent. Meaning I didn't have enough water around to utilize for movement. I barely had enough to keep myself fully hydrated at all times, and fire bending with this environment was for obvious reasons totally out of the question. But, perhaps I had a third option, earth bending, while the traditional way of earth bending was out of the question for me, right now, mostly because I had no idea how to do it, nor where to begin with sand bending, on the other hand, should be easy. Sand bending was an alternative style of earth bending that had been specifically adapted for use in the Si Wang Desert, aka where I am right now, by the people that live here, aka mostly bandits. But what makes this style easier for me is that this style resembles air and water bending, more than earth bending. And while I had no idea how to bend air yet, I was a master in water bending. It's worth a shot, I shrugged, as I tried my bending motions focusing on the sand, pulling and pushing, over and over again, but nothing. This continued for an hour, with me getting nothing until in a fit of rage, I did the pull and push but not the same way I am used to. It was more firm. This time, my push created a wave of sand of massive proportions, scaring a few unaware animals under the sand. Fuck, yes. I laughed, and while it did take me an hour to get some sort of result, I knew now how to duplicate it. It was like water bending, but I had to be firmer, stand my ground. Instead of redirecting the energy like with water, I had to force it in a way to obey. Caw. I looked at Crowley and his worried expression. He probably still had PTSD from my last inventive move, where I had fucked my body for over a week. Don't worry buddy, this is easier than keeping a body in the air for hours. I winked at the worried bird, and without further ado, I started to bend a wave of sand, as I had seen on the show Toph do with Earth. But unfortunately, I had failed to foresee my lack of control and crash after advancing a mile. Caw, or, I told you so, that was what Crowley I thought my bird companion was saying with that specific caw. Ugh, I stood up from the sand in a fit of cough. I know, but I just need more practice. I just moved a mile or so from our starting point. That alone would have taken me at least half an hour or so on foot, and all it took me was around a minute. I smiled, shaking the sand off my body, getting ready to start surfing on this desert again. Was I good? Ha. No, was Crowley right, and this would end badly for me, probably. But I was having too much fun to care for the consequences right now. I was basically surfing on the sand. How fucking cool is that? This is awesome. I laughed as I darted forward once again, riding on the sand, with Crowley digging little claws on my chest. Fuck. I shouted as I fell on the sand once again. Well, it was clear by this point, this was going to take a while, but I was having lots of fun with it, probably too much fun. But, as I said, it didn't matter. I was getting a kick out of this. The rush, the fear of falling, the adrenaline coursing through my body, it felt like riding a roller coaster, without a seatbelt, a suicidal thought in my world, but here. That was just your average Monday for some. Ha ha ha, I chuckled standing up. Once again, let's try that again. Crowley eyed me with a defeated look as he flew to my backpack, taking out a coconut shell and putting it on his little head as a homemade helmet. Crowley, for the love of, you know what, that's probably a smart move. 49, Chapter 49. After 20 or 30 violent crashes and a fair amount of concussions, I had finally arrived where I wanted to be, Wan Shintong's library. Well, this is it, I smiled as I walked to the entrance, seeing how the library building, though large in size, was mostly buried under the desert sands, with only its tallest spire visible from the surface. Well, it's best it stays this way, people usually don't appreciate knowledge of any kind, I sighed, as I waved the idea of trying to dig the library out. Wasting no time, I dived inside the library, using the water I had collected to slowly levitate, to avoid a violent crash that would piss off the local librarian. As soon as I landed, the floor squeaked underneath me, showing it was outstandingly clean. This sound announced my presence, and in the blink of an eye, a giant owl was standing in front of me. Humans are not welcome here, leave, the owl stated with a frown. Lovely, I know, but would you turn down someone seeking knowledge to improve himself? I smiled. Yes, now leave, the owl said without missing a beat. All right, Akira. What do you know about this overgrown chicken nugget? He loves knowledge, he hates intruders, and he hates people using the knowledge of his library for war and violence. Time to kinda lie. All right, I'll be honest, I merged with Votto, I sighed, and as soon as the words Vado left my mouth, the spirit took a few steps back in caution. I want to show him there are other ways other than chaos. Not really, but I can't, his emotions affect me. An empathy, the owl said as a matter of fact. I nodded. I was told this library would provide me the knowledge to control not only my emotions but the elements. I gained a connection thanks to Vado. At first, I tried to learn the elements with other benders, but, time to bag the deal. But every person I meet wants me to join the war, and I don't want to join any sides. I'll have one on my own, thank you very much. War. It is always the same with humans, fighting each other for nothing. The owl shook his head sadly. Very well, I can see you have quite a journey ahead of you, and if my library can help you, I can't in good conscience say no, but, like every human before you, you must pay the price, knowledge for knowledge. Well, pick your poison, I chuckled. I have water-bending scrolls and unrecorded future knowledge. The owl blinked in curiosity, like a child seeing candy. Future knowledge? The spirit asked with a bit of hesitation. Yes, I don't have scrolls of that, but I can assure you. It's the real deal, I smiled, ready to explain to him what a radio was and how it would in the future work, the one thing I knew by memory, thanks to my science fair, in my original world. Very well, I will take a scroll and, something about the future to satiate my curiosity, the owl sighed, taking my scroll and flying away, not without saying, you are free to roam and stay in the library for as long as you want. I have one final request, I said, flying towards him, a few dozen floors down. If anyone enters, don't tell them about me. You know Vado and his rivalry with Rava, so keep my existence a secret between us. I don't see why not, the owl nodded, going back to file the scroll I had given him. 2 weeks later. The amount of knowledge in the library was, well, I had no words to describe it. It had from culture to bending styles, and more, so each day was a unique experience for me. Right now, I was focusing on learning earth bending. And apparently, I had a knack for it. Wan Shi Tong said that much. He was a nice spirit. I kind of felt bad for lying to him, but I had no choice. For my earthbending training, I had decided to deprive myself of my vision completely, trying to accomplish what Toph had done, seeing the world through the earth. Gotta admit, it's quite the struggle to do so. If I forget even for a moment, that I have to use seismic sense to walk and see, I end up crashing with something. For my airbending training, well, I had yet to accomplish anything with it. It seems I had found my opposite element, and no matter how much research I do, I don't get any results. Wan Shi Tong theorizes that my personality and bending style are aggressive and that aggressive nature clashes with the usually calm and peaceful state of the air. Perhaps he was right, but in the end, it didn't matter, the air was going to submit one way or another. Now, for my fire training, well, I was banned from doing so. I can't blame the big guy for banning me from doing that. 90% of this library is paper. One wrong move and thousands of years of knowledge would go down the drain. What an intriguing way to master earth bending, Wan Shin Tong commented. Well, I have to forget about my other senses, to become one with the earth. And that sounded remarkably hippie. I chuckled. Well, times like this, I am glad I still have a few rooms empty. I dare not think what would happen if you practiced close to the books. It would take me decades to clean them all. The owl shuddered in fear, just imagining it. Well, good thing is not gonna happen, I chuckled. It is, the owl nodded, or at least I felt he nodded. Sometimes the image I get from my seismic sense is like a drawing from a 4-year-old. I can't wait to see the radio in person. It will be the first time knowledge is here, before out. He added with giddy excitement. Ha ha ha, and wait until they invent the TV, I chuckled. TV? What is that? I wish to know. Sorry buddy, all I know about it is that it basically raised me as a child. Sneak peek, Chapter 50-51. A battle between avatars. 50, Chapter 50. It was the evening of my 3rd month in the library of Wan Shi Tong. The winds of the desert are howling outside, beating the walls of the library with such strength I was able to feel them through my seismic sense. During these 3 months, I had achieved a mastery over earth bending I found outstanding for the time I had invested. I had yet to bend metal, but I excelled in all the other sub-bending styles, including lava bending. As for air, I have yet to show any progress, but I know it's a matter of when not if. But having mastered one element was more than enough, meaning I only had 2 more elements to master. Of course, I hadn't just focused on that, no. I had other plans for myself, and for those plans, I had focused on learning as much as I could about spiritual bending. Reason why I was meditating each day for hours. How is the training going? The ever-curious owl inquired, snapping me out of my long reverie. With a smile, I stood of the ground to greet Wan Shi Tong, a spirit that had proven not all of them are assholes. I have noticed your spirit becoming calmer, which means you are learning how to control your empathy abilities. Wise of you to do that while Vado is hibernating. He remarked once again, a month ago he had confirmed spirits hibernated every now and then, reason why Vado had been so silent. The grey-feathered owl pulled a scroll of his feathers and tossed said scroll over to me. This is a first edition, about empathic conditions, he chuckled. I have no idea if this will help, but it won't hurt to read it. I looked up to the owl and smiled. Thank you, my friend. Anytime, the owl said, with something reminiscent of a smile, as he sat down beside me. The poor spirit was so lonely, he enjoyed watching me learn about stuff he already knew. Well, let's see. Before I was able to finish my sentence, I felt something touching the entrance. People, 1, not 2, 3, 4, and an elephant? No, that was Appa, meaning Ong and his friends were here. Soon after that, a crash followed, by a bunch of people Katara, Sokka, scaling down a rope inside the library. The moment their bodies entered the library, I was able to see them all, detailed them, Ong, Sokka, Katara, the mysterious extra, and something else flying around in the air, giving me mixed readings. Intruders. Wa Shintong hissed, his feathers puffing in anger. Is the avatar the other one? I provided him with some information. I will see them out, the owl stated in anger, probably thanks to me. I had told him about Sokka's plan to use his library, and thanks to that owl was now flying towards the new visitors ready to kick them out, while I debated whether if I should face them or not. Fuck it, let's say hi. With that resolution ahead, I stood up and slowly made my way to greet the team avatar. A middle-aged man commented, judging by his tone of voice, while looking at one of the pillars inside the library. Oh, it's breathtaking. The spirit spared no expense in designing this place. He turned to look at the group, pointing at the pillar once more. Look at those beautiful buttresses. Katara started to giggle for no apparent reason while the man continued to marvel at a design within the library. What's so funny? The man asked, clearly as confused as me. Nothing, we just like architecture, Ong commented, and by the vibrations on the earth and water, I could tell he was holding back, trying not to laugh. Well, regardless of what they had found funny, the party was about to end, for my feathered friend was about to make an entrance. As if the rustling noises of Wan Shi Tong flying echoed through the area, letting them know something was near. At this, Sokka and Katara run behind a pillar while Ong grabbed the unknown man hide behind another pillar. A rope, I commented, walking over the bridge. I suppose that's a way to enter, I hummed. Wan Shi Tong looked at me, confused as to why I was here, but decided to ignore my change of plans and walks over the bridge, examining the rope with a scrutinizing look. At this, I felt Ong craning his head around the pillar he had hid, looking at us with curiosity. Before I got the chance to scare the crap out of Ong, my owl friend turns his head around owl style and said, I know you're back there. At this, Ong gasped and tried to hide again. But, before he can do so, the unknown they had brought walks towards Wan Shi Tong with a wide smile. Hello, I'm Professor Zhe, head of anthropology at Ba Sing SC University. Zhe? Was he part of the canon? God, my knowledge is either lacking, or I have already changed everything around me. Wa Shintong scoffed. You should leave the way you came, he added while pointing to the rope, unless you want to become a stuffed head of anthropology. Oh, dang, that hurt me. I not even being targeted. Jesus, this owl knows how to roast. I don't think he would fit with your collection, I chuckled, getting a low light-hearted chuckle in response from the owl. Sokka, seeing there was not one but two humans close to the 12-foot owl, approached the professor and asked while looking at the spirit, Are you the spirit who brought this library to the physical world? Wan Shi Tong nodded. Indeed, I am Wan Shi Tong, he who knows 10,000 things. And you are obviously humans, which, by the way, are no longer permitted in my study. Sokka looked at the owl, and then at me, and he's a cat. Maybe, I chuckled. Ong at this hovered towards his friend, and with a frown asked, What do you have against us? You clearly let him, he pointed at me, learn. Well, unlike you. I don't give a fuck about this war. I did give a fuck, but on a minor scale, a much minor one. I know about you, Avatar Ong, I know what you seek, and I will not allow you to use the knowledge of my library for war plans. Wan Shi Tong hissed, ruffling his feathers, ready to kill them if necessary. My friend here informed me of your plans to use my library for nefarious motives, so leave, or die. Guilty as charged, I told him. I winked at the group, who was now looking at me with an array of different emotions. Ong was confused, Katara was angry, and Sokka, well, he was Sokka. Next episode, a battle among avatars. Will Ong win? Will Akira win? Who knows? Until tomorrow. 51, Chapter 51. As soon as I said I was the one that had sold them out, Team Avatar refused to go, looking at me with anger. Ong, in particular, was mostly confused, more so than angry, but wanted an explanation of how I knew of their plan and why I had stopped they. As for Sokka and Katara, their faces were scrunched up in anger. With a smile, I offer Wan Shi Tong a way to solve this, a duel of sorts for access to the library. If they won, he would allow them to check his books, if they lost, they would be forever banned. The ever-pacifist spirit was reluctant to accept, but knowing they would try and sneak inside regardless of what he said and that this would help me on my training, he accepted my idea, just for educational purposes, of course. You say you don't like violence, yet you are having us fight him, Ong pointed at me. If I win, you will forget about this library and never come back, I said before my feathery friend had the chance to answer. Ong glared at me, why are you doing this? All I want is to save the world. Regardless of your motives, the knowledge in here won't help you, I chuckled. You are from the water tribe, Sokka stated, holding his boomerang tight in anger. How can you do this? Haven't you lost someone you care about? Don't you want to stop this? Don't you know the pain people are going through? Lost someone? Pain? What a naive little idiot, I know pain, more than you can possibly comprehend, I replied coldly. The rules are simple. If my representative wins, you four will be forbidden from entering my library, Wan Shi Tong said, as we entered my training room, the one room empty of anything valuable. You three can fight him at the same time, he has stated he has no problems in doing so. Ong sighed, if this is the only way, I will do it. Fine by me, Katara hissed, look at that, the little girl has some bite, perhaps this will be interesting. Traitor, Sokka muttered, getting into position. Don't hold back, or I am going to break you guys. I winked at them, deciding not to use my bending at full unless it was absolutely necessary, meaning I would only be using seismic sense and water sense this battle. Don't worry, never intended to, Sokka snarled at me, and at that, I started to chuckle. I was talking to Katara and Ong, you don't have anything to hold back, I smirked at him. Sokka growled and was ready to attack, but I stopped him with a passive gesture of my hand as I walked towards Wan Shi Tong. You said you played various musical instruments, right? The owl nodded, with a confused expression blossoming on his face. All right, play something I can tap my foot to while I kick them out of the library. I said with a winning smile. All right, Wan Shi Tong chuckled, pulling something reminiscent of a guitar out of his feathers, I will set up the mood for you. As soon as the spirit started to play his music, I turned to the Ong gang, with a smile. Now, where were we? And with a quick flick of my hand, I invited them to start this fight. Come on. Sokka was the first one to rush at me, throwing his boomerang at me, which I caught without any problems. From behind, I sensed Katara trying to water whip me, but I swiftly moved out of the way while throwing the boomerang I had caught at her. The boomerang hit her on the head, throwing her to the ground, unconscious. This attack had two motives. 1. You always take the healer first. 2. It was the easiest way to enrage Ong. Ong immediately rushed at me, and so did Sokka, with a smile and feeling their attacks before they even managed to do them. I sidestepped to the right just enough to dodge the sloppy assault of punches Sokka was trying to deliver. You seriously need some training, I chuckled, as I swiftly punched Sokka in the solar plexus, knocking the wind out of the undertrained water tribe soldier, bringing him down to his knees. Good night, I said as I added a quick kick to his jaw, knocking him out. Ong, by this point, was behind me throwing gusts of wind at me, completely forgetting about his pacifist persona. He just wanted to beat me up. Strong attacks, but you are getting sloppy. Force without skill is meaningless, I commented as I dodged his assault while walking towards him. Ong said nothing and tried to sweep me off my feet with a gust of wind on the ground, but this didn't work, for I had jumped out of the way a few seconds before he even tried to do such a thing, and now I was in front of him. With a smile and a quick blow to his face, Ong was wide open and begging for another attack, and well, I obliged him, putting a knee into the young avatar's stomach, doubling him over. Once again, he was wide open, so I followed that up with a quick rising uppercut to his chin, knocking him out. Well, that was easy, I chuckled, but before I was able to fully enjoy my victory, I felt a powerful surge of spiritual energy behind me, twirling around. I saw not Ong but the manifestation of his anger, the avatar state, his eyes and arrow tattoos glowing white, and from his body anger almost as strong as the one I had felt on Vado emanating like a broken dam. Ha ha ha, now this is fun. I laughed, getting a tingling sensation on my spine that I couldn't really tell what was it. Show me what you can do with hundreds of years of experience, try and defeat me. Things had certainly turned interesting in the last few seconds. 52, Chapter 52. Ong cried in anger, many voices coming out of him shaking the ground around him, before he lunged forward, quickly flying towards me with a wind-like sphere around him, his eyes glowing white. His face reeking of anger, promising a lot of pain for me should I fail to win. Then midway, he moved his left hand in a swift and precise motion to the right. This action was followed by 100 rocks flying my way. Still, reflex kicked in, and I created a wall of solid ice, shielding me from his earth-bending attack, while I tried to cleave his legs with a sharp water blade. Ong noticed this in time and stopped my attack with a powerful gust of wind. Ong growled once again as he gathered water around him, molding it into a water-like drill. Once this water attack was fully formed, he dashed at me, breaking the earth on his path. I knew this time he was going too fast for me to avoid, so I just stood there, creating water attack of my own to block his. Soon enough, our attacks clashed, creating a rumbling echo through the room. He was the avatar all right, any other waterbender would be dead trying to block this, but not me. When it came to water bending, I had more experience and power than him, and I could notice that much. His air attacks on the avatar state were lethal, but when it came to the other elements he had yet to master, they lacked something. Not bad, I commented with a small smile, as I noticed how the weight of my own water-bending attacks were dragging the avatar state powered Ong down. It seems you can't fully draw from the past avatar's experiences when you enter that state unconsciously. Good to know, I chuckled, pushing him a few meters back with a wave of water, but with a small tornado to break my attack he soon recovered and pushed back hard, this time mostly using air-bending attacks, which were exponentially stronger than his earth and water-bending ones. By a big margin. I had to admit, he was strong, very strong, leaving me no more option but start dodging his attacks while I attempted to pierce his arms and legs with a barrage of compressed water bullets, but these proved useless, against his wind-like sphere, that destroyed my commonly lethal projectiles into nothingness before they even managed to hit him. Ong cried in many voices, throwing a violent gust of wind my way too wide to dodge, so I stood firm, creating a dome of water and ice around me that proved most useless as his attack broke my defenses and trashed me to the wall of the room, dislocating my arm. Shit! I snarled, jumping back to recover while covering my arm in chi-infused water to heal it. Days like this I learned how to heal. I continued to fight him while I healed my arm, which, thanks to my intensive training in the spiritual arts with Wan Shi Tong, took less than a minute. With a smile, I dashed forward, dodging his attacks, while slowly infiltrating water on his wind sphere, for it was impossible to make a perfect defense. It took me a while, but when I had enough water, I molded said water into a hand and grabbed his head, pushing it down to the ground with great force. I then snapped my fingers, gathering all the water around, creating hundreds of water balls that I threw at him before he recovered. Blood splattered everywhere. Did you win? Wan Shi Tong inquired. Not even close, I shook my head off. All my coordination was barely enough to break his nose and give him some minor cuts. He was still fully functional. Ong stood up, his eyes still shining white with some blood coming out his mouth, his eyes staring at me with a deadly cold glare. Fuck, I inwardly cursed before he created another wild-like sphere around him, and with a battle cry, he darted at me, throwing several gusts of wind, that like before too wide to dodge and too strong to block. The attacks pushed me to the wall with such strength that I felt several bones broke upon the impact of each gust of wing. Once his relentless assault was done, I stood up, covering at least an 80% of my body in healing water. Fuck, you really got me there, I said, panting. It seemed only using water bending against him was a poor choice, one that I will rectify right now. Whatever. I guess now's as good a time as any to let the world know. I smiled. I really wanted to save the fact there was another avatar for another time. Enough holding back. I chuckled. My merge with Vado was very different that the merge Ong and Rava had. For one, I wasn't going to reincarnate. Vado extended my lifespan, and for two, I had access to the dark avatar state. Since the day we merged, I didn't like to use it. Thought the emotions were too strong, changing me into a real monster, at least in mindset. But right now, I didn't have much of a choice. Time to let my monster come out and play, time to even the field a bit. My body started to glow in a dark red dim light, with my eyes shining crimson red. Well, if I were you, I would try to win, because as soon as my body recovers, I will show you a world of pain, brat. Ong stood immobile, his spiritual energy switching from anger to confusion as if he didn't believe what he was seeing, which gave me more than enough time to heal my very broken body. Wow, you are very stupid. Lesson number 1 of combat, don't let the enemy sense Sabine himself, that's like the most important rule. I chuckled, as I basically teleport behind him, bending the water in my body to fly and move too fast for him to even see. Realizing the battle was still on, the stunned avatar staggered back, not knowing where I had gone. Until he bumped me and turned around just to receive a water explosion with enough strength to bring him to his knees. If you were in control of your actions, this would be challenge, but alas, you are not. Rage can only take you so far, I commented, kneeling down so that I could make eye contact with him. Growling, he stood up, trying to attack me, but he was too slow, and I trapped his legs between two boulders with earth bending while slamming his head with another water explosion. Ong fell harshly, crashing against the ground. I would use fire, but I promised I wouldn't. I also didn't want to kill him. Ong roared once again, throwing the most powerful gust of wind so far that I managed to block, but even then, it managed to push me back a bit. With a smile I immediately recoiled, with a powerful blow of water myself. The blow itself propelled him against the wall, breaking a few of his bones. Staggering, he tried to stand up, but his avatar state receded, and he fell down, blood flowing from his broken body. He was done. But I wasn't. With a wicked smile, I created several ice lances around, ready to paint the room with his blood. Enough! Wan Shi Tong said in a pleading tone, you are letting the power control you. Blinking in shock and realization, I melted the ice lances and dropped to the ground, undoing my avatar state, realizing that if it wasn't for Wan Shi Tong, I would have ended on without hesitation. It was now clear, I needed to train more, otherwise, I would one day do something I might regret. I apologize, Wan, I sighed with my hands shaking. I could still feel the need to kill him vibrating in my body. I let the power take away my control. 53, Chapter 53. Laying cold and unmoving on the floor, rested Team Avatar, while my whole body trembled in shock. Not because I had been close to killing them, but because I had been very close to losing control, and it felt good, very good. The feeling of overwhelming power coursing to my every fiber intoxicated my mind, with a rush of pleasure, enough to drive any man insane. I had no idea things would play out like that. The first time I entered this avatar state was after the fusion. It was part of it. I hadn't used it. I knew how to use it, but I hadn't had the need to use it. Until today. I was confident if push came to shove, I would be able to control myself, mostly because I hadn't had any problems keeping Vado and his emotions at bay, but this was totally different. Well, I ain't ready to use that, I repeated once more with a sigh as I healed Ong. Your avatar state is vastly different to Rava's, Wan Shi Tong stated. How they differ it's a mystery, but they feel completely different. Well, whatever it was, I had to learn how to control it. If I was to kill people, I wanted to be completely conscious, not high or mad with power. The idea of not being in control of my actions sickened me. And it was something I was not going to allow. But at the very least, this slip of control would keep Ong out of my way, I knew that much. After all, people should either be loved or crushed. For if you do them minor damage, they will get their revenge, but if you cripple them emotionally or physically, there is nothing they can do. So I knew that if I ever needed to injure someone, I would do it in such a way that I would not have to fear their vengeance. And I had crushed him. Ong. Katara muttered as she stood up, rubbing her head in pain where the boomerang I had thrown hit her. Ong. She shouted as soon as she saw his broken body. Don't disrupt me, I said, as I restrained her body with water. You can't heal him, you lack the skill to do so, I sighed. He'll be fine. Anger, hate, fear, every emotion close to that spectrum was emanating from her. She hated me. The funny thing is that her hatred made me feel at home. It reminded me of my time in the Northern Water Tribe. He came close to killing me, you know. I chuckled. He was very close to ending my life. I just retaliated in kind. Ong would never lower himself to your level, Katara spat. I hummed, maybe not consciously, but when the boy goes to sleep, and the beast comes to play, all rules and morals are gone. The avatar state, Katara muttered in shock. Yep, I chuckled. He broke half of my body. It hurt like a bitch. Regardless of what he did, he doesn't deserve what you did, Katara hissed. Maybe, but if you think the Fire Lord will be more gentle, then this war is already lost for you. Maybe I went a bit overboard, but fuck you, Katara, if it weren't for me going avatar on him, I would have died. This is I had finally had enough and silenced Katara with a piece of ice covering her mouth. She is rather annoying, Wan Shi Tong commented. Yes, I nodded with a chuckle. How long do you think it will take you to heal him? The owl inquired as he inspected Ong on the floor. An hour or two, I answered. I could speed the process to minutes using that power, but I'm not exactly comfortable using it. Wise, it's best, at least for now, Wan Shi Tong agreed. After healing Ong completely, I helped Wan Shi Tong carry them out, with Katara still on her ice binds, to stop the temperamental teenage girl from doing something stupid. There you go, be free, I commented, putting her in the ground. Who the heck is he? Toph inquired, jumping into a fighting position, but by her stance, it was clear she couldn't see me well, probably because of all the sand. He is the one that almost killed Ong, Katara spat. I am, I nodded. Without skipping a beat, Toph attacked me with a wide attack of sand that I dodged with ease. We don't have to fight, not anymore. I sighed. Well, maybe you don't, but I do. Toph said, continuing her sloppy assault of attacks that, thanks to her messed up seismic sense on this uneven terrain, were pretty easy to avoid. Enough. Wan Shi Tong growled, until today, my library was at peace, but every time humans come, they ruin my peace. His eyes glowed at that. I will sink my library back to the spirit world, are you coming? He added while looking at me. Yes, I nodded, jumping back to the library. Ong POV. At first I was angry at him, then I rationalized this anger was unbecoming of me. Why did his presence annoy me so much? And why did this feeling of anger didn't feel like it was mine? It felt like someone was feeling it for me. It felt forced. Whoever this guy was, he wasn't worse than Oze, and yet I disliked him more than Oze for no apparent reason. Then, When I was hesitating, he gave me a reason to hate him. He hit Katara, knocking her down. And now I wanted to beat him. For the first time in my life I wanted to beat someone up, but even then, something, like a whisper was begging me to kill him, but I didn't have the heart to kill anyone. Life was precious no matter what, no matter how much I hated him right now. Though it seemed my anger meant nothing to him, for like Sokka and Katara he defeated me rather swiftly. But before I blacked out, something forcibly pushed me back, like taking control of my body, while putting me in the back seat. Unlike the previous times I had entered the avatar state, this one felt like my emotions for him, forced. And I knew I was going to kill him no matter what I wanted. Or so I thought. The next thing I know, the library is gone and I'm on top of Appa. And while I had no proof or recollection of what happened after I was knocked out, I knew for some reason I had lost. Who was that guy? I muttered, deep in thought. 54, Chapter 54. I continued my studies under Wan Shi Tong while looking for a way to control my power without losing my sanity. There is no point in being strong if you can't control yourself. But I also had other things in mind, what to do after I finished my training. One day, I would be done. And then what? Was that all my life would be? I wanted a goal, something beyond being strong. But I just didn't know what I really wanted besides being strong, beyond strength. I didn't know who I really was. Long time no see, Vado whispered inside my head, stopping my train of thought abruptly. I see you humiliated Rava, how delightful. Vado? I thought you were asleep, I inwardly muttered. I was, I can't always be conscious, apparently this merging makes me lethargic, Vado stated with a bored tone, and I wouldn't have woke up if it weren't for you. You woke me up. I did. I inquired. The avatar state, as you call it, taps into my power, Vado clarified. While you can bend the 4 elements without tapping into my power, you have to use my essence to enter the avatar state, therefore, you woke me up. I didn't have to use his power to bend all 4 elements? Sorry, but I didn't understand the part where you said I don't need you to bend all the elements. Vado sighed. I didn't say you didn't need me, mortal, I said you didn't use my power. When bending the elements, you use me as a conduit of sorts. You don't use my spiritual power, you use yours, but when entering the avatar state, you use both of our spirits at the same time. I see, I muttered. Though I didn't have anything to do with that delightful bloodlust you were exhibiting. It was delightful, Vado whispered as if I was going to believe him that. We both know you try to mold my thoughts and urges to your liking, I replied plainly. Oh, I do. I have no need to lie, but that show you gave Rava was all you, Vado laughed. My power just enhanced what you already had. I didn't give you any more. Well, this is taking me nowhere. Well, regardless if you are right or not. I'm trying to study, I sighed. And find a goal, right? Vado snickered. At least, I have the intention of finding other goals. I chuckled bitterly. You only think about ending Rava. How sad is that your life revolves around her. One might say you love her. Don't you dare to say I love her, Vado exploded with anger. All right, I shrugged, but tell me one goal that doesn't involve her. I. Vado growled. Fine, then, how about we find a goal to accomplish together, one that doesn't involve Rava, at least directly. He offered. We are stuck together anyways, so, it should be at the very least educational. I hummed. Very well, I have nothing to lose. Yes you do, Akira, your sanity, and, well, that's about it. Perfect. Vado growled. How about we kill all humans, bringing total damnation to this world? Seriously? I had no words for that offer. Like if you are going to try and corrupt me, be more subtle, Jesus fucking Christ. It was a comedic comment. In your mind, you call it chaotic humor. I thought it was fit for me to try such a thing and see, Vado muttered, with a tone, dare I say disappointed I didn't laugh. Well, to be fair, I didn't expect you to tell a joke, not even one in bad taste, I replied, with a sigh, but it was funny, now that I know it was a joke. Very well, Vado sighed, how about? Hey, you are right, this is hard. Ha! Told you, I chuckled. You know, it's impressive how calm you are with the fact that I want to corrupt you. Vado laughed. Perhaps you are like me. A creature of chaos. I don't gain shit by worrying right now, I sighed, and, well, I consider myself chaotic neutral, alignment-wise. Oh yeah, I saw a game in your mind that uses that terminology. Vado commented. D&D, I smiled with a surge of happiness, remembering one of the games I had grown up with as a child. That's the one. Vado yawned. Anyway, I have to go. I hate this. I never had to sleep before this. It's becoming anno. And like he had come, he was gone. My mind felt empty of his presence once again. Youthful Fire Bear. POV. My destined rival had disappeared, but I knew it was against his will, there was no other way he would go back on his word of fighting me. And so, I waited, roaming the spirit lands with one mission at hand, finding him. Days turned into weeks, weeks into months. Until, I felt something. His presence, my rival was near. I could already taste our battle. I am on my way. Akira POV. As I was reading the Arts of Peace and Mind, I felt something. Something familiar. Oh no. That bear was coming, shit, I had forgotten about my dual promise, and now that I am in the spirit world he will surely come for me. Well, hello there, that voice, I knew who it was. Cheshire, good to see you back here. The cat purred, his head and body going separated ways. Do you know there is an peculiar bear coming down this way, burning everything on its path, while repeatedly shouting, challenge. I had a feeling, I groaned. Oh ho ho ho, how delightful. The cat smiled in joy as he materialized some popcorn out of thin air. This will be very entertaining. Fine, let me stop him, before he burns down the library. I sighed as if summoned. Juan immediately teleported in front of me. No one, it's going to burn anything here. Do what you must, but protect my tomes, the owl stated. What about your non-violence policy? I chuckled. Every policy has a loophole, Wan Shi Tong said, now go and murder that bear. Wow, you went from 0 to 100 real quick, I chuckled, as I walked out of the library to fight the bear like I had promised. 55, Chapter 55. Defeating the Ursoc, the fire bear, was somewhat easy, though we destroyed part of the forest, close to the library. He had a lot of spirit, no pun intended. After his defeat, the bear decided to stay by my side so that he could have a rematch, while I learned and practice how to control my avatar state, or how I called it, my assault mode. It feels better, considering how bloodthirsty I get with it. Are you okay? Cheshire inquired, worried that I was shaking. What a stupid question, am I okay? Ha! It takes every ounce of my willpower and more to keep my mind in check. It's like fighting your instincts, you can't do it without suffering. It's deeply upsetting. But I wasn't going to let my power control me. I was the captain of my fucking body. If I wanted to kill, I would do it with a calm mind, not because, every time I used the avatar state, or as I call it, my assault mode, the feeling, the need to destroy would get stronger, more intoxicating. Meaning, whatever that was going on inside of me with that power, was only growing stronger, which left me with little to no choices in the training matter. If I wanted to get a hand of it, I would have to force myself into the state for long periods of time. In theory, after extended periods of time, my body and mind should acclimate to the state. That or kill me, one of the two. But for me to do that, I had to be alone, without anyone close to kill, otherwise, it would be impossible to get anything from that training. In short, I had to get the fuck out of the spirit realm and find a very secluded spot. Well, it seems I am going to the Southern Water Tribe, the most secluded and unimportant place on the Avatar world. Alright, I sighed while rubbing my forehead, I'm leaving. Back to the human world. Wan Shi Tong inquired, closing a book he was reading for the 100th time. I looked up to him and nodded, yes, I need to be in a calm environment so that I don't go on a murderous rampage. I see, the owl sighed. Wait, you were about to kill us? Ursoc inquired, getting a nod from an answer, neat. What the fuck is wrong with that bear, anyway? Do you have the scrolls, the copies I asked you? A few weeks ago, I had asked Juan to make copies for all the airbending, earthbending and firebending scrolls in the library. I did, Wan Shi Tong nodded, giving me the scrolls in a 6-foot-tall wooden box that weighed around 100 pounds. Maybe I should have selected fewer scrolls. Well, my friend, I hope we can see each other soon. Wan Shi Tong smiled, opening a portal. This should drop you where the library was before, be careful. He is a magnet for problems, Cheshire purred, but he is somehow more dangerous than the things that chase him. He'll be okay. I will go with you. Bernard stated. Didn't you hear what I said? I need to be alone, I sighed. This bear only had one thing in mind, and that was fighting me. I won't be close during training, but it has just occurred to me that you need me, Bernard said, and I raised an eyebrow at that. If you lose control and direct your attention to those of fairer means, no one would be able to stop you. He chuckled, not that I can stop you, but I can keep your attention occupied in me, so that way you don't end killing innocent people. I blinked in surprise. In part, he was right, there wasn't anything stopping me from going to a nearby town if I let my bloodlust take over, but if that happens, I could end up killing you, I stated. I know, Ursoc smiled. And you are okay with that? I asked. I am, that's what rivals do. Ursoc said with a slight smirk, besides, I get to see the human world, 2 in 1. Very well, I sighed. Katara POV. Every night I would wake up trembling in fear, remembering how badly hurt Ong was. When I woke up after the duel, his body broken and shattered, his blood coating the cold marble floor, and the eyes of that man. He said he was helping Ong, but I could see on his eyes, he wanted to kill him more than anything. It was like staring at the jaws of death, to the dark abyss where monsters laid. It scared me, more than I cared to admit, knowing that not even Ong was able to defeat him, terrified me. If that monster ever wanted to hurt my family, my brother, Ong, I wouldn't be able to stop him. Are you okay, Katara? Ong quaked in worry. I'm fine, just thinking what are we going to eat tomorrow. I lied, I didn't want to worry him, he already had one big task on his shoulders, defeating Oze. He was already too young to fight a monster like the Fire Lord, I didn't want to burden him with a second one. It's okay, cats, Sokka smiled, sounding fragile, we will make by as we have always done. He knew I was afraid. Yeah, I cried, as a worried and confused Ong hugged me, trying to soothe my worries away. Everything is going to be okay, Katara, Ong stated, so confident it made me for a brief second forget about everything. I will make things right. I know you will, I chuckled, but I knew I was only lying to myself. That monster was perhaps worse than Oze. I couldn't really know until I met the Fire Lord myself, but I have never seen such a terrifying gaze before, something so devoid of emotion. I had to ask myself, was it even human? 56, Chapter 56. From the harsh deserts of Si Wang, to the cold wasteland of the south, my journey would take time, and with 2 spirit companions, things ought to be fun. Yes, too, see Cheshire decided it was time to check the human world. He was curious, as a cat should be. Though I knew he wanted to help, in his own messy chaotic way. So I accepted. Though it really made me wonder, why and how they got so attached to me, it was vexing. But at the same time relaxing, their emotions were always positive, at least regarding me. No hate, no anger. They were my break from the shit I usually have to filter. And for that I was grateful. I wasn't going to tell them though. Ursock is already too attached as he is, and Cheshire, he is too crazy. I will burn the snow of the south, with my power. Ursock shouted. Sometimes, you are unbearable, Cheshire chuckled. Oh yeah, Cheshire was a pun fanatic, which at first was fun, not it was like walking with a washed-up comedian, a catastrophe, no pun intended. Maybe he is affecting me more than I had anticipated. Oh well, there are certainly worse things to learn than the art of puns. We should arrive to the south in around 2 months, I commented, while reading the map. We still had a lot of land to cover, but it was mostly neutral land, with all the stops being unimportant for the Fire Nation, and therefore left alone. Ursock looked at me, his ears twitched with excitement as his red-colored fur bursted into flames. In 2 months I shall defeat the south. Our battle will be legendary. You said that about breakfast, Cheshire deadpanned. And lunch, I added with a grin. And let's not forget about. Cheshire shuddered, when you went to the bathroom. I know. Ursock laughed, life is a challenge, I intend to win. That was surprisingly wise for a bear whose entire brain is designed for battle. I suppose that is true, I commented. Please don't be wise, Cheshire chuckled, it disturbs me when you are wise. Though, in retrospective, Ursock probably meant life was a challenge literally, like he wanted to beat life, physically not emotionally, but when he's right, he's right. Alright, I think it's best we camp, out of Ba Sing Se, before we embark any further, I stated. Our duties? Cheshire asked, exploding into confetti that said, what can I do? You are the fastest, so look around and find a good spot to sleep, I said. Cheshire raised an eyebrow at that, and with a smirk commented, I am a cat, are you sure this is the best task for me? You do know we sleep anywhere. I do, I rolled my eyes at him, but I also know you love sleeping close to water, and with a good supply clothes, and that's just what we need, I winked. Clever little human, Cheshire smiled, before vanishing out of sight. What is my challenge? Ursock asked eagerly. Well, you find some wood, and bring it here, and please don't burn anything, including the wood, I chuckled. Ursock smiled, his eyes twinkled with excitement, I will win this. And with that, he ran to the closest tree, while shouting, face my might wood. As for me, I had another thing to do, eat at a restaurant. God knows I miss fine dining, what can I say, I got spoiled in the Northern Water Tribe, which makes me wonder, what is you doing right now? I want to visit her, and Sakura. But, I doubt they will recognize me, or welcome me. I am sure that by now, most people know about the mysterious man that almost killed the Avatar. And if they don't, they are never going to believe I am me, new face and shit. And even if they did, believe me, and knew about me beating Ong, would they accept what I was right now? The natural enemy of their supposed savior. Or would they only 2 people I care about in the tribe shun me? I wasn't going to admit it, but if that happened, it would break a little part of me. You was like my sister, and Sakura, like an aunt. The only 2 people I care about in this world, at least as of now. For the love of... You worry too much, Vado growled, startling me. Human relationships are a waste of time. For the most part, yeah, I chuckled, but you can't help it, as much as you try to avoid it, you start to care. Truly disgusting, Vado sneered, if they don't accept you, for what you became, they are weak, those who run from those with power, are nothing but stepping stones to our throne. Was Vado trying to comfort me? Hey, well fudge me sideways. I would have never guessed you had a soft side, I remarked. I will pretend, I didn't hear such a stupid comment, Vado hissed. Alright, be my guest Sundara, I laughed. I am not. How dare you? Compare me with that disgusting piece of media you consumed in your past life. I will go back to sleep. I will not stand here, and let a child insult me in such a way. Vado yelled. Alright, but in all seriousness, I chuckled, thanks. You welcome. Human, and with that, I felt Vado go back to his slumber. Maybe this merging with him wasn't so bad, without his obsession with Rava, he was a pretty interesting being. Halt in the name of the poor guard that had caught me red-handed climbing the wall, was knocked out with a quick rock attack to his nuts, rendering him catatonic with a single attack. My balls, why? The man squeaked in a high-pitched tone. I honestly felt bad for the guy, but it was the only way to avoid him seeing me, and enter the city without getting the entire army chasing me. But I knew that statement was a lie, for I had forgotten to use seismic sense and water sense to scout the area, and was left with no other choice. 57, Chapter 57. Training on the South Pole was relaxing. Without people or spirits to bother me besides Cheshire and Ursoc that would annoy me every now and then, things were going well for me. The cold and harsh environment of the South relaxed me. It was soothing. Who would have known I would grow to love this seemingly unlike climate? I felt like home at it. But enough about stupid sentimentalism, I was here to train, not to reminisce about how much I like the cold and snow. Which brought me back to square one. My training, while going well, was not progressing as I wanted it. The avatar state was in simple terms a human, aka me, using all the spiritual chakras. Thought chakra, that dealt with the pure energy of the cosmos, which was blocked by earthly attachments. The water chakra, that dealt with the pleasure of the body and mind, which was blocked by guilt. The fire chakra that dealt with the willpower, blocked by guilt. The air chakra that dealt with love and was blocked by grief. The sound chakra, that dealt with the truth, blocked by lies. The light chakra that dealt with the inside of all things, blocked by illusion. And last but no least, the earth chakra that dealt with survival, blocked by fear. According to Wan Shi Tong, I had 3 pathways blocked, which was the reason I had little power over my emotions over my avatar state. The sound chakra, the air chakra, and the thought chakra. Which was surprisingly not what I had expected. I would have least thought the light chakra would be blocked considering I had the incarnation of chaos and darkness within me. According to the scrolls Wan had given me, if I faced and unlocked those chakras, I would have absolute control not only over my power but my empathetic condition. Lies, grief and earthly attachments, were apparently my problems. The thing was, I didn't know what lies I had been telling myself. Or what was if I even had a reason for grieving. I kinda understood the earthly attachments thing. I was a human, I had earthly attachments, no one can say they don't. But the other two, I didn't understand. How is the meditation going? Cheshire purred, poofing into existence, in my lap. Well, it's not going bad. I answered with a sigh. But not well either, Cheshire sighed. Maybe I just need something to do. I've been focusing on training all my life, since I got here, maybe I just need to focus on something else, and leave this shit for later. Like what? Cheshire hummed. Like what? The $1 million question. When I got here my goals were clear, become strong enough to avoid all the dangers this world had to offer. Now that I had nothing. Besides looking like Sinbad, and being the edgy version of the Avatar. I don't know. Perhaps I could go back to the north, and see how things go from there. I did miss you and Sakura, heck after the spirits I even missed Paku, but I will take some vacations, I chuckled. Well, they do say a rested mind is the key to success, Cheshire nodded in agreement. UPOV. I missed him every day, perhaps Sakura was right. Perhaps I did feel something for him more than friendship. But regardless of my feelings, I wanted him here, where I could talk to him, bother him. And train with him. Why did he had want to explore the world? I sighed. Wow, when I made the comment about you crushing on him. I did not expect this, Sakura chuckled. I don't think I like him that way, I wasn't even sure anymore. I would only know for sure if I saw him again. Maybe you don't, Bug. Hey, I'm not saying you love him, but every girl needs a boy toy to release some tension, if you catch my drift, and Akira is the only boy you ever showed mild interest with. Sakura winked at me. Oh, for the love of... I blushed at the idea. I am a princess. A piece of advice, princess, have some fun before tying the knot. Sakura rolled her eyes at me. Or do you think men actually go untouched to the holy unity of marriage? I am done for the day. I said, trying to sound angry, as I left the inn, but I couldn't. The idea of me, and, oh, why am I even thinking about it? Get a grip of yourself, you. Akira POV. Now that I had decided to visit the north, which in retrospective made my trip to the south entirely useless, I had yet again to make another plan of travel, which made me realize I needed a faster way of traveling. What I made in a month. Ong, and any other character made in a week. We need to find some kind of mount, a flying one, big enough for the three of us. I hummed, trying to think where I could find one. Do whales fly? Ursoc inquired, to which I ignored. I was not going to dignify that with an answer. You seriously lack in anything that is not fight-related. Cheshire, on the other hand, could not hold back. If you need to fly, I'll take us there, for a price, of course. You fit in my lap. How would you? You can change your size, can you? I was going to kill the cat if he said yes. He could have saved me weeks of travel to begin with. Yes, I can not only alter my size but I can shapeshift, so yeah, it would not be a problem for me, Cheshire answered. Why didn't you tell me that before? I basically growled. You never asked. The cat shrugged, and I thought part of your spiritual training was the journey of getting here, so I didn't want to interfere. Ursoc. I smiled. No. Cheshire gulped. Cheshire said he wanted to. I chuckled evilly. No, no, no. Cheshire started to panic. He wanted to fight you, I finished, completing my evil revenge. Let us fight. As soon as I said that, Ursoc jumped at Cheshire. 58, Chapter 58. The ride to the north was smooth. The silky hair of Cheshire against my skin made for the perfect bed, that accompanied by the night wind that was pleasantly cool tonight. It was perfect. From above Cheshire I could see the sea, and more, the waves of the water moving side to side, up and down. A beautiful sight to behold. While I admired the view from above, Ursoc was, in the meantime, talking about how many people he would challenge. And things like that, showing he still had his one-track battle-lusted fueled mind. You think the humans will recognize you? Ursoc inquired, taking a break for his battle talk. How odd. I don't know, I sighed, but I sure hope you and Sakura do. If the rest don't, it would be a plus. I chuckled. Oh yeah, the humans that shunned you for being the strongest. Ursoc growled, I shall burn then to the ground. Haha, no need to, I waved his idea off, but thanks, the sentiment is nice, I could tell that much. He was actually mad I was shunned, I could feel it on his emotions. Very well, Ursoc pouted. I wanna meet that lady, the one that cooks like a goddess, Cheshire added, drooling at the idea. You will, I answered. The next day we arrived at the tribe. It was around noon, when we got to the Moonlight Inn. The streets around, as always, were so busy that, at first, I didn't notice Sakura had changed the outside decoration of the inn. Opening the door, I walked inside with Ursoc and Cheshire by my side. Like always, Sakura was serving tables with a happy smile. Seeing her brought a sense of nostalgia I didn't know I even had, for without noticing and thinking I rushed at her, hugging her. Mom. Sakura said, looking around, who are you? I missed so much, you crazy lady, I chuckled, as I let her go, just now remembering I had a new face, so I had to make her remember. Fuck Paku. Akira. Sakura gasped after I said that. How? Why? And can whoever made you a new face make me younger? She added with a smile. Really, that's all it takes for you to recognize me? I chuckled. Nobody says fuck Paku with the same feeling you put behind the words. Sakura winked, that and your voice is the same. My voice was the same? I could have sworn it was different. Well, it doesn't matter, I missed you. Oh, you are making me blush, Sakura joked as she gestured me to follow her to the back. So why the new face? I hummed, deciding whether to tell her the story or not. Well, in the end deciding to retell all my misery with details. Excluding Vado out of my tale. From getting my new face, to being tortured by the big spirits, to traveling around the world, making sure to evade telling her about Vado, some part of me was scared she and you would outright shun me for having the spirit of darkness and chaos within me. So for now, I would keep it a secret. After a few hours catching up, with Cheshire and Ursoc eating the restaurant out, Sakura basically dragged me to the palace, to see you. Not gonna lie, I was a bit stressed about it, but mostly excited to see her, wondering what had she been up to all this time. And if she, like Sakura, would recognize me at first glance. Inside the palace we were led to Yu's bedroom by a guard. Inside Yu was sitting on her sofa reading a book. Putting the book down, she looked towards the door with a scrutinizing look, staring at me. Akira. Yu gasped in shock, jumping out of her sofa and tackled me into a hug. I blinked in surprise, wondering how the fuck did she know, I didn't even talked, how? I mumbled, hugging her back. Half spirit, remember, you chuckled. So that's how she knew it was me the moment she saw me. Well, I am glad. I have a question though, you said, breaking the embrace. Why do you have a spirit inside you? I blinked in shock, instinctively taking a few steps back, while trying to formulate an answer for her inquiry. Well, fuck it, time to be completely honest, I can't lie to them. If they like me, they have to do it with Vado inside. I merged with one. Elaborate that answer, Sakura added with a confused expression. Taking a deep breath, I started to tell them about Vado, about how he was one of the spirits that formed chaos and order. That Ong had the order and I had the chaos. That because of that there were two avatars now. I spared no detail in my journey, from me becoming the dark avatar to almost killing Ong. Wow, you said after a long moment of silence, assimilating what I had told her. So you are the avatar? Or rather an avatar? Sakura concluded. Pretty much, I nodded. And, you feel okay? Sakura added, that empathetic thing you said you had. Doesn't got crazy with the spirit of chaos inside of you? Yes it does, not much. Liar, you sighed. Alright, it does bother me, but not as much, I chuckled, so you two are okay with everything? Yep, Sakura winked, no matter how powerful you get, kiddo, you will always be my little Akira. No chaotic spirit can change what we feel, or new face, you giggled. Thanks, I smiled, hugging them both, forcing myself not to cry, not wanting to show weakness, but I couldn't, it felt nice to be loved. Even with all the darkness inside of me, they loved me. They weren't even a bit afraid of me. Now, how about we have a nice dinner? Sakura said, I'll pay. Deal, you and I both said in one voice. 59, Chapter 59. After the very emotional reunion with my two human friends, I really need to increase that number. It is just sad. Anywho, after the reunion, we spend the day eating and catching up. Apparently the Northern Water Tribe was suffering more than ever, with the Fire Nation destroying their ships that brought food and other various necessary items, putting the entire tribe in a precarious situation. Hundreds of soldiers dying almost on a daily basis just to provide an inch of commodity and safety. Which, while not surprising altogether, it shocked me a bit. This was a side of the war I hadn't expected. In the show, the Northern Water Tribe never had any problems of this magnitude. I never expected things to get this rough. A naive thought, this wasn't a show anymore, war was as real as anything else. I simply decided to think otherwise to shut down any regrets of leaving. They have, you sighed, but don't blame yourself, she added with a frown. I know you, Akira, and right now you must be thinking that this got worse because you left us, so let me clarify, all of this in no way is your fault. A man alone can only do so much in a war, Sakura added. Nice sentiments, but I knew I was at that point strong enough to make a difference, maybe not win the war, but I was strong enough to reduce the damage. Maybe before, but I can now. I was the Dark Avatar, I had now the power to bring Oze and his troops to his knees. I have the power to stop this now. With your avatar powers. Sakura chuckled, allow me to paint you a picture. You take down Oze, revealing there is a second avatar, that of course would make the Fire Nation stop, but for how long? You are suggesting that once I die they will go back to their old ways. I knew what she wanted to say, and she had a point. But unlike most creatures, that wasn't the case with me. Thanks to Vado, I was not burdened by the evolutionary failure of aging, meaning they would never rebel, for I would be around forever. You do remember I am technically immortal. That would only keep them on a leash, Sakura sighed, and a leash made from fear breaks. They will at one point try to kill you, and start the war over again. Another very good point, fear can only hold something for so long. The moment that fear started to fade, they would go at everyone, again. Alright, then what do you think we should do? I sighed. Well, I might have an idea, Sakura said, but it's a risky one. More risky than killing Oze. I chuckled. Well, my idea includes killing Oze, but in a way that would make things easier politically speaking, Sakura said with a overly serious tone, quite abnormal for her. Alright, you are scaring me, Sakura, you chuckled nervously. What I'm about to tell you, it's something I have kept a secret for 18 years, Sakura stated, getting our attention. My birth name is Solan Lakon. I am a part of the Fire Nation, the nobility to be exact. I blinked a few times, looking her up and down, before vocalizing a single word, what? I moved out of the Fire Nation, for a various set of reasons. For one, I hated what we stood for, Sakura smiled sadly, and I always wanted to, well, have a small in. What? You finally said, her operative system going back up. You, what? How? Your papers show you are from a tribe close to the U was shut up, as Sakura lighted her hand on fire. Oh my god, you are. Papers are easy to forge, Sakura chuckled. Hey, I was still trying to grasp all the new information. My plan is simple, we go back to the Fire Nation, I go back to my family, I present you as my son, and we start a coup, Sakura said, breaking the silence. Hey, Akira EXE is not working, please restart the system. I still keep contact with father every now and then, he thinks I'm researching the air temples, so, they will not suspect a thing, Sakura added. Hey, both me and you said. The hardest part will be convincing my father of helping us, but he is a man of family about anything, so he will side with you if he thinks you are his grandson, and with me because I am his baby girl, Sakura chuckled, so will my brothers. Hey, I mumbled. Hey, you nodded. Then, once we had their support, we just have to start a coup, kill the Fire Lord, and put your pretty ass on the throne Akira, Sakura chuckled. Hey, Akira EXE restarting please stand by. Hey, you mumbled. The next thing would be marrying you to a foreigner, that would cement the peace even more, Sakura winked at us. Hey. Oh come on. This is not as impressive as you getting a new face, body, spirit, age, and last but not least the dark incarnation of chaos within you, Sakura pouted. I am sorry, I said coming back to reality, it's just, wow. No kidding, you nodded, it's mind-blowing. I am already knew Akira would do something of stupid proportions on his trip. Yes, I am predictable, I nodded. But this is mind-boggling, you added. It's true, I am a chaotic menace, but I did not expect this, heck I had Vado declaring his love to Rava above this on my list, I laughed. Don't make me come out there. Vado growled waking up just for that. You can't I inwardly chuckled. Alright I get, Sakura chuckled, but what do you guys think? I think it's a fun idea, worst case scenario I kill Oze, best case scenario I kill Oze, I shrugged, it's a win-win for me. Yet and if things go as planned, you would be the Fire Lord, Sakura smiled. Say what now? Both you and I shouted in shock. 60, Chapter 60. Both you and I sat while we silently paid attention to Sakura's plan, while simple and possibly very viable, provided, of course, things go as planned. The plan was to go back to the Fire Nation, where she would present me as her child. And with time, start a rebellion from within. This plan while beautiful on paper, it had a bunch of holes. Like, for example, while she had indeed kept contact with her father, she hadn't told him about her having any kids at all. So things regarding my existence and how I just suddenly came to be would be hard to prove and fill. Sakura, what exactly are you going to tell him, I mean? I sighed, it's... Look, while I am up for the idea, I want to understand how will you make them believe I am your son? Well, I might have, told my dad I had a kid, Sakura said, blushing, I got a cat a year after I left, and well, I referred to him as my baby on my letters, and dad never corrected me. Oh god, please tell me my name is not Cotton Ball or something, I chuckled. No, I never named him. I just called him baby, Sakura giggled. So, let me see if I get this right, 18 years old you left the Fire Nation, right? I asked, getting a nod from an answer, then a year later, you got a cat, and in your letters, you called him your kid or baby, right? Sakura nodded once again, your dad, somehow never asked if, that baby or kid, was real or what was his name, or if he or she, was human, right? Well, he did ask. He knows baby was a boy, Sakura said. Alright, but, your father never showed any interest in him? I mean, if he thought it was your baby, and he is like you described, wouldn't he had tried to meet him, and or at the very least, send some gifts? He can't leave the Fire Nation, his position requires him to stay, and well, he did send a lot of stuff for his imaginary grandson, every year I get a gift and money for him, now you. With a letter of him begging me to go back so that he can meet his grandson, Sakura sighed, he just doesn't push me, because he just thinks I am still mad with him, for, what he did. Alright, so do I need a name change? I asked. No, Akira is pretty common, Sakura smiled. So, what happens after he gets that throne? You asked, breaking her silence. Well, the idea is that once Akira has throne, we will set to destroy the violent groups from within that incite violence, adding more fuel to the flames of this chaotic world. Our mission is curing the Fire Nation of its disease, Sakura said with a deadly cold tone, by eliminating it, entirely. Risky, but probably safer than anything Akira was probably thinking, you chuckled teasingly. Safety is for the weak, I shot back at you, with a confident smirk, before turning back to Sakura, anyhow, let's do it. Perfect, Sakura beamed at me. With a very unorthodox plan at hands, I decided to stay on the tribe for a bit, to relax. Meditating by the spirits, without letting the rest of the tribe know I was here, as to avoid fucking the plan. As I meditated above the tree close to the spirit oasis, laying near the two spirits, I couldn't help but let my mind wander into the depths of this adventure I was about to embark on. For one, I did not want to rule. Not for long, at the very least. I knew my shortcomings, and one of them was my social skills. I was barely able to tolerate small groups of people around me, so an entire country would be a bit too much. But I did want to destroy the war-loving aspects of the Fire Nation society by cutting them from the root. After that, I would probably have to find someone worthy of ruling. Someone, completely opposite to Oze. Iroh? That could work if he wanted the throne. I suppose I will see how to fix that as I go. You could leave a cub? Is that how you humans call your littles? Vado inquired, breaking my meditation. You mean an heir? That would mean I would have to stay until the kid is ready. Ain't nobody got time for that. I chuckled. I wasn't going to lie, the idea of fucking the timeline, so bad my knowledge of it becomes obsolete, it's very enticing. So much, it's the second reason on my list for going with this plan. Because until now, my changes on the story had been pretty small, like killing Zhao. That didn't change shit. Killing Oze, on the other hand, would change the entire world as I knew it from TV. Making my journey very interesting. Sakura POV. 18 years ago, I vowed to never go back to the Fire Nation, a place that since childhood I had grown to despise. We were sheep following an ideal, that the Fire Lord was perfect. And for that perfection, we applaud his every action, no matter how awful and inhuman said actions were. There it was, my nation praising a mad king. I was happy here, more than I could have possibly hoped for me 20 years ago. I had given up in trying to change the world. And now, I was going back, for I had found the weapon, the key I was looking for. Akira was the final piece of the puzzle, the weapon I would use to break the chains. I felt bad for using him, but I wanted to save my country and the world from its own outdoing. Life in the Fire Nation, in this world, was nothing but a momentary flicker with every cruel second spent delaying the inevitable in an endless war that the Avatar, and every Avatar before him had failed. Balance? Harmony? Bullshit. Chaos was ultimately the only thing that ruled us, that's why I knew Akira was the right person for this job. He was a human that embraced the chaos within him instead of hiding behind a sea of lies to make himself feel better. A chaotic avatar was what his world needed. Not the other avatars. Every single avatar before Aang had failed us. Their so-called quests for peace had doomed us all. In this life, nothing was fair, the system the white avatars themselves had created was broken. But with Akira on my side, I was going to help him tear it all down, breaking a system that had always been flawed and remaking it into one that works, one that doesn't rely on the help of the avatar that had so many times before failed us. One that is harsh and fair for everyone. I still remembered what Aang said before leaving, every life is precious. A kid like that was not suited for anything. Life was cruel. From our very first breath to our last, we are doomed to follow the broken path other avatars had left behind for us. But no matter what we do, the path always ends at the same door. War. If Roku were half the man Akira was, he would have killed Sozin, stopping him altogether his idiotic ideas of war. Leaving a message to those that seek to disturb the peace. But he couldn't. Aang was on the same path. A naive little child that thought Oze's life was precious. Akira, on the other hand, was not a stranger to killing. And never did without a good reason, he understood the root of all evil had to be exterminated if peace was to endure. 61, Chapter 61. After a week of meditation and hanging out with you, I was ready to leave the tribe once again, this time with Sakura by my side. We said our goodbyes to everyone. And marched towards the Fire Nation, with one thing in our heads: killing Oze. Sakura was obviously nervous with this plan. And maybe I shouldn't have accepted her idea so fast. Now she has to risk everything she has worked for, in this. When I just could have waited for the Fire Lord to open for an attack. After walking for an hour, I summoned Cheshire and Ursoc, with Cheshire being the key, Fire he who would fly us to the Fire Nation, saving us time and money on this endeavor. But even with Cheshire being our transportation method, it would take us 2 days to get to the Fire Nation border. Though this was an immense improvement to our other alternatives. Now, my father's name is Akon Lakon, he loves playing chess and poker, he has an addiction to chocolate and hates mosquitoes, his favorite sport is Firecatcher and he loves Earth Kingdom music but he doesn't let anyone know, for political reasons. Sakura said, breaking the silencer, he is a sucker for romance and loves his family, if you want something from him, just call him Papa or Grandpa, he will melt at that, quite literally. Oh boy, this is going to be very entertaining, Cheshire purred and laughed. What am I supposed to be? Ursoc shouted in question, wondering what his role was. You, two are his pets. Sakura said somewhat uncertain, just don't talk, normal pets don't talk. Ursoc looked at her and barked, bark. Fire bears, they don't, barking is for. Sakura sighed, we will work on that. A pet. Cheshire hummed, I can finally be an asshole and people will love me for it. I chuckled, alright. I think I got it. Now, on to the next thing. Sakura sighed, if you show too much fire-bending prowess, many nobles will try to get your hand for their daughters, so try to keep a low profile. Arranged marriages, great. I see. We continued our trip mostly in silence with Sakura telling us about all the customs and things we had to expect. From how to behave around other nobles and what to do in certain social occasions. Giving me specifically a full walkthrough on how to behave in the first stage of our plan. That was fitting in. And getting some political allies. All the plans were so overly complicated, that I was starting to think Vado was right, that it was best if I just went and slay that bitch. No political games in the middle. But, I decided to do otherwise, because like I had said. Worst case scenario I end up killing him. Best case scenario I end up killing him. The difference between the two was the process. One was short, the other was, well, considerably more time-consuming. Though not all things considered, this overly time-consuming plan could bring me some unforeseen benefits. For one, being a noble I would have access to a firebender teacher, being the element I lack the most in skill, if you don't count airbending which I suck. The point being, I would abuse the fuck out of my recently acquired noble privileges to get in a firebending school and learn the bases, and master my third element. Though I didn't consider myself a master in any bending yet. I had a high standard for it. For me to be a master in my terms, I had to master the element with all their respective subcategories of bending. After approximately half a day flying, we descended on a nearby unnamed island to set our camp. If we continued at this pace we would be at the Fire Nation by tomorrow before midnight. So, you want me to call you sweetie or Akira? Sakura teased, getting comfortable inside her sleeping bag. Akira, please, I did not like her calling me sweetie, it was weird. Akira, the Fire Lord, Sakura chuckled, things sure are getting interesting. I am sure it will, regardless of what happens, I chuckled. Angela POV. Father had called me back to deal with some political situations, not exactly the best moment for it. But with the day of the black sun above us. It was to be expected, attacks could occur during such a day. And who better than to ensure everything goes accordingly to our standards? For one there was a very high chance the Avatar and his little friends would attack. Which would provide me the chance to play with the Avatar a bit. Maybe even capture it, if I played my cards correctly. That of course, was only a big if. We didn't know for sure if the Avatar was going to come or not. We are going back. Yee. Ty Lee giggled. Your happiness is deeply upsetting, Mai muttered, I envy your naivety. Orders from the Fire Lord himself, I said with a final tone. I couldn't wait to be back, and show father once again why I was the best option he had. The best heir. That I was better than Zuzu in every way. Iroh POV. The spirit realm was different, at first I didn't understand why, but a few glances around showed me the answers I was seeking for. Vado was missing. At first, I panicked. Ong was nowhere near the skill he needed to defeat a foe like Vado. But seeing how calm the spirit and physical realm were, it meant one of two things. 1. Vado was still in a prison, but a different one, or 2. Someone had merged with him. Of course there were other possibilities, like a more powerful spirit killing him, that would in turn force him to reform inside Rava. But something told me that wasn't the case here. For some inexplicable reason, I had a strong feeling the world had two avatars now. One for order and one for chaos. The world is changing, and for once I cannot know if those changes are for the better, I sighed. 62, Chapter 62. After a long flight, we had arrived at our destination, and I was having a lot of second thoughts about this. Politics weren't my game at all, but once again, I found myself around a little corner, one that I like to call, it's worth a shot, at the very least. My meeting with my grandparents? God, that sounds wrong, anyway, my meeting with my newly acquired family members was not as I expected. I was prepared for some type of harsh treatment, not to me but to Sakura. I mean, what parent would just accept their child being 18 years away from them without coming to visit? Well, they were pretty okay with her, accepting her decisions, mostly because they were under the assumption she was learning about the airbenders and their culture. She was apparently a researcher, one of those that explore old shit to get knowledge. Another thing I learned as soon I got home was that her nickname was Sakura, reason why she had chosen that as her fake identity, though I suppose it wasn't a fake identity, just her hiding behind a truth, kinda smart actually. Immediately after my arrival, I was greeted by two overly affectionate grandparents, who hugged the ever-living shit out of me as soon as Sakura introduced me. For them, this was normal, for me, it was weird as shit. A few minutes later, After exchanging a few words with them, I was guided to my room alongside Ursak and Cheshire, mostly because I would probably get lost if I didn't have one of the butlers guiding me. The house was massive. Once I was in the room, I was a tad shocked in how loaded Sakura was. The room I was given was bigger than any other room I had ever had, bigger than any house I had the pleasure of living in. I had 2 fucking living rooms in my room, one for visits and one for personal visits, according to the butler, but that was just the tip of the rich iceberg. White marble floors, gold decorations, and more. This family was rich, very rich. And she wants to be a maid. Cheshire was the first one to talk. As soon as the butler left, she probably had a maid for the maid. Well, whatever makes her happy, I chuckled as I jumped into the really soft bed. God. I think I will take this mattress for me. It beats sleeping on the floor or the ground by a long margin. I had found the love of my life with this mattress. It was, no words could describe the texture, and before I knew it, I dozed off. The next morning, I woke up groaning, my body refusing to let go of its newfound soulmate, the mattress, but with determination and a lot of willpower, I blinked away the lingering yet sweet haze of sleep as I groggily sat up on my bed, rubbing my eyes while stretching. Taking a look around, I noticed the window in my room was open, revealing a sunny day. And considering Cheshire was still sleeping, and so was Ursak, it meant someone had entered my room. This overly comfortable mattress was a liability. If I can't be alert, I can die. Taking a deep breath, I jumped out of the sweet but dangerous prison of my bed to find Fire Nation clothes folded neatly on my night table. Meaning it was the butler or a maid that had entered my room, for those clothes were not there the day before. Sighing in defeat, I strip off my clothes, putting on the ones my fake family had so graciously provided me with. As I do so, I felt something watching me but not moving thanks to my elemental senses. In a mild shock, whoever had entered was still here. I jumped back, turning around, with my eyes being immediately drawn to the bathroom, where I had felt the presence. Morning, young master. As the young maid bowed, a single thought occurred to me. I was still as I came to this world. Well, not this one, but you get the gist. I was naked. Normally I don't have any problems with nudity, but as a man, I struggle with a problem in the mornings all men or at least most do, one that I prefer not to blind the little maid with. I mean, I don't even know her name. Jesus! For the love of, why are you here? I exclaimed in shock and mild embarrassment while putting on my underwear in a rush. I did not want her to see my morning wood. The funny thing is, the maid was completely okay with it. Not in the okay sexy way, but in the way that said, I had seen so many people naked to the point I had become immune to the effect known as getting flustered by nudity. My name is not Jesus, master, and as for why am I here, I was assigned to be your personal maid, the maid answered, without skipping a beat. Next time, knock. I said with a small frown while putting on my pants. As you wish, the maid nodded. In the meantime, Cheshire, who had just woken up, was struggling to rein his unyielding need to laugh at me. Leave, for now, miss. Leah Ember, the maid answered before leaving the room. Really? Cheshire laughed, you have Vado inside of you. And you panic when someone sees you naked. Look, I don't have anything against it. Yes you do Akira, just accept it. Heck, she was pretty, but, I don't like surprises. I sighed, which was also true, like 80% of my panic was not knowing someone was there, while I flashed them. Unbeknown to me, of course, if I ever flash someone, I will have control of the situation, and not. Okay, why am I thinking of that? Get back to your standard train of thought. Young master, after you finish talking to yourself, please come down, to have a balanced Fire Nation breakfast. Lady Lakon is waiting for you, Leah said through the door. Fuck. I groaned. 63, Chapter 63. After asking my grandparents and mother, God that will take a while to get used to, anyway after asking them or rather demanding them some privacy, they ordered all the personnel to stay out of my room unless I myself asked them to enter. A man needs his privacy. After that, I started my day with a very delicious breakfast, and immediately after that I was told to go and explore the city, while they discussed some stuff with my dear mother. Seeing I had nothing better to do for now, and our coup plans were going to take some time, I agreed. Besides I wanted to see the Fire Nation capital up close anyway. Before leaving I was given a large sum of money, to spend as I saw it fit. With no reason to reject the money, I graciously took it. And started to explore the vast and rich fire capital. Buying shit I would probably never use. Eating in every restaurant that crossed my path, and tipping the servers outrageous amounts. But no matter what or how much I spent, I was nowhere near using the money they had given for one day. Thanks for everything, I smiled at the waiter, as I left. Tripping into someone. Apologize, someone demanded. By the tone of voice, posture, smell, and demeanor I knew it was a noble woman, typical. Sorry, I said, inwardly chuckling as I stood up, being mildly shocked at what I saw. Angela, was the one I had just tripped against. On your knees, Angela smirked. I want you to apologize on your knees, beg for forgiveness. Oh well, this plan. The coup plan lasted more than I anticipated, 2 whole days, well, a day and a half, no, I said, matching her glare, I already apologized. I wasn't asking, Angela said, glaring at me. If this crazy ass bitch thinks I will kneel and lick her boots just because I crossed her paths, she is in for a surprise. Okay, still not kneeling though, I winked, as I walked out of the restaurant. Holy macaroni. He talked back to Angela. Tai Li commented in awe, and how did I know it was Tai Li? Well, she was doing a cartwheel while talking. Who are you? Angela asked. Akira Lakon, I replied, without missing a beat, all while still walking towards the door. The Lakons don't have anyone around your age, Mai commented, and how did I know it was her? Well, her voice, body posture and eyes screamed she was so over with everything, she would have fit well in my old world. Mother and I came back. I was born outside the Fire Nation, I shrugged. Then I can understand your stupidity, allow me to give you a second chance to kneel, Angela chuckled, here in the Fire Nation, my word is law. By all means princess, make me kneel, I challenged, shocking both Mai and Tai Li. Very well, I shall indulge your suicidal thoughts, Angela sighed, trying to look bored, but she was enjoying this, she wanted to make an example out of me, she wanted to make me kneel, and in the process she wanted to make me suffer. He's dead, Mai muttered with a sigh. I don't think so, Tai Li giggled, landing in front of Mai, the way he walks, and presents himself, and the color of his aura are very scary. I think he has a chance, oh maybe we can't match them. Is she really playing matchmaker? I asked Angela. Don't pay too much attention to her, all the brain power she has, it's used on her acrobatics and in this type of thing, Angela replied with an annoyed expression, so? Still up for me making you kneel? I chuckled, the only way I will kneel is if someone is strong enough to make me, I winked. Very well, follow me, Angela ordered, and just because I had no fucking idea where we could fight, I did as I was told. And I walked behind Angela, a single thought came to my mind, that after beating her I would have to take Sakura out of here, and come back later to kill Oze. For I knew I was going to win this petty duel, fucking the coup plan. Angela POV. I have but 1 day in the Fire Nation and I already have to show an insubordinate idiot, why he has to obey my every command. Though Tai Li was right, this Akira, was no normal guy. I also could tell he was a warrior. I wonder how long it will take me to break his bravado. He seems confident of his skills, overly so, so much that it will be a pleasure to break his confidence. To show him why I was the best of the best. So where are we going? Akira asked, with a yawn. He was bored? He was going to fight me. And he was bored. That wasn't confidence, that was stupidity. To a place where I won't burn the city while teaching you respect. Neat, Akira chuckled. Tai Li POV. A boy. A handsome one. And one with enough metaphorical balls to stand up to Angela. Finally. Someone that could date her. Angela is always complaining no boy ever hits on her, and how could they, every single one of them is afraid of her. But this Akira wasn't. He had all the check marks on my Angela dating profile. Handsome check. Confident check. Well endowed? Well, there is no way a man with such confidence has a small BFF, so, check. From a noble family? Check. He was the grandson of one of the richest family in the Fire Nation. Now all he had to do is survive Angela long enough for her to crush on him. And everything will be okay. I am so excited about this. I giggled. I don't understand or comprehend how your brain works, my side, or if you even have one to begin with. 64, Chapter 64. Watched by a few dozen spectators that had followed us, Angela and I got ready for our battle in the training yard the Fire Princess herself had selected. Tell me, began Angela, is this what they call, stupid male pride? With a low chuckle, I quickly devised several possible answers for that. Before deciding I might as well annoy her. Who knows? I shrugged, with my arms crossed, besides it's only stupid if you lose. Well, I hope you don't disappoint, Angela smirked, getting into position. I smiled at her and said nothing. Disappoint? If someone was about to be disappointed it was me, though I suppose she also will be disappointed, she couldn't touch me. Very well, I shall indulge you, I smiled as I uncrossed my arms, getting into my own position, drawing from my sword lessons, with legs parted slightly for better support, the same goes for you, please do not disappoint, I added, with an inviting look, telling her to attack first with just a glance. Angela noticed, and with a smile of disbelief, she attacked. The torrent of blue fire coming at me was deadly but boringly predictable, and copying her motions, I parried the attack easily with one hand and attacked with the other, my power far from being at its best, I was after refraining from using Vado and his emotions to fuel my fire. Angela dodged the attack, jumping out of the way towards me, closing the distance between us, showing just how agile and fast she was. She then grabbed my hand before I could move out of the way and tried to burn my face, but with a smile, I grabbed her fist, stopping the attack before it even began, diffusing it with my own fire bending. Not bad, but too risky? Wouldn't you agree? I smiled, throwing her into the air with a single hand. Angela chuckled in mild amusement as she maneuvered graciously to the ground. Without saying anything, she lunged at me, each kick and punch followed by a deadly torrent of blue fire, but I simply smiled, slipping away without much difficulty. Keeping my eyes on her as to avoid receiving any damage. So, is this all? I inquired, kicking the little princess a few meters back. No, Angela replied, with a glare, summoning her favorite technique, the lightning. How interesting! I commented with awe, studying the motions she was showing, learning every little detail I could. Copying her motions and remembering what I had read and watched about this deadly technique, I closed my mind and separated my chi while copying her motions, and easy enough, I had generated my first lighting. This was so shocking Angela herself lost composure for a second, but soon recovered, shooting her lighting that clashed with mine. I took the blinding explosion as a chance to close our distance and delivering a punch to her stomach with enough strength to make her double over, spitting a bit of blood. She gasped in disbelief for a short time. I must thank you for teaching me how to use that technique. One thing was readying about it, but to see it in motion, it helped me put all the pieces together. I smiled at her, kneeling down to see her eye to eye. Angela growled, now, I will show you what I am capable of. I sure hope it's 1,000 times better. I smiled deep down. It pleased me that she was going to start taking this seriously, otherwise, this battle was nothing more than me beating her. I continued to study her base and forms, copying her techniques and adapting them to my own style as I battle her. What I had yet to achieve was creating blue flames. I had so far achieved purplish flames that were quite hot, but no as hot as the flames Angela herself was using. Well, princess, not that this hasn't been entertaining, but I have things to do. I smiled. I had for one been humoring her for a good half an hour. I wanted to do something else. I had, after all, learned more than enough from this little duel. With a sigh I dashed at her, dodging her attack. Once I was in front of her, I created a curtain of smoke, and jumped behind her, while she tried to figure out where I was, and then proceeded to hit in the back of her neck, with a strong chop, knocking her out cold. He won. I commented in disbelief. OMG. Tai Li giggled, running towards me, while I kept my guard up. I had no idea what she was going to try. Are you single? As soon as that question left her mouth, I heard a beep on my head, like the one people used to hear on the 90s while trying to connect to the internet. I am. I replied, wondering if she was trying to ask me out or something. Not that I was against it. Tai Li was one of the 7 Fire Nation girls I would without doubt smash. The other 6 were her sisters. Jokes aside, I would not say no if the chance happened to be available. Then again, she could be trying to set me up with Angela, and I rather be single. Good. Would you like to go out on a date with a very pretty girl? Tai Li giggled. Oh, thank goodness she isn't trying to set me up with the Arksome case. I would be delighted. I smiled at her. Yee. I'll be in contact soon. Tai Li smiled, running back to Mai, who was repeating over and over again, the fact that I had won as if said fact was impossible. Well, I'm off. I waved at them, leaving an unconscious Angela, a very happy Tai Li, and a very confused and broken Mai behind. From this battle, I had learned a lot, one that in terms of technique, Angela was leagues above me, for now. But in raw power, experience, talent, speed, and endurance, I was superior to her. Being the sole reason I stomped her on this duel without much problem. 65, Chapter 65. After my little duel with the Fire Princess, I went back to exploring the city before going back to the Lakon's home. Wondering when my date with Tai Li would be, I was genuinely curious. With a smile I entered the house. Being greeted by Sakura. How was your day? Sakura inquired. It was interesting, I chuckled. I had a fight. Sakura eyed me for a second, before asking, a fight? With Angela? I sighed. Did you win? Sakura asked. I did, and learned a lot from her. I nodded, surprised she wasn't scolding me for fighting the Fire Princess. Well, now we wait, Sakura sighed. For what? I blinked. To see if the princess will take this as an insult or a challenge, Sakura sighed. Probably an insult. That girl is in serious need of psychological help, we'll see. And the days passed, and I was fully expecting the Fire Princess to come for revenge with an army, or her father to declare me a traitor to the nation, but surprisingly enough, none of that had happened yet. So I took my sweet time exploring the city and every little restaurant I could get my hands to. I wasn't gonna lie. I was enjoying this, it was relaxing. None hated me here, being a noble and all. I was loved by some people and ignored by others. which in turn made my empathy powers for the first time in a long time feel good. Especially inside the Lakon's home. Sakura and her parents loved me. And as corny as it sounds, it feels good to be loved. Especially when you can freaking taste like food every emotion. As for the date I was promised, well, I was still waiting for Tai Li to come, but by this point I was sure, Angela intimidated her out of the date. I can't picture Angela being okay with Tai Li dating the guy that defeated her. Oh well, I chuckled. Tai Li POV. When I told Angela she had a date with the big, strong, handsome and powerful Akira, she flipped. It was adorable seeing her getting flustered. I knew she didn't dislike this, otherwise she would have let me know very violently. Instead she was nervous. For the first time in my life, both in mine and Mai's life, Angela was nervous. Why would I date the guy that humiliated me? Angela muttered, trying to sound angry. At first she was, but now that the prospect of a date was in her horizon, that anger was gone, she was intrigued by Akira, about his prowess in battle, she wanted to date him. I have to agree with Tai Li, God that sounds wrong, my side, but he seems like your type. Yes, powerful, handsome, and, well-equipped, I giggled. Well-equipped, indeed he was, his techniques were flawless, Angela commented, with the sexual innuendo flying over her head. She was going to need more help than I had originally anticipated. She's like a baby on this matter, I might learn a thing or two, improving my own technique. My side, so, are we doing this? Come on Angela. I know you like him, I teased her. Fine. Angela relented, first time for everything, but you two better help me. For if I fail of this mission I will burn you two down. And there it was, our old Angela was back, barking at us, don't worry, if Akira doesn't kiss you by the end of the date, I will jump into your fire. Yep, that's how good I was. As long as you two have that clear. Angela nodded, fire igniting on her hands, very well, I will go to this date, and like everything I will succeed. Burning anything on my way. By this point everything was burning around her, while she laughed like a maniac. Alright, first tip, tone that down, a few hundred levels, maybe I should have promised another thing. We are going to die, she will scare Akira out, and we will burn, Mai whispered to my ear. Don't be silly, Akira can take that and more. I sure hope so. Akira POV 2 days later. There were a few things I didn't expect in life, things I considered borderline impossible, like Sokka defeating me, Paku being funny, Vado dancing, and stuff along those lines. Today, one of those impossible, or rather improbable things happened. Angela was at my doorstep, dressed with a cute outfit instead of her uniform, looking at me, her emotions made everything clear. Tai Li had tricked me, Angela was nervous, which was something I didn't expect from her. I expected anger, hate, maybe even envy. But none of that, just a girl, a crazy one at that, being nervous. I have come for our date, Angela stated. I see, I replied. Do you need more time getting ready? Angela inquired with a very awkward smile, her emotions flaring with the idea of getting rejected, making me wonder, why was she so invested on this, why was a date with a random guy so important to her? I wanted to say no, and leave her, but I just couldn't. Give me 5 minutes to change my attire. Add a compliment Akira, she might be crazy but still looks kinda cute, and she doesn't need another reason to go even more crazy. I need after all to match your looks, though I doubt I will look quite as good. Alright, that's good enough. Very well, Angela nodded still with a very awkward smile, blushing a bit. I will wait here. Sakura looked at me, and Angela outside from the window, as I dressed. You are having a date, with her. To be honest, when I accepted I thought it was with Tai Li, I sighed. The girl you defeated? Sakura inquired. Yes, I nodded. The Fire Princess? Yes, I nodded once again. I don't know if I should be proud of you, or angry, Sakura added. Meh, I'll be both, proud angry. Don't worry, I doubt she will want to date me more than once, I winked. I don't know, Sakura commented with a smile, she seems kinda invested on this. Well, fuck it. Who knows, maybe she isn't as crazy as the show showed her to be, maybe she's just an entitled child. No Akira, you know she's crazy, stop trying to find reasons to make this a sound decision. I sighed, fuck. 66, Chapter 66. You know the saying, don't stick it crazy? Well, guess what? That saying was absolutely right before today. I never had the experience of dating a crazy girl. And boy was Angela crazy, but I couldn't really blame her. From our brief encounter during our battle, and right now in our date, I had gathered more than enough information about her to get a pretty good general idea of what she was and how she had come to be what she was. Angela was a fire-bending prodigy and a dedicated perfectionist, showing this during our date, as she even controlled the way she walked, making sure her steps were perfect and symmetrical. Showing she was wants nothing less about herself and other than absolute control. As for a psychological point of view, she very smart, but her incredibly high IQ was eclipsed by her narcissistic and antisocial personality disorders, which had taken roots inside of her head, thanks to dear old dad, Jose. As our date progressed, I questioned her without revealing my motives about her childhood, trying to sound like a guy interested in her upbringing, and just as I expected, she had started to show these cruel and sadistic tendencies from a very young age, with her father nurturing these behaviors with fake love while shutting down any good in her before it even began to grow. Thanks to Jose, even as a child, she had proven to be cruel, having a sociopathic personality, showing almost no empathy or remorse for her actions, even when those actions harmed others both physically and emotionally, her targets usually being Zuko and her friends, Mai and Ty Lee. But, from what she was sharing, she wasn't always like this. Apparently, there was a time where she and Zuko were close before the monster of Jose took a more active role in raising her. Showing that Angela was heavily influenced by her demon-like father, who was a monster in every possible way, leading her to a labyrinth without exit, as she believed she would win his love if she was more like him. However, that was impossible, for Jose was a ruthless man incapable of love. And as Ajolta desperately tried to win Jose's love, being like him, her mother Ursa and her drifted apart. Because as soon as little Angela started to emulate her father, being cruel and sadistic to win his love, Ursa started to scold her for her acts of cruel nature, which apparently occurred pretty often. With her showing clear favoritism to Zuko, Angela focused on trying to win the favor of her father. But without her mother's love. But none of that came. Jose never loved her but did show favoritism to her. But without the love of the two most important people of her life, she was traumatized, shaping the fear that she could not count on the love from anyone, no matter how close they seemed. Which cursed her to be unable to trust others, and like her father, began to control those around her using fear. This, of course, wasn't what she had shared, this was the empathic version I had gotten with powers, as she shared her story from a very delirious point of view, showing her grasp of reality was very broken, or that she was forcing herself to believe otherwise. Zuko was always jealous of me, Angela grinned, finishing her story, but behind her confident smile, I was drowned in a sea of pain, pain like I had never before experienced. True sadness, how in the world can she talk without crying, is beyond me. That's quite the story, I smiled, so I have another question for you. Very well, but that means you owe me 2 questions, Angela stated, in a demanding tone. Why did you agree to come and date me? I asked, knowing very well it was Ty Lee who had put her to this, I mean. Angela would not have this initiative, and besides, she was laughing even when I wasn't trying to be funny, meaning Ty Lee had given her some awful advices. I know for a fact this wasn't your idea, at least not fully. I mean, after winning our duel, I expected you to come at me, but not in a romantic way. Angela frowned and then smiled, well, because together you and I will be the strongest couple in the entire world. With our powers combined we will dominate the earth. She finished, lighting her hands in her signature blue fire. So, because I am strong. I chuckled. Basically, Angela nodded. So, you don't find me handsome. Why am I teasing the Arksum case? But as my mind questioned why I was doing this, I found myself unable to stop. I do, Angela nodding, stepping closer, her face inches away from mine, in the corner of the restaurant room I had rented. Good, I smiled, her face was at this point so close to mine that I could smell the sweet fragrance of her perfume invading my senses, with her emotions showing a light tint of hope, hope that I wasn't going to reject her. Why was she feeling this? She barely knew me and lost in this feeling of the unknown. The next thing I know is that her tongue was in my mouth. Her kiss was so instantaneous, so urgent that it overpowered all my senses as it sought some unreachable yet tangible feeling. I knew now why I hadn't outright rejected her. It wasn't because I pitied her or because of not fucking the plan. If that was the case, I would have kneeled the first time I met her, avoiding all of this. No. The real reason I hadn't rejected her was because I was like her, we were both broken on different levels. And stopping any resistance, not that there was one, to begin with, I let myself immerse on this feeling, as my lips mashed against hers, trying to flatten and destroy her mouth, in a wild desire of contact. She hungrily pushed back, her mouth open, tongue exploring the moist space within my mouth, with my tongue doing the same. With Angela gripping my head firmly, showing even though she wanted control, holding my head as if to keep me from escaping. How broken was I? How broken was she? And how sad was it? That I felt comfort in this kiss. 67, Chapter 67. Angela POV. Maybe time stopped when his lips met mine, but the flutter inside of me only intensified. My heart pounded inside my chest as my knees got weaker. I was feeling weak and for some reason I was okay with it. I could only focus on how soft Akira felt against my mouth, how aggressive and delicate his touch was, how addictively he invaded all my senses. A part of me was afraid this was a dream, a part of me wasn't clear if I had dreamed this moment to life, like many times before with different things, but another part of me grounded me to reality, showing me this was as real as anything else. Behind this kiss there was raw and pure emotion, showing even here a battle for control, in the way his fingers held my head in place, as I did the same, in the way Akira kept his eyes half open, sneaking a peek every time he came back for air, just to make sure that like me, this wasn't a product of his imagination. I still wasn't sure if nature rooted for this moment or if my mind tricked me into this wonderful moment, but every breath I took I smelled the now sweet aroma of a river, and for the first time since I have known myself, I didn't feel the need to win. If anything, the warm feeling of his breath on my face, although destabilizing, was inviting, making me for a brief moment consider losing against him once again, this time on purpose. But I wasn't going to let him win this so easily, so I held my place. He didn't fear me, and surprisingly I was okay with that. It felt good whatever he was feeling for me right now. Akira muttered as we broke our kiss, his eyes lost in the background. Akira POV. What in the hell was that? I almost felt out of control, like if I had entered the avatar state for a brief moment and this was the result. Even now her lips looked inviting, welcoming. I had no words. A part of me screamed I should fight this ludicrous feeling, that I shouldn't have any feelings for the Arksum case, but unfortunately for that part of me, what I was feeling was not only overwhelming of his own, but even more intoxicating with what I was feeling from Angela. Like a drug almost. No one before her had this raw feeling of wanting me so bad. I wanted her, I didn't know why nor I cared. I wanted Angela. And I was going to have her. Akira. Angela was about to say something, but this wasn't the time to talk, so I took a step forward, softly putting a hand on her face, demanding in a way another kiss as my lips were getting closer, the smell of her hypnotic beyond reason. She immediately shut up, and once again aggressively pushed back, her lips mashing against mine, and once again I felt that particular wave of warmth that made me question everything, like why was I feeling this, when I barely knew her. I continued to kiss her, as the taste of her silenced all my thoughts. She almost felt delicate under my arms, like a porcelain figure that could break if I pressed her too hard, making my whole body tingle at the feeling, but it also felt so good, especially the feeling of her frame leaning against me as my arms wrapped around her felt nearly forbidden, yet so right. This would probably change a lot of things in my life, but I didn't care, claiming her mouth was intoxicating, with the feeling being hungry and intense, the feeling her knees giving in, was truly magnificent. It was as if time had stopped right there for me to appreciate the moment, as we stood propped against the wall of the restaurant, glued to one another. As if no one else existed around us. Well, I have no words, I chuckled, breaking the kiss. You still owe me 2 questions, Angela stated, her eyes sinking into my core. As I answered her questions, I started to question my motives. I knew this was wrong, I knew all the cons and problems of this, but it felt so right, she felt so small in my arms, so mine. The worst part is even under all her defenses she had allowed herself to feel something for me, I could feel her raw desire for love, screaming at me not to reject her. The funny thing is, I knew I couldn't reject her, not anymore. That ship sailed a long time ago, for I felt something for her too. Ty Lee POV. At first I was nervous, Angela was going on her first date, she was so smart and powerful with everything else, but so socially awkward when it came to boys. But this boy was different, he didn't fear her. Not a single bit. I knew that, I could see it on his aura. That like hers was broken, even more than hers. So I made my personal mission to put those two together, giving Angela all my knowledge about boys, like laughing if they say something, though she took this too seriously, laughing even when there was no need. I also told her to be the one to initiate the kiss, boys love that. But if I had to be honest, I expected a little kiss, a peck on the lips, not the full-out make-out session they were having, it was beyond my shipping expectations. The way they kissed was hypnotizing. I had never seen kisses like that, so powerful yet so delicate. Angela had a boyfriend. I smiled, there was no doubt of that. For how long? Mai boringly added, if the Fire Lord doesn't like him, that's the end of them. I have a feeling, he doesn't care about what the Fire Lord thinks. I replied, for some reason Akira seemed like the type of man that didn't care what others said. His aura said that much, but that was just the underline. I have seen the aura of Oze, I know with detail how much of a monster he is. And yet, beside Akira his aura feels like a kitten throwing a fit. 68, Chapter 68. After my first date with Angela ended, I went back to my house, with a single thought in mind, that there was no doubt I had feelings for her, and that the worst part was that I knew it was stupid for me to do so, or rather impossible. I had after all known her for maybe a day or so. And yet, even though I knew her to be crazy as funny, I just couldn't find a reason good enough to motivate me to cut her off from my life. Every time I tried to think about one, my mind would wander to the very moment our lips met, how soft her lips felt and how aggressively hot it was. Needless to say, Angela already had a feeling of possessiveness for me that emanated above her other emotions, like an animal claiming its territory. I could feel it, and if somehow made me happy, to feel that, to feel her every emotion. I could still remember perfectly what she felt during our first kiss. At first she was scared of rejection, terrified that I would turn her down, then surprised I had reciprocated the kiss, and now she was elated with how things had resulted. It was weird, to feel every emotion coursing through her, like water in a river. But I couldn't deny it felt good feeling her lips touch mine. It was almost as if the world vanished around me, erasing any other emotion that wasn't her. Intoxicating my feelings. Well, I suppose things could be worse, I muttered, jumping into my bed. She seems like a nice girl. Cheshire commented, maybe a tad violent, but who am I to judge human mating rituals? I rolled my eyes at the cat. I just didn't expect to develop any feelings. It was better when I didn't have girl problems, I chuckled. Problems? Aren't you two a thing now? Cheshire asked, confused. I suppose we are. I wasn't entirely sure, but considering how possessive the princess felt about me at the end of our date, it was safe to assume she saw me as hers now. Then what is the problem? Cheshire asked again. I don't know, I sighed, with a low groan. It's just that I didn't expect this to happen. In my mind I had a vision, an idea of her, and a single kiss shattered that. A single kiss shattered my barriers like I was a fucking sand castle. I chuckled, taking a deep breath, and the worst part is that I am not mad, just scared. Of what? I have no clue. I then turned to look at the cat. I know I make no sense, but what I feel makes no sense. I suppose I understand, Cheshire purred. You do? I chuckled. I have known you for quite a bit, to have a general idea of how you think. The cat nodded. No matter how powerful you are, or how immortal you become, you are still a living being, subject to confusion, fear or the unknown and more. Fear of the unknown? I inquired. You expected things to go a certain way, and now you have no idea where you stand, and that scares you a bit. Sometimes the things that scare us are not the things that can hurt physically us. Cheshire chuckled. Sometimes it's what we can't understand what scares us, and you can't understand this, not completely. I suppose, I sighed, wondering what if he was right? Was I scared I didn't anticipate any of this, or was I scared I wanted things to continue this way? That I wanted more of the Blue Fire Princess, thanks Cheshire. It's a pleasure, Cheshire smiled at me, with a warm tone. Angela POV. I had a boyfriend, a man that didn't fear me, nor my father. And he was all mine. I would make sure of that. Maybe I could bring him with me to my mission on the Earth Kingdom. Ensuring no other suicidal girl tried to conquer what I had conquered. I can't believe you have a boyfriend. Ty Lee giggled, jumping upside down. You can't. I eyed her. There was no doubt I was going to win his heart and make it mine, I declared. There was no doubt? Of course it was. I never kissed a boy before him, or flirted with one. They all feared me, for a good reason. They were weak, pitiful, pathetic, and more. So all the information I had about this subject came from Ty Lee and some novels I wasted some time with. It intrigued me what romance was, though I never believed I would care for it. It was still entertaining enough. But Akira changed that. His rough and somehow at the same time soft lips changed that. I felt weak on his arms, little, fragile almost, and I liked it. I just couldn't hate the feeling in the way he held me as if I was a porcelain doll about to break, being so delicate with me but at the same time aggressive, trying to dominate our kiss. I of course didn't allow him to win so easily and fought for control, but still. The feeling was intoxicating. There was no ulterior motive under him. He cared not for my status or power. He just wanted me. So, now what? Mai asked. Well, now he joins our group, I stated. What about the possible invasion? Mai asked again. We still have some time before that. Right now, we must go back to Ba Sing Se, I replied. With Akira in my team, no one would stand in our way. The Avatar would fall to our hands in a crushing defeat. Awesome. Ty Lee smiled, but you should date him a few more times before you ask him to travel around the globe with us. I intended to do so, I said. I will wait 48 hours before going out with him again. 69, Chapter 69. 48 hours after my date with Angela, I woke up to see the Fire Princess herself, Angela, in the living room of my house talking with Sakura and my so-called grandparents, in a very un-Angela manner, which almost made me panic. But a quick check to her emotions with my now very useful empathy powers showed that Angela was actually just testing the waters, to see if there was any opposition on my family side that she would have to burn down to dust to get me. Honestly, I'm flattered. You didn't tell me you were dating the Fire Princess, my grandfather commented with a smile, feeling both proud and scared. I was planning to, I commented, with clear amusement, Cheshire's words still echoing in my head. I had to accept things not always go as planned, nor here nor in the spirit realm. I liked Angela, and I would be with her as long as that was a fact, something I had come to accept last night, after my crisis. Who can blame me? Even the best of us have some crisis. I'm sorry I ruined the surprise, Angela apologized with a smirk, but behind her words, there was an underlying insecurity. She probably thought I didn't tell them right away because I wanted to keep our kiss in the shadows, just how much Jose had broken her. No, it's okay, I shrugged, this just makes things easier, I winked at her, as I walked down the stairs towards the living room where all the family was sitting. Do you have any plans for today? Angela inquired with curiosity, her doubts slowly subsiding. I actually do have something to do, I nodded, and it should take me around an hour or two. Why? Did you come to take me out? I chuckled. Something like that, Angela commented rolling her eyes, but I'll wait until you are fully available for it. Very well, I nodded as I slowly walked to her kneeling to her seated level, and with a soft smile and no warning, I pressed my lips against hers, softly, delicately, and full of desire, clearing any doubt in her mind. I was hiding or ashamed of what had happened between us, and as that brief second elongated I could feel her insecurities melt away, as I inhaled her shaky breath on my face, feeling the warmth of her skin on mine, and once we broke that short but meaningful kiss, I could still taste her lipstick lingering on my mouth as a gift just for me. Angela was pleased with the kiss, while everyone else present was stunned. Where can I find you after you finish, whatever you have to do? The Fire Princess inquired. I'll be back here as soon as I finish, I answered, leaving a stunned audience behind. When I left Angela in my house with the excuse that I had to do something, it was because I actually had to do something, not just walk around. I had to meditate. Mostly because I wanted to talk with Vado about a few things. I wanted to clarify some thoughts I had. For one, I wanted to ask him about what he thought about chaos and harmony. Chaos and harmony, Vado said, somewhat uncertain of my question, and how to answer it. Yes, I mean, you are the spirit of chaos, but what is harmony to you? I sighed. Without harmony there can't be no chaos, for chaos without harmony becomes the natural order of things, therefore becoming harmony, starting a paradox. I chuckled, for something to exist an opposite must exist, otherwise its purpose becomes meaningless. I stated, hot without cold is just a word, how do we know what hot really is, if we have nothing to compare hot against? Why are you suddenly asking this? Vado said after a few seconds of silence. Well, I have some doubts about what to do from now on. These last few days I had more than enough time to see things in another perspective. I chuckled, are we agents of destruction? Or agents of change? After meeting Angela I came to the conclusion we humans are the result of our personal experiences, the events in our life mold us. I was pushed to do a deal with you, just because I wanted to feel safe from the primordials. I never admitted that, but that was the underlining of my deal. So you want to change the world? Vado scoffed, realizing where I was going with the conversation. Most of the changes in human history are thanks to you, and your chaos, I shot back, surprising the chaotic spirit. Chaos brings change, harmony brings stagnation. But chaos also brings destruction, and death, Vado added with a smile. Yes, I nodded, but a short life of change is better than a long one of nothing, so answer my question, what is harmony to you, outside Rava? A meaningless concept, that even with Rava ruling, humans can't achieve, Vado answered with a tired tone. What are you planning this time? Well, for starters, I was planning on changing the world, by stirring up the events as I know them, by getting rid of a few players. I smirked at the spirit. Your original plan coming here was to kill the Fire Lord, and then go back to training, but that's not all anymore, is it? Vado said, with clear amusement. Killing Jose at this point, it's more of a personal thing, he isn't much of a goal or a challenge anymore. I inwardly shrugged. What I really want, like I said before, is to drastically change the world I live in. My goal? To make it more interesting. Chaos and harmony. I see now why you asked, you just wanted to clarify, and realize you just don't give a fuck anymore. Ha ha ha, very well, I will support this endeavor, Akira. Start an era of chaos in your own way, this helps me either way. Rava won't stay quiet if we interfere too much with moral affairs, so be sure to interfere a lot, and kick her ass every time she tries to get in our way. Well, that sounds like a plan, I chuckled. 70, Chapter 70. After my talk with Vado, I went back to the house, to see what Angela wanted to do. She apparently had the idea of introducing me to her father, so that we could go on a mission together. That, of course, wasn't the case. She didn't need to introduce me to anyone for me to go with her, but she wanted to. In her own crazy way she was trying to set a public claim on me so that other girls would stay away from me if her fame didn't push them away beforehand. Seeing this was my chance to personally measure Jose on a scale of how weak he was compared to me, I accepted. It would be fun to see the one responsible for the world as it is. This, of course, was a double-edged weapon kind of thing for me, as I was right now. I wasn't going to kneel or show any submission to him. I didn't want to, and even if I did, Vado would go crazy inside of me, flipping a metaphorical table inside my head. And this was all thanks to Angela. After that fucking kiss, the falsehoods I had been feeding me about playing the long game were broken the moment. Everything felt down like a house of cards the moment I allowed myself to feel something so real. Now, I didn't care anymore for the plan, but I did care for Angela. My feeling for her or how strong they were didn't make sense. I knew this was going to bring me more problems than anything else I had done in my life before, but I just didn't care. The worst part was, I knew I didn't love her. I liked her, but love was such a strong word. What I was feeling was more animalistic than anything, like a sense of possession. The moment I kissed her, or rather she kissed me, I just felt she was mine. Was I going to fall in love with her? Well, a few years ago I would have said no and laugh, but after all the shit I've been through in the span of almost a decade, I can say for certain, I have no fucking clue what the future has in store for me. Then again, I have never loved anyone in the romantic sense before, so perhaps this was love. But regardless of the exact definition of my feelings for Angela, I had to tread carefully with the Fire Lord. One word from him and Angela would turn on me, like a hellhound. I needed to sink my fangs deeper into her core, for one day, she would have to betray her father for me. The palace is right ahead, Angela commented, pointing to the palace, with a sense of pride so strong it surprised me a bit. This should be fun, I commented. Angela looked at me, and with a smile said, it should, but please don't insult my father. I have my reasons to forgive our first encounter. Father, on the other hand, does not. So try to avoid getting him mad. I finally have a boyfriend and I would like to keep him alive if possible. Adorable, I chuckled, don't worry, I'll behave. Or kill him if he tries to mess with me, either way, works for me. Good, Angela sighed, her emotions flaring with relief. I knew this was important for her, I could feel it. The area immediately surrounding the royal palace was very dull, fully covered in rocks and completely devoid of any form of plant life. For someone this would show a lack of concern for decoration in the royal, but this was actually a very smart move on their part, for this terrain made stealthy infiltration nearly impossible, for any guard would be able to see you, miles before you entered the palace. As the carriage took us inside the castle, I took in detail the wall encircling the estate that separated the palace from the rest of the city, with guards in every single corner, a few hundred by what I could feel, and I knew there were more, but unfortunately my water and seismic sense were not enough to get an exact number, for the terrain was too vast for me to cover, but it did give me a general idea of what to expect for when I kill Oze. Now, after all this, I expected a very impressive palace. After all, the Fire Nation architecture has always surprised me, compared to the other cultures around, but in the end, it didn't. After all that build-up, the palace itself was a single and very dull structure, that had some charm to it, but not enough to be worthy of being a palace. The place was literally a freaking tower with 3 distinct wings in it, being considerably smaller than the Earth Kingdom Palace. Taking a deep breath, after the very underwhelming feeling of what this building was, I focused my senses on the larger wing of the tower. Yes, I refuse to call this a palace, when even the water tribe has something better. Anywho, after focusing a bit, I noticed a very dark chi emanating from the palace, which surprised me a lot. Not because something dark was in whatever that wing was, but because, before today, like right now, I had never felt someone's emotions. Or in this case chi before. Perhaps I was going crazy, it's always a possibility. You are not. The only reason you felt whoever it was in that room, was because his feelings were dark enough to warrant you to feel them. Vado chuckled, this is getting delightfully interesting. Well, if what I felt was someone's feelings, and they are this dark, they can only come from someone. Oze, I inwardly sighed at the thought, if I could feel his feelings from here, in close person, that guy would put me in a mood. Oh, so that's your future-in-law, Vado laughed, I can't wait to see this, perhaps you will call him Dad? Vado, if I have to kiss Ong to shut you up I will. You wouldn't dare. 71, Chapter 71. And just like I had originally deduced, the one that was emanating such a corrupted, repulsive, vomit-provoking array of emotions was Oze. His mere presence had me at edge. It was like poison to me, it hurt both physically and emotionally to be near such a disgusting excuse for a human being. Ironically, like fire, he was burning me from the inside out. But this agonizing meeting had proven something. I was mentally stronger than I thought. Here I was sitting beside Angela, with the unyielding urge to rip him apart to end my pain. And yet he was still alive, wasting oxygen in my presence, like a worm crawling in a pile of shit. You are the one courting my daughter? Oze asked, his feelings flaring with a strong sense of superiority, looking down on me as if I was a bug. Yes, I am, I nodded, trying to be as polite as I could physically be. Right now I couldn't focus too much on my manners, it was taking all my concentration to keep myself from jumping at him like a lion on its prey. I don't think he should even talk to the princess. A man I had completely failed to notice commented, and who can blame me? Right now with this struggle for control it was the perfect time to try and attack me. After all, my focus was solely on Oze right now. Fortunately for me, your opinion doesn't matter. Angela shot back. He was born and raised outside the glory of our nation. Our princess is basically dating a commoner, my lord. The man kneeled in front of Jose. I bet he doesn't even has a decent education or training. I could always rip you apart, that way you can personally see how good of a bender am I. I growled, if this idiot wanted to be my lightning rod in more than one way, I would be more than happy to oblige. In fact, I was fucking elated. Are you challenging him? Jose inquired, his emotions showing he was delighted. Let them fight, father, it would be a show to behold. Angela smirked, happy with how things were going right now, an Agni Kai to prove himself worthy of courting me. If I have to kill an idiot to prove this decision, it's remarkably wrong, then, so be it, the soon-to-be coal man, stated. I will enjoy breaking your bravado, I said with a cold tone. I am one of the generals of this powerful nation, the only thing you will do it's waste my time, the piece of coal commented, feeling confident behind his words. So be it, Jose stated, excited at the idea of seeing bloodshed, you two will fight for your honor in an hour. It's so sad really, Angela sighed, to think we will have to replace a general in times of war, her words filled with excitement, but oh well, you win some, you lose some. As you wish, my lord, the corpse bowed, ignoring Angela, as he turned around, trying to shove past me, but I stood my ground, and in turn it was the idiot who fell into the ground. The only one that can push me, in all heaven and earth, it's me, I stated with a cold tone, bowing to the trash named Jose, before leaving the room. Immediately after leaving the throne room, I waited for Angela outside, where she congratulated me with a very passionate kiss. Father doesn't hate you, and now all you have to do to win his approval is squash that insolent bug who tried to separate us, and considering you defeated me, well, this will be easy. I chuckled, it will. Now, let's get you ready for this little show. Angela chuckled, oh, and be a dear and make him scream. After Angela gave me some traditional clothes that were normally used for the noble Agni Kais that she for some reason had on my size. Which reminded me that I had to talk to her about that later, like how the fuck did she know I was going to fight an Agni Kai, and more importantly how in the extra fuck did she know my exact measurements to the letter. I didn't know my measurements. Anyway, after Angela gave me the clothes I needed to wipe the floor with the general, I waited at the designated location. Until the Fire Lord and some nobles came. Let's do it. I sighed, shedding the traditional shoulder garment as I turned around to face the general. Very well, though to be frankly I thought you'd run away. The general said, thinking to destabilize me with weak-ass trash talk, as if a few sharp words would do anything to me. Perhaps I should make an example of your family after this, he said, smiling. Well, I had to give the man a prize. He had touched my buttons there by threatening Sakura, meaning the desired effect was reached. I had been destabilized by his words, but there's one thing you don't do, you don't fuck with someone crazy enough to date someone on the royal fire family. As soon as the words left his rotten mouth, my thoughts turned to Sakura, and immediately my anger surged, filling me with energy that soon bursted into wild flames around me. Good, commented Angela with a grin, pleased with the development. Surrounded by flames that could rival the sun itself, I blasted at the idiot, and shaking with anger I stopped just in front of him, observing his eyes, seeing them shaking with unadulterated fear, hinting he was starting to regret his decision, and not only that but I could feel he wanted to surrender with my empathic sense, but as he tried to muster the strength to do so, I simply glared at the terrified general, and slowly pulled back my left fist, preparing to attack. Begone, bringing my fist forth, I blasted off the man from hip to head, incinerating his upper body before he even had the chance to fully reconsider his life choices. I win. I said, walking off the stage, leaving a very frightened audience, a very intrigued Fire Lord, and a very, very happy Angela. 72, Chapter 72. With my victory, came the approval of Jose, which meant for now I was allowed to court Angela, which meant now I had to focus on breaking her attachments to him, for as long as Jose remained on her life I would not be able to kill him, without breaking her in a way. So I had to be careful, for now at least. Considering how weak their relationship was, it would be easy to break their outstandingly toxic relationship, and when that day came, Jose would fall to my feet. It wasn't anymore because killing him would save the people you cared about. At this point I just wanted to kill him for the sole fact his presence was like a knife on my stomach, his emotions were poison to me. It was incredible the amount of pain his mere presence was able to put on me, being until now the worst thing I had felt in both lives. It was as if my body was breaking apart over and over again. And not killing him made it only worse. So, will you come with me to the Earth Kingdom? Angela inquired, showing difficulty with the fact she was asking, instead of ordering me. It was cute seeing her trying to be polite, when she was hardwired to be bossy. Sure, I don't mind, I nodded, taking a deep breath. Very well, Angela smiled, together we will capture the Avatar, and end this once and for all. The Fire Princess declared with total confidence in her words. We will, no we won't, at least I won't help with that. With a sigh, I started to silently meditate on our way back to the city as I let the sound of the wheels crashing with the rocks of the road calm my mind, letting everything around me fade. I don't care if you like the girl, you have to kill that man, Vado demanded as soon as I entered my inner world. I thought you said, and I quote, "This will be fun, so why the sudden change?" I inquired. "We are one, you simpleton. The pain you felt, I felt it. I do not want to experience such pain just for the possibility of you getting some action," Vado shouted in anger. "Too bad I'm the one that takes the decisions here," I replied with a chuckle, "but don't worry, he will die soon, in a month or so. If everything goes according to plan." Vado sighed, as if weighing his options. "What is your plan then?" "Well, I plan to make Angela see there are things that are more important than power and control," I answered. Vado groaned at that. "Please don't say love. As corny as it sounds, yes. Angela craves that. Jose sees her as a tool, her mother saw her as a monster, and so did the rest of her family." I knew it was corny, but it was true. If I showed Angela some love, she might get better. "Very well, but be warned, Akira, if your plan doesn't work I will kill Jose. I might not be able to control your body for more than a few seconds, but rest assured all I need is a few seconds to end his pitiful existence," Vado said in a dangerously low tone, shocking me, since when he was able to control my body, that shit was new. "Are we clear?" "Crystal," I sighed, as one new problem added itself to the mix. Now the chaotic spirit of darkness had the power to control me, granted it was just for a few seconds, but still, the thought of that occurring was very terrifying. Back at the mansion, I went to Sakura and started to tell her about my plans. Well, not all of them, but the ones she had to know, like the fact I was going to the Earth Kingdom with Angela to capture the Avatar. At first Sakura was not sure it was a good idea to do so, but after analyzing the political points this would win me, she went from saying it was a bad idea to encouraging me to do it. Her logic was pretty sound, showing her good grasp of war politics. After all, the more time I used on helping the Fire Nation with their military endeavors, the more supporters I would get, which in the end would put me on the throne. What Sakura didn't know was that I didn't care about that shit anymore. And while I wanted to share that with her, it would have to wait, for now I didn't want any more ruining my plan, and while I knew Sakura was my friend, I also knew she had priorities, and Angela wasn't one of them. "So are you really going to capture the Avatar?" Sakura inquired. "No," I chuckled, "I will probably kick his ass again though, which reminds me. I need a mask to cover my face, the last thing I want if them revealing something they should not." "A good idea, we can't let anyone know of the full extent of your powers yet." Sakura nodded, "Though capturing the Avatar and then showing your powers might win you some if not all the political approval you need, but that's a long shot." Not only that shit was a long shot, I didn't want to kill Ong. Yes, he was annoying as fuck with his pacifist mindset on a world filled with war, but that didn't warrant a desire for his demise. At much I wanted to kick his ass, but that was it. "Talk for yourself," Vado commented inside my head. Alright, there was a part of me that wanted him to die, but to be fair, Vado wanted everyone to die, so he didn't count on my decision. "I will try winning the political favor in another way," I chuckled. "Fair enough," Sakura nodded. "When are you leaving?" "I have no idea. I wasn't paying attention to Angela on the way back. Can't anyone blame me?" I knew. Jose's emotions basically kicked my metaphorical ass. "I'm sure she will come later to remind you." Sakura chuckled. 73, Chapter 73. It took us 2 weeks to get to Ba Sing Se. From our seats I could hear the Fire Nation Tundra tanks rumbling across the rugged terrain toward the outer wall of Ba Sing Se, and with this I knew where I was canonically speaking. If the enormous Fire Nation drill Angela had commissioned was anything to go by, and I had to admit the drill was a masterpiece, that I doubted many benders could stop, the massive drill was a statement of the Fire Nation power, leaving a trail of despair as it released steam from its pipes and metal spikes lodge into the surrounding land. Inside the Fire Nation drill's control room, where Ty Lee, Angela, and myself were currently seated around what Angela calls the commanding table, we were discussing about the plan to take the city as soon as possible, alongside one of the war ministers of the Fire Nation. As the conversation kept on stretching I started to question my life choices. Being part of the military was boring as heck, then again least I wasn't suffering like the poor Fire Nation soldiers operating the machine. Their job was beyond mind-numbing. With how boring everything was I couldn't help but let my mind wander to the deepest and most stupid corners of my conscience where I wondered if the mask I had bought would suffice to hide my identity from the gong. It wasn't as flashy as the one Zuko used when he played the role of the Blue Spirit, but it should suffice. I kinda took inspiration from the Anbu masks in Naruto when I ordered the mask, so in theory it should work. Though, considering how stupid the gong is, I doubt I will have any problems whatsoever. This drill will bring Ba Sing Se to its knees. Nothing can stop it. War Minister Chin boasted, once again for the millionth time about the drill's magnificent power and its capability of breaching the walls of Ba Sing Se. If the guy knew how close I was to make him mute, he would shut the fuck up about the drill. Will the earthbenders be able to stop the drill or slow us down? Tai Li questioned, her emotions flaring with boredom, like me. To which Qin simply replied by stating that the drill's metal shell was impervious to any earthbending attack, once again boasting about the fucking drill. Not that I don't love hearing you talk about the drill, but if you keep on jacking the drill I swear to God I will do something that I will not regret. And who do you think you are? The war minister inquired angrily. But before I had the chance to answer his stupid question, Angela beat me to the point and said, someone with enough authority to burn you alive without any repercussions. I looked at Angela and chuckled, you heard the princess, minister, now get to the point. The minister visibly blanked, and with a terrified expression said, well, in summary it's strong enough to resist any attack, from the outside that is. Well, it's time to get ready, Angela said, with a wickedly delicious smile. Akira and I will lead this invasion, as for the rest, don't disappoint us. Finally something to do, Mai said, the one emotion girl as I inwardly called her, bored. She was never mad or anything, just bored. Yee. Tai Li giggled, I always wanted to fight against the famous terror team of Ba Sing Se, can I do it Angela, can I? Can I? Please. Angela sighed, fine, just don't lose. I don't have losers on my team. Dear Angela, you lost to me, therefore you are a loser in a way. While I followed Angela, I kept tabs on everyone around me, especially my team. Tai Li, for one, had immediately rushed to fight the terror team, and by the looks of it they were pretty weak. She took care of them in the span of a few minutes. Mai, well, she was doing the bare minimum, nothing more nothing less, fighting the earthbenders only if they directly attacked her. Things as of now were pretty dull, but soon they would get interesting. Thanks to my heightened bending senses I felt Timong approaching the drill, meaning I would soon get to fight Ong again, but then again considering how weak he was as of now, that wasn't much of a challenge or something fun, more like beating a child with a bat, said child being quadriplegic. But perhaps seeing Angela fight him would sure be entertaining enough. If the avatar comes I will let you fight him, I informed Angela. Why? Angela inquired, with curiosity. Well, I want to see my girlfriend, kicking his ass. That wasn't a lie, more like a half-true. I didn't want to fight Ong for two reasons. One, if I did fight him it would end with me capturing his ass, and two, well, like I said, a quadriplegic kid. I see, Angela chuckled, then it will be my pleasure. If anyone else interferes I will take care of it, I added. There is no need, Angela shook her head, with a smile, you want to see me defeat them and destroy their hope. Then I will do it alone to show you just how strong I am. Blue hot swirling fire lighted on her hand for dramatic purposes. Very well, I chuckled at the adorable display. By the way, I still don't understand why you want to use a mask. Angela inquired. I hummed at that, trying to formulate a valid answer. Style preferences. Fair enough, Angela nodded, accepting my answer. Meanwhile I could feel Timong getting ready to clash with us, and while the image I was getting from them was at best blurry, it was more enough to know what they were planning. Unfortunately for them their plan was destined to fail. 74, Chapter 74. As the drill imminently approached the walls of Ba Sing Se, I patiently waited for Timong to arrive. Deciding to see things from a different perspective I left Angela alone as I walked around the surface of the drill, my destination being where Ong was. I just couldn't wait another half an hour. Running towards his location, I sighed finding Ong who was wasting his time on a futile attempt to weaken the metal surface of the drill with his astoundingly weak water bending. While this was possible his strength with the element was mediocre at best, and would never cut such a thick layer of metal, at least not before the drill had fulfilled its purpose. What I'd give to be a metal bender. Ong sighed as I rolled my eyes. If he wanted to be a mental bender all he had to do was train, but considering he is so clueless that he had yet to notice a masked man standing right behind him I say he won't ever achieve that, not that it matters. As I studied Ong and his movement wondering when would he notice I was behind him, I decided to give him a little shock, but that would have to wait. Angela was coming and announcing her presence. Momo suddenly shrieked in fear, causing Ong to turn around and catch me in the sight of a blue fire blast coming toward him. Yo, I waved at him, jumping out of the way. I literally spent 5 minutes behind him. That is remarkably sad, Angela commented, getting into her battle stance. Now, stay back and enjoy the show, she added with a smile. Ong during this exchange sent Momo away to avoid the poor critter getting caught in the crossfire. Taking a deep breath, Ong go into position preparing to duel Angela and me. Adorable, as of now, he will barely make her sweat, and he thinks he can take two at the same time. She will be your opponent. I have no interest in fighting you, I stated, as I walked behind Angela. Burn him good, I whispered to her ear. Delighted, Angela smirked, jumping at him. With a smile, I sat back, as I got ready to enjoy the show. Quick on her feet, Angela started to shoot several blue fireballs at him, leaving him no chance to counterattack, all of which Ong managed to avoid, showing his immense prowess when it comes to dodging. If only Gohan from TFT learned that. Ong, however, is not letting Angela completely dominate him. and with a quick swing blasts a gust of air her way, which Angela dodges by jumping over it, continuing her fireball assault, but Ong uses switches his bending using water whips to deter Angela's blasts. This while flashy is a waste of time, I know for a fact Angela can end this, but she's purposely delaying his defeat. Your water bending sure is bad, I chuckled, making Angela smile. It sure is, but oh well, this just makes things easier for me. Angela winked at me, kicking Ong to the wall while sending 2 fire blasts at him. Ong in shock attempted to deflect the blast conjuring a water shield, however, the idiot seemed to forget water evaporates, and it's not a good element to block fire if you don't have large amounts of it, so as result he is sent back to the wall, crashing against it once again. This is highly entertaining, Vado commented, and I could feel he was happy, or less angry, which is technically the same for him. As their battle continues, several boulders are hurtled downward getting in the way of their fight, and frankly that can't do, so with a smile, I decided to make things more interesting, for me, of course, considering their battle would end in about a minute or so, with the factors being mud behind the wall and the soldiers that had infiltrated the drill. I wanted to spice things up a bit, making their duel a bit more risque, so with that in my head, I secretly started to earthbend them with my mind to make things more interesting by slightly changing their trajectory to force Ong out of the wall. I wanted to force Ong into the offensive, so I pushed him with the boulders off the wall, forcing him to create an earth wall to avoid Angela's upcoming blast. Taking the wall as a cover, Ong started to repeatedly attack her with all the elements but fire, pushing Angela back as she struggled to dodge the boulders and his attacks coming her way. Taking a deep breath, I changed my focus to the boulders, now changing their trajectory off Angela's path, as to not give the avatar any more help. This gives Angela the opening she was looking for, and with a powerful fire blast destroys his defense as she proceeds to charge a lightning attack at him, but before she finishes doing so, a small part of the alls of Ba Sing Se collapse, and Ong is swept off the drill by a tsunami of mud. Jumping out of my position, I grabbed Angela by the waist, stopping her from having the same destiny Ong had suffered. That was incredible, but it seems luck was on his side. Not good enough, Angela sighed, I didn't manage to kill him. Let's be honest, you played with him like a cat with a mouse. That much was true. Angela had much more to offer in a fight, but she enjoyed toying with her opponents, which by the way, I approve. To be expected of my boyfriend, to see behind me so easily, Angela chuckled, I do enjoy a good mouse chase. You can ask Zuko or Tai Li, or everyone in your school I suppose. Alright, now what? The drill is toasted, I asked Angela as I ran with her in my arms. Any ideas? For now. Angela chuckled, for now let them enjoy this empty victory. 75, Chapter 75. After the drill incident, we regrouped in a Fire Nation base nearby Ba Sing Se, and while Angela talked with the local soldiers giving them orders about what to do now, I was figuring what to do about my relationship with Angela and how to make it progress. I had at most 1 month to change the way she saw me. I knew she liked me, but realistically it wasn't love, it was an infatuation at the moment, so I had to change that. Because I knew for a fact next time I saw Oze I would kill him. So I had to act fast, maybe have more dates with her? Or more flirting. I really didn't know what to do. There wasn't anything I could do to make someone fall in love with me in less than a month, so I just had to try. Angela Tai Li waved at her, as she approached us. As she approached us, I noticed she was specifically walking directly towards me, and before I could ask her what she wanted, I felt a surge of pure desire coming from Angela, and the next thing I know my lips were locked in a sensual kiss, fueled with something almost primal. She kissed me like she wanted to steal my lips away forever, like nothing else mattered. The kiss was soft and moist, but also hot and breathy. This time she wasn't trying to win anything, but seeking union and closeness and the sharing of one breath, one sensation, one timeless and passionate moment, that swallowed my very soul for a brief yet infinite moment. I could feel her every emotion coursing through her body, and I couldn't help but marvel at her beautifully flustered expression as the heat of the moment colored her face, tinting her cheeks of an innocent yet lustful pink as her tongue touched the deepest corners of my mouth, making our connection quick, electric, and delicious, with the movements of her tongue becoming firmer and more determined. That was so hot, Tai Li giggled. I concur, I chuckled as Angela she broke the kiss. I can get used to this, Angela smirked, sitting on my lap. Unable to restrain myself at the sight of her body atop mine, I pushed myself against her. As if to avoid her escape, and began to kiss her softly, tasting her lips, savoring her lipstick, and little by little the intensity of the kiss grew. It became more rough, more needy, more savage. Get a room, Mai muttered, feeling angry and jealous. Well, that was new. Ms. Boredom was angry. You can't blame her for Zuko. Tai Li whispered to her friend, and now it was clear why she was angry. Seeing us like this made her feel angry with the world. Well, fuck her. I don't care if the other fire princess is not here to kiss her. I will enjoy my time with Angela, because should I fail in winning her heart things will end. For the remaining of the week I trained with Angela, with most of the training being me copying her movements and adapting them to fit my own style. little by little I could feel my fire becoming sharper, more lethal, and stronger. As I uncovered the secret behind her blue fire. Blue fire sacrifices quantity over quality, by compressing the largest amount of flames possible on a single focal point, maximizing the power output of the flames by several folds. This I had noticed after studying her very closely, and thanks to that I had managed to master the secret behind the strongest flames of all. But I didn't stop at that. Having blue flames was just step one, so I kept on training. If I could only train one of my elements, I would at least master said fucking element. So immediately after mastering the art behind the incredibly deadly blue flames, I turned my entire focus on training my lightning bending. I wanted to be able to use it without having to do the fucking fusion dance. This of course was harder than it sounded, because this technique was 90% dependent of how well the user was able to bend and manipulate their chi, but this wasn't the hard part. The hard part was training with it. See, lightning bending, it's very taxing. A single lighting takes a lot of chi. Now using multiple lightings tires the fuck out of everyone. Now for me this was not entirely the case. Thanks to Vado my chi reserves were massive, but even then after 12 hours of non-stop lightning bending I would find myself on the ground at the verge of passing out. I don't know why are you tiring yourself this much, Angela commented, as she helped my tired body back to the camp. Perfection takes time, I winked at her. Angela rolled her eyes, I suppose. Ong POV. For some reason I still had to understand. I couldn't shake my mind off the masked men that watched me and Angela fight, feeling a chilling sense of déjà vu as if I had seen him before, but the part I didn't understand was that my body, my entire being cried in fear. I wanted to run away the moment I saw him, and he didn't do anything to warrant such a reaction from me. He barely talked to me during the fight. Alright, so now we are 3 against 4, Toph commented. I think I can take 2 at the same time. Toph, it's now 4 against 4, Sokka stated with a frown. Oh yeah, you. Toph chuckled. For the love of. I can still fight. Sokka shouted. Matt, Toph rolled her eyes. Whoever that man was, we have to be careful, Katara sighed. As we know, Angela is surrounded of dangerous people, so if short he must be skilled at something for him to be on that group. Well, he did seem agile, I commented. 76, Chapter 76. For days I trained at the Fire Nation base focusing solely on my lightning bending, and little by little I was cutting down the time I needed to control and form my chi to generate lightning. If I kept progressing like I was, in less than a month I would be able to snap my fingers and electrocute people. Needless to say I was delighted with this development, showing that apparently fire was the element I had the strongest connection. Let's try this again, I sighed, as I slowly generated a lightning bolt on my right now, Chidori ripoff. I was training and that name was a joke, so don't judge me. You certainly want to be the best lightning bender, Angela commented, as she entered the training ground. So how is the training going? Well, I no longer have to dance. So that's an improvement, but I still have to do some moves to get the desired result, I replied while demonstrating what I meant, creating another lighting bolt and shooting at a rock nearby that exploded upon impact. Impressive, Angela muttered in surprise. Perhaps I should train too, she added. Sure, I chuckled, but for now I'm going back to my tent. I really need to rest. Very well, I shall accompany you, Angela stated. Sure, I nodded, we can totally hang out. As we walked inside the tent, I took my shirt off and jumped to the bed. Angela blushed but soon recovered, sitting on my bed. So, what do you like to do when you are not training? Angela inquired, putting her hand on my leg. Well, to be honest, I'm all training, so I guess I don't have hobbies, I replied. I suppose we are the same, Angela chuckled. I don't have any hobbies, just goals. Goals I always achieve one way or another. I suppose you are right, I nodded, grabbing her hand and pulling her in for a kiss, but if I have to be honest, I enjoy my time with you more than anything right now. Angela chuckled. Are you calling me a hobby? No, I chuckled, kissing her once again. Angela POV. I didn't plan on this happening, and for me that was very weird. Everything in my life had been according to a plan, my plan, to achieve my ideal of perfection, and yet tonight I went off the plan, and what started as a friendly talk with my boyfriend with a few playfully kisses ended with me on his bed, naked, smelling like him and him smelling like me. I wasn't mad, I was happy, excited, somehow fulfilled. I had taken Ty Lee's advice about being more sure of myself when it came to my boyfriend, and now here I was. I had broken so many rules, I had thrown nobility customs, alongside my plans out of the window, and everything was for him and I had enjoyed it. And now, I just couldn't get enough of him. We were both tired on the bed. That much was clear, and I was certainly sore after it, but I didn't care. I didn't want to sleep, not now, not after what we had done, and the best part was he didn't want to sleep either. He wanted me, only me. Seeing his eyes only looking at me, like I was the only thing in the world, made me feel powerful, craving something only he could provide, a feeling I could feel with him. Our connection had always been primal, and tonight was no different. Seeing him fueled with desire made me crave his touch, and push the boundaries expected of us. And I had enjoyed every second of this rule-breaking activity. The feeling of his weight on top of me, the way we both claimed each other like beasts on heat, was like nothing I had expected or read about. Before today, sex was nothing but a tool, a means to an end to keep the bloodline alive, something I would have to do, but not enjoy. But now it was something beautiful. I didn't expect to hold something so venal, so dear. I wanted to kiss him, bite him, taste his pleasure. I wanted to watch his face while he claimed me. I wanted his sweat to drop onto me. I wanted to drop mine on him. I knew he was stronger than me. He had proved that the day we met, but on the bed when I wanted to take control. He didn't fight it, he just accepted me, and in a way no one ever before had done. He submitted to my will not out fear, but out love, and with carnal desires that were never there before. I remember how I got on top of him. I'd never done anything like that before. I was untouched, a maiden, and even then, there I was on top of him. I couldn't really believe what I was doing, but it felt right, it felt empowering. It was so intoxicating, so I held him and guided him inside me. It was marvelous how I could feel his groans of pleasure. I'll never forget such an experience. In the end, I was in charge and he liked it. He liked how I held his hands down. He liked pretending he was trying to break free and failing. Or the feeling when I let my bare breast touch his face. And almost immediately he went mad, bucking in and out like an animal in heat, making me feel he was about to split me in two. All of those experiences engraved in my mind, as the night I claimed him, and the night he claimed me. Akira POV. I don't know how, but I had sex with Angela. One moment I was kissing her, and the next thing I know we were both naked, lusting like a pair of animals, and I enjoyed every second of it. My empathic powers went haywire the moment we started to go beyond kisses, numbing my mind in a deep state of ecstasy that I knew I couldn't get out. And now, that she was in my arms, I felt guilty, not that I had slept with her, but that I was hiding so much from her. So that was human coitus, disgusting. Vado commented, I hope you already have a cub on the coming. I do not want to see that again. Author note, alright, first and foremost, I wanted to clarify I don't write lemons, or sex scenes or whatever people call them, but for this too I wanted to describe without going into much detail their first time. Now, do not expect any sex scenes. I don't write porn. Happy New Year. 77, Chapter 77. After a couple of nights where all we did was train and lets us submerge into the pleasure of carnal desires, I was more conflicted than ever. I had taken Angela to bed, knowing full well she might reject me when she discovers who I truly am. So I found myself with two options. For one, I could tell her everything and rip that band-aid off, or I could just go with the flow and let the canon events play out and try to avoid confrontation. But even then, she would eventually know, and the longer I waited to tell her the truth, the more painful and lasting the damage would be to our relationship. So with that in mind, I had devised a plan to tell Angela who I was, and what my goal in the Fire Kingdom was. So with my canon knowledge at hand, I knew when was the perfect time to do so. The day Angela, Mai, Tai Li, and Zuko went to the beach. By that point Angela had already betrayed her father, meaning it was the perfect time to tell her about me, hoping for the best. You seem tense, and considering the amount of physical tension you have been releasing, that should not be possible, Vado commented with clear disgust on his voice. You do realize that even if she accepts you, she will die, right? It's my first relationship since I reincarnated, you old prude. I inwardly shot back. I knew Angela was going to die one day, but in the meantime, I wanted to enjoy what we had. Was that so bad? As I see it, you have more than two options. You can keep the old lie, you can tell her the truth. Or you can create a new lie, one that suits your purposes, Vado said with a low chuckle. A new lie? The thing about lies is that they always come out, one way or another, I sighed. PSFF, then you are a very bad liar, Vado grunted with irritation. I suppose I only have to wait and see, I chuckled. My question is, what will you do if she rejects you? Are you emotionally invested in her? Or is this a momentary attraction? Vado inquired, and to be honest, I had no idea how to answer that. I barely knew Angela, so I knew what I felt for her wasn't love, but not all relationships are formed with love. So far mine with Angela was like something instinctual, animal-like. Our bodies were perfectly made for each other. But I also couldn't deny, I enjoyed her company, but not to the point of saying I would die without her. That much was so far clear. I don't know, I'll probably be sad for a while if that happens, but besides I don't know, as you said, she will die and I will go on. I knew about my ageless predicament before I decided to continue our relationship, so maybe a part of me has always been ready to part with her when the time comes. I sighed. That's the same reason I know our time to part is not supposed to be soon. Very well, I would hate to deal with a moody roommate for all of eternity, Vado sighed. Well, I suppose I will leave you to enjoy this fragile relationship. I chuckled, as I felt Angela and the girls approaching. With my seismic sense, I was able to notice they were dressed a little different. So with curiosity taking the best of me, I turned around to see Angela, and the girls dressed as Kyoji warriors. I will take a wild guess and say, you fought the Kyoji warriors? I asked, eyeing Angela. The Kyoji uniform on her was quite the treat for me. So much for warriors, Angela chuckled, we defeated them faster than I had anticipated, and now we have the perfect cover to infiltrate. Oh, so that's where we were on the cannon, intriguing, so what's my role? You could dress up like one of us. Tai Li offered, with an almost diabolical smile. No. Both me and Vado shouted, though the only voice the girls heard was mine. Tai Li, don't be ridiculous, what kind of girl has such broad shoulders? They will discover who we are, Angela scolded, though for some reason I could feel her emotions flaring with curiosity. She wanted to see me on that uniform. As I studied her emotions she turned her gaze at me. You will have to infiltrate the city, and hide. I'll take care of the rest. Infiltrate Ba Sing Se? Easy, that city sucks when it comes to security. The only reason they are nearly untouchable is that they have a big ass wall protecting them. Sure, I'll be as stealthy as a cat. Awesome, Mai commented, giving me the thumbs up. Hey, her being nice and not sarcastic. Wait a minute, was that sarcasm? I don't know if that was a compliment or a very good insult, so I will take as both. Thank you, and fuck you, I chuckled. Smart move, Mai smiled. Without waiting any longer, I followed the girls from behind using the shadows in the forest like my cover, while my team advanced towards Ba Sing Se, and I couldn't help but smile. Soon everything would fall into place. I was but a few steps to tell Angela the truth. After all, if my canon knowledge was accurate, I was currently at the end of book 2, meaning Zuko would soon go back to the Fire Nation, and Angela would soon lie to Oze about what happened to Ong. My plan was not only to wait for Angela to lie to Oze but for Zuko to redeem himself in the moronic path of justice. Why? Well, it was quite simple. Angela wasn't meant to rule the Fire Nation. God knows I like her more than I like any other human in this world, except for maybe Sakura and you, but regardless of my liking to her, she wasn't meant to rule, and as for me? Heck, no. I will not fuck my life by taking a forever role on the Fire Nation. I wanted to enjoy life after the war, and enjoying life is about things like traveling, having fun, drinking, and etc., things that I wanted to do with Angela, and with us running a country, that would never come to pass. So, I would use Zuko as my sacrificial pawn. He wanted that shit anyways. So he can have it. 78, Chapter 78. The Fire Nation Kyoji warriors as I called them now, arrived before the Earth King after 8 hours of travel, with me trailing them close behind, observing them very closely, and like in the show, the idiot of a king the city had welcomed them, without even trying to confirm if it was them. After a short welcome, they were soon led to the castle, and from there I had to use my seismic sense to feel what they were doing. Frankly, this power alongside my water sense were the best skills I had, though. I hated that I couldn't hear people with them, though I could make out some of what they were talking about by the vibrations in the water and the earth, and the movements of their lips, but even then my information was never 100% accurate. Maybe it would be in the future when I developed the other elemental senses. With a sigh, I punched the ground creating a hole, from which I would dig my way into the palace, where I would beat the crap out of a soldier, and steal his uniform. That way I would be able to stay close to the action, ready to intervene if things got interesting. Well, I might as well make this interesting, I chuckled, as I earth-bent my way to the castle, starting to sing hey ho. It felt fitting, I was digging after all. As I continued to dig, I started to feel vibrations around me, that hinted that something was beneath me, and by the large amount of movement I was feeling, it was more than clear it was humans, lots of them. This is odd, I am very deep underground, and yet I feel people around. Stomping my feet on the ground to get a better image, trying to verify my early assessment, I was shocked to feel there was a city under Ba Sing Se. How in the fuck didn't I feel this earlier? Taking a second to recover, I scanned the area one more time. Not only there was a city under Ba Sing Se, but it was a mining city, with around 200 or 300 people working on it. If I had to give a number, hey, well, this changes nothing, I sighed. I had wasted enough time as it is by contemplating the city under the city, the Undercity? Not gonna lie, cool name, and I hope they call it that. Ignoring the city I had recently discovered, I continued to dig my way to the castle. Once I was directly under the castle, under an empty room, I opened a hole and jumped out of it, sealing the hole immediately. A quick scan around showed Angela and the girls were a few hundred meters away from me, so now, all I had to do, was find my victim. Well, who is the poor? I stopped mid-sentence noticing that there was no need to beat any guards for a uniform, for I was in a room full of uniforms. Not gonna lie, this is very convenient. Now, all I have to do is find which of these uniforms is used by the non-benders. Maybe I would have to put a little more effort into this infiltration. Oh well, worst case scenario, I burn half of Ba Sing Se. Shaking that very Angela-like thought out of my head, I started to scan the area trying to find those within the army that weren't benders. to copy their looks, which was harder than I had anticipated. Fuck it, I will take one of each, and look around, I sighed, taking around 12 uniforms, before earthbending another hole. 5 hours later. It took me 5 motherfuckering hours to find out which uniform the non-benders of the Earth Kingdom used. And let's just say I was about to kill the Earth King myself after I found out they used the same uniform, with the only difference being the non-bender carry a weapon, usually a spear. But, I suppose it's better to be safe than sorry. Anywho, during this waste of time, I put myself into, Angela had somehow managed to spread her influence to the point the Dai Li was slowly falling to her. I had to admit, politically speaking Angela was terrifying. In 5 hours she had established herself as the bigger political player of the city. It's an honor to meet a Kyoji warrior in person, I bowed, as I approached Angela with my new clothes now that she was finally alone with the girls. Angela smirked, and with a wave of amusement that emanated from her like the flames of a torch, she said, "What is your name, soldier?" "Oh Red," I answered, keeping a stoic face. "Bored." Mai started to giggle on the back, that was funny. "So you infiltrated too?" Tai Li giggled, as she hugged me. "As expected of my boyfriend," Angela said, as she pushed Tai Li off me. "Not only he infiltrated, but he probably gathered intelligence about the place, regarding their weak spots, manpower, and more, am I right?" "Absolutely," I winked, but deep down I knew this was a lie. I spent 5 hours gathering a single piece of useless intel, which was what uniforms use each soldier, but in times like this, my canon knowledge comes to the rescue. The Earth King advisor is planning to betray the king, meaning you have a chance to manipulate him, the advisor that is, I sighed. He is the one that controls the Dai Li. That much I gathered. Angela nodded thoughtfully. I have talked with some of the members of the Dai Li, and while they didn't outright say so, it was clear who was calling the shots. "Oh, and your uncle is here," I commented, as I remembered Iroh had a tea shop here, or something like that. "So that Fatso is here? Well, I'll deal with him later," Angela chuckled. "In the meantime, keep your eyes open for more information." "Will do," I nodded. "Oh, I almost forgot. Be careful with the advisor. He is famous for brainwashing people, so he might have a few surprises under his sleeve, nothing that warrants our worry, but enough to be careful," I added. "Brainwashing?" Angela chuckled. "Well, perhaps this will be interesting after all." 79, Chapter 79. It was the evening of my third day in Ba Sing Se after the infiltration. And while Angela focused on putting the city under her control, I kept an eye on Team Avatar and Iroh every time I could. From what I could gather, Team Avatar was collaborating with the Earth King after the betrayal of his trusted advisor, who Angela was manipulating to start a coup, something Team Avatar was no aware of, but the ever-innocent king trusted Angela, believing her to be part of the Kyoji warriors, meaning they had to tread carefully because one wrong move and the Earth King would die. After all, Tai Li and Angela were always beside him, keeping the edge over all the others' parties, including the advisor. As for the advisor, he no longer had control of the Earth Kingdom Special Army. Angela had made sure of that, ensuring her supreme control over them with fear, something that did wonder to the Dai Li. "You all right there, old friend?" a deep and familiar voice said, snapping me out of my long reverie. With a sigh, I look up to see Iroh, the Jasmine Dragon's owner, standing across the counter from me, carefully picking the right herbs to make his tea. "You looked like you had a lot of baggage. Sometimes talking can be the key to self-healing." I studied the old general for a second before sighing. I couldn't really tell why was I here in his tea shop. What did I want to accomplish? If I wanted information I could have just kept tabs on him with my seismic sense from afar. Perhaps I came here to find some answers about my situation with Angela. The old general smiled and pulled a teapot from the heat, pouring me a drink into my cup. "I know that face, I have seen it many times," he chuckled. "You are hiding something from someone, and the weight of that secret is bringing you down." I chuckled. No wonder he was considered the most spiritually enlightened character in this world. He managed to read me like an open book with a simple glance. With a smile I raised my cup to him, trying to put words to my troubled thoughts. How could I explain what I was going through without revealing my identity? "Well, I suppose I could talk," I sighed, with a faint smile on my face. "I am currently dating a girl, but she doesn't know what I do for a living, and I suppose I am afraid of her reaction once she discovers the real me," I said, trying to be as vague as possible. The troubles of the heart are never easy to heal or deal with, for there is no right or wrong answers, just paths that lead us to places of no return. Iroh hummed his answer, "But if you want my advice, I would recommend you to be honest with her. A relationship formed with lies is as weak as a wet paper." "I want to," I answered, "but telling her right now could potentially damage something I've been working on. I need to be sure she will side by me when push comes to shove." I chuckled. "Let's just say her dad is a very bad man, one that I have been tasked to end." "Oh, I see," Iroh chuckled. "Love and duty, the hardships of a young man, and an old one." He smiled, refilling my tea as he added, "But, now I know, you already have your answer. Love is tricky and sometimes can be misinterpreted, but if you truly loved her your duty would not stop you, nor the consequences of abandoning it. If only he knew, if I side with her family, nothing will stop them. I know, Iroh smiled, but siding with Oze is not your destiny is it? He whispered the last part, startling the fuck out of me. Don't panic young Akira, I am not your enemy. You are very perceptive for an old man, Iroh, I complimented. It was weird to see someone getting the upper hand on me. I know you don't want to hurt Angela more than our family has already hurt her, I know that. Iroh smiled, patting my shoulder, but that's not love, it's pity. Sometimes you have to hurt the ones you love to wake them up, only then their true path will reveal itself. Was he true? Did I pity Angela? I certainly enjoyed our kisses and having sex, but did we have any connection outside that? Pity? That's a strong word. He is right kid, as much as I hate that fat idiot, he is right, you don't love her. I wish you did, with someone as unstable as her by our side, the world would be in utter chaos. But alas, you are not ready to throw everything away from her. If you loved her, you would do it without hesitating. That how irrational humans are, a sight to behold, Vado growled, adding salt to what Iroh said, before going back to sleep. Was that Vado? Iroh chuckled. You heard him? I asked in shock. No, dear no, Iroh shook his head, but I felt your energy fluctuate differently for a second, it was both beautiful and very scary, he sighed. Oh, I see, I chuckled, let's say I manage to do what I want to do, what do you think it will happen? I asked. You won't succeed in gaining her heart, she might love you now, but the moment your truth comes out, she will never forgive you. Iroh sighed, the more love she gives the bigger the hate she will unleash on you, but perhaps I am wrong. Perhaps you will change her before you reveal your true self, if not, don't beat yourself up for it, she is the result of our family's mistakes, including mine's. I had always known that was a possibility, Angela hating me, so much for being a fucking empathy. I can read everyone's emotions and yet I can't seem to properly understand mine, what a joke, I chuckled bitterly. It's easier to help and understand others, Iroh smiled sadly, our demons are always the ones that elude us, for it easier to see the shadows in others than in ourselves. Thanks, I smiled, as I added in a whisper, this city will fall within this week, leave if you want to fight another day, or stay and be captured, consider that a tip for the wonderful tea. You are always welcome to come and drink tea with me, Iroh smiled and waved at me, as I left his store, and even now, I could never get a proper read on that guy. 80, Chapter 80. The days passed, with me doing nothing but training my hand-to-hand combat with Tai Li every now and then, while deep underground, Angela alongside Feng planned the coup, with Feng having no idea the Dai Li was under Angela's control. As for Angela she was moving more than one piece at the time, so while she controlled the coup to her liking, she had also invited Iroh and Zuko to Earth King's palace under the guise of an esteemed invitation to serve the king tea. And, I had to be honest, I had hoped Iroh was long gone after what I told him, I had after all, warned him about his niece, but even then he didn't flee, even after knowing Angela was controlling everything around him, he decided to come to the castle, and as soon as he entered he was immediately surrounded by the Dai Li, with the smirking Angela walking towards them, clapping her hands very slowly. I warned him, why in the hell he stayed? I muttered, as I watched the Dai Li circling the duo like predators. Zuko in response took a defensive stance, it will take more than a few earthbenders to defeat us, he said trying to sound confident, but his emotions betrayed his act. Prince, please, I chuckled, have you ever win against her? And who are you? Zuko said glaring at me with anger. He's my boyfriend Zuzu, Angela answered before I had the chance. As if, Zuko chuckled bitterly, I doubt there is someone crazy enough to date you. That's the closest thing to damage you'll deliver on this fight, I chuckled. Zuko growled and took a step forward, ready to fight me, in the meantime Iroh took a different approach, winking at me. He calmly asked the audience if we ever heard why he earned the nickname, Dragon of the West, and while I knew the answer, I decided to see how things would play out. At this Angela rolled her eyes in annoyance waving him off as she said, I have no time for lengthy and useless anecdotes. Iroh chuckled at her predictable response before taking a deep breath followed by a torrent of fire coming out of his mouth as he exhaled. With this, he managed to break the Dai Li circling formation surrounding him and Zuko, after that he ran urging Zuko to follow him, but Princess Honor decided to do otherwise, challenging Angela to a duel. Iroh sighed looking at his nephew with disappointment before he started to run once again. Not so fast, General, I said with a smile jumping to the action, running past the Dai Li and Zuko, this was my chance to fight Iroh, and see what the guy is made of. I followed Iroh as he ran out of the castle, waiting for him to get as far away as possible, so that we could fight without interruptions. I didn't want to capture him just see how good was Iroh as he was now, he was out of his prime that much was obvious but even now I could feel he held a formidable amount of strength, and I wanted to see how much would that power push me. You are not going to stop following me, Iroh chuckled, as I ran behind him. No, I shook my head off. This was, after all, a golden ticket to see the old general in action, why would I throw that up? My chase eventually led us to a very secluded place, where the closest human was a few miles away. Even now this man was able to read me. He didn't ran here to escape, he could have gone any other place, but, he knew I wanted to fight him. We are alone. Iroh sighed, now. I would like to ask that if possible I would rather avoid violence, but I know that request will fall into deaf ears today, am I right? I don't plan on capturing you, I clarified, so consider this a training match. Ah, I see, Iroh chuckled, very well, if it is for educational purposes, I can't say no. It will be my honor to fight you, I smiled, the strongest firebender in the world, one that could have stopped all this madness if he wanted. You flatter me, Iroh smiled with a sad look on his face, Avatar Akira. Can I ask you a question? I wanted to know why someone like him had allowed the world to fall into despair at the hands of his kingdom, the one he was meant to originally rule. Of course, go ahead, Iroh nodded. Why? I sighed, why did you let your brother take your place, why did you allow him to bring the world you preach to love so much to this state, and why did you let him hurt Azula and Zuko? I had to know what was the reason behind him doing nothing. A complicated question, Iroh said, his emotions going from happy to sad in the blink of an eye. At first, it was the pain of losing my son, without him I had no reason to fight anymore, and by the moment I was able to think without the loss of my son affecting me. I already knew that ruling the country wasn't my destiny. And Azula and Zuko? I asked. For that I have no excuse, Iroh admitted with tears in his eyes, I was a coward for letting my little brother hurt them so bad. Clearing the tears away he looked at me, you know, it haunts me, every night I can hear the screams of Zuko as the fire of his own father burns his face, scarring him beyond repair, every night I have that awful dream as the reminder I could have stopped Oze. I had more than enough time to stop the Agni Kai, and defend my nephew, but instead I looked away, and that is something I will never forgive myself. I see, I sighed, not knowing what to think of his answer, but at least one thing was clear, he was sincere about his regret. Well, let's get started, I added, getting into position. 81, Chapter 81. Knowing this fight was nothing more than a visual aid for my fire-bending training, I decided to fight him mostly using my sword, with a little bit of fire on the side, so with that in mind I started the duel, or training match. Extending my left arm at him in a quick and fast motion as my hand opened towards my opponent, followed by several bursts of blue fireballs, which Iroh stopped head-on with little to no effort. What Iroh didn't seem to notice was that I hadn't intended to attack him, at least not fully, because more than a few fireballs crashed into the earth creating a wall of dust. With a smile, I rushed at him, taking advantage of the rising dust. I positioned myself behind him and with the blunt end of my sword I swung at him with all my strength, but to my surprise Iroh avoided the attack by jumping over it. You are strong, very strong, but that has made you weak, young Akira, Iroh commented, and all I could think about was, what the fuck was he trying to say? Was this what Zuko always felt? How being strong is making me weak? I'll be honest with you, you are making less sense than a mute's joke without arms, I replied. A mute without, that is just cruel, Iroh shook his head, what I meant to say is, your overwhelming power has made you predictable. Predictable? Me? Was that true? It couldn't be, I was always innovating, looking for ways to improve my skills. Being predictable would infer I had a pattern when fighting, one that was painfully easy to counter should someone with enough experience fight me. Let's see how predictable is this. I shot back, swinging my sword downwards, creating a powerful fire slash that Iroh once again managed to dodge. I have no doubts you can beat me, Iroh chuckled, but the fact is you are easy to read, young Akira. Your own power has blinded you, the old you was terrifying. Paku told me so, innovating beyond the norm at a terrifying rate, but now? You lack the creative you once had. So, you are saying I ran out of ideas? I chuckled. When was the last time you invented something new? Iroh asked. I can't believe it, the old man was right, when was the time I had a new innovative idea, since when did I care about forms? I became a formidable waterbender by innovating the style to fit my needs, and here I am, emulating Azula and others. Even now I can see your current style is heavily influenced by Azula. If you want my advice, I would recommend you to go back to your roots. Your style was having no style, a formless form was what made you a force to be reckoned with. Copying and imitating others is helpful, but if you let the information you learn define who you are, it will with time weaken you, Iroh added with a smile. Very well, I chuckled, let's see if I still can rock a formless style. Dropping my sword to the ground I decided to think out of the box. What could I do that wasn't an imitation of what I had learned? What could I do that was an improvement over something old? And then it hit me, an idea worth trying. With a smile that startled Iroh I pointed at him with my index finger as I gathered a large amount of flames on it. Before launching a narrow beam of fire he barely managed to dodge. The beam pierced a metal bar behind Iroh, showing it was strong enough to pierce or melt its way metal. Not that I don't appreciate someone actually taking my advice, but go easy on this old man, Iroh sighed, that was a very deadly technique. I remember you using something similar against Zhao, but with water instead of fire. Water bullets, I nodded, little but powerful, unfortunately I can't do that with fire, fire needs someone pouring power into the flames unlike water, so instead of a bullet you get a beam, I shrugged. I see, Iroh smiled. But, maybe if I create big balls of fire, I can make something similar to my water bullets, with an explosive touch, I said in deep thought. Have you learned this move? Iroh said with a smirk, creating a lightning, before shooting said lightning at me, and by how slow his motions were it was clear he wanted me to dodge so that he could introduce me to his lightning redirection technique. Unfortunately for him it was time to show him I wasn't as predictable as he had originally assumed. With a smile, I slapped the lightning with the back of my hand to an abandoned house behind me, showing him I was able to redirect lightning without using his method, all thanks to my enormous skill controlling my chi. I smiled. Impressive, Iroh chuckled, that is way more effective and practical than my technique to redirect them, truly impressive, but it is clear a firebender can't do that, nor a waterbender, meaning you used chi or energy bending to slap the lighting away. I did, I nodded. Well, I give up, Iroh chuckled, throwing his hands into the air as a sign of him accepting his defeat willingly. Very well, I sighed, I wanted to keep fighting you, you seem to inspire my creativity, but I respect your choice. Until next time, young Akira, Iroh smiled, walking away. Well, it wasn't like I had expected this to go, but I had learned a lot, like the fact I had forgotten how I used to learn stuff, I never followed any rules, I made them, and Iroh had made me see that. I will bring cookies to our tea next time, I shouted. That would be lovely. Iroh shouted back. I chuckled at his response, as I walked back to the castle with a few things clear in my mind. For one, I was going to follow Iroh's advice, and two, I was absolutely, most definitely sure Iroh was stronger than Oze, even now that he was fat and out of his prime, he could crush his brother. Not sure if the fight would be one-sided, but Iroh would win regardless. A fight between them would be legendary, too bad I will never see it though. 82, Chapter 82. A few hours after my training match with Iroh, I was left with questions that no matter how hard I tried I had no answers, and frankly, I didn't care for them right now. Was I evading the clear problems of my life? Maybe, but those problems are for future me to solve, right now. Right now I want to fight Ong again, this time without having to enter the avatar state to defeat him. And considering he was rushing through the mines under the city to help Katara, I knew what had to do, intercept the little monk and have a little chat with him. Of course, I wasn't an evil bastard, I was going to help Katara survive as long as possible, by providing her with more than enough water to fight Azula and Zuko one-on-one. Here we go, I chuckled, breaking the earth underneath me, creating a tunnel to intercept Ong on his way to defend Katara. What in the? Ong said, almost shouting in surprise. Hello little monk, I smiled under my mask, waving at him, if you want to pass, you need to defeat me, or at least entertain me. I don't have time for this, Ong said in a stern tone, trying to run past me, naive little monk. With a sight, I opened up the start of the fight with a powerful palm slam to Ong's chest. A gurgle escaped the stunned monk's mouth as the air of his lungs left him. Taking advantage of his stunned state I moved my hand to his throat and lifted Ong off the ground and with something that could be described as a growl I said, you will fight me, Ong, there is no other path, you either give your all and show your progress or you will regret putting Katara on this situation. Ong stared at me, as he scrambled for balance midair before his body was slammed into the tunnel wall behind him. The concussive force of the impact rattled the tunnel. In response, Ong shouted a battle cry and tried to push me off him with air-bending attack. At this I let out a soft chuckle, almost as if whispering it, and with a smile after having acquired the response I desired I let him go, dropping the monk mid-air, letting his body be prey to the universal law of gravity, and as his body slowly fell prey this law, I turned around and kicked him away with all the strength I could muster before he managed to touch the ground, all while dodging his pitifully predictable air-bending attack. But that wasn't all. Taking a deep breath I rushed at him, propelling my movement with fire, catching him midway to where my kick would have dropped him, and delivered second brutal attack, a punch to his head, putting Ong in a state of shock as the earth beneath him shattered ever so slightly. The strength behind my punch was strong enough to create a very small crater under Ong, where his body now rested. Oops, I think I overdid it, I said to myself, as a smile played at the edge of my mouth. Surprisingly enough, Ong stood up, bleeding from his head with an enraged expression on his face, very different to what I would expect from the so-called pacifist monk, but it was undeniable. This was what I wanted. I don't like violence, I never will, it brings nothing but destruction, but, you are blocking my path to defend Katara, and if I have to defeat you to do so, I will. Are you saying you are willing to kill me to save her? I whistled at that. If so, I have to admit, you have earned my respect, but let me make one thing clear for you, you will never ever defeat me, but I can't say I don't appreciate the effort, as banal as it is, it makes me feel special. I swore to the monks I would never take a life, but... Ong said, hesitation surging through his emotions like a river in the desert, but if I have to put you down to save Katara, I will. I clapped at that, as I laughed, bravo, bravo. The resolve, the will, the intelligence to know when life must be destroyed is important, though I feel even if you could defeat me, you wouldn't go through with it, but thinking about it is the first step, so bravo. Ong shouted once again, as he tried to capture me with earth bending, left, right, left, up, down, I hummed, dodging his attacks, and I rose as I am predictable, fighting you is like one of those dancing games, on easy mode, spice things up Ong, Katara needs you. A part of me wondered, why was I being so unnecessarily cruel with him, did I really want to fight his avatar state so much? Or was Vado dictating my emotions? No. So many questions. Who are you? Ong questioned, shocked at the fact I was toying with him. Who knows, I shrugged, and before Ong had the chance to ask again something snapped inside of him, knocking him out of the game, as something more powerful took over. This ends now. Ong shouted, his voice changing from his original to a mix of his and a female voice, one that I faintly recognized as Rava. Well, hello, Rava, I chuckled, it's so unlike you to hijack the body of your host, boy do I feel special tonight. Ong is ill-suited for this, Rava snarled, creating a ball which was made up of multiple elements, but I will put an end to this. Begone. For the light never loses. I blinked in realization as the fact that I might have not thought about this plan too much was sinking into my brains. With a sigh I woke up Vado, as I inspected the width of the tunnel and considering the width of the incoming attack, it was more than clear I had no chance of dodging this. Oh well, time to die or defuse this shit, and I consider myself a defuser. Using my energy bending, I focused all my power on my palms with Vado helping me to control the energy, and with a quick move of my eye broke the attack into nothing, doing something similar to what I had done with Iroh and his lightning. You know, if you want my personal opinion, the light never loses. Is a pretty sad choice of last words. But, to be fair, at this I let Vado take control for a bit. He, after all, had to say hi to his beloved sister. It's far from the worst decision you've made today, dear sister. Vado. 83, Chapter 83. Vado POV. Rava growled as Akira allowed me to control him. With an angry cry escaping her mouth she lunged forward, quickly sprinting towards me, bending all the elements at her disposal, well, at least those her current body could, creating a big elemental lance in a pitiful attempt to pierce through me, but reflex kicked in and I ducked forward, slamming her head against the ground. Oof, that had to hurt, Akira commented with a chuckle. Your body is better suited for battle, Rava on the other hand, has little to work with, I inwardly chuckled. Is that all you have, sister? I asked with a wicked smile painted on my face. I was going to enjoy this, thoroughly. I will end this, Vado, Rava hissed, all you bring is pain and suffering, I will not let the world succumb into pure chaos. Then, by all means, try to stop me. I cackled as I propelled myself to her at a blinding speed, with a blue fire blade on my right hand. Rava, startled at my speed, noticed an upcoming deadly attack at the last second and only got away with a small, bleeding slice on her torso. At this Akira barked at me, reminding me not to kill the retarded monk, not yet anyway. Fine. I'll play nice as I could. Rava touched her torso, her hand coating in red, and with a glare sprinted at me again, her body glowing white. At this I smiled. She knew deep down she was not going to win a bending match against this body, and when it came to hand-to-hand combat, Akira heavily outclassed Ong, which means I had the upper hand in both parts, so she only had one choice, energy bending. The reason she had won so many times before in the era before human, it pained me to admit it, but her energy bending was flawless. Normally, I would try to avoid her energy bending attacks. They are dangerous and very lethal if you don't manage to defuse them, but this time I was confident not only in my own prowess but in the prowess of the partner I had chosen, so with open arms and a smile, our energies clashed together, creating a rumbling echo through the underground tunnel. The weight of my energy was dragging her down, bringing the ever-confident Rava to her knees, but she soon recovered and pushed back hard. We stayed like that for a few seconds before she realized I was toying with her. You have grown weak, Rava, I said, as I pushed my energy beyond what she could currently counter, sending her a few miles back in the tunnel. I say, it will take her an hour or so to come back, I whistled as I sat down on a rock nearby to wait for her. I give her a few minutes, Akira chuckled. Rava, however, broke our expectations and recovered in less than 10 seconds and took this opportunity to impale my stomach with earth-bending attack from afar. So this is physical pain, remarkable, I commented, as I touched the wound with curiosity before healing in the blink of an eye. How durable are you? How durable am I? Questions for later. Akira said, clearly surprised I had regenerated a few organs Rava crushed with her attack in the span of a second. What have you done? Rava said as she approached me, her body broken and unable to fight anymore. Is that human even human anymore? She was angry. How very predictable of her. Have you corrupted this human that much? Have you no shame? Oh dear sister, I didn't corrupt him, though I am not going to lie, I have been trying very hard to do so. I laughed as I heard Akira chuckled in my head, but all you see right now, is the result of his own training. All I am doing is using his skills, and, of course, is only natural. I can use his powers better. I smiled pointing to where she had impaled me earlier. He is a very capable healer, using water healing and blood bending to heal his own wounds. I chuckled, those two make it easy to regenerate human organs, even limbs, and all you need to do so is a lot of power, and well, knowledge about those two arts, and voila, super regeneration. This, of course, is impossible for normal human beings, but he isn't normal, he never was. He was remade into a body with massive amounts of spiritual energy. He then was blessed by the primordial, and to add a cherry on the top, he then fused with me, adding even more power to that very dangerous mix. The primordials. Rava muttered. So when you ask, if Akira is even human, then I suppose the answer is no. At this point, he is closer to being something that has transcended that puny category, but not entirely by my own hands. I chuckled, as I slowly approached her. So don't be sad you can't win, sister, it's only natural. You are fighting not only a spirit born for war, chaos and destruction, but the best humanity has to offer. When you compare that to the anorexic boy you are controlling, well, you come up short. I will not lose Vado, no matter how superior you claim your host to be. Rava snarled. I have to admit it, sister, you are indeed strong. At this point, our faces were a few inches from each other. That's if you're not counting me. You know you can't defeat me, don't you, Rava? You might have won this time, but when the avatar reincarnates, I will come back for you, Rava said, looking down, admitting her defeat. Right now, ending her life was within my grasp and power. Even if Akira was against the idea, even if he wanted to stop me, I would have more than enough time to kill her before he takes control, but I won't do it. I promised him I would not. A stupid sentiment, but one I shall honor today. Well, this was fun, but you better hurry up and help the monk's girl. I patted her head. I had my fun. Be sure to make things more interesting next time. You are letting Ong live? Rava asked in shock. I promised my host I would avoid killing you before some events played out. I shrugged, and while the past has proven otherwise, I am a spirit of my word to those I respect. You don't respect anyone. Rava scoffed. That was true, I nodded with a smile. Now go, or stay. To be honest, I don't really care for the girl. Ah, you respect me. 84, Chapter 84. After the duel between Vado and Rava, things followed the canon pretty much to the letter, with Angela manipulating Zuko into betraying Katara and Iroh, and with Iroh being captured. Things were back to the normal track of events. The Avatar had escaped and Zuko was on his way to realize he was wrong and that there were other ways to restore his honor besides sucking on Ozai. In our way back to the Fire Nation, I had more than enough time to realize something. Zuko didn't like me, at all. His emotions would flare every time I tried to engage in conversation with him, and while it bothered me, it was pointless to give the little prince any time of my day. He questioned deep down how could I associate with Angela, and without answer immediately had me in the same corner he had her, as a psychopath. We should go to the beach. Ty Lee offered with a smile. We finally ended our mission, we deserve to be pampered. The beach episodes, so the time to tell Angela the truth was coming. That would be nice, I said. Very well, Angela nodded, but first Zuko and I need to do some paperwork about this mission, she added with her signature evil smile. While you two do that, I will have some quality time with my family, everything just to avoid Ozai. If I saw him now, I would end up killing him without hesitation. His presence was painful, and I wanted to end him. It's not like you have anything to do in the castle, Zuko growled. I do, I chuckled. Do I need to remind you, there are only 2 royals in here right now? Zuko challenged. I eyed the angry prince with amusement. It's that supposed to scare me? I chuckled. No, Zuko shook his head, lighting his hands on fire, but this should. I looked at him in disbelief and laughed. You are adorable. As soon as I said that, Zuko charged at me, trying to prove. I don't really know. Maybe he was trying to hurt Angela? Or kill himself? Zuko, stop. Mai shouted, getting in the middle of the clearly retarded prince. You can't win. Zuko was shocked, and with a hurt expression growled, are you saying he's stronger than me? Angela at this, started to laugh uncontrollably. Oh Zuzu. He's stronger than me, did you really think I would date anything but the strongest man? She pointed at me, with pride, but be my guest, go ahead and die. Let him, I said with faint smile on my face, if he wants to end his life, who are we to deny him of that noble wish? Guys, our auras are getting very dark. Maybe it's time to change the subject. Ty Lee offered with a weak smile, trying to defuse the situation. Overconfidence is unbecoming of a warrior, Zuko stated. No, overconfidence. is the privilege of the mighty. At this point I had started to walk towards him, and if you don't back down, you will soon see how mighty I am, Prince of Nothing. Zuko, please, Mai muttered, fear being the most prominent emotion she was feeling right now, let this go. You should count yourself lucky, Zuko said, walking away, next time, it won't be like this. Threaten me with a good time, I chuckled, alright Prince, you won my respect, you didn't back down out of fear, so as a gift when the time comes for us to fight. I will not kill you, but I will make you face symmetrical. Now that would be a sight to see, Angela giggled. You are diabolically cute, I rolled my eyes at her. Oh god, it's over, Ty Lee muttered looking like a frightened cat, no one died, ye. Zuko POV. I hated Akira, the way he walked, the way he talked, everything was like he thought himself to be above others, above the me, above my family, above the royals. He saw himself as untouchable just because he was dating Angela, and soon he would learn by my hands that was not the case, as if I was going to believe he was stronger than Angela. If that was the case, he would not be here, breathing. I know my sister, she's incapable of love, and of letting others surpass her. If Akira was stronger than her, he would be in a morgue by now. Zuko. Mai said as she entered my room, on the ever-moving ship taking us to the Fire Nation, please, let Akira be. I beg you. She was afraid, but why, if that bastard did something to her? I will kill him. Did he do something to you? No, he's a good friend, no, more like a good acquaintance, but I have seen him fight, he doesn't fight to win, he fights to kill, Mai said shaking at the end. I saw him kill one of the generals in the Fire Nation, with a single fire punch. He blasted his upper half with a single attack. He's a criminal. I asked. It was an Agni Kai, Mai clarified. Maybe he's strong, but I won't let him walk over me, or you. I stated, maybe he did know how to fight, but killing a general was not a feat to boast about. Angela could easily defeat all of them, and so could I. That feat merely told me he was a competent fighter, nothing more. If this is what you want, then go. Mai shouted, I won't stand and watch you die. Just because you have to prove you are the most macho or something. With that she slapped me and stormed off my room. I will show you Mai, I muttered, I will everyone how strong I have become. Was that really worth it Zuzu? Angela chuckled as she entered my room, not that I don't enjoy the show, but really, why must you make it so easy to crush your ambitions? Start small brother, fight a blind kid, and you might have a fighting chance. I know your game Angela, I growled, you are probably tired of him, and you want me to do your dirty job, so be glad I'm happy to do it. Impressive, Angela clapped her hands in amusement, you know. I never expect anything from you, and yet you manage to disappoint me. Oh well, she shrugged, do whatever you want Zuzu, I will enjoy the imminent result of you idiotic thoughts regardless. 85, Chapter 85. Ong POV. I remembered that fight clearly on the Earth Kingdom tunnels very clear, even after I was knocked into the back seat where no sound reached me, I could still see what was going on. That man, the firebender that stood in my way to save Katana, was no firebender, for he had the power to control the elements like me, earth, water, fire, and possibly air. There was another avatar, one that stood against the peace I was trying to achieve, one that followed Oze in his reign of terror, one that was stronger, more experienced, and had no qualms about killing. I can't do this, I muttered in tears, as Katara entered the tent with Toph and Sokka. One thing was fighting Oze, but another avatar. I don't think he's that evil, Toph commented, and immediately Katara was glaring at her. What? If the guy was evil as you say he is, he would have killed you instead of letting you go. All I'm saying is that the guy sounds like someone looking for a challenge. How dare you? Katara hissed. He beat Ong to a pulp, and then pushed him to fight Azula and Zuko, and subsequently lost because he had no strength to fight back, and not only that, he works for the Fire Nation. He is bad. Katara. Toph has point, Sokka pointed out, the guy is obviously stronger than Ong, and yet he didn't kill him. He almost did. Katara growled. But he didn't, Sokka sighed, look, in times of war, mercy brings nothing but destruction, why let Ong, the one person that could eventually possibly match him, live? Maybe he wants a tougher challenge. I offered, thinking perhaps Toph was right. Perhaps, Sokka nodded with a faint smile, but, I think he simply didn't want to end you for personal reasons. The way I see it, the guy is not totally loyal to the Fire Nation. If he was, well, no offense Ong, but you wouldn't be here right now. None taken, Sokka was right, if the guy was as evil as I wanted him to be, I would have more than a few bruises around my body. That doesn't change the fact he nearly killed Ong, Katara said, clenching her fists. No, but, maybe we could gain a new ally, Sokka added, with an overly serious tone for him. Look, the guy is not loyal to the Fire Nation, and if we play our cards right, we might have a secret weapon to end this war once and for all. An ally? Katara almost shouted, after what he did, Never. Katara, this is war, and you don't win wars with the power of the heart. Sokka sighed, look, I'm not saying we have to befriend the guy. He obviously has no moral compass, but we also don't have to make an enemy out of him, we simply have to exchange something for something, his help for our help. Sokka is right, Toph stated, sometimes political alliances are necessary to win wars, this is not the time to get sentimental. And what can we offer him? I asked, wondering what we could do to have him on our side. Are you considering this after what he did to you? Katara asked, in shock. Katara. I wish I could win this war alone, but, you weren't there, the gap between us could take decades for me to reach, I can't fight him and Oze, I was weaker than him, that much was clear, Oze, Zuko, Azula and him, all of this is too much for me. Ong. Katara sighed, if this is what you want, I will support you, but I won't like it. Alright. Sokka smiled, well, Ong, to answer your question, we have something he hasn't, by the information you shared with us, he only showed 3 out of 4 elements. You mean? Yeah, you will teach him airbending, in exchange for his help against Oze, Sokka nodded. Wouldn't that make him more dangerous? Toph inquired, I'm all for allying with the guy. I was the one to say he wasn't all bad, but, I'm not so sure about giving the guy that swept the floor with twinkle toes on his super twinkle state. I'm with Toph on that one, Katara nodded. Me too, I nodded. Ong, everyone, you guys are not seeing the bigger picture, Sokka chuckled, Ong, tell me, what did the monks teach you about airbending? Well, the monks taught us it was one of the many ways to become one with the universe, that by letting go of our anger, and other earthly desires we would be enlightened, escaping what made other humans prone to the seductive ways of evil, I answered, and then it clicked. I see that you get it now, Sokka smiled, I want you to change him while you teach him, like the monks did for generations. That sounds like a terrible idea, Toph sighed, but oh well, don't come to crying if the guy becomes even more godlike. I don't know. But perhaps it is worth giving it a shot. Katara said, somewhat uncertain. Maybe Sokka is right, maybe I'm not meant to defeat him, but to guide him into a better path, I said with resolution, at least it's worth a shot. If this backfires, I will kick your asses in the spirit realm, Toph smiled. So, are we in? Sokka asked us with a smile, and we all nodded, though some of us more eager than others. Iroh POV. I was so close to reaching him. I saw it in his eyes, he wanted to help the girl, he wanted to fight for the good of others, but it wasn't enough, he was still blind to the truth path ahead of him. Iroh, that voice, Akira. What a pleasant surprise, I said, forcing a smile. How could I smile? My nephew, the one person besides my beautiful Lu-10 that I loved like a son, had failed to see the good inside of him, and was now in a path where only suffering awaited him, and to top that I didn't have any tea. Put that frown upside down. I brought tea and cookies, Akira chuckled, and don't worry. I give your dear nephew a month at much before he goes out to help the Avatar, the other one. I blinked in mild shock, you think? I asked with hope. He is killing himself on the inside now, and by how he feels he's about to break at any point now, don't worry, Akira chuckled. I smiled at him, tears flowing from my eyes like a river with a broken dam, you made this old man, very happy. I was afraid he has lost his path, but, perhaps this is what he needed. It is, Akira nodded, as he served me some delicious tea and cookies, while I wondered where were the guards, and don't worry about the guards. I took care of them. Oh, so he did, what an interesting young man. 86, Chapter 86. Light shone from the fireplace inside the house I had rented near beach for myself. After all, soon after our mission and arrival to the Fire Nation, Azula had taken us here to enjoy after she had finished the required paperwork after our trip. This was her way of treating us, and mentally abused Zuko, and while most of the group was in fact enjoying this little getaway, I was not, I couldn't, not at all, not with knowing the fact that soon my relationship with Azula would change permanently. For the better or for the worse. What can I do? I muttered, sitting on the bed, taking in the air in the room that smelled of ash and dust, showing whoever owned the apartment hadn't cleaned, but it was okay, it was giving me the privacy I wanted to try and formulate my thoughts. Maybe, I just had to do it, the more I delayed this, the more likely things were going to work against me, I had waited long enough, besides she is coming to me right now it was the best time to do so. Knock knock. I gripped the end of my bed, before reluctantly standing up and opening the door. Azula, I welcomed, as she smiled walking inside the house. I still don't understand why would you rent a place like this, is so, plebeian, Azula chuckled. Azula, we need to talk. As soon as those words left my mouth, fear, anger, and anxiety flared within her, and I panicked. I wasn't ready to talk about this, not yet. I was wondering what activities did you have planned for tomorrow? This was for the best, I told myself over and over again inside my head as if those words were a chant meant to make me feel better. I just needed more time to find a way to avoid destroying, damaging her more than she already is. I wasn't that bad of a person. I was just looking out for her. Excuses, but they were the ones that kept me from ending it all. Well, I wanted to try volleyball, Angela said, relief being the most prominent emotion within her right now. That would be lovely, I smiled, as I motioned her to follow me out of the house. Let's go and see the others. Very well, Angela nodded, taking my hand. As we walked through the hot sand of the beach, I could feel my doubts shaking and my moral compasses going haywire within me, but I silenced them with pure sheer will. The walk itself was uneventful, nothing worthy of attention, not that I had much of it right now anyway. Angela Kira over here, Tai Li waved at us as we approached, snapping me out of my long reverie. As always the duo of full lovers glared at me, with Mai being more of a pleading glare, and with Zuko being more of a challenging glare. Let's just fight, Prince. I am getting tired of your constant glares, so let's just do it. I sighed. I won't kill you, so don't worry. Guys, we are on vacation, can we try to get a Tai Li oddly enough was once again trying to be the voice of reason, but Zuko cut her off. I accept this challenge, Zuko nodded, feeling overly confident in his skills. I could tell, it was quite obnoxious feeling his emotions. Very well, I yawned, and for some reason this made him angry. The rules are simple, first one to make to surrender, die, or knockout loses. I thought you didn't want to resort to killing during this fight. Zuko inquired, and I shook my head in answer, or perhaps you think you stand a chance against me if you go with the intent to kill. I yawned as I chuckled in amusement. No, that rule about the killing or not killing is for you, so that you make this more interesting. It will still be sad and pathetic, but at least you will feel a small sense of accomplishment from going all out, like a moth flying to the sun. It feels happy a few seconds before dying. Our duel started with Zuko shooting a wild barrage of fireballs at me, and instead of dodging the upcoming attack, I rolled my eyes at him, and with a board in a single hand I blowed the candles he was throwing at me. You will need to go a bit higher, Prince Zuko. I smiled, making a gesture to tell him it was time for him to go all out. Zuko at this growled and sprinted at me, ready to kill me. I could see it in his eyes, dashing towards me trying to bring the fight to my location, but all he did once he managed to close the distance gap between us was throw fire into the nothingness, for none of his attacks were even close to hit me. Alright, this is getting boring, I chuckled, as I continued to dodge each of his futile attempts to attack me, little by little enraging him. Kick to your left side, I announced, kicking him with my right leg to the ground. I even told you where to look, I pouted. You think a single kick will take me down? Zuko snarled, jumping to his feet angry. Don't feel proud of knocking me down once, it would be embarrassing if you did, seeing as your defeat is unavoidable. I laughed at that. Oh, Prince. I have to admit, I am proud you, not of your strength, that's sad. But of disillusion. It takes a big man to do what you are doing. Sticking to your bravado to the bitter end, even when the gap in our skill is massively big, you still believe you have a chance, and that is something to be proud of, I sighed. All this unhinged pride you feel, I will soon rectify this. You have tainted and insulted my honor long enough. I will, Zuko said, but before he continued with his monologue I stopped him. Alright, stop your monologue. I chuckled, let's just end this, alright? I understand you want to brag and in a way odd way show your girl how much to a man are, but time is of essence, and while there's absolutely nothing I'd rather do than stand here and listen to you bluster at me until the end of times, I actually have some shit to do later. Volleyball perhaps, I smiled. So he is the deal, go all out, against me, bring forth the strongest fire you can muster. If you insist. Zuko growled, firing his strongest attack at me, and needless to say it was quite the disappointment. With little to no effort I effortlessly disarmed his attack with a single hand, bringing down the big fireball into nothingness, leaving the little prince, Zuko in shock, Angela pleased, and Mai and Tai Li worried. A minute passed after that, and Zuko has yet to say something. He was simply staring at me. You know, if I had a watch, I'd be looking at my wrist really condescendingly right now. I chuckled. Who am I kidding? I'm enjoying this too much. I will not be humiliated. Zuko said, snapping out of his comatose state, trying to change his approach from a bending match to hand combat, a very big mistake, for as soon as he got within my range I rendered him unconscious with a quick lightning fast jab to his jaw. Prince, you have no need to have someone humiliating you, you are exceptional at doing so. 87, Chapter 87. And the days went by in our vacation with the guilt eating away at me from the inside out. The feeling of loathing I had for myself, for not telling her, was burning me, making me feel bad about myself. I was crossing a line I should have never crossed. And that is why, no matter how horrible her reaction was, I had to tell her, I had to come clean. And for that sole reason, I had invited her to an isolated place, where, if she lost control she would not burn the whole island. Akira, Angela greeted me with a smile, walking towards me. Angela, I have to tell you something, I said, as hundreds of voices whispered to me not to do it, to keep things as they were, that I wouldn't hurt her if I did that lying was the answer, or that I wasn't lying just keeping information from her, but all of that was nothing but a pat in the back for my stupid behavior. Angela. I'm not who you think I am. Angela stared at me, and with concern asked, what do you mean? I could feel her worry, under her steel-cold face. The only thing about me that is not a lie is that my name is Akira and that I like you, I said almost as a whisper. Explain, Angela said, almost snarling the words out. I come from the water tribe. Since the monk is one of the two avatars, he represents the light and I represent the darkness, but don't pay too much attention to that, it's an abstract concept, I said with a faint smile. Is this a joke? Angela laughed out loud, faking her laugh. Should I be laughing at this? Seeing that the best thing now was to prove to her that if I was telling her the truth, I used water control to pour the drinks, as I replied, it's not a joke. You lied to me, you slept with me, you waited until now. You used me to tell me, you are like everyone else. At the end of that, Angela was throwing a lightning bolt at me, which I stopped with my index finger, redirecting the attack to a nearby rock. I didn't use you, I shot back, I still want to be with you, the only thing that changed were my origins, nothing more. I'm still the same Akira you fell for. Ha 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 ha, Angela laughed, love? You were a tool for me, a toy for pleasure and war. Don't flatter yourself so much. She screamed as she continued to attack me, had I known you were from that filthy tribe. I would have killed you in your sleep. Angela, please, this doesn't have to go this way. I said, trying to reach out to her. I wonder what face your mother will make when I burn her alive, will she cry in pain? Or in hatred for you? Angela said with a delirious laugh, or your lovely family. I can't wait to skin them alive. Sakura and her family would now be in danger, all because I couldn't keep in my pants. I'm sorry. I'm sorry I hurt you, and I'm sorry I have to hurt you to protect those you are threatening. Dodging her attacks, I positioned myself in front of her, immobilizing her in a rock prison, where she tried to bite me. Fueled with pain and regret for what I was about to do, I put one thumb her forehead and the other one on her chest as I stared at her, and taking a deep breath I proceeded to take away her ability to bend fire. After a few seconds of dark lights related to the delicate balance of energy bending of this technique, I released Angela, who immediately tried to attack me, but her attacks were empty of her normal blue fire. Arc, Angela screamed, throwing punches in the air all while aiming at me with no result. What did you do? I took away your favorite weapon, I answered. If you want your fire back, you will stay out of this war. When this is over I will look for you, and I will give you back your power, but if you intervene, you will stay like this forever. I answered. You think this is going to stop me? Angela laughed. The only thing you got out of this was that now I'll have to do what I wanted to do to your family with my own hands. Normally I wouldn't give a fuck, and I don't, but she needs a new start, so, if you truly want to help her, you might have to ask the Mother of Faces to grant her a new face without memory. No amount of love will fix what years of damage did to her head. Vado offered. No. I guess not. I said in a low tone, really taking in Vado's advice. I guess it's time for you to see your mother again. Are you going to kill me? Angela laughed in a delirious way. No, I said, knocking her out with a quick chop to the neck. I'm going to kill the damage everyone did to you. Including the one I did. Call the fat cat here. Vado growled, time is of the essence. I chuckled at that, how bitter everything was now, but at least, I would give her a way out, an escape from her nightmare. I am mad as a hatter. I shouted. Did someone call the all-adorable? Cheshire said, appearing out of nowhere. Oh, what happened to the little psycho? He pointed to Angela. It's a long story. I said, avoiding the subject. Let's go to the Forgetful Valley. Okay. Cheshire said with little concern, changing his form. Soon she would be fine, in a better place, with her mother at her side. With a life without unreasonable expectations, without so much pain, without so many betrayals, without Oze. This was for the best, I knew that, or at least, I wanted to believe that. 88, Chapter 88. I flew with Angela out cold to the Forgetful Valley, without stopping. This time it took me less than a few hours to get there, and at one of the spiritual pools, I called for the Mother of Faces, using Vado as the connection between my and the primordial. Once a year, the Mother of the Faces said in anger, appearing in front of the month, once a year is my limit, my rule, the most I can possibly deal with you human beings, and you come and disrupt my slumber. The air around the valley seemed to cool with an ominous edge. I didn't mean to, but she needs you, I said with reverence. The Mother of the Faces stared at me, and as she looked at Angela, her hostility subsided. I know her. I know her mother, it seems they both have suffered a lot. What do you want? I want you to give her what she never had, a family. I know her mother is close, and I know you can alter memories, so can you perhaps alter their memories to make Angela as a new person part of them? I wanted to offer her the chance to have what I couldn't offer her, a chance to have a lovely mother, and a normal father. The Mother of Faces looked at me for a long second, a noble and yet cowardly decision, but I will grant you this request, she has suffered more than most, perhaps a new beginning is what she needs. Thank you, I said, with a faint smile, but this was far from over. As payment for this request, you will in turn, forget this valley and everything about it, and never come back, the Mother of the Faces said in a cold and cruel tone, do you accept? I do, I nodded. Then it shall be done, the Mother of Faces stated, and the radiance of 1,000 suns, I felt my body being forcibly displaced, and in the blink of an eye, I appeared in a distant desert, along with Cheshire. Where was I? I muttered, I remembered taking Angela somewhere, but where? Great, we got Men in Black. Vado muttered, don't worry, your crazy ex is fine, but thanks to you I don't remember shit about why and how is she okay, which I really don't care, but the fact I can't remember annoys me. I also get the feeling she's okay, and I have the feeling is best not to question it, I sighed. Good, I do not want to have any more blank spaces in my memory. Vado sighed. Not to bother anyone, but can anyone tell me, why are we in the desert? Cheshire inquired, I doubt anyone needs such a big potty. God, I wonder who cleans it. With a sigh, I ordered Cheshire to take me back to the Fire Nation. I had to take Sakura and her family out of there. Before I killed Oze, I had nothing holding me back from ending his life, but even so, I would not rush it. I would plan the grand finale like a maestro of the orchestra, the world deserved that much. Finally, we can start talking about something I actually like. Vado said, unusually happy, I have a list of things we can try with him, so bear with me for a second. I mean you will listen to me, human. Alright, with that out of the way, here are my ideas. For option 1, how about, if we use ropes to tie and lower Oze above a pyramid-shaped seat of torture with the point inserted into the ass, though we can make him a hole for that, I am open to suggestions, anywho. Little by little, we would add weights would leading to death by impalement. Jesus fucking Christ, where are you getting those ideas? The humans of your world are delightful chaotic, now shut up. I have more ideas, Vado said, with a giddy tone of excitement, I also have this one I want to try, and I find it quite ironic, the brazen bull. But instead of fire and smoke, extreme colds, and oxygen deprivation. You need to stop see that shit in my head, which I don't remember watching, to begin with, I chuckled, it was weird seeing him so excited. The human mind saves everything your eyes have ever seen, even if it was for a second. Your brain saves it, normally this information is discarded if you don't think is essential, but, thanks to my powers, recovering such delicious memories is a breeze, Vado stated, I also have this one original idea, in where you bend each and every single blood cell in his body to heat up, slowly but surely killing him, or we could stop the flow of oxygen on his blood, but for those two you need to master blood bending. So Vado had a thing for torture, great, we'll see how we end him once we get to that point, for now, try to decide between those 3 options. 3? I have like 80 more I wanted to share with you, but I suppose it's fair to narrow it down, Vado sighed, I will have my decision by then. Well, it seems I have a new thing to deal with now, Vado's new interest in the ancient art of torture, I wonder if in the end is me who is corrupting him, instead of the other way around, oh well. You corrupting me? PSFFFF, you are barely showing me there are other ways to enjoy the chaotic rule of the cosmos. A mere human corrupting corruption itself, talk about hubris, Vado laughed. I know you watch anime in my head, and now you enjoy medieval torture, so. I think I am right, I snorted. I do not watch anime. I find it disgusting, Vado growled. Mother of Faces POV. Akira, the broken piece had come back, with an even more broken soul and a different one that had been complete, but shattered by its environment, one that cried for help from the inside out. Soon, you will have the family you always wanted, the loved you always desired, forgetting all about the world outside this valley, I said in a soothing tone as I weaved her a new face, a new destiny. Why did you erase his memory? My loyal spirit wolf asked. I know for a fact you were happy to help him with her, so why? It's for the best, I answered. And why did you take away his feelings for her? My wolf asked. To change his fate for the better, not all loves lead to a happy ending, some lead to destruction, I smiled patting my loyal servant in the head, in time, he will be grateful for what I did, but until that time comes, he must forget ever loving her, he still has a role to play. 89, Chapter 89. After suffering the destiny every human that had the bad luck of seeing aliens in the Men in Black universe had suffered, I decided to go directly to the Fire Nation, mostly to evacuate Sakura and her family, but primarily Sakura, the rest, was not of my concern, then I would, kill Oze, but right now I didn't feel like fighting an army, in fact, I didn't feel anything at all, right now everything was, odd, I felt like I was operating under a fog, with everything feeling a little unreal. Like I was walking underwater, Vado said that was normal, that it would go away. But still, it felt awful. Cheshire, remember to wake me up a few minutes before our objective, I said, as I got comfortable on his back. You got it boss, Cheshire purred. Ty Lee POV. Angela and Akira were missing, one moment they were here, and the next, they were gone, and by the looks of where they had their last date, it seemed they had a fight. It seems they broke up, and more, Mai said with a grim tone, maybe they killed each other. But, isn't Akira, like stronger than Angela? If they did have a fight Akira would have won, but he wasn't here, which either meant, he escaped after killing Angela, or they eloped. I hope it is the last one. Whatever happened here is no longer important, they have been missing for 2 weeks, Zuko sighed, we have to go back and report them missing. He added, and I could see his aura flickering, he was indecisive about something, but what? Yet. I just hope they are okay, I sighed, this really put my aura in a blue sad tone. I liked Akira, he made Angela less scary. Very well, Mai nodded. So we leave tomorrow then, I sighed. Yes, Zuko and Mai nodded. Sokka POV. The masked man, if we managed to get him on our side, we would win this war, 2 avatars fighting together would bring this tyranny to a well-deserved end. But first, we had to locate him, and considering he is with Angela's group, it was safe to assume he lives in the Fire Nation capital, and considering we were heading that way, it was nothing but optimal to try and find him, with Toph in our side, it should be easy. So, what is our plan? Ong inquired with a smile. We infiltrate, you learn the bases of fire bending, while Toph and I, look for him, she has sensed the guy before, and is the only one with a vast field of view, foot view, I stated. Yes. Blind girl for the win. Toph cheered. As for you Katara, you will keep an eye on Ong, making sure he doesn't draw any attention to him, I told Katara. You got it, Katara nodded with determination. I have one question, what happens if the guy says no, and tries to capture us? I mean I am awesome but I don't think I can bring an entire army alone, Toph said, with a concerned expression. First I don't think he would do that, and second you would have me by your side, so you would not be alone, I answered. That's what I said, alone, Toph nodded. Toph, you would have me. I smiled. All right. Toph and a half, Toph chuckled. For the last time I can still fight. I screamed, digging my hands into the table. Meh, Toph chuckled. At this point she is doing it just to annoy you Sokka, and you make it easy for her, Katara sighed. Bossy is right, Toph nodded. Who are you calling bossy? Katara inquired with an angry smile. Oh, geez I don't know. Toph chuckled, oh yeah, you. Okay, we are getting out of track. I coughed before they started to fight, last time I ended with a concussion as collateral damage. I do not want to repeat that. Sokka is right, Ong nodded, let's get back to the planning part of this meeting. Akira POV. I was woken up by my alarm clock going off in vibrating mode, aka Cheshire purring like a machine gun, we have arrived, our destination is on the right, Cheshire chuckled. Jesus, you purr very loud, and strong. I chuckled, realizing I felt better, still as if I was under a fog, but this time it felt the fog cleared itself a bit. Now, how do we proceed, do I let Ursock know so that he can start burning this place down? Cheshire said, changing the colors of his fur to look like a recon uniform, he was really into the rescue mission. I don't think we are fugitives, just yet, so let's go with a less complicated approach, I chuckled. Which is? Cheshire asked, changing his fur back to normal. Just going in, grabbing Sakura and piecing out, I answered, that was my plan so far. And if obstacles presented themselves, I would just burn them away, or waterbend them away, I was beyond the point I cared to hide my powers. All right, Cheshire purred, can I scratch the head maid on the way out? Why? I asked. She said cats are ugly and stupid, and as a cat I must defend my honor. Cheshire hissed, how dare she say I am ugly? I am a cat, we can't be ugly. Sure, just don't scar her, I chuckled. Okay, Cheshire pouted as we descended, into the house, taking advantage of the dark night to mask our presence. Once inside the house, I walked to Sakura's room and woke her up by throwing her a pillow, what in the... Akira, why did you do that for? Sakura said, waking up. We have to leave. I technically killed the Fire Princess, so we have at most a day or two before they find out. I whispered, close to her ear as to avoid any prying ears in the house from hearing it, even though I felt the room was empty with my elemental senses it was best to avoid. Oh fuck. 90, Chapter 90. After convincing Sakura and her family to leave, I went to the prison where they had Iroh to find that he had already escaped, which meant that Zuko was about to betray his father. I am never going to understand why didn't Zuko kill him during the eclipse, he had the chance, his reason not to do so was stupid beyond comprehension. If you have a shot at Hitler, you take it. You can't walk away saying, "It's not my destiny." Then again, I am also letting him live, but at least I am sure I will kill him. It has never been a matter of if, but of when. Cheshire, I said, looking to the Fire Nation from above the skies with a dry look, take them to the Northern Water Tribe. With that said, I jumped out of Cheshire's back, in a surge of impulsiveness. Did I have a plan? No. Did I want to do something specifically? No, but something told me, I had to go alone in this part of my journey. No. My rival. Ursock screamed as he saw me descend to the ground full speed. I chuckled at that and focused on slowing my landing with water bending. I'll be fine. I shouted back. Once I found myself on the ground, I decided once again on an impulse to go to the castle. I wanted to leave Ose with a friendly warning, that Ong was not the one who was going to kill him, it was me. I was going to rip him apart, tearing him out of my sight forever, but not today. If I did it today, I would put the country on a political mess. No. I had to wait for Zuko to realize dear old Dada was bad, which considering Iroh escaped it must be any time soon. I chuckled at my thoughts and shook my head off in amusement before I blasted off to the castle, knocking every soldier in my way, not because they were trying to stop me, but because I could, and it would set a nice tone to the threat I was making myself to be to Ose. Ose! I shouted, kicking the doors to the throne room open with earth bending in an explosion of dust and dirt. Sorry for interrupting your meeting, but I really don't care. Ose glared at me, anger being his most prominent emotion, so much it was almost leaking out of his body, creating an almost red-looking glow around him. Wait, I am not seeing things, Ose is actually glowing red. It doesn't matter, I'll figure that out later. You will kneel, and accept your execution with honor, Ose shouted, and I laughed like I haven't done in months. You dare to laugh at the Fire Lord? One of the men inside the throne room growled, his emotions depicted clearly he wanted to fight, and I had no time waste with him. I gathered the water around him, and with a single move of my hand, I pushed the water I had gathered inside him, filling him up through every crack, every cut, and every hole on his body, without letting the water get out. I held this for a few seconds before he exploded in a blossoming explosion of gore. That's a new one, I chuckled, name pending. Fear took control of everybody in the room except Ose, who simply looked at me with curiosity and anger. You are the Avatar. Ose hissed, finally vocalizing something. I guess you are technically correct, I hummed, but I am not the one you've been hunting though, believe me, unlike Ong I would have come here, to kill you, so congratulations, you choose the right avatar to follow, 10 out of 10, I winked. There are 2 avatars? Lies. Ose growled. One is a bald prepubescent kid. I don't know what else to tell you, I shrugged. If he didn't want to believe, it was his deal. It doesn't matter anyway, 1 or 10, they will all kneel before me, before losing their heads, Ose said as he stood up from his seat, walking towards me, trying to intimidate me. Ose, I didn't come here to fight you, I chuckled. No, you came here to die, Ose growled, throwing a powerful stream of fire at me, strong enough that I saw the difference between Zuko and him. It was massive, but I remained unfazed, unmoving, meeting his attack head-on. After the smoke cleared up, I asked while cleaning my clothes with water bending, are you done throwing a tantrum? You will learn to respect me before you die. Ose barked. I think it most likely to expect Ong killing someone, than to expect respect from me, especially to you, I sighed, rolling my eyes at him. I came here to let you know, you have till the comet to plan how to defeat me. I will come for you, and I will kill you, not because I want to save the world, fuck that, not because I want revenge, and certainly not because you are a threat to me. No, I do it because I will enjoy the crap out of it, I heard Vado shout, I'm sorry, we will enjoy it. You think you can defeat me? Ose screamed in rage, but before he was able to attack once again, I kicked the ground and forced the columns and any other vital structure in the throne room to collapse. Maybe I should have just karate chopped him in the neck, oh well, he survived that. I sighed, feeling his heartbeat with my seismic sense. He was the only one though. The irony is there, but I am too lazy to point it out. I have the perfect way to kill him. Let's burn him alive like humans did to witches in your world. But before you do that, take his bending away. His death would most ironic. Hey, someone sure was excited to kill Ose, damn. Vado, witches aren't real though, but they did burn innocent humans for stupid reasons, I chuckled. So humans just burned other humans, even better. 91, Chapter 91. After leaving Ose crushed under the debris of his throne room, I decided to leave the kingdom, with no destination in mind, but I knew it wasn't here, for now. I needed a purpose greater than just killing Ose for the sake of it. Iroh was right, it would change nothing, a new Fire Lord would take the throne, and repeat the cycle over and over again, trapping me in an endless loop of stupidity. No, for this war to truly end, a cause had to end it. In the series, it was Ong and his beliefs that ended the war. And, yes, defeating Oze had sealed the deal, but defeating Oze wasn't the entire deal. He promised other nations without words, and sometimes with words, he would free them from the oppression the fire had made them endure. This gave the people hope, and for that, they fought for his cause. Well, I had other plans that included me killing Oze. This world was weak, without purpose, without guts, without conviction. 3 nations, one of which thanks to their collective weakness of the world did not longer exist, were all against the corner, all by one nation, and the worst part was, that during the time that Ong was lost in time, they did nothing worthy of remembering. They just waited like sheep, patiently sitting, for the Avatar to return. This type of almost slave-like compliancy was disgusting. They shouldn't depend on Ong or me for every major problem. This war shouldn't have lasted 100 years. The Fire Nation was strong, but easily beatable under an alliance, so this situation they were dealing with was their fault, which is why I knew what I had to do. I knew now what my goal was now, to make the armies of the revolution, the armies of the people of this world, end this conflict once and for all. With no avatars involved, except for the part of me killing Oze, but that was more of a commission for pushing them in the right direction. Otherwise, I was sure that if I didn't push them to win this on their own, Ong and depending on the mood myself would have to forever hold their hands, in an endless cycle. And, that wasn't what I wanted, not at all. I wanted to be free, not a slave of their weakness. You want to emancipate the world? Rava will be pissed. She has a thing for control. Very well, I will help you. Just to spite Rava, I inwardly chuckled, as if Vado had an option. Adorable. You are getting way too cocky. Perhaps I am actually rubbing off on you. Vado chuckled, reading my thoughts. It was bound to happen, pal, I laughed. What did he expect? I can't help but hang out with him, but I don't think I learned to be cocky from him. I was cocky before him. Taking a deep breath, I put my options in front of me to study. On one hand, I could use the Order of the White Lotus, manipulating them into changing their plans, but considering they were all extremely wise, they would see through my plans quite easily if I go to them, which made my endeavor all the more difficult. But on the other hand, I could create my own organization, something with a more chaotic tone. I think I know my decision. I chuckled. The Chaos Order. Oleza POV. I couldn't understand why something felt so wrong within. Here I was with my family, my mother, who loved me with all her might, my father who adored me over all things, and my little sister who looked up to me, and yet all this felt like a dream. I felt something was missing. Oleza, can you please take your sister to the park tomorrow? Mother asked with a tired smile. I have to work all day tomorrow, and I forgot I promised her that, she sighed. Don't worry Mom, I'll take care of it. I smiled at her, putting my bags on the counter. I'm off tomorrow anyway. Thanks, sweetie, Mom smiled with relief. Did you bought the honey dip cream I love? Dad asked with a smile. Like you would let me forget, I scoffed, handing him the honey dip. Ha ha ha, Dad laughed. What can I say? I love this stuff. Next morning Oleza POV. The bright morning sun shone high in a cloudless sky, meaning today was perfect to have some sis time. Right now, busily scurrying through the kitchen of our simple yet comfy home in the town, Mom and I were serving breakfast. Babies, Mom called out, breakfast is ready. Is she even up? Mom asked, and I chuckled. What a silly question. What do you think? I smiled, placing my little sister's food on the table. Before Mom could reply, the tapping sound of footsteps came hurtling down the stairs from the second floor. And I turned to Mother with a grin. Yet, like she would miss a day in the park, Mom sighed. Morning. My little sister said, tackling me into a hug. Did you manage to sleep last night? I did. I chuckled, eyeing her with curiosity. Why? You kept on sleep talking, something about Akira, is he? I couldn't hear what she said next, because as soon as I heard that name, my head started hurt, leaving a buzzing sound, and all I could wonder was, who was Akira, and why was I crying about his name? Akira POV. To make my organization, I would have to study the possibility of merging spirits with people to boost their natural prowess, a water spirit for a water bender, a fire one for a fire bender, but this was at best a maybe idea, for I would not force any spirit to merge, but that didn't mean I could not convince some to do so. This ought to be a fun endeavor, or at the very least, very chaotic. 92, Chapter 92. After talking to Vado about my idea, he helped me to improve certain aspects of it. My original idea was to use spirits to help those I selected to fight for my cause, but as I had stated before, I had certain problems with forcing a spirit or a human to do so, but Vado refined this idea with the following. He gave me the ingenious idea of using people that no one would miss, people who under no moral compass would be considered human beings. Monsters so evil, that death was too good for them, people whom I would have no problem using and eliminating, but alas, the idea did not end there. Vado had designed a punishment for these creatures that we were going to use. The monsters would only donate their body, since in the version of Vado the spirits would control everything, locking the monsters in a prison without exit, without escape. It was quite poetic if you ask me, prisoner of their own mind, so, now my new mission was to look for people like Jose or worse, and, of course, finding spirits that would be willing to collaborate with me on this endeavor. Perhaps Ursoc and Cheshire would be the first knights of my chaotic order. Although, it was not very clear for me if it would work with Cheshire since he did not have an element to command, his powers were out of any category, being along the lines of magic than to elemental power, but even without an element, if he could manifest his powers in human form, they would make him an enemy difficult to defeat, and entertaining to fight. So, in the case Ursoc and Cheshire accepted, it would mean I had yet to find 3 other spirits for this, one for air, one for water, and one for earth. I wanted my order to be small when it came to my knights, 5 were more than enough. So, I had yet to find 3 spirits and 5 disposable humans. Prisons would make a great farming spot, the Fire Nation has many of them, if I recall you saying. I hummed, that seems like a good place to start, I nodded. So, how will the selection process go? Vado inquired. Well, I will pick those whose emotions are the worse among the worse, I answered, only then I would be able to pick the right disposable humans. Not all criminal were monsters deserving of this treatment, and not all monsters were criminals, simple as that, though sometimes both lines crossed. Very well, now, remember for this to work, we both must subdue the spirit of the person we want to trap in the darkest corner of their mind for all eternity with our energy, otherwise, the merging won't work as we intend. Oh, yeah. I almost forgot about that little detail, which reminded me. I would leave Ursoc and Cheshire for last, just to make sure the process was safe for them before using it. The process of merging was both simple and complex. I had to imprison the human spirit while Vado would be doing the body-spirit part, switching the roles of control, making it a very delicate process. A mistake according to Vado, could kill the human or the spirit depending on who made the mistake, therefore we could not afford any mistakes. Okay, let's do this. With the plan in hand, I began my journey, my destination, the most secure prison on the planet. Oleza POV. I woke up in my bed, to find my sister sleeping next to me, holding me tight, all while briefly remembering what had happened hours ago. A simple name had knocked me down, but why? There was no reason behind such a thing. Why would a name would hurt me so much? It didn't make any sense, but still, that name brought a sense of nostalgia, which confused me even more. Who was the bearer of that name, and what did he or she mean to me? A part of me begged me to let it go, that it would only bring me pain, but another part demanded that I look for answers. It was as if I was torn between 2 sides. It was a complicated feeling. Are you feeling better, big sis? Ki said, with a worried expression. I am, I smiled, patting her head. I just need some rest, and I'll be dandy. Was it my fault? Ki asked once again, this time hiding her head under the sheets of the bed in shame. No, I was simply tired. You know how much I work, it's nothing for perfection for me and my clients, I said with a warm smile, kissing her on the forehead. You will never hurt me, ever, I swear. Pinky swear. Ki smiled a bit. Double pinky swear, I smiled, upping her offer. I double that. Ki giggled. I looked at her, and with a giggle of my own I asked, how? With the pinkies of my feet. Ki smiled. Well, I had to hand it to her, she beat me in my own game. Well played, little sis, well played. Akira POV. The closest prison to me was days away, and the one I wanted to go, was months away, meaning I needed Cheshire on my side, but considering he was taking Sakura's family to the north, well, it meant I would have to cover some distance in the pedestrian way, at least until I was sure I could summon him. I think we can tame one of those bisons, the anorexic bodysuit Rava uses, has Vado said, trying to help. Hey, that actually could work. In Korra, those things were everywhere, but I have no idea where to look, I hummed. What about you, Vado? I dunno, one of the air temples? Vado answered, sounding unsure. So, the 4 corners of the known world. I deadpanned. Hey. I am trying to help, not my fault those hippies had no concept of hospitality. Who in the fuck would want to visit them when you basically have to walk across the globe to see them all, Vado stated, and he was right. Who came with the great idea of having the temples so far away from each other? 93, Chapter 93. Traveling without Cheshire was a time-consuming nuisance, but, for the moment, I had no other choice, which is why I found myself on a boat, one that I had stolen from the trading port near the capital. Inside the boat, I found myself with another problem, which was that I didn't know how to operate it. I didn't have the slightest idea how to do it, so I had to force people who knew what to do to help me. Thanks to that, I was getting close to my destination faster, and instead of being months away from the destination, I was now a couple of weeks away from the Fire Nation's maximum security prison. And since I would be confined to the ship for the foreseeable future, I decided to take advantage of the time and start looking for the spirits that I would recruit for this mission. It's time, I declared with a clear and decisive tone. Perfect, now start meditating. Once you're inside, I'll protect the body in the physical world, Vado declared with confidence. Without further ado, I allowed myself to be deeply immersed in my meditation, and little by little, I felt my body become not only lighter but calmer. I continued this process until I felt a spring breeze gently touching my face, which, considering I was on a boat in a windowless room, was, well, impossible, so with that little bit of information I knew I was already in the spiritual world. Carefully opening my eyes, I scanned the area as I reminded myself that without my physical body, I had no powers and that I should act tactfully so as not to anger anyone, as I would have no way to defend myself if that happened while I was in this state. The place where I found myself was strange and new, a place I had never been to in any of my visits to the spiritual world. Green plains like a soccer field, with trees of strange and impossible colors, but the most striking or important thing was the feeling of absolute peace that the place gave me, to the point that I knew that this feeling of calmness was not natural. I shook my head from those thoughts for the time being and stood from where I was, looking around, wondering where to start. The spiritual world was vast, infinitely more vast than the physical world, which could make my mission extraordinarily long or short, depending on my luck. With a sigh and a soft chuckle, I started walking in a random direction. As I wondered why my trips to the spirit world were so unpredictable, Ong always got where he had to go, whereas in my case, everything was random. Maybe it was because our symbolic purposes were different. He was order, and I was chaos, and chaos was generally unpredictable. I kept walking for hours in my search for companions until my walk was interrupted by a fox with wings that landed abruptly in front of me. For a couple of seconds, the fox just stared at me, his eyes shining with curiosity and fascination, mixed with caution and something else that I could not quite grasp. "Hey human, what are you doing here?" the fox asked with evident curiosity, and I could tell from his tone and the way he looked at me that he had never seen a human before, or it had been quite a while since he had seen one. "I have come for business-related reasons," I casually informed the fox, with a smile. "What kind of business?" asked the fox, cautiously glancing at me every now and then. "I am looking to recruit 3 spirits to work for me," I replied, deciding to be honest from the beginning. It would save me some troubles later on. The fox sighed, his emotions shifting from simple curiosity to anger. "Not many of us can leave, not since the Avatar locked us here," he said. This was unexpected and interesting. The anger he was emanating was not directed at me at all, which is a norm for me, but rather this hostile feeling was directed towards Ong. Or to be more on the dot, to the first Avatar. I noticed some hostility towards the Avatar. "Why is that?" I asked carefully. I didn't want him to take this question as me defending Ong. I just wanted to see him elaborate his point more in depth. "Yes," the fox snarled, wings fluttering angrily, "the spiritual world and the physical world used to be one, but he decided for us, trapping most of us here against our will. Not all of us wanted to be here for all eternity, and not all of us have the power to go out and see the world at will, and even when we do, it hurts if we stay out too long." "And do you hate any other human besides that Avatar?" I asked him with curiosity, although I already knew the answer, considering that I only felt negative feelings on his part towards Ong. "No, before the Avatar, the world was one, we lived amongst the humans, many of us protected the humans and they protected us," the fox answered. "Many of us loved the humans, and had no way to go back, to protect them, to save our mates." "Well, let me tell you a story," I said with a smile, ignoring for a moment the clear hint to spirit-to-human relationships. I started where most stories begin, the beginning, well, not the beginning but the one he had to hear, giving an insight about the world's current situation. For starters, I told him there were 2 avatars now, which was something he took with a grain of salt, but as I continued with my explanation about my plan and my goals, I could see on his eyes, he grew more and more interested about it, but nothing was more fun than the expression he made when I told him I was the second avatar. The nice and chaotic one. "So, you say, you and Vado have a way to give spirits physical bodies?" the winged fox inquired. "Yes, which is why I need to find some spirits willing to join my organization. I already have one for fire." I nodded, with my mind going to my cat, and whatever Cheshire is. I chuckled. "Chaotic, he is chaotic, not like Vado, but you get it," the fox smiled. "So you need air, water and earth, right?" "Yes, that's the goal," I nodded. "Good," the fox smiled, and with a sudden movement of his paws that was almost too fast to follow, he destroyed half of the forest behind him with a mighty torrent of wind that crushed everything on his path. "I hope that fills any requisites for the air slot. I am in. I have some problems to work out with the avatar." I had to admit, I was surprised this little fox packed such a punch. Thank fucking God I did not make an enemy out of him. "Like what?" "Killing him," the fox replied without missing a bit, his small and almost cute white form suddenly morphing into a massive black and red fox with 6 legs and 3 pairs of wings. "I lost too much because of him, and he will pay me back. At this point his eyes were glowing red and his body towered over me, emanating raw power. We will talk about the details of your contract later on. I chuckled. 94, Chapter 94. After Axis the demonic fox joined my group, he told me that he would help me get the other required spirits, with his sole reason for helping being more than clear, the fact he hated the first avatar with all his might. Axis asked with curiosity, "Can you use all the elements now?" "No, I can't use airbending yet, there have been several difficulties so far with that element," I replied with a sigh. "And how have you been dealing with those difficulties?" Axis asked, staring at me, "What have you done to master the air? What have I done to try to connect with the air?" What a hard question. Well, I read about the monks and their. I stopped talking when I saw that Axis was laughing at me. "I'm not surprised you haven't learned anything yet," Axis said seriously. "The monks took over the real concept of airbending and changed it to fit their lifestyle, but air is not about peace and tranquility as they wanted everyone to think. No, the air is more than that, it's the freedom of life and death, the freedom in the destruction of everything and in the creation, the real form of air is absolute freedom," he explained. "So nothing they teach works?" I exclaimed with a laugh. "Yes and no," Axis replied, "the monks try to teach through altruism, which I personally consider stupid, but I can't deny that it works for some." Altruism. I guess it makes sense, though I wonder, if the monks don't use the original source of their element, what is the original source? Was it just freedom? And the original source is what? Freedom. The fox smiled broadly, "Yes. Freedom can be good or bad, just like all the elements their original sources, everything lies in the middle, which is the reason why many humans over time decided to change the concepts to feel good about themselves. Fire is passion, earth is will, water is creativity, and air is freedom, the original sources of each element are both good and bad. Water was creativity, who would have thought? Haha, I guess it makes sense now why I mastered it so quickly. Wow, you know a lot about this." "I've been alive for over 20,000 years, Kit," the fox said winking at me, "you learn a thing or two when you live that long." "It makes a whole lot of sense," I said, laughing. "By the way, I wanted to ask you," Axis said, his voice getting colder and colder as his body started to change to his real self, "why do I feel like you won't let me kill Ong?" He inquired. High eyes were burning red in something akin to anger, I could taste the bloodlust crawling up my spine at this point. Wow, this fox is creepy, I like him. Well, Ong, while unbearable, hasn't really done anything to you. The first avatar was the one who fucked up the world, literally, so I don't want you to kill Ong just because he's stupid, but I do want you to kill the guy who did this, so you can kill all the avatars before him, I said with a wide smile. Elaborate, Axis said, relaxing. The spirits of the past avatars are stuck inside him, with energy bending you can kill them, one by one until you get to the number one jerk, I said, clarifying my point. Oh, I see. Axis said with a smile, that's acceptable, as long as he dies I'm happy. What strong hate, I wonder who he lost thanks to the avatar to get to this point, I'm glad. After hours of walking, Axis ended up bringing me to a place where I met a stag, a simple stag which despite having nothing special on the outside made me feel that I should be on guard in front of him. Faunus, this boy has an offer for you. Axis shouted at the stag, getting his attention. A human, in the forgotten forest of the ancients, what a rarity. Faunus said with a tone that indicated bewilderment as he looked at me, an offer you say, Axis? Yes, Axis replied, he can take us to the human world, in exchange for us working for him. And what kind of work would we have to do? Faunus asked, as I wondered, why was I being ignored? We would be his agents of chaos, or knights, I don't really know, but what I know is that there would be carnage and things like that, Axis replied with a smile. I see, Faunus smiled slightly. You know, if I had a watch, I'd be looking at my wrist really condescendingly right now. I said, tired of being ignored. My apologies, young fellow, Faunus said with a smile, I didn't intend to neglect you. It's all right, I said as I looked at him with curiosity, wondering, what element was under his control? Question, what element do you control? My dear sir, control, no, I dance. With the earth, Faunus said proudly, and to avoid long talks about trivial manners, count me in. Just like that? Without asking me for something like Axis? Something doesn't add up, don't you want anything in return for your servitude? I had to ask. No, Faunus smiled. Then why? I asked him. Why does anyone do anything? Sheer, absolute boredom. Besides, the idea of being able to dance in the blood of my opponents once again, it excites me. The stag I had seen a couple of seconds ago was no longer the same, his body had changed just like Axis when he got angry, he was taller, even more, massive than Axis, where his face was, there was now a skull covered his face with his eyes glowing underneath the bone, his coat dripped a black substance that looked like blood, but what most baffled me was his emotions, Total and absolute madness, it was like looking directly into the abyss of insanity. Awesome, I smiled, wondering if bringing this to the physical world was a good idea. 95. Update. Quick update for my readers. First, I haven't dropped the story, just dealing with some stuff on my day-to-day life. When can you expect an update? This Wednesday the daily updates will come back. And before you ask my problem, it's nothing serious, just something very time-consuming. 96, Chapter 95. Faunus and Axis, my two newly acquired diabolical companions, they both had an aura that had me on an edge, mostly because right now I was powerless, but still, it was enough to have me ready to jump back to my real body. Their powers were so massive, I doubted I could win against them in their own element. Which made this all the more fun, I could barely wait to fight them and learn from them. Now, all we need is fire, and water, Faunus said with a wide smile. I know just the fire spirit we can add to our little group. I already have a fire spirit, I reminded the demonic deer, who pouted in response. I'm not saying you should kick the bear out, goodness no, but the spirit I have in mind is a master of his art, Faunus replied. You of course already have the best of the best for air and earth, but why stop there? Just have 2 fire spirits and be done with it, Axis sighed. Well, if these 2 were a point to go by, I could already imagine the next spirit being another demonic monstrosity leagues above Ursoc and Cheshire in the power scale, though to be fair Cheshire was a hard cat to measure, with his powers being so weird. Fine, I shrugged. A most wise choice, boss, Faunus smirked. With that said and done, Faunus took us to quite the hell-like place, where flames roamed free and the scorching heat was ever present. The place was almost identical to my personal idea of hell. Agni! Faunus shouted, and out of nowhere a blast of fire landed close to him, growling. I told you. If I ever saw you here again, that I would kill you, Faunus. The massive flames growled in a tone that promised pain, lots of it, and I wasn't gonna lie, it was quite the impressive display. The fire was so hot it melted the very ground around the focal point of the fire at an alarming rate, turning the ground around it into lava basically. I don't think he's your friend, Axis chuckled, creating an air bubble around us to protect me from the heat. Oh, nonsense, we are like brothers that occasionally want to kill each other, Faunus laughed. I am nothing but your executioner. The flames shouted. Oh, you and your humor, Faunus said, purposely annoying the fire spirit. While I would normally love to humor you, I came here for business-related reasons. You see, this little human here is looking for the best of the best to work under him, and I know what you're thinking. What can this respectable human offer? Well, allow me to answer the simple question. He can offer us our freedom, well, limited freedom as long as we follow some minor conditions. Is that true? Agni asked. I can offer you a human body, so yeah, I answered. Then, the furious flames started to become smaller and smaller to the point where there was no fire around, and where the massive inferno of flames at one point stood melting the ground on its wake, now stood a small and adorable weasel that basically teleported in front of me, extending his little paw, giving me a firm handshake. Then the name is Agni, boss, short for Agnitron, long for AG. I kinda expected you to say no. I mean, you seem to hate one of my associates, I said, pointing to Faunus. Oh, him, I already forgot why I hated him in the first place, Agni shrugged, climbing into my shoulders where he stood high, and shouted to the wind, onwards to victory. Do you also have a big form you would like to show? I asked with a chuckle. Oh yeah, Agni chuckled, Faunus has one of those, I forgot. Well, mine is what you saw, pure fire. Neat, I chuckled. Neat indeed. Agni chuckled. Well, as we can see, I contributed to the team. Now all we need is a water spirit, Faunus said with his ever-present smile. He was starting to creep me out. Unlike Cheshire, Faunus had no emotion behind the smile he showed. I know one, she is one hell of a. Agni said, scratching his head in a way that denoted he was trying to remember. Oh yeah, she's one hell of a sea serpent, she will want to join. Oh, her. Axis chuckled, Leona is definitely a good pick, she is without doubt unmatched in the water, where she reigns supreme, but she will not come with us that easily. Nah, don't worry, I'll take care of recruiting her, Agni said, still on my shoulders. It was both annoying and oddly comforting to have a small weasel there. Oh, this will be very entertaining, Faunus laughed. And I couldn't help but wonder, was I missing something? Am I missing something? I asked, getting tired of the bit of everyone here having fluent conversations while I stayed out of the loop. Oh, yeah, well, you see, Leona has but one rule, if you want her help you have to beat her, so, Agni here will have to fight her, Axis chuckled. Oh, well. Then Faunus was right, this was going to be very entertaining. Vado POV. Being a human for long periods of time was confusing. It was utterly disgusting how human bodies worked, especially the bathroom part. I will never be the same chaotic spirit after that mess, and the problems didn't end there, oh no, they just kept growing, like eating. It was such a bother having to eat 3 or more times a day, it was messy, disgusting, and it would inevitably send me back to problem 1, the bathroom. Everything about being a human was disgusting. I just couldn't wait for Akira to come back so that I could go back to binge-watch human tragedies on his head. I miss not having to eat, not having to walk, and no having to use the bathroom. My ever-growing hate for humanity has grown even more after this, I growled as I once again made my way to my new nemesis, the bathroom. The bathrooms all over the world shall rue the day they messed with me. Chaos personified. It was second on my list after destroying Rava. 97, Chapter 96. Agni guided us to the Sea of Lost Souls, where he for some reason started to break dance until again, for some reason Leona appeared. I had so many questions, and frankly I wanted no answers. Leona, looking good. Agni winked at the massive water spirit. Why have you come, Agni? Leona said, or demanded. It was hard to know for certain with her size and lack of facial expressions. If you don't have a good reason, I will stop the flow of blood in your body. Ah, she's so kinky, isn't she? Agni smiled, slumping his head and back against me. Honey, you know I'm all about for some fun, but now is not the time. That was a one-time thing. Leona shouted and the water started to violently shake around her. But I guess if you really want we can spice things up with the human. Wait, what? Hell no. First of all, no, second, no, and third, how did this? I said, pointing between the massive water serpent and the little weasel, work sexually speaking. I am a selfless lover, Agni replied. Honey, the human said no. I tried, but what can you do about it? Why have you come here, Agni? Leona breathed out in annoyance. Come? I have yet to, we'll get there in a while. As to why I am here, well, this human is my boss, my brother, the father I never had, and the kid I never wanted, and he can offer us an escape from this place, Agni replied. What? I muttered. Oh, this is fun, Faunus chuckled. I agree, Axis nodded, wiping tears off his furry face. Is that true? Leona asked and I nodded. Very well, what are the conditions? Well, like these 3 you would work for me, following my orders, besides not much, I answered. I will accept, if one of you can entertain in combat, Leona said after a few seconds of silence. Well, let's give this fine lady what she wants, Agni said, cracking every single bone on his body as he made his way to Leona. I will be back in a few, kids, mommy and daddy are going to play, so stay put. Is it me, or did that sound oddly sexual? I asked my group. It was not you, Faunus laughed. Yep, Axis nodded. Good, just wanted to make sure I wasn't going crazy on the spirit realm, I sighed as I waited for the battle to break in. Oleza POV. Day by day, the voices in my head would get stronger and stronger, asking me to look for answers, to recover what is lost. But if I did, I felt I would lose something I had recently gained. I think you should go, and find some answers, Mother said with a warm smile. Maybe go to the valley and ask the spirits to answer you. I don't think I need to, it's just a dream, I sighed. Oleza, you will never lose us, I know you feel like you will if you start looking for answers, but know that I will forever love you, Mom said, hugging me tightly. Alright, I'll give it a thought, I sighed. Akira POV. The battle lasted around 8 hours, and ended in a draw with both spirits being extremely tired. I had to admit, seeing them fight was a treat, like a 5D movie or something. Agni was a terrifying foe in battle and so was Leona. They both showed immense battle sense and an immeasurably high stamina. Agni alone could probably level the entire Fire Nation without any problems, and so could the rest of my associates. Fine, I will come with you, but you will have to prove you are worthy of leading me once we are out of here. Without your bending I would squish you like a bug, Leona chuckled. So now what? Now? We dance. Agni said back to his weasel from dancing tango around us, and I couldn't help but wonder, we're all fire spirits insane? A dance maybe for later, Faunus laughed. For now, I think is our boss turn to get us put here, he pointed out. Indeed it is, I nodded. Very well then, proceed, Axis nodded eagerly. Give me a moment, I need to contact Vado, I chuckled, forcing myself into a meditation state to talk with Vado. Die bathroom. Die, was Vado fighting with a toilet? You messed with the wrong entity. Now suffer the consequences for thy crimes. And burn. Vado, I called out. Akira, please tell you are ready. I hate being a human, Vado shouted. Were you fighting a toilet? I could help myself, I had to know. Yes, from now on they are my second nemesis, Vado answered without skipping a beat. Now are you ready or not? Yes, I have them with me. Now what? I chuckled. They must enter your spirit, so that when you come back you have them with you, Vado stated. Now, hurry up. He says that you all have to get inside my spirit, I told the spirits around me. who simply share a look among them, and with a nod one by one entered my spiritual core. The feeling was not like the one I had experienced with Vado, this was more along the lines of feeling some extra weight all of the sudden. Now what? I heard Axis ask from within my mind. Now, I go back, I chuckled, forcing my spirit and the extra weight my associates brought back into my body. I opened my eyes back into the physical world, and I found myself inside a utterly destroyed bathroom. I'm going to assume this was your doing, Vado. I chuckled. I knew he had some problems with the toilet from our last conversation, but this was stupid. The toilet was melted down to a white-looking glob and the rest was broken beyond repair. You assume correctly, Vado stated proudly. Greeting Lord of Chaos, Faunus said in an oddly respectful tone. Hey boss within the boss, Agni chuckled. So, when do we get our bodies? This is too crowded for my linking, Axis pointed out. Soon, Vado stated with a tone of finality. 98, Chapter 97. 4 spirits, 4 bodies. One would think now that I had the spirits and the entire prison under my control thanks to Vado who took control of it, the rest was easy. But no, it was like shopping with a bunch of sorority girls. That body won't do. No, I don't like that one, or my personal favorite, that body is past the expiration date. We've been over this, guys, you must pick a body. I groaned, as I pointed to prisoner number 96, a serial killer with a normal complexion. I don't know, mate, I don't think he's the right I want for the rest of my life. He seems like a sport model, but I'm 4x4 all-terrain, Agni stated. Not classy enough was all Faunus said. I will not be in a body that has a penis, Leona stated. No, and that was Axis. We've been at this for hours. I swear to all the primordials. I will kill you all if you don't pick a fucking human. Vado was near the point of breaking, and I could relate. Well, my dear fellow, not all of us has the chance of getting the model of the century, like you, Faunus remarked with a smile. Before Vado or I could reply, I heard Agni pulling me. Oh, that one. Agni pointed out to a small guy in a corner of one of the cells. Taking the notes the guards had given me, I read about the guy, and Jesus, the guy was responsible for wiping a village out in the outskirts of the Fire Nation just for fun. Hey, I said, walking to the guy, breaking him out of the cell. For a second he smiled and then immediately he tried to kill me with a knife he pulled out of nowhere, but unfortunately for him, I had expected something like that to happen, so I kicked his hand to the side making him drop his knife, and using water bending I froze him before he had the time to use fire bending. I was going to be polite and offer you a last meal, but fuck you. Now subdue his spirit to the point you break it, shatter his sense of self beyond repair, and let me do the rest, Vado informed me, being very eager to get rid of one of his unwanted roommates. Taking a deep breath I did as I was told and using energy bending to destroy his spirit. At first it was hard, but the more I pushed the more I could feel his sense of sense disappearing. Was this wrong? Most absolutely. Did I care? No, there was a reason I picked the worst prison in the world. These inmates were like Jose or worse. Done. I informed Vado as the guy stopped struggling, his body going limp. Got it, Vado said, and seconds later I felt a chunk of energy move from me to the guy. Done. Well, this is comfy, Agni said before he started to snort inside the prison of ice I had made for the original owner of the body, meaning he had fallen asleep. 3 more to go, Vado pressed. Mother of Faces POV. The strings of fate were being moved, and one way or another destiny would be fulfilled. But at what cost? I do not think this is a wise choice, I stated. What was my primordial sister thinking? I did not ask you if you thought it was a good idea. My sister stated, I am merely informing you how my plans are proceeding. Chaos and order had been separated for too long, and I intend to fix that. What will you do when the anomaly we call Akira finds out you've been pulling the strings on his life? I asked, how do you think he will react when he finds out that it was you who has made him feel empty, that it was you who made him broke with his mate? Do you really think he will follow along your plans? His compliance is not a factor, she replied. You speak of him as if he had the power to oppose a primordial. He is but a mere avatar. His power and reach are limited, so I don't understand your worry, little sister. I might be younger, but I see what you don't. We still don't know who or what created him in the first place. You are playing with something you do not fully understand. I stated. Should we be afraid of a random entity who made a quite defective human? My sister inquired, tilting her head to the side. It is clear we are superior. We fixed him. Once again, you fail to see the bigger picture, I sighed. Yes, he was defective, but he was the result of something we can't accomplish alone. To create a human we would need the involvement of all of us, and yet this unknown entity yet to be discovered created him, with faults and all. It is something we have not accomplished yet. Mayhaps, you raise a good point, but as we have seen so far, this unknown entity cares not for his creation. We have all played a role in his life, for the better or for the worse, and yet the entity is yet to appear, so I'll take my chances, my sister stated with a tone of finality. It's out of my hands, I reminded her, if this plan of yours comes to bite you back. I will not stand by you. As you wish. With that, my sister was gone, leaving nothing but a trail of dust and a growing concern on my part. If Akira and Vado discovered they were being manipulated, things would go downhill. I am sorry for disturbing you, my lady, but the fire girl is here to see you, my loyal companion said, pointing his nose to the distance, and I could feel it. Angela was there and she was remembering. How odd, but this could prove to be in my favor to stop my sister from invoking things we did not fully comprehend. I didn't want to meddle too much with Akira until I knew for certain who created him, and why. Bring her in. 99. Update. The novel is finally done, which means, starting tomorrow, mass release till the ending. Enjoy, well, enjoy soon. 100, Chapter 98. It took me some time, but I managed to find a body for each spirit, which meant I was ready to start with the next stage of my plan, the revolution. With each spirit representing an element, it would be as if the collective support of the elemental countries worked together to bring Oze down. When in reality it was me, shouting to the world, the order of chaos had been formed. I'll work on that title. So, who gets to kill the Ope? Axis asked, walking like a toddler that had just recently learned to walk. It was funny seeing him trip over and over again on his new body. This will take time to get used to, he frowned. This is remarkably hard, Faunus laughed, struggling like Axis but taking it like everything so far, with a big and wide smile, but nonetheless I shall prevail. This can't be harder than playing the piano. There are pianos in this world? I suppose. I find it rather easy, Agni commented, being the only one that had taken to his new body like a fish in the water. Good, for you, Leona growled, face down on the floor. I guess being the only one without legs before this really affected her. I hate this biped body. It's easy, look, left, right, and then we switch it up. Right. Left. Agni chuckled, as he broke into a dance around the fallen Leona. I will learn how to use my legs, just to strangle you. Leona growled, annoyed at Agni's antics. Vado didn't have any problems with my body. I chuckled, well, he did have a few with the bathroom. My nemesis. The what? My new companions asked. God, please tell me I don't have to teach them how to use the bathroom. I had to teach them how to use the bathroom, and I am forever scarred by the horrors I saw inside that small room. I will never be able to erase that awful memory from my head. I need another Men in Black situation, Vado demanded. Another? What do you mean? I chuckled. I don't know, why did I say another, Vado muttered. Let's forget about it, I sighed, but deep down I felt like something was missing, or hiding beneath a mist of misdirection. Why do humans produce such a disgusting amount of waste? Leona was not happy with her body, at all. We need to eat, and for some reason our useless bodies can process all the material we give them, which turns into a disgusting thing that comes out of us. I found it fun. Agni laughed, it makes the human body thing feel real, so hell yet. I suppose it's only natural for humans or mortals of this realm to create waste, though I had expected them to evolve past that. Faunus smiled, but is unimportant. I will master the ways of humanity is a day or two. What about you, Axis? I turned to the air spirit, who simply shrugged. It's just something our bodies do. I don't have to like it, or hate it. Besides, I already knew about humans or their needs, so I expected as much. Axis sighed. As for them, he pointed to the other spirits, they never had much contact with humans, at least not to the point of living with them, so their knowledge is very basic at much. Basic for now, Faunus remarked. Wait a minute, this body is full of blood. Leona smiled, and immediately stood up from the floor. I can just bend my blood to move. That works, but I don't recommend it. I chuckled, and at that she glared at me. For a second I wondered why, and then I realized she was trying to bend my blood. Any reason why you are trying to bend my blood? I asked, narrowing my eyes at her. My blood bending doesn't work on you. Well, it doesn't matter. Leona smiled. You promised to fight for the right to lead me, so fight me. Oh right, I had forgotten all about that. Sure, I nodded. Mother of Faces POV. Angela, or rather now, Doleza stood in front of me, asking for help. She was starting to remember, but without spiritual help her memories were a haze, a chain of random dreams showing her a lot, and at the same time nothing. Oh, Mother of Faces, Doleza kneeled, please, help me. I can help you, but are you sure you want that? I asked her. If I help you, you will lose what you have right now. I won't lose my family, Doleza stated. I know that. Perhaps, I hummed, but you would lose a lot. The help you are asking for is almost toxic for you. If you can give it to me, I accept, Doleza said with determination. Determination she didn't know where it came from. I feel I need to know. The pull is too strong. Perhaps it was time to move the pieces of the board out of the plan. A man brought you here, to offer you a life you never had the chance to enjoy. I said, showing her the image of Akira dropping her on the village. At the time, you were full of hate and jealousy, but I cleaned that away. I gave you the fresh start he asked for you. He is Akira, right? Doleza muttered, seeing the image of the man dropping her past self. Did he love me? In a way, I nodded. Then why did he abandon me here? Instead of staying with me? Doleza asked, and I couldn't help but wonder, was that Angela talking or? He is strong, probably the strongest human that has ever walked on the earth, but, even someone with such power can fight what he can't see, I replied. Life put you two away, and you could say I finished life's work. Isn't that what relationships are all about? Doleza chuckled, crying, fighting together against what life throws your way. Oh dear ignorant child, I chuckled, not life, but life, the primordial of the living. Life is in spirit older than most, and with a personal agenda at hands, one that didn't involve him loving you. So he didn't abandon me. I mean not completely. Doleza said with a little bit of hope, look at me, talking about love and a guy I don't even fully remember, what a joke. No, he didn't abandon you completely, but he had no choice, I answered. Life can control many aspects of the living, and among them is the mind. He resisted for long, even when his feelings for you were never certain, he resisted, but life knows how to break a mind, and Akira lost the battle, one he wasn't even aware it was happening. I knew my sister very well, I knew she fed him on his fears, about the fact he would never grow old and she would wither down and die with time, and when that didn't work, she showed him how much of a threat was her to his friends. Life was sometimes torture, as death sometimes was relief. I don't think I like life telling me how to live my life, Doleza stated. I know how stupid that sounds. If I give you back what I took, you must know, he doesn't remember you. I took away his memories of this place, but life took away your presence on his mind. For what Akira matters you don't exist, I informed her. I will make him remember. I managed to remember a bit, why can't he? Doleza stated. Very well, I nodded, wondering what my sister would do now that Angela was coming back to her chessboard. 101, Chapter 99. With my order of chaotic knights ready, name still pending, I started to move with the next stage of my plans, which entitled I had to ensure the other nations came together to destroy the Fire Nation as a union, and 2. I had to avoid letting others know the Avatar, or rather an Avatar had helped them, otherwise the cycle of uselessness would just go on and on. Of course this was easier said than done. While my new companions were very strong, they lacked the physical coordination to match their power, which would inevitably put them in tough situations, reason why I had ordered them, well almost all of them, to train their new bodies, and regroup with me on a later date. Agni was the exception to that order, with the fact he had taken to his new body like a duck to a lake. So where are we going, boss? Agni inquired. To the Water Nation, and please do not use fire bending, they will jump at you if you do, I answered. The last thing I wanted was to bring unwanted attention to my group so early on the plan. Fine, Agni pouted, and I had to remind myself he was literally thousands of years older than me, and yet he acts like a 6-year-old. Not all spirits are as awesome as I am, Vado declared, taking the opportunity to jerk his own ego. Sure you are, I inwardly chuckled. I feel that response is not sincere, but I will take it. I could almost feel Vado narrowing his eyes at me. So? Agni chuckled, breaking my inner conversation. How are we going to go to the Water Tribe? If I recall correctly, humans are not fast travelers. That is true, I nodded, but I have my own transportation medium. I smiled as I proceeded to summon Cheshire, who I assumed had already delivered Sakura and her family. Who is calling the all-adorable? Cheshire said, popping into existence in a confetti explosion. Hi Akira, and hi. The ever-present smile of Cheshire disappeared, as he looked at Agni for a long moment, before he turned to me. Akira, can I talk to you for a minute? Sure, I nodded, leaving Agni behind to wait. Do you have any idea who you brought to the human world? Cheshire asked, his voice carrying more seriousness than he should be allowed. Agni, a fire spirit with too much energy for his own good. I answered, wondering where this was going. After all, I have never seen this crazy cat so serious. He is, what we call in the spiritual world a demon, Cheshire stated. He is one of the 4 that brought the first great spiritual war, Agni the Unchained. He is the reason the Fire Peninsula is nothing but molten rock. His fight against Faunus the Cannibal brought catastrophic changes to the spirit world. Oh, well, ain't this an uncomfortable moment? I see, I hummed, trying to think how to break the fact I had probably brought all of those so-called demons. While the demons of the spirit realm are far from the most powerful spirits in existence, like Vado or Rava or the primordials, they are very dangerous. Cheshire continued, they were all locked in a prison of sorts inside the spirit world. Axis the Wrathful, Faunus the Cannibal, Leona the Lustful, and Agni the Fireborn, or the Unchained, titles vary depending on the times. Well, I guess this is the moment where I tell you. I brought them all. I smiled. You what? Cheshire asked, after a long second of silence. You what? Don't worry, I have everything under control. If they misbehave, I will send them back to the spirit world, Vado, and I have the keys to their freedom or destruction. I placated the enraged cat, but I'll be honest. I did not expect them to have such fame. I mean, they seem a bit quirky, but not all that scary, except for Faunus, he gives me the creeps, with that emotionless smile he always wears. Fine. Cheshire sighed, if Vado is with you on stopping them, they can't do much. Hell yeah they can't, Vado agreed, and I couldn't help but notice he was happier than usual, and before you ask, I am happier than usual. You made me feel grateful to not have a body like yours. Humans are disgusting creatures. I find their needs utterly, ugh. I guess that explains why he is less edgy, Vado says he is in. Angela POV. It was different to be me. After not being me for a while, I felt new, but old. The same but different, at least something was clear, my goals were different. I didn't want to be the Fire Lord any longer, nor I wanted to obey the idiot of a father I had. I wasn't even sure I wanted to be with Akira right now. I needed to be sure of our love. My love for him wasn't an emotional drug that I attached to because no one before him showed me what it felt like to be loved and not feared. No, my goal was very clear now, and it was to stop life from messing with our lives. Primordial or not, I wasn't going to let someone dictate my life, not any longer. Besides, the Mother of Faces had been very clear, primordials can't interfere as much, being the reason why life had been manipulating Akira for years, without him knowing. Her control over Akira was subtle but strong, and one that I was going to shatter, showing life, that no matter how powerful you think you are, no one messes with Angela and gets out unscathed. This should be interesting, I chuckled, as my eyes rested on the village far away, where I had been living for the last months, wondering if I would be able to keep the promise I made to Ki. What a weakling I have become, I smiled, but I suppose some weaknesses are worth having. 102, Chapter 100. It took Cheshire 2 weeks to take us to the Water Tribe, reluctantly might I add. He was unsure the spirits I had brought were going to keep their word, but in the end accepted knowing Vado would support me if they stepped out of place. Hi, you, I waved at the water princess who seemed to be angry at me, as she walked, or rather stomped her way at me from the gates of the city to my ride. Cheshire, is there something I should know or? I was met with a slap. Oh, that gotta hurt, Agni chuckled, is she your mate? If so good, I also like them feisty, he added with a suggestive move of his eyebrows. What were you thinking? You hissed. You went and attacked the Fire Lord, didn't kill him, and revealed your real identity with your connection to us, and to top that you told him you killed his daughter, the one you dated. Do you have any idea what my father will do to you? His what? Oze had a daughter, and I dated her? I remember attacking him, but I don't remember telling him from where I was, and what was that about me dating his what? Don't play dumb with me, You stopped for a second, looking at my face, her expression turning from angry to concerned. Angela? The Fire Princess. I have no idea who you are talking about, I shrugged. Was she trying to troll me dating? I haven't dated anyone in the Avatar universe. Agni approached me, narrowing his eyes at me into a thin line. I smell amnesia, or quesadillas, one of the two. Probably quesadillas. Did you hit your head or something? You inquired, with concern. What's that all about him hitting his head? Sakura inquired, walking towards me. He doesn't remember Angela or dating her, or killing her. You answered for me. Angela this. Angela that, who the fuck was Angela? Talk about getting over a breakup quickly, Sakura mused with a worried look, but it is worrying. We will have to deal with this in another location. You sighed, remember Dad wants to arrest Akira for questioning. Sakura nodded at that. I think why can't I remember where I heard that name? Vado growled. Halt. You are under arrest. On the grounds of treason. A soldier shouted, running out of the gates of the city towards me, with the squadron behind him. But I simply couldn't move. That name, that kindled nothing within me, had me on a trance, feeling a sense of déjà vu, that made no sense. Angela. I was so out of focus that I failed to notice you was trying to drag me away from the soldiers. All right, it seems the boss is having a crisis, Agni chuckled, jumping in front of me. Now, if anyone here wants to touch boss, they will have to go through me. I said halt. A soldier shouted, throwing an icicle at me, one that melted before it even arrived at its target, courtesy of Agni. I think you overglorified goldfish didn't understand me. If anyone moves, even an inch to touch the boss, I will. By this point fire was raging around him, in massive quantities. Kill you all, no hard feelings, but it's my job. No killing. You shouted. Sorry doll, but you ain't my boss, Agni chuckled, but feel free to try and stop me, I won't bite ye. Agni, don't kill them. I managed to articulate, wondering who the fuck was Angela, to have such a strong impact in me. Angela POV. The Mother of Faces had been very cryptic about what life had planned for Akira, except for the fact chaos and order would soon reunite. Now, going off that, I could only assume two things, based on my very recent knowledge about the fact there are two avatars in the world, and that their elemental powers come from spirits. I had but one guess. If Akira represented chaos, then Ong represented order, meaning life wanted them together somehow to restore the balance of things. The Mother of Faces said, she wants to bring the spiritual order back to how it was, whatever that is, and Ong and Akira are essential for that to happen. Not on my watch, I inwardly chuckled, wondering how bad would life feel after her plans were utterly destroyed by a human. Is not often a human fucks with life, like Akira would say. But to fuck with life, I had to find Akira first, and help him remember me, which once again according to the Mother of Faces would set on a chain effect freeing him of her control. Knowing Akira, he would probably go right back to the Northern Water Tribe. His reasons? Various but unimportant. This gives a whole new meaning of life is hard, I chuckled, wondering what was next after freeing Akira of her grasp. Was within our power to kill or hurt a primordial? If not, then what? I suppose one problem at a time. Zuko POV. Angela was dead, and I had to admit I was confused. A part of me was angry and demanded that I tracked Akira down, to deliver justice. But another part of me couldn't help but consider Akira a very possible fact. What if he killed her in an act of self-defense? Angela was not easy to handle when mad. It mattered not now at least, with Angela dead, my uncle gone, and father wounded, I was unsure what to do. Stay here and fight for my father, or go out, help the Avatar and fight for my nation. Was me staying here a wise choice? Was obeying my father honorable? I think I finally understand what you wanted to show me, uncle. I sighed, all this bloodshed, all for a throne, one that drove Angela madness, and it did with my father. I was such a fool. You generally are, Mai snorted, as she entered my room. So, why are you a fool, at this specific moment? I was unsure if telling her I was planning or thinking on leaving was the best. You are leaving? Mai stated, with a cold expression. How did she get that so fast? With just a look, I can see it in your eyes, and tell me, did you plan on telling me? I haven't decided anything yet, I answered. I don't know if I should leave, or stay. The answer is simple, I know it, but it's hard to accept it. That's usually the thing with life-changing choices, Mai shrugged. 103, Chapter 101. I lost consciousness, and I had no idea why. One moment I was talking with you, then I heard that name that had no meaning to me and like magic I was clutching to my head. And now I was lost in my mindscape. I wonder why the inside of my mind is so white. I don't think it's magic, Vado commented, appearing inside my mindscape with a frown. Oh, hello Vado, I sighed, not expecting the spirit to pop into my mind, literally. This is odd. Very odd, and I don't like it, Vado stated, his tone carrying more weight than usual. What? I asked with concern. The fact I lost consciousness after hearing a name that I thought had no meaning to me, or the fact that everyone else seems to remember something we don't? I added. I told you before, humans don't forget things, memories last forever, and before you come and say, some humans do forget things, they don't. It's simply that sometimes the memories are not as easy to access as they used to be, and they can't see them, but even then the memory is there. But that's not the case with you, Vado sighed. I can't find a large portion of data in your brain. Is as if something or someone had ripped a chunk of information from your brain. So Angela was really a thing. That doesn't sound good. It doesn't, Vado growled. The worst part of this is that whoever messed with your mind, messed with mine. I tried to restore your memory with mine, but it was the same deal. And you spirits never forget, right? I asked. I remember the day I came into existence, Vado scoffed. Forgetting something is an impossibility. Besides, missing data should not be the case. If we didn't remember, the memory at best should be a blurry, not like this. Not missing. Any idea how to fix it? I asked, wondering who did this to us. I mean, one thing was to affect me, but to affect Vado, that was an entirely different matter. Whoever did this was strong. None at the moment, but now that I'm aware someone has been messing with our heads, they won't be able to do so again, Vado declared, burning with determination. I think we can rule humans out of the who did this. I chuckled, there is no human capable of such feat anyway. That much is true, Vado nodded, which only leaves spirits as our suspects. And considering my ranking among them, the list is not that vast. Do you think it was one of those turtles, you know, the ones you call the ancient ones? I asked, and Vado shook his head. No, they never interfere, Vado stated. The primordials, on the other hand, would fuck our minds if it fit their plans. Can we do anything against them? The primordials sounded like forces we could not hope to match, which put us in a difficult situation. I mean, how do you deal with the equivalent of a god in this world? Well, I know I can't, alone, at least, Vado sighed. his voice almost hurting for admitting the fact he couldn't face them alone, but together we might stand a chance. If we don't, we can always befriend one of them and ask them for help. Depending on who fucked with us, we might have a chance to make alliances with others. So now the name of the game is finding who did this. Alright, I chuckled. Now, can you wake me up? Floating inside my mind is as boring as it sounds. You are floating in my room. Which happens to be your mind. Do not insult my living arrangements, toilet user, Vado growled, showing I had touched a nerve with that comment. Sorry. I was not sure if this deserved an apology or not, but when unsure just say sorry. And about waking you up. I can't, your mind is trying to heal itself, so, you are stuck here while my room recovers. So. Wanna watch some movies? Vado offered. Sure. I nodded. You POV. Had I done this? One moment Akira was standing in front of me, the next he was on the ground unconscious. Had I pushed him to that state? How is the boss? Agni, the weird firebender Akira had brought with him, asked. He is, fine, unconscious but fine, I answered. I don't understand, he never gets down. I always saw him so, invincible, Sakura muttered. I suppose this is proof that he is human. I chuckled, begging the spirits to help him. Angela POV. I was but few days away from my destination, and I had to admit, I had a tingly feeling inside my bones, and it wasn't so much the fact I was meeting with Akira once again, no. It was the fact I was messing with life and her plans. Showing the world that even primordial beings can't mess with me. I wonder what will Akira do once he finds out. I giggled in anticipation, wondering who he declare war to life, or would he outright try to kill the embodiment of life. I suppose any option leading to life's demise is an acceptable option, and as long as I get it, participate. I am good either way, I'm good as long as I get to enjoy my revenge. The first firebender to burn life itself. I like that, I smirked, pleased at the thought. Akira POV. When Vado offered me to watch a movie, I did not expect him to pop a movie theater into existence inside my mind, aka his room. The place even had popcorn and sodas, literally a fucking complete and functional movie theater. I personally recommend the caramel popcorn, is very good on this theater, Vado said, with a bag of said popcorn. And the only thing I could wonder was, what did he mean by this theater? 104, Chapter 102. Time within the mind was a rather intricate thing, hours seemed like seconds, seconds seemed like hours, in short nothing made sense. But I suppose not everything is bad, my mind apparently has arcades, movie theaters, and many bookstores. You are about to woke up, Vado commented, stopping the Matrix marathon he was forcing me to watch. Be careful. We don't know who did this to us, so we must be alert at all times. I fixed your fragile human mind, so that you don't lose consciousness every time you hear that name. Got it, I nodded. And if you want, I'm opening a new arcade next week, so hit yourself and have some fun, Vado smirked. Now be gone, this is private property after all. Haha, I laughed, don't trash the place too much, I need it. As I said my goodbyes I felt something pulling me out of my mind, like a tug to something I couldn't point out directly but I was sure was within me. Akira. With my eyes closed I felt the concerned tone Sakura was carrying within her voice. I'm up, I muttered. Oh thank the spirits, you breathed out, hugging the crap out of me. I blinked away the lingering haze of my sleep away, groggily sitting up, it felt like I had slept for days. How long was I out? 3 days, Agni chuckled, almost like a princess. I almost kissed you twice, but these two didn't let me, he pointed to you and Sakura. Thank God you didn't let him, I chuckled. You're lost. I'm a great kisser, Agni said, feigning to be hurt by words. I'm sure you are, I chuckled. So, are you okay now? You inquired, a worried frown coming to life on her face. Yes, I nodded, well, kinda. Vado helped me notice the problem, apparently, I have a chunk of my memory missing. And that part you're missing is your time with Angela. Sakura pointed out, the question is, who did this? I doubt you got this condition naturally, and considering amnesia doesn't affect a singular topic it almost seems like an attack. It was an attack, I confirmed. Vado and I are operating under the assumption it was one of the primordials, as they are the only ones capable of doing such thing without Vado noticing right away. You pissed a primordial mate. Agni laughed, and here I thought things were going to get boring with ye. Glad to exceed your expectations, I chuckled. And, can you beat them? Sakura inquired. I don't know. I said unsure, I mean, they are supposed to be the strongest beings in creation, so not sure I can, but I'll figure something out. Maybe you can get Moon Girl to help you, Agni offered. The primordials are indeed the strongest among us, but they are not unbeatable. If you destroy their realms or mess with them, they get weaker. Let's say, you threaten to kill half of humanity with something that would highly affect life and her power, but it would boost kindred on power, you get me. Agni asked. So, if I couldn't beat them, I could attack their realms. Brilliant, I see what you mean and I like it. Ajala POV. The Northern Water Tribe, a place I would rather die than to live in. I might not be interested in the stupid war my ancestors started, but a girl has to have some standards, and snow everywhere doesn't fit mine. But then again, I suppose I could be more lenient with the place. I wasn't here for vacation purposes, I was here to retrieve the idiot of an ex I have, so that we could both kill life with fire, lots of it. Hi, honorable guard, I said, as I approached a guard in the city with my most innocent face, I am looking for a friend of mine. The guard looked at me and smiled, gullible idiot, sure, do you have his name? I said he was my friend. What kind of idiot doesn't know the name of his own friends? Akira. As I said that, the guard tensed up, and moved to apprehend me. Big mistake, that earned him a broken arm. I will assume that was an ill-advised attempt to knock me out, and I will also assume you know about Akira, so I'll be brief. Tell me where he is, or I will gouge your eyes with the icicles forming on the wall behind you, your choice. It took the guard a few seconds to register my threat before he willingly opened up about the information I required. Apparently, Akira was now deemed a traitor for the fact he dated me. A bit of harsh punishment if you ask. If anything, dating me proved he had superior taste when it came to women. Thanks, I smiled at the guard, knocking him out with a kick to his throat. So, you are a fugitive now. I always knew I would end up dating a bad boy. What I didn't know was that I would be the one to make him a bad boy. I giggled. I wonder how Zuzu is taking my death. A very stupid question. He is probably dancing on my grave. Stop right there, young lady, a man demanded. He was old, almost like my uncle, probably more. I can't never tell when they reach a certain age. While I would love to humor you, I have things to do, and none of them is wasting my time with you. I winked at the old man, analyzing the threat in front of me, his posture, the air he gave. There was no doubt he was a bender. Even now the position of his feet were supporting a defensive stand against any attack. What is your name, young lady? The old man asked with a frown, showing he was not about to let me go. It's a bit rude to ask that when I don't even know who you are, I pointed out. My name is Paku, and you nameless lady, are under arrest, Paku stated. That's if you manage to keep up, old man, I smirked. 105, Chapter 103. I stared at the old man in contemplation. If my intel was correct, he was the greatest water bender this side of the world had, and considering where I was, I had to be careful he had the terrain. The area where we were was wide enough for the two of us to fight, but not wide enough to avoid getting some unwanted attention. If I limited myself to hand-to-hand combat, I would inevitably be captured, but would have a higher chance to escape later on. On the other hand, if I went all out and somehow managed to lose, my chances of escaping would be close to none. That stance, you are a firebender, are you? His face was scrunched up in anger. So much for option A. What a perceptive old man, I chuckled, keeping my eyes fixed on his legs, the best body parts to observe for giveaways to tell when a waterbender was about to attack. Very well. Paku sighed, and with a swift move of his hand, an ice pillar formed beneath me. I jumped right on time using the pillar as a platform, while taking the opportunity to throw a few short but precise attacks at him. The easiest way to win a battle against a waterbender is to disturb their flow, no dangerous attacks. Normally this would be easy, but fighting a grandmaster and disrupting their flow can be hard or in some cases impossible. Blue fire, you are Ajala, Paku commented, calmly walking towards me. What can I say, I'm a girl, and I like matching things, like my name and the color of my fire. I smiled, buying time as I tried to find a plausible escape route. Fighting this old man would take too much time, and if I made even one mistake would lead to imprisonment, so the best path for me right now was to escape and continue with my mission. But knowing this man, and my reputation, the chances of that happening on its own were slim. So plan B it was, dodging his attacks while keeping his attention on me, and that way moving the battle unknowingly to a civilian-populated area. But not any civilian area, one with a lot of stakes. Looking for an escape. Paku said, narrowing his eyes at me, in your file, it says you are not one to run from a challenge. He was trying to weaponize my pride, clever, but even back then it wouldn't have worked. Oh well, you know how trendy we girls are. I rolled my eyes at him, dodging his attacks one after the other. One day I like this, the other I like that. Who knows, maybe I will not find you annoying in a week. Cross your fingers. Your attempt at humor is depressing, Paku stated, creating a water whip on his right hand. I will end this sad show now, he added, bringing his arm down with thunderous strength. Adorable, I mocked, burning his attack away into a steamy explosion, but inefficient. You can't win by simply dodging, Paku stated. I know, normally that would be the case, but considering how old you are, I think there is a chance you will die while I dodge one of your attacks. I smirked, pointing to my watch. The clock is ticking. I have what you lack, time. Hilarious, Paku said, no humor behind his tone, but you will not escape nor outlive me on this battle. It seems old age helps in certain aspects, but no matter how wise and strong an old man is, it's still an old man, I laughed pointing to my right. Does this place look familiar? What are you? Paku's eyes went wide and I smiled. Is this the moment you find out you are senile? I smirked. Now, allow me to present you with the options you have at hand. You can 1. Let me go, or 2. See how every little kid in the school district burns while we fight. You could probably stop my fire, but how good are you at stopping lightnings? Now all he had to do was take the bait, and let me go. You are as crazy as they say. Paku snarled, leave. And never come back. I knew we would see eye to eye. I winked at him, bye, and with that I ran away, disappearing inside the busy streets behind the school district, leaving a very angry and disturbed old man behind. Now back to my real mission, finding Akira, helping him recover his memories and then, killing life? No, that doesn't sound right. Oh well, one step at a time, one step at a time. Paku POV. Hesitation was something Angela didn't have, at least according to Iroh. His description of her was that of a monster, ruthless, uncaring, unforgiving, a product of her father, and yet I saw her hesitate. I saw emotion behind her eyes, and it wasn't what I expected. When she threatened to kill the kids in the school district just to escape, I felt her words had no real weight behind them. She was simply baiting me, and I happily took the bait. Betting on the fact Iroh had been wrong, I decided to let her go. Maybe she was on her own path of redemption, one that was already changing her, from a remorseless killer to a human. I was unsure what would have happened if I didn't allow her to escape, but a part of me was sure she would have found another way to get a way out, not involving civilians. I wonder if Akira has something to do with her being so different, I wondered out loud. I suppose time will tell, how much Akira and her had changed, and if my assessment was correct or not. She was right though, I chuckled. I am getting too old for this. If only Akira had stayed, he would have made the perfect replacement for my role in the tribe. God knows I need to retire. 106, Chapter 104. After my troubling loss of consciousness, and Vado helping me out, I decided to take a walk. I felt like I needed to clear my head. Shit was getting complicated and frankly, I just needed to breathe. Out of the overprotective reach of my two friends. As I walked through the unforgiving ice-cold tundra, I tried to figure out who and why would one of the primordials target me. It seemed a bit out of the norm. Why would an immortal being bother to manipulate me? The only reason I could think of was that whoever was pulling the strings to erase my memory wanted something only I could provide. Now the question was what? What did I have to offer, that would push one of them to manipulate me? This brought another question. While I didn't like the primordials, at least the majority of them, I wouldn't have been against helping them if the help in question wasn't something like killing myself, which means, whatever the primordial wanted me to do, he knew I would be against it. But even then, why erase an ex-girlfriend from my head? With so much knowledge inside my head, why specifically he or she decided to erase Angela? Was it perhaps that Angela would have been the sole reason for me to not help them? It seemed unlikely, but so far I didn't find any other logical conclusion. And while this minor discovery of my condition was a big step, it solved nothing. It simply brought upon me more questions. Why would an immortal being be interested in my dating life? I couldn't think of a single logical plausible reason for that to happen. You haven't changed a bit, I heard someone giggle, her voice coming from a small cave a few meters away from where I was currently sitting, her melodic voice sounding familiar yet unknown. I am having a rough day, week, month. I'm having a rough month. Now, please be kind and fuck off. I sighed. I really didn't want to fight whoever the Northern Water Tribe had sent for me. Right now I wanted answers. Welcome to the club, the yet-to-be-identified girl snorted. Let me guess, you woke up to find out some memories were missing, and now here you are asking yourself why? Why you? If she didn't have my attention before, she had it now. I jumped to my feet and growled, get out of the cave, or I will bring the cave down on you. Always so rough, the girl giggled, slowly walking out of the cave. Hello. Once she was completely outside, I studied her for a second, giving her a long scrutinizing look. My name is Angela, your ex. Pleased to meet you, she chuckled. The headache returned like a bullet drilling into my skull, and once again the world around me started to fade. As I struggled to keep myself awake, deep within I could hear Vado yelling at me, but I couldn't make out what he was saying, only that he sounded alarmed. The girl that had proclaimed herself as Angela ran to me. If I knew this was going to happen, I would have let you know who I was slowly. I hate spirits, Angela, my ex, who I didn't remember, said, her face showing something akin to worry and anger at the same time. Do you need medical attention? She inquired, and I chuckled. Maybe. I struggled to respond. Right now my body was once again fighting a full shutdown. I could feel the pain pulsating inside my skull. With no real idea what to do, I felt the girl dragged me to the cave she was before I made her come out. Once inside, she started to keep me warm with her fire bending. I'm not used to move like this, Angela chuckled humorlessly. I always have a plan, but this, all of this, I have been improvising each and every step, and look where it got me. An almost catatonic Akira, and a bunch of Water Nation soldiers chasing me. Being good is not easy. So, care to fill the voids for me? I chuckled, my head on her lap, unable to move beyond really minimal movement. I will assume you are asking how we started dating. Angela smiled, her eyebrows rising up in amusement as I nodded. Yep, maybe that will help, I chuckled, pain reminding me why I shouldn't laugh. I mean, at least I know I have a good standard. I had to admit she was very pretty. Well, I suppose it all started with you bumping into me, Angela started. That little incident led to us having a duel, where for the first time in my life I learned how it felt to be overpowered. How did me bumping into you lead to us fighting? I asked, a small smile forming in my face. Well, I asked you to kneel and kiss my feet, and you didn't oblige, Angela sighed, and I chuckled. Too kinky for our first meeting, don't you think? I snorted. Haha, maybe, Angela nodded. After my defeat I developed a crush. No, I think the term in an obsession with you, and much to my pleasant surprise you accepted my feelings. I see, I wondered what led to our breakup. Everything was going great, but you were keeping a secret from me, and the day you decided to tell me, I reacted less than good, and that made you take me to a place where they deleted my sense of self, giving me a chance to have my mother and a normal father, Angela said, her voice carrying more weight now. At first I thought it was you, who decided to destroy everything I was, but that weird spirit enlightened me otherwise. What? I asked. You were being manipulated to destroy me. Angela muttered. By who? I asked once again. By life, Angela answered with a grim look. 107, Chapter 105. I don't know how many hours I spent talking with Angela, my ex-girlfriend who was thanks to outside forces virtually a stranger to me, and yet I didn't feel she was lying. In fact, it was somewhat fun to hear her talk about our time together, however brief that was. Little by little as her stories grew deeper in meaning I started to notice my headache was slowly going away, and what once crippled me, was not at much an annoyance. For what is worth, sorry for erasing your memories, I apologized. I needed that reset, thanks to that I was able to see things from another perspective. I was able to understand things that once were foreign to me. Angela smiled, I learned what it meant to love a sibling, and what it was to be loved by my parents. The old me would laugh at that sentiment, but I'm not the old me anymore, am I? She laughed. I wouldn't know, so far I only know this version of you, I chuckled. Funny, Angela rolled her eyes at me. Now, from what the mother of faces told me, life will act as soon as she notices I made contact with you, which it could be at any moment really. I sighed, I really don't know what to tell you. I have no idea if I can fight a primordial, I admitted. Sounds about right, Angela replied, I didn't expect you to defeat the metaphysical manifestation of life. So what was your idea? I inquired. Political games could be our answer, Angela smiled, we could convince another primordial to help us, they are bound to be equally matched. That's an idea, but how would we do that? An idea that will not work, a powerful voice commanded, the force it carried was similar to that of the mother of faces. I have worked too hard to restore the natural balance of things for you to ruin it. I turned around to see Crowley, my raven, the one that came and went, standing in front of us. Chaos and order must reunite, Crowley said. No, that wasn't Crowley, that was life. Our ultimate enemy is a raven. Angela commented, great. A very unique animal, life chuckled, out of all the primordials, or any spirit for that matter, I was the first one to feel you. I felt when you were dropped into this world. I didn't manage to feel who made you, but I felt you, and without noticing I grew ever curious, so I studied you. Your mind was filled with knowledge, most of it protected by who created you, but the little I managed to extract for your mind was marvelous. From your mind I learned about what I assume were fictional creatures, lions, tigers, ravens, creatures so different to ours but so systematically similar I couldn't help but create them. Life chuckled, still looking like Crowley. That sounds... I couldn't finish what I was trying to say. I was so far extremely creeped out. But that curiosity soon turned into realization. The day we fixed you, I learned so much more. Our future was dark, the world would never be how it was supposed to be. Life laughed, so I acted. I pushed you to act, it wasn't easy, your will was like an impenetrable wall, but all walls eventually fall down. You manipulated me since then. I asked, anger building up. As someone that is officially crazy I tell you, you need some help, Angela smirked, but like me, she was keeping her distance. I suppose, Life admitted with a chuckle, and yes, I pulled the strings of your story so far. It wasn't easy, I had to wait like a predator for you to lower your absurdly good metal defenses, but no matter how good you were, you still were a human, and you see humans are at their most vulnerable when in pain, so as you took the tests that my fellow primordials gave you. I stepped aside letting kindred deal with you. While I whispered into your head, go to Vado, until eventually you thought it was your idea to go to him. This bitch Vado growled, startling me for a second. I hadn't had the pleasure of hearing his rants for hours since I met, Re-met Angela. What is your end goal? I asked, tired of her long monologue. I am getting there, Life stated. Aren't you wondering why did I want you to become the Dark Avatar? She asked, and she was right, I wanted to know. Yes, I nodded. Well, because you would weaken Vado, Life stated. You were chaotic, but also in control, bringing Vado to a more manageable level. You see, if I were to reunite Vado and Rava at that point, chaos would simply rule for all eternity, but if I even the odds, things would go back to their natural state. And that's why you created Crowley, to observe my progress. I narrowed my eyes at her. Yes, but fear not, your animal friend does indeed exist. When I don't use his body he is free. Life replied. I don't understand. Angela hissed, if all you wanted was to weaken the spirit of chaos, then why did you force him to forget me? Why did you manipulate him to make me forget? Oh that, well, you were in my way, Life answered. You see, there is nothing more chaotic than love. You can't find love in order, you only find it through chaos. That feeling that drives most insane, to do things they would never do for a complete stranger, is pure and absolute chaos, and the more time he spent with you the stronger Vado became, so I forced the events of your breakup to avoid failure. Did this bitch call me Cupid? Vado growled. I think she called you a succubus, or the male equivalent, cause apparently you eat love, I inwardly replied, enraging the chaotic spirit even more. Alas, none of that worked now. Life sighed, I can feel your memories building themselves back up, with each headache. Your mind is truly a masterpiece, whoever made it, was very thorough. If I had to say, in a week or two you will recover what I took from you, and what my sister took. So will you leave us be? I asked. No. I will kill you, and complete what I started, Life chuckled. That's it, I'm burning the bird, Angela stated, throwing a massive torrent of fire at Crowley, one that I stopped with earth bending. What are you doing? She is controlling my in and out pet, and I refuse to burn him to death. And even if you killed this unique bird, it wouldn't have changed anything, Life stated, calm like a river. I am everywhere, I cannot be killed. Don't mind if we try, I shot back. If you want any semblance of a chance you must fight her in the spirit world. In here, her realm she's unstoppable, but in the spirit realm she is just another spirit, Vado informed me. I am not going back with Rava. I have grown accustomed to my life inside your head, and I will kill this egomaniacal bitch if I have to. 108, Chapter 106. Vado was right. If I wanted to have a chance to win, I had to fight Life out of her realm of control, so without waiting for her to take the initiative, I called Cheshire to create a portal to the spiritual world and grabbed Angela, jumping into the portal. The sudden jump into the spiritual world and my immediate action surprised Angela. At this, she simply stared at me for a long second before asking, do you have any plan? She asked. I didn't know what to say. At the moment, my plan was to improvise until I figured out how to kill the metaphysical manifestation of life. It's not a plan, it's more of an idea, I muttered, looking down. So we are just gonna winged, her mouth curved into a smile. I suppose we are, I smirked. How different things are, Angela added, a frown forming on her face. I have never been without a plan this long. Well, I'm sure we will figure something out, I sighed, not really sure if I believed that myself, but one of us had to believe. A wise move, coming to the realm where ironically I am on my weakest, a voice behind us commented. Life had finally arrived. So, we fight, how ironic, I added with a tight-lipped smile. Fight, how barbaric of you, Life remarked, amused for some unknown reason. I said I was going to kill you, but not that I was going to fight you. There is a big difference in two. I somehow feel insulted, Angela spoke, her eyes narrowing at the spirit in front of us. So, how exactly do you plan on killing us? I asked. Maybe I could use her own overconfidence against her. I control Life, and while it's not my realm, I have good enough control to decide who gets to have my blessing. Life smiled, meaning the moment I decide you two are unworthy of my blessing, your lives end. I am having an awesome day, Angela muttered. So, it was good while it lasted. Life sang, God, I hated the bitch, now die. I closed my eyes for a second and nothing happened. I waited a few more seconds and nothing. Inferring with our realm, it's not something we will approve of, a disembodied husky voice growled, a growl I was all too familiar with. We will not tolerate this Gaia, added a honeyed sweet melodic voice. There was no mistaking, Kindred was here. Kindred, Life spoke, her lips pressed together in annoyance. Is there a reason you are interfering with my work? She inquired, eyes narrowing, her gaze going behind us. You are taking our prey. From the shadows, the wolf appeared, baring his teeth in anger. We do not decide who is born, but we get to decide who dies. The lamb followed close behind the wolf, her voice calm like a river. Always so righteous, never breaking any rules. You realize that if you don't allow me to end their life with my realm, they will die in combat, right? Life inquired with an exasperated sigh. That is up to you, and him, but interfering with our domain to get what you want, Lamb leaned forward, her furry hands going to her quiver, will result in our wrath. The wolf growled, shaking the very earth beneath us. I will take a wild guess and say, these two are the personifications of death, right? Angela inquired with a soft whisper. Yep, I nodded with a half smile, they killed me hundreds of times. Do I want to know? Angela asked, tilting her in confusion. No, I replied. So be it, if I have to dirty my hands with blood to see my goal be fulfilled, then I shall gladly do it, Life stated. Is that good enough for you, kindred? It is, Lamb replied, turning her gaze over me. You are not destined to die today, don't make us start our hunt today. And with that, both the lamb and the wolf disappeared. All right then, Life sneered, lifting her hand up, her palm aimed at us. Let's end this charade, shall we? Energy, like I had never felt before, started to gather on her palm, creating a sphere of spiritual energy, and doubts began to surge within me. Could I really beat her? If so, how? What I felt coming from her was leagues above my avatar state. Isn't this a bit unfair? A bunny appeared in front of Life, startling her. I think it's quite unfair to kill him without giving him a shot. Gaia, that bunny, I recognized him. He was the only primordial that didn't mind fuck me that time. Soul, your interference is getting on my nerves, Life stated, her fists shaking in anger. He is also a primordial. Angela asked, and I nodded. Of what? Carrots. Of the energy within the spirits, Soul chuckled, but I do like carrots, so I guess of that too. I snorted at that. So, now what? I asked. Now he leaves. Life fumed, clenching her jaw. No, I don't, Soul snorted, I won't let you use my realm to fight them. I'm not using your realm, Life replied, her lips pressed into a thin line. Oh, then what was that you were about to use to kill them? Soul inquired, his voice flat and emotionless. This is ridiculous. Life frowned, narrowing her eyes at Soul in anger. Ridiculous or not, it's my realm, and I get to decide who uses it and who doesn't, Soul stated, crossing his arms. So every one of you will now interfere with what's right. Life barked, why? Because, you are not being fair, Soul snapped, as primordials, we have to be impartial, we can't interfere with human nor other spirits, we can merely guide them, but that's it. You have completely disregarded what we stand for, and now you are using your powers to fight a human that by no means will have a chance against your power, even with Vado inside of him. I won't stop, Life stated. Then let's make this a fair fight, shall we? Soul hissed, his form changing, and I couldn't help but wonder why was he so mad with Life, why was he so eager to protect me? 109, Chapter 107. Soul grew in size, his form taking a more malevolent tone, his eyes glowing red like a murderous beast ready to rip his prey apart limb by limb. So would you rather fight me? Or fight them in a fair fight? Soul asked, baring his teeth at her. Very well, Life replied, her lips closely pressed together in annoyance, I will give them a fair chance at this. Very well, Soul nodded with a fake smile, I will see, so the challenge is fair, for the moment, they are free to go, right? He asked her, not really expecting her answer or approval. So much for a human, you barely know, Life added exasperated, much to Soul's amusement. You are free to go, Soul turned to look at us, ignoring the glare he was getting from his sister, I will be contacting when the time to fight her comes. She took his memory, Angela spoke, crossing her arms in a defensive stance, he deserves to remember. A small request, I can easily fulfill, Soul smiled, eyes shining in amusement at how little Angela feared them, or rather, how well she hid her fear. Now go, and be sure to have your new friends with you. The spirit winked at us, and soon we found ourselves outside the spiritual world. I stood up from the ground, not really sure what would await me later on. What did Soul meant by your new friends? Did he mean Angela and the spirits? Were they going to help me win against Life? Do you remember? Angela asked, her eyes narrowing in something akin to hope. I blinked suddenly, realizing I now knew who she was. I mean, for real, I remembered her naked, her tears while we fought. I remembered it all. Yes I do, I smiled. Good, Angela smiled and smacked me in the face with a powerful slap, that's for lying and for resetting my brain. She hummed. Osh, but in all honesty, I expected more, I chuckled. Well, that was just your part. Life, on the other hand, she will burn for what she did, Angela roared, flames bursting around her, melting the snow into a steamy explosion. Fair enough, I nodded, Life deserved to die, alas, we couldn't kill her, but that didn't mean we couldn't humiliate her. So, who was that last spirit? He seemed too eager to help you, and if I have learned anything these last few weeks was not to trust them, Angela stated, her eyes closing and her mouth opening into a big yawn. I really need to sleep, been kinda paranoid with life being our enemy, so I have only been sleeping 2 hours a day, and not all at once for the last week. I smiled, you can sleep back at the camp, I'll be on guard. I offered. Sounds like a plan then, Angela nodded, beaming with happiness, so. About us, where do we stand? I'm not sure, I smiled, I think part of our attraction was the fact we were both kinda broken, and we simply fit together, so I'm not sure where we stand, I sighed. That sounds about right, Angela giggled, but, in the meantime, I suppose we can be friends, she winked at me, pulling me into an unexpected hug. You did more than anyone has ever done for me, you gave a chance to live without madness, albeit the method was questionable, I will always thank you for showing me there are more things than power. So, how do you feel about your father? I asked. Norin is a great man, a very loving husband and a very caring father, Angela answered, a smile slowly forming on her face. I miss them, but someone had to save you. I meant Jose, I coughed, and Angela punched me playfully. That man barely gave me any time of his day, and when he did, there was no love behind his actions, Angela hissed. I want in your plan to take him down, I want to see the look on his face when everything he ever worked for, is burning to the ground with my flames. Hey, very well, welcomed aboard, I laughed, it sure will be poetic to see him wonder why you betray him. Angela chuckled, mischievous amusement sparkling in her eyes. If he asks, I will tell him, Father, if only you had given me the dollhouse I wanted with the accessories I wanted, I wouldn't have fallen into the dark side, my descent is your fault. I laughed, oh God, please do, I would pay to see that. Very well, Angela rolled her eyes at me, her lips forming a cheeky smile. Where is your camp anyways? She asked. A few miles to the east, I pointed, it should take us half an hour if we ride the snow. Then let's go, Angela commanded. Redeemed or not, she was still bossy. Life/Gaia POV. Kindred, soul and the truth had interfered in my plans, even that face-giving treacherous spirit I have for a sister betrayed me, and now they wanted me to offer the human a fair chance. Why couldn't they understand? The world needed to be back in order. Rava and Vado were not meant to be separated, they were meant to fight each other for eternity. Vado eating imaginary food, and Rava always sleeping, the world needed them to fulfill their purposes. Duties they had neglected for thousands of years, and yet, why was I the only one that saw, forcing them to be together was the only way to restore what once was lost? I think we have two options, Soul smiled, as he hadn't threatened me a few minutes ago. 1. We can have the human complete a challenge, or 2, if you are so insisting on fighting him, one of us can momentarily merge with him to give him the tools to fight you. A challenge or a duel, there wasn't much of an option. If I selected a challenge, they would pick something he could easily complete, but in a duel, no matter if one of my siblings is inside of him, I have eons of experience, something he lacks. After all, power is meaningless without skill. I pick a duel. It has been decided, a challenge it is. Were they ignoring me? I said a duel. If he wins you will leave him in the human world alone for 100,000 years. If he loses, you are free to pursue your ideals, the truth stated, and so, the last game started, one that apparently I had no choice in. 110, Chapter 108. With life quite literally on my ass about how she wanted to restore the balance of things and my memory fully restored, I decided it was time to move forward with my plans of eliminating Jose once and for all, at least while I waited for life and the other spirits to state the terms of her challenge. In other terms, I had to act fast, because I had no idea how quickly the primordials were going to decide what challenge was fair under their peculiar perspective of things for me to take on, and considering my luck so far, it wasn't going to be something easy for me, probably life-threatening, if not downright suicidal. So with that in mind, I started to move the pieces I had laid on the board so far. With the power I had amassed, taking down Jose was going to be super easy, barely an inconvenience, or so I thought. Hours after returning to the camp, and introducing Angela to you, Agni, and Sakura, the spirit laid their terms. The terms of the challenge were simple, yet they put me at a great disadvantage. So much for them making it fair. Then again, their challenge was considerably better than facing life, a primordial that would stomp me to another universe, so in a way, they had helped me. As for the challenge, well, they would take away the bending elements I had mastered, and to add more difficulty as it was needed, they also took away any abilities Vado had given me. My task? Face Jose with nothing but my wits and physical might, alone. If I won, life would leave me be. If I lost, well, I rather not think about it. This meant I could not use any of the spirits I had brought into the living world. In fact, one of the conditions life had put was for them to remain in the spirit realm until I finished the challenge. So, now, here I was with nothing. I seriously doubted my sword skills or wits were going to be enough to face the big bad idiot, whose power now thanks to life towered over mine, and the worst part was, they expected me to win, alone. I suppose it's time for some ingenuity, because any other way, I would die at the hands of the biggest egomaniac in this world. I no longer had the power to take on the guy like he was a fly, so I had to consider every element around this challenge and how to tackle it effectively. Oze was a bender, and benders were heavily reliant to mid-range combat, with the spice of hand-to-hand combat to balance things out, which normally leaves them at their weakest when their enemy is too close, so if I took that little fact and Oze's overconfidence, I maybe had a chance to win this challenge. But unfortunately that was a chance that I had ruined by revealing myself as the new avatar the last time I saw the Fire Lord. If the man had a single functional brain cell, he would take my little stunt as a warning, meaning that because of me, he would now be more wary of the threats around his throne, taking things and threats more to their real value, instead of diminishing them with his pride, meaning, milking his pride was not as profitable, as it would have been. Fortunately for me, there were other emotions I could exploit on the man, among them his anger. The man was easy to anger, prone to it. While his fire bending was explosive and quite lethal, and his anger would only increase his fire output and therefore its lethality, it would also make it easier to read his movements and have thanks to that it would give me more control of the fight. Of course this strategy was borderline suicidal, one wrong step, and I would be a goner, so if I were to try and capitalize on his anger I would have to have a well-planned strategy, and a few contingency plans in case I failed to control the situation as I wanted it to go. As for my weaponry, now that I had no bending, I had to resort to plebeian methods of combat that if handled well, were as lethal if not more than bending. Things like poisons, explosives, traps and more, were the weapons I would have at my disposal to deal with Oze, meaning in night terms, I would have to fight as dirty as possible, by using misdirection and lies to trick the Fire Lord. So for this fight, I would have to be hundreds of steps ahead of Oze, in every single possible angle, from where we would fight so that I could booby-trap the entire area, to how the fight should play out, from beginning to end, counting every little detail, from my hits, to my fails, all leading to his demise. I had to foresee it all, and act accordingly, and with Vado by my side, I had a chance. It's as they say, two heads think better than one. And while the primordial spirits made for the duration of this challenge nothing more than a voice inside my head, his thousands of years of experience, and his access to my mind would help me out more than anything. Why? Well, Vado not only had access to every single thing I had seen in my previous life but to information I don't think I ever saw, making my head a never-ending library of bizarre information, full and complete for Vado's access. Maybe this was part of the gift the being that brought me here had given me, a head full of knowledge, that needed someone like Vado to decipher, and if the knowledge in my head wasn't enough, there was always the spirit library. After all, right now, knowledge was my weapon, and patience was my poison. 111, Chapter 109. After planning for a bit with Vado how to proceed with this ridiculously difficult challenge, I decided to face Oze with a few weapons in my arsenal, some poisons and lots of misdirection and tricks. My strategy was simple, tiring him out in close range, using poisons and weapons as supplements for what I had lost. In my strategy all I needed to do was cut Oze enough so that his body would inevitably succumb to the poisons I had and drop to the ground dead. This of course was not going to be easy. With firebenders poisons was tricky idea, because they basically had a massively high tolerance to them and other foreign substances known to invade their bodies, thanks to their bending that would passively burn away whatever it was affecting them. This, of course, it's not as effective as many would like, because if the poison or toxin is strong enough, there is no fire within that will stop its natural purpose of spreading and killing its victim. Now, this didn't guarantee me I would actually manage to poison Oze. Because like I had said poisons were a tricky subject. The use of poisons on knives, swords, and other melee weapons was very unreliable and not as powerful as many would think. If I had to say, it was more of a fantasy myth created by others than anything. Its usefulness was at best questionable because there was no real guarantee the weapon would stay in the wound long enough to deliver a lethal dose of poison inside the body. Which is why, my plan was to cut him as much as possible with as many poisoned weapons. Why did I use poisons if they were unreliable? Well, if I was to fight him with melee weapons I might as well use everything at my disposal. One can't never know what will give me the necessary edge to kill Oze. As for my weapons, I had a short but useful variety of weapon, that included but were not limited to, throwing knives, explosives, swords, knuckle busters, and a fireproof whip I bought on the Fire Nation, and more. These of course were only a little part of plans, because while I had to take Oze down alone, that didn't mean I had to do it, well, alone. The challenge was to defeat him on a one-on-one, which was hard, but it would only be infinitely harder if I fought him and his army alone, downright impossible. So, what if I lured him into a battlefield I had the best odds to win? What if I had someone to lure him for me? Angela would play a very important role in this. In my plan she would go back to her dad, and make it so he has to fight me on my terms without him knowing that, preferably in a place with little space and lots of water to mitigate his fire, or maybe, one with lots and lots of explosives, so that he could not use his fire bending at all. A battlefield where the odds would be stacked in my favor. Do you think he will be suspicious of you? I asked Angela, who simply shook her head with a scoff. He is, worse than I was, for him the idea of someone betraying him, it's foreign, impossible, Angela chuckled bitterly, he feels everyone follows him, because he is the chosen one to rule this world as a god. I see, I sighed, by the way, is there any room or place full of explosives where I could fight Oze? Many, but I doubt he will be that stupid to not see through such an obvious plot, Angela hummed, but I could possibly trick him into another place like the Royal Armory, and from there you could drag the battle to the explosive area, trapping him into a hand-to-hand duel. She smiled, I doubt he would see through that, once he starts fighting he forgets about anything that is not incinerating his enemy. That could work, I was good at dodging, let's do that. Ong POV. A game of life, I had no idea what it meant, but I felt I had to do something, that dream, where I saw the other avatar fighting on his own against all odds, for not only his future but mine, because somehow they were both connected, it was scary, unreal, simply unbelievable, and yet a part of me told me I had to go and help him. I'm going to the Fire Nation, I told my friends who looked at me like I was crazy. You have yet to master the elements. Katara stated, if you go now, and lose, everything will be lost. I'm going with you Twinkle Toes, Toph smiled, I don't know what's worrying Ye, but I will kick his ass with your ass, she declared sporting a confident smirk. Toph, Katara is right, Sokka sighed, rubbing his temples, I know you are having bad dreams Ong, and they always have, the guy we want to recruit, but, going there, just because of a dream is, a bad idea. You don't understand. I muttered, I have a feeling that if he dies, I will be next, something inside me, a voice, keeps telling me to help Vado. Vado? Toph inquired, who the heck is Vado? I think that's the other avatar's name, I really didn't know for sure, I see his face, and the voice whispering help him, help Vado, over and over again, or we'll be next, life must be stopped. Life must be. Ong I think you need to relax and, I stopped Katara mid-sentence. I'm the avatar, and this is my choice to make, I understand your concern but every part of me is telling me I have to go and help Vado, and I will with or without you, I declared, and if I die trying, then so be it, I have escaped from my destiny for far too long, and this is a calling I cannot ignore. 112, Chapter 110. Angela's plan had worked almost too well, with her dad welcoming her with open arms, with no suspicion whatsoever. I mean, why would he be suspicious of the one that has followed his every order until now? He had no reason to do so. As for Oze he was in bad shape, good for me, bad for him though. He had various wounds over his body that limited his movement a bit, and all thanks to my last visit where I was a bit too stupid not to end him, meaning this fight was already looking less complicated for me, but not by much. He was still a fire-breathing human, while I was now a simple human with some physically enhanced abilities normal to this world, meaning while I was currently better than him, physically speaking, he still had the power to end me in one strike should I make even one mistake. But, regardless of that, I was happy to see he wasn't in his best shape, broke from our last encounter, leaving him with a weakness I would exploit to the absolute limit. But for now I had to wait, in the shadows of the royal palace until Angela had moved her pieces around enough to trick Oze into going where I wanted him to be, where then I would try my absolute best to kill the man once and for all, ending this stupid challenge once and for all. As the days passed and I continued to explore the castle I noticed that someone else had entered the castle the same way I had, which was unexpected. Not many would dare to infiltrate the castle just because. So, who was it? My answer who soon come in the shape of a blade going for my throat that I barely managed to dodge, Zuko. So you didn't kill my sister, Zuko stated, and I couldn't help but notice he was wearing his blue spirit armor. Why though, what are you doing here? Bending over for my dad. No, and no, I answered his questions, I came here to kill him, like you. It didn't take me long to understand what was going on. Zuko had already deserted his dad, and had come to kill him instead of going to join Team Avatar. I see, Zuko eyed me for a second, putting his blades back into their sheaths, he's mine. Normally I would say, go for it, but, I either kill him, or I die, I sighed, so, no, he's mine. You either, what? Zuko asked, with a confused tone. Spirit shit, I answered. Right, I forgot you are the second avatar, Zuko replied, so, if you don't kill him you will die. He asked and I nodded, that's rough. Here, let's make a deal. I kill him, you deal with anyone that tries to enter, and you get the throne deal. I offered, the last thing I wanted was to waste energy with Zuko on a fight that would inevitably weaken me a lot. And is Angela okay with that? The Fire Prince asked in disbelief. She no longer craves the throne, I nodded, she's in on this. Very well, there is not much I can't do to stop you anyway. Zuko sighed, and I chuckled. For the duration of this quest, I have lost my bending, I chuckled as I saw his eyes open as wide as possible. Are you suicidal? Zuko hissed, without bending he will crush you. I thought you hated me, I laughed. I hated the idea of you outshining me, like Azula had done all her life, Zuko replied with mild embarrassment, but back to the point, how in the name of Agni, do you pretend to take on the strongest firebender in the world with nothing but a pair of swords? I eyed his blades and he blushed, I was not pretending to use them against him. Look, I either die trying or die not trying at all, see conundrum. I sighed, it's not like I needed him to remind me how stupidly unfair this match was. There must be an angle, something you haven't seen, Zuko muttered, if I learned something from my uncle is that spiritually speaking means what it means literally. What? I asked, tilting my head in confusion, had drinking his own bad tea affected him so much? I mean, whatever the challenge is, maybe it's not supposed to be taken so, literally, Zuko elaborated, what exactly did they tell you? He asked, and, oh god, I couldn't believe I was even entertaining the idea of telling him, oh well. What do I have to lose? Well. With accurate detail, I told Zuko what the spirits had told me, and I will never live this one down, but Zuko found a loophole, they said every power I had mastered, which meant every element but, the one I had yet to use in any shape, air. Perhaps if you unlock your airbending, the fight would be more on equal terms, then again, I'm only speculating. I have no idea if they left you with any bending whatsoever, Zuko sighed, but it's a start right. Maybe, but still. I might as well have no bending, airbending has been my Achilles tendon for as long as I have been the Dark Avatar, I replied. Oh. Zuko muttered, what would my uncle say, think Zuko, think. Oh. Akita, to find your power within yourself you first have to find yourself within your enemy, only then you will find the truest version of yourself. What? 4 days I trained with now freely Zuko, after he offered to help me out for no other reason but to honor his uncle, and I accepted. I mean, what the hell? I had nothing to lose, so day and night we trained not only with the sword but also trying to see if his theory was right about airbending, and so far, nothing. Our fruitless training continued without a point, beyond increasing my swordsmanship to a more adequate level. Until we saw a very familiar animal flying towards us, Ong's bison. I sure hope Ong and his idiotic pacifism are still together, I muttered. Realizing I would lose hard should he try to fight me. Me too, Zuko muttered. Zuko. Vato, did Ong call me Vato? Tell the bald brat I do not want to talk to him. I am trying to unlock some power within or anything to win this duel. I refuse to be one with Rava once again. I like it here. His name is Akira, Zuko said, crossing his arms, and he's with me. Seriously Zuko, why the attitude? Not a good selling point at all, and with Zuko things are not going well, but I can save it. I am not looking for a fig. I was cut mid-sentence when an ice blade coming from the top appa almost cut my arm, but, it seems you are. Katara. Ong shouted, we can here to help him, not kill him. He almost killed you. Katara hissed, I wanted to do the same, almost kill him. She's a keeper, I muttered sarcastically, making Zuko snort, who would have thought he had a sense of humor, maybe this was the real him when honor wasn't on his ass. How did you find me anyway, I asked. Before Ong could reply, Toph said, Twinkle Toes here just followed his heart, quite literally. I eyed the monk who nodded in response, I see, well, that wasn't weird at all. Well, here is the thing. I can't get help, I either do this alone, or die. I sighed. Not really, Rava spoke, as Ong spontaneously entered the avatar state, losing control of his body in the process. 113, the beginning of a new cycle. The ending of the last Airbender series, will come back in Korra. Even with Ong's help, airbending proved to be useless, which meant I was back to square one, not that it saddened me much, I expected this result. So the plan started. With a few extra factors, Ong and Zuko would stop anyone from interfering, alongside Azula, while Toph, Katara and Sokka would destroy the Fire Nation armory in the case I failed, to give the rebels an advantage. As for me, I was waiting for the Fire Lord in the northern caves. I had decided not to fight him with explosives nearby in the case he had like me managed to improve on his fire defensively. So, here I was. Waiting, sharpening my weapons, going over all the possible scenarios and how to deal with them, one wrong move, and not only life would win. But the Fire Lord. It was quite poetic to be honest, and a bit unfair at the same, taking all my bending when water bending was a gift from whoever had brought me to this world. Oh well, I will fight like the human I originally was, with my fists, mostly because the technology in this world cannot provide me with an AK-47 just yet. Tick, tock, little by little I started to hear the voices of Azula and Ozai approaching. It was time. Time to either die or win this challenge. What is the meaning of this Azula? Ozan growled, as soon as he entered the cave. At this Azula kicked her father into the cave, and jumped back doing a flip while shooting a lightning strike to the entrance, effectively trapping us inside. Go to hell. Angela winked devilishly, and the only entrance to the cave was closed by the debris, result of her attack. Oze, I sighed, today one of us die. I looked around one more time, seeing the natural pillars around the cave, feeling the damp atmosphere of the cave, and the little space he would have to move. I will deal with my treacherous daughter after I kill you, Oze sneered, this time you won't win so easily. Ain't that the truth? Perhaps, I chuckled, unsheathing my poisoned blade, we will find out soon enough. Primordials POV. Akira and Oze were about to face off in one of the caves inside the Fire Nation. The area was wide enough for the two of them to fight, but not wide enough Oze would have a clear advantage. Akira looked around for a brief second and then turned his attention back to Oze. Let's end this. Oze rushed at the Akira, propulsing his feet with pure fire bending. Akira stood still waiting for the Fire Lord to be close enough, and once Oze was a few inches from him, Akira dipped under his attack as Oze was about to reach him and in quick motion slashed the Fire Lord upwards with his blade. Oze dodged this attack, maneuvering around Akira with his fire propulsion. Akira was quick to catch on and slashed in a circular motion, cutting Oze on the cheek ever so lightly. Am I a joke to you? Oze hissed, his index finger touching the small wound. You think you can take me without any bending? We'll see how long you keep this bravado, child. Till you die, Akira chuckled, going back into position, his right hand on his blade, while his left reached to his pocket. Now you see me, now you don't. At that Akira threw something to the floor that exploded into a thick screen of smoke around them. Oze at this scoffed, but before he had the chance to move or do anything, a blade came out of the smoke. In shock, Oze sidestepped backwards just enough to dodge the blade completely out of instinct. Akira was so close there, the blade passed a hair's breadth from Oze's throat. Insolent! Oze roared in anger, and before Akira could move out of the way, Oze swiftly kicked Akira in the stomach with devastating strength, using his fire propulsion to speed his kick to unnatural heights, delivering in the process some minor degree burns to Akira while knocking the wind out of him, and stunning him for a brief moment. Fortunately for Akira, he managed to recover from the attack and started to move before the Fire Lord ended the battle, running around the natural pillars of the cave, throwing knives at Oze while using the environment as a shield. A smart tactic, one that Oze didn't want to indulge in. You will die for your hubris. Oze stated, flying towards Akira in a straight line. Akira took this chance to throw some small explosives at the Fire Lord, effectively blinding him for a second, where Akira stabbed him with his last knife on torso by throwing the knife with all his strength. You little! Oze growled, pulling the knife off his body, before blasting a torrent of fire towards Akira, who barely managed to hide behind a pillar. You won't win, not using your bending, it's just making this harder for you. Oze shouted. Last time I crushed you too fast, so I thought why not make a day out of this, Akira taunted as he treated the burns on his chest with some ointment to reduce the pain. This way I actually get to enjoy the battle, he added. Ah! Oze felt right into his game, and rushed at him in blind rage for insulting his pride. Akira smiled at this, putting the cream back on his pouch while putting on some goggles and a mask and grabbing what we assumed was another smoke bomb, and once Oze reached him, he immediately threw the bomb at the ground. This bomb, however, was different, because for some reason Oze seemed to be in pain, specifically around the face. Welcome to the pepper strategy, moron, Akira whispered to his ear, injecting the Fire Lord with something as he tried to cut the Fire Lord's head. Oze, however, noticed right on time and ducked under the blade. Unfortunately for him, Akira was quick to adjust and moved his blade to deliver some significant dandy, cutting his right arm under his armpit, inhabilitating his right arm, and his ability to use lightning. In pain, Oze screamed, holding his arm in pure agony. However, he was still open for more attacks and Akira obliged him, going for his head again. Oze noticed this and propelled himself backwards with his fire bending, but once again, Akira was quick to adjust to this situation, changing his attack to a closer target, managing cut his left foot off. Oze screamed some more, but regained his posture, burning the wounds, avoiding a bleed out. I will end this once and for all, the Fire Lord declared, throwing a torrent of fire to where Akira was. Akira once again quickly moved behind one of the pillars, but this time instead of stopping, Oze simply continued burning the rock. You will die if you don't use your fire bending to stop the attack, unless you can't use it, he sneered. Took you long enough, Akira muttered, the sides of his body slowly burning under the heat around him. Akira was in a difficult situation. If he came out of where he was, he would die right away. If he stayed there, he was going to die eventually, burning slowly into his deathbed. Fuck, Akira muttered in pain, the sides of his face, arms and legs already showing burns from first to second degree, his head already showing bald parts. It was a wonder how he was still standing, with the intention to fight, a fruitless attempt now that Oze had cornered him, and when all seemed like Oze was going to win, he coughed blood, stopping his assault. For a brief moment, the poison had worked. The burned Akira took this golden opportunity to jump out of his hiding spot, and like a spear threw his blade at the Fire Lord. Die! Akira muttered, and as the blade came to Oze, this in a desperate attempt to survive burned Akira even more. This however was not his primary intention, as his wounds and the poison inside his body didn't allow him to move. He tried to burn the blade, but failed to bring forth the necessary heat to melt the blade down and was impaled on the head, dying. I won. Akira muttered, his body completely naked, and covered in burns. Fuck. Was the last thing he said before dropping to the ground, without realizing during his last second, he had managed to bend the air for a brief second. Akira POV. The vendor had said, if the poison didn't kill a person in under 10 seconds, the guy would survive, which is why I had in the last minute resolved to throw the blade at him. I had to win, I had to. So, we died, Vado commented. It was fun while it lasted, I replied, did not want to die like this though, a bit painful if you ask me. We won the challenge though, Vado chuckled. We did, I chuckled. I'm surprised I managed to deal so much damage without him burning me away. In the TV series he was showed as a freaking beast, I mean he was above almost all firebenders, but not like in the show. The comet increased his power exponentially, something you unknowingly avoided. Had he fought under the influence of the comet he would have killed you in less than a minute, Vado stated. Now what, buddy? I asked. I don't know, you died, this is new ground for me, Vado admitted. Well, whatever it is, thanks for not being as evil as I thought, I smiled. Ha! I'm still the king of chaos and evil, Vado snorted, and I felt the presence of kindred around me. They had come for me. Oddly enough, I felt no desperation. Akira, don't take him, you creepy fuckers. You wanna throw hands? Let's do it. I could barely hear Vado at this point, but he seemed worried. His cycle, the wolf growled, has just begun, the lamb finished. Up next, Avatar: The Legend Korra.